Lin Xiao was supposed to be the brightest star at Luzhou Military University, but due to a mysterious condition that caused him to frequently faint, he became the laughingstock of his peers. Just as he was about to give up on his dreams, a mysterious system quietly awakened within him. In the classroom of Junior Class C at Luzhou Military University, the elderly history teacher glared at the daydreaming Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, read these two paragraphs. His childhood friend, Zhao Xia, sitting next to him, subtly signaled with her fingers, and Lin Xiao understood, standing up promptly. On the evening of September 6, 2025, a small meteor named Wilmes fell into the Pacific Ocean. The impact did not cause significant damage to coastal countries, but the cosmic radiation it carried spread globally within a year. Lin Xiao's voice was clear and steady, as if recounting a distant legend. Biological mutations, the opening of hidden realms, and Blue Star entered the era of the Great Catastrophe. Faced with increasingly powerful beasts that could even withstand nuclear weapons, human nations began to form alliances, eventually merging into the Five Nations Federation. They also established the Beast Hunter Association to train warriors who had evolved physically or awakened special abilities due to the radiation, to combat the beast threat. The teacher nodded slightly and motioned for him to sit down. Get yourself together and don't faint during this afternoon's training. As soon as he finished speaking, scattered snickers echoed throughout the classroom. In a school that aimed to train military personnel and hunters, fainting during physical training was considered extremely embarrassing. Sitting 2 rows back, the burly Wu Zhixing sneered, "Dead last? Don't drag us down in next month's class competition." As the top student in the class and one of the top 5 in the grade, his words were enough to make others follow suit. "Yeah, Lin Xiao, how did you even get in here? With grades like that, you won't graduate. You might as well drop out and get a job. Last month's competition, you got kicked flying by Wang Rue from Class B. That was just embarrassing." Lin Xiao smiled faintly, stopping Zhao Xia from speaking up for him. He was used to these taunts. For the past 2 years, frequent headaches and fainting spells had become his nightmare. Despite his mother's efforts to find a cure, the cause remained elusive. With frequent minor episodes and major ones monthly, his physical performance plummeted, making him the class joke. If not for his excellent performance in the energy extraction course and his positive attitude, the school might have already expelled him. Energy, a cosmic power discovered by humans after the Great Catastrophe, was once called magic, chi, force, or aura. Now, it was uniformly named by the World Hunter Association. It could be absorbed and utilized by the human body, even awakening mysterious abilities in some lucky individuals. Lin Xiao placed his hand on the textbook, attempting to recite the passage from memory. Despite some stumbles, he succeeded. Glancing at the panel that appeared in the air, he silently continued memorizing other passages. This system had appeared after he fainted yesterday. Lin Xiao suspected that his fainting spells over the years were caused by it. Surprisingly, the oppressive feeling was gone when he woke up this morning. The system panel displayed his attributes: Strength 8, Agility 9, Constitution 7, Spirit 10. The notes indicated that the average for a healthy adult male was 5. These numbers seemed impressive, but in a school training students to combat beasts, any student could easily punch with over 500 kilograms of force and run at speeds exceeding 18 milliseconds. The radiation from the Great Catastrophe not only empowered beasts, but also granted humans extraordinary abilities. Lin Xiao recalled a shocking video he saw online as a child. A terrifying 100-meter demon ape remained unscathed under a barrage of bullets. Just as the military prepared to use nuclear weapons, a mysterious hunter appeared, wielding a dark red battle knife and slashed the ape in half with a single strike. This heroic scene was etched into Lin Xiao's mind, motivating him to get into the military university. If his condition persisted, Lin Xiao would have to give up his dream and settle for an ordinary life. But now, things had changed, and he decided to try once more. He noticed a note on the potential points usable for skill optimization and attribute enhancement. His gaze fell on the first skill: Energy Extraction Method Incomplete, requiring 3 potential points. Lin Xiao nodded to himself, gaining a rough understanding of the system's mechanics. The Energy Extraction Method was a fundamental course taught at the school, with 7 volumes in total. The school only taught the first 2 volumes, and the complete content was accessible for free after joining the military or the Hunter Association. Although obtaining the complete version now was tempting, Lin Xiao realized he had many weaknesses and couldn't recklessly use the potential points. He carefully studied the upgrade conditions for other skills, and then pondered the notes on the basic attributes. Strength and agility were easy to understand, but Constitution and Spirit were more complex. Constitution not only related to stamina, recovery, and resistance, but also involved cellular energy absorption and storage. Spirit encompassed willpower, mental resistance, memory, energy affinity, energy control, and the strength of special abilities. Lin Xiao mused, could enhancing Constitution and Spirit accelerate energy cultivation and physical strengthening? This might be akin to a rebirth. He suddenly realized that his excellent performance in energy extraction might be due to his spirit being 10, twice the average. As for his inadequate physical strength, it was likely due to insufficient training caused by fainting and poor constitution hindering cellular energy absorption. More surprisingly, the strength of special abilities was also linked to spirit. Could spirit influence the awakening of special abilities? A sharp glint flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes as he quietly noted this discovery. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao made a decision. Constitution, enhance. A surge of warmth flowed from Lin Xiao's brain, coursing through his entire body in an instant. Squinting his eyes, he took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress a sigh of comfort. His breathing became lighter, and his vision sharper. Clenching his fist, Lin Xiao felt a surge of strength. He thought to himself, perhaps this wasn't just an illusion after all. A healthy body does tend to get stronger more easily. Reinvigorated, Lin Xiao focused even more intently on gaining experience points. The teacher on the podium adjusted his glasses, puzzled as he observed this suddenly diligent student. During the lunch break, the cafeteria was bustling with noise. Zhao Xia, sporting shoulder-length short hair and a pretty face, bit into her chicken drumstick, grumbling indistinctly that Wu Zhixing is too much. What kind of skill is it to bully classmates? Sitting across from her, Lin Xiao looked at Zhao Xia's round, puffed-up face and said calmly, "It's true that I'm not strong enough. You don't need to get angry at him." Deep down, Lin Xiao couldn't understand why Wu Zhixing always targeted him. Although Wu Zhixing was known for his domineering ways, he didn't usually pick on classmates for no reason. There were several students at the bottom of the class, and Lin Xiao wasn't the worst, yet he seemed to be the one Wu Zhixing disliked the most. Zhao Xia glanced at Lin Xiao secretly. Seeing his usual calm expression, she continued, "You ranked third in the entrance exam. If it weren't for your health issues and frequent fainting spells, he wouldn't stand a chance against you now." Zhao Xia and Lin Xiao were neighbors from the same community, and their families were close. They had grown up together, almost like siblings. Before college, it had always been Lin Xiao protecting Zhao Xia, but now the roles had reversed. "Hey, eating together again?" A mocking voice came from behind. Lin Xiao saw Zhao Xia's face instantly fall, rolling her eyes in annoyance. Turning around, Lin Xiao saw a tall, lanky boy approaching. Though he wasn't weak, his nearly 1.95-meter height made him look somewhat lacking in muscle. His expression bore a hint of sharp sarcasm. This was Wu Yong, ranked 17th in the class and Wu Zhixing's sidekick. Wu Yong stood between them, glancing at the plates on the table and started sneering. "I say, Zhao Xia, hanging out with trash every day. Be careful you don't become weak yourself." Zhao Xia looked up coldly and replied indifferently, "Mind your own business." Wu Yong was about to curse but held back. He then turned his anger towards Lin Xiao. "Hey, you know your place. Shouldn't you stay away and not drag others down?" Lin Xiao looked at him with interest. He knew that Wu Yong's hostility was not just to support Wu Zhixing, but also out of jealousy over his close relationship with Zhao Xia. Wu Yong had a crush on Zhao Xia, and seeing them always together made him green with envy, prompting him to target Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took a sip of his soup, a cheerful smile on his face. "I don't think I'm dragging her down." "Huh? What nonsense are you spouting?" Wu Yong exaggerated his surprise. "You cling to Zhao Xia during every free sparring session, hoping she'll go easy on you?" He grabbed Lin Xiao by the collar, his tone menacing. "Do you dare to spar with me this afternoon? Let's see how much of a loser you really are." "Wu Yong, let him go." Zhao Xia slammed the table and stood up, her face flushed with anger. The other people in the cafeteria turned their curious gazes towards them, eager for the drama. Lin Xiao stood up slowly. Despite being slightly shorter at 1.88 meters, he didn't lose out in terms of presence. He said calmly, "All right, let's be opponents this afternoon." "Lin Xiao." Zhao Xia tried to stop him, but Lin Xiao raised his hand, cutting her off. She could only stand there, flustered. Wu Yong clearly didn't expect Lin Xiao to agree. After a few seconds of surprise, a cruel smile appeared on his face. "It's a deal, kid. Just don't beg for mercy later." Lin Xiao casually brushed off Wu Yong's hand and straightened his clothes. "You might not be qualified for that." "Fine. You've got guts." Wu Yong glared at Lin Xiao coldly before turning and leaving the cafeteria. As soon as Wu Yong was gone, Zhao Xia jumped to Lin Xiao's side, shaking his shoulders vigorously. "Lin Xiao, why did you accept his challenge? He fights dirty. Why are you being so impulsive?" Stop. Lin Xiao quickly grabbed the girl's hands, feeling his head spinning. "Don't worry, I might not lose." Zhao Xia stared into his eyes, pouting angrily. He has a punch force of over 750 kilograms, and he's skilled in military combat techniques. "Even I might not beat him." Lin Xiao laughed, gently tugging at her cheeks, turning her expression into a funny face. Lin Xiao's headaches were improving, and he felt his body getting stronger. Zhao Xia blinked her big eyes, her face full of doubt. "Really? How can you be sure you're better? And even if you are, you can't just get stronger overnight." Lin Xiao gently patted Zhao Xia's head, a slight smile playing on his lips. Don't worry, at least I won't lose too badly. He said this while focusing on his lunch. Deep down, Lin Xiao knew he was lying. This time, he was determined to win. The military academy had excellent facilities. The school provided free dormitories for students, with 2 people per room, suitable for both short naps and long-term stays. Lin Zhao's roommate was a guy named Luo Tao, who was somewhat introverted and shy, not much of a talker. Although they weren't in the same class, they got along quite well. Back at the dorm, Lin Xiao and Luo Tao nodded at each other in greeting. Lin Xiao sat cross-legged on his bed, recalling his earlier encounter with Wu Yong. From that brief interaction, Lin Xiao had seen Wu Yong's stats, strength 10, agility 8. In comparison, Lin Zhao's strength was only 8, with a punching power of 534 kilograms, whereas Wu Yong's punching power exceeded 750 kilograms. Lin Xiao fell into deep thought. Why was there such a significant difference in punching power with just a 2-point difference in strength? Roughly calculating, each point of Lin Zhao's strength attribute equaled about 66 kilograms of punching power, while Wu Yong's exceeded 75 kilograms. Even more puzzling was that Wu Yong's agility was only 8, which should theoretically mean higher force loss. If his agility improved, his punching power might break 800 kilograms. A hypothesis formed in Lin Zhao's mind. Perhaps the growth of the strength attribute wasn't linear, but rather an upward curving trajectory. The further along, the more valuable each attribute point became. With this question in mind, Lin Xiao opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Xiao. Potential points, 2. Strength, 8. Agility, 9. Constitution, 8. Spirit, 10. Speed reading, LV1. After leveling up to LV1, the most significant change for Lin Xiao was a notable improvement in memory. What used to take 2 or 3 readings to remember now only required a glance. However, this brought a new problem. Leveling up had become exceedingly slow. Not only did skills require more experience points, but the rate of gaining experience had also significantly decreased. Lin Xiao tried memorizing textbook content and found that each time he could only gain 1 experience point, with some short passages yielding nothing at all. He speculated that this might be because, after the skill upgrade, simple memorization no longer provided effective training. Realizing that speed reading was no longer a quick way to gain experience, Lin Xiao began searching for other ways to improve. After a morning of exploration, he discovered 2 new skills, mental arithmetic and drawing. Although Lin Xiao wasn't good at drawing, he found that sketching geometric shapes, especially complex polyhedra, earned him the most experience points. Through observation and analysis, Lin Xiao gradually understood the characteristics of system-recognized skills. Speed reading enhanced memory, mental arithmetic boosted calculation ability, and drawing trained spatial imagination. The common thread among these skills was that they all exercised Lin Xiao's brain. As for the other skills in the panel, they not only strengthened his body but also improved his control over physical techniques. Lin Xiao realized that these skills were clearly driving his overall development. Lin Xiao stared at the potential points on the panel, feeling conflicted. If he boosted his strength to 10 points, he could match Wu Yong. With his slightly higher agility, his chances of winning would be significant. But he hesitated, was it worth spending precious potential points for just 1 match? After all, once his body recovered, he could enhance his strength through training without much difficulty. He sighed and decided to hold off on making a decision. In the afternoon, he had combat and footwork classes, followed by his daily energy refinement routine. 2 of his skills were about to level up, which might grant him additional attribute points. The free combat sessions were practical training exercises held after classes, where students engaged in unknown fights. The strong could even challenge multiple opponents. The rules prohibited lethal attacks and permanent injuries, but other forms of harm were permitted. Although he was used to being underestimated, Lin Xiao really didn't want to lose this time. He closed his eyes and began to refine his energy. This method combined elements of qigong, meditation, and ancient texts. Lin Xiao felt an invisible energy enveloping his body, with his cells absorbing the surrounding power like parched earth soaking up rain. As minutes passed 1, 5, 10, he suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils trembling. The bit of constitution he had added that morning had a startling effect. His energy absorption rate had doubled, and his cells could hold much more. What used to be his 5-minute limit now extended to 10 minutes without any signs of saturation. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao allocated his remaining 2 potential points to his constitution. When his constitution reached 10 points, it felt as if all his pores opened up, making his body feel unprecedentedly light and transparent. Power accumulated at an astounding rate. He noticed the energy around him thinning rapidly, an unprecedented occurrence. Lin Xiao operated his cultivation technique with full force, drawing energy from his surroundings like a dragon absorbing water. His cells greedily devoured everything. The rate of absorption nearly matched the rate of refinement. His strength continued to rise, but Lin Xiao didn't bother to check the panel. For the first time, he was refining energy so smoothly. He usually had excess energy, but now his cells were constantly craving more. Lin Xiao skipped lunch, completely immersed in the exhilaration of his power increase. His roommate, Luo Tao, lay on his bed, puzzled as he watched the curtain move despite the absence of wind. In the distance, a tall, athletic woman stood observing. She wore a dark blue jacket, a black tank top, and loose cargo pants. A scar running from the corner of her eye to her chin added a unique charm to her face. A man in a suit jogged over and respectfully greeted her. "Hello, are you teacher Wang Lan? I'm the receptionist, Lin Lei." The woman nodded, her voice slightly raspy. "Just call me Lon Leopard." Lin Lei suddenly understood, recalling the nickname tradition of the Hunters Association. Lon Leopard pointed to the distance and asked, "Is that the third-year dormitory? Do the top students, Zhuang Jinyu and Ling Xiao, live there?" Lin Lei quickly explained, "No, that's the dormitory for Class C and Class D. Zhuang Jinyu is in Class A, and Ling Xiao is in Class B." A flicker of surprise crossed Lon Leopard's eyes, and her usually calm demeanor showed a rare hint of emotion. She then curled her lips into a smile that resembled a leopard eyeing its prey. "Mr. Lonbao? This time, we might have an unexpected gain." Lin Lei tilted his head, furrowing his brows in confusion as he adjusted his glasses. The classroom was filled with a tense atmosphere. Lin Xiao could feel the strange looks coming from all directions and hear the hushed whispers of his classmates. Is Lin Xiao crazy? Doesn't he know Wu Yong has been annoyed with him for a while? He'll regret it when he gets beaten into the infirmary. From Wu Zhixing's side came a clear sneer. "Good job, Wu Yong. Make sure that loser learns a lesson." "Don't worry, I'll teach him well," Wu Yong replied with a cold laugh. "Silence. Continue practicing." The loud roar of the martial arts instructor, Zhao Gang, clad in a white training uniform, thundered through the room, instantly silencing the noisy class. Lin Xiao ignored the surrounding chatter, focusing entirely on the punching bag in front of him. Every punch, every kick, was delivered with his utmost concentration. The teacher had taught that the military combat techniques they were learning were a blend of various martial arts, including traditional Chinese martial arts, boxing, Muay Thai, and Taekwondo. The basic moves had been covered in the first 2 years. Now the focus was on refinement and continuous practice. The core goal of the combat class was simple: to enable each student to deliver the maximum force with each punch and kick, and to learn the proper techniques for generating power. Although they would all be equipped with weapons when fighting beasts, Lin Xiao knew that if he lost his weapon and only had brute strength with no real technique, it would be like fighting barehanded. Moreover, whether using weapons or hand-to-hand combat, the principles of generating power were often similar. Lin Xiao adjusted his stance, moving his left foot slightly forward. He felt the power flow from his waist to his back, then to his shoulders, and finally release through his fist. Bang! The punching bag dented instantly, and the force meter on top flashed with a bright red number, 667.4 kilograms. These specially designed punching bags had built-in force meters to help students identify and correct their power generation issues. However, Lin Xiao had an even more precise correction tool: the experience feedback provided by his system. Bang! Whenever his strikes were executed correctly, the experience points he gained would noticeably increase. Lin Xiao used this feedback to continually adjust his movements, correcting subtle mistakes in his practice. Bang! Feeling the special insights that came with his skill upgrades, Lin Xiao took a deep breath, adjusted his stance, and delivered a crucial punch to the bag. Bang! The force meter displayed 746.8 kilograms. Even though Lin Xiao's strength attribute hadn't reached 10 points yet, his actual punching power was now on par with Wu Yong. After upgrading his combat skills, Lin Xiao's punching power noticeably increased. However, the skill upgrade also led to a slower rate of gaining experience points. Despite this, Lin Xiao didn't stop and continued to focus on his training. After all, military combat techniques are different from shorthand or painting. They require persistent learning and practice. Lin Xiao's figure moved continuously on the training ground, each action filled with power and precision. His punches shot out like arrows from a bow. His knife hand chops seemed to slice through the air. His elbows jabbed like sharp weapons, and his knee strikes and kicks showcased incredible explosive force. After completing each set of movements, Lin Xiao would pause briefly, reflecting on his performance and thinking about areas for improvement. Whenever a particular maneuver yielded a significant increase in experience points, Lin Xiao would take special note of the key techniques and practice them repeatedly. This focus and effort gradually paid off, as the rate of gaining experience points began to accelerate. Immersed in the joy of progress, Lin Xiao was so engrossed in his training that he didn't notice his instructor, Wang Gang, watching him for quite some time. Wang Gang, stroking the stubble on his chin, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had originally thought that only Wu Zhihong and Fang Wen from Class C had mastered the basics of force application, but he didn't expect Lin Xiao to be at such a level as well. Even without seeing Lin Xiao's power meter data, Wang Gang, a retired soldier, could tell at a glance. Lin Xiao's ability to convert strength through his punches and kicks had reached the standard of a new recruit. In this school, excluding the senior interns, there were probably only about 20 to 30 students who could achieve this at the current stage. Recalling the students' discussions about the upcoming combat clash challenge, Wang Gang's interest was piqued. The military academy never discouraged fights between students, as facing beasts would be far more terrifying if they couldn't even handle sparring with each other. The footwork class followed immediately after the combat class. Today's lesson focused on practical dodging and counterattacks, as well as equipment-assisted evasion practice, with the latter being the focus today. In a 2-meter-wide training corridor, automatic firearms spun continuously, firing rubber bullets. While these bullets were non-lethal, they could still cause pain if they hit an ordinary person. However, the students of the military academy, with their enhanced muscle strength and skin toughness, would only feel pain at most. Lin Xiao, wearing transparent protective goggles, kept his body relaxed and his center of gravity slightly forward. He moved like an agile wildcat, darting up and down the corridor to avoid the flying bullets. Occasionally, fiber rods would protrude from the walls at varying heights and directions with rapid speed. Being hit by a rod could be more serious than a bullet, potentially knocking him to the ground and leaving him vulnerable to the oncoming gunfire. Although Lin Xiao had never been hit by a rod, he was occasionally struck by bullets. After all, it was challenging for the body to react in time to such high-speed attacks. Suddenly, Lin Xiao felt his movements become more fluid, as if his entire body was lubricated. The strength from his toes, ankles, and the balls of his feet became increasingly nimble, and his control over his center of gravity and body twists reached a new height. His movements resembled an impressive tap dance, with the entire corridor serving as his stage. After 10 minutes of training, Lin Xiao took a sip of water to rest. The screen showed that he had been hit 98 times, with most of the errors occurring before his footwork skill had leveled up. Once his footwork reached LV1, the number of hits he took decreased significantly. Lin Xiao checked his footwork proficiency and raised an eyebrow. Reaching 11.8 in just 10 minutes? His gaze shifted between the machine guns and the fiber rod mechanisms on the walls. Was it the pressure that made the difference? Even with his footwork at LV1, he couldn't completely dodge the bullets and was occasionally hit. This pressure pushed him to constantly improve his footwork, challenge himself, and gain more experience points. If that's the case, would increasing the pressure further help him gain experience points even faster? Lin Xiao walked to the control panel and switched the setting from level 1 to level 2, thinking to himself, bring it on, let the attacks be fiercer. Rubber bullets once again filled the corridor. But this time there were more bullets, and they flew faster. The fiber rods also increased to 2 at a time. During the 5th round of attacks, Lin Xiao's footwork skill reached LV2, and even his agility attribute increased by 1 point, reaching 910. This was his first skill to reach LV2. Feeling triumphant, Lin Xiao tried setting the machine to level 3, only to be overwhelmed by the barrage. It wasn't that his LV2 footwork wasn't strong enough. Rather, his physical speed and dynamic vision couldn't keep up. The bullet speed at level 3 was significantly higher, and the fiber rods increased to 4. By the time Lin Xiao reacted, the bullets had already hit him. This was a gap in capability that footwork skill alone couldn't bridge. Moreover, speed equated to power, and the pain from the level 3 bullets was much more intense. Reluctantly, Lin Xiao had to settle for level 2. Although the pressure was relatively lower, it still allowed him to gain sufficient experience points. The mechanisms restarted, and Lin Xiao once again immersed himself in the evasion training, determined to continue improving his abilities at this difficulty level. Wang Gang stared intently at the surveillance monitor. On the screen, a student moved gracefully through a hail of bullets, as agile as a butterfly. His movements were elegant and fluid, his steps light and nimble, a sight to behold. What do you think? A slightly ethereal female voice came from beside him. Wang Gang turned to see Ms. Su Ruame, the footwork instructor, leaning against the table. She had a neat short haircut, a slender figure, and was elegantly holding a lady's cigarette, her movements reminiscent of a lazy cat. Su Ruame exhaled a puff of smoke and continued. I noticed someone had adjusted the difficulty in the system, so I decided to check it out. Wang Gang crossed his arms and, after a moment of contemplation, asked, including the 4th-year students, how many can perform at this level? Fewer than 10. Su Ruame glanced at the screen and replied with a light laugh. This level of footwork would be excellent even in a hunter's assessment. Quite unexpected. Wang Gang didn't respond. He simply pulled out a file folder from beside him and opened it to the first page. It was a photo of a handsome student with a confident smile. Lin Xiao, male, 3rd in his year upon admission, 1st in Class C. Wang Gang read out, current standing, 382nd in his year, 36th in his class, 5th from the bottom. Quite a dramatic fall, Su Ruame recalled. He developed a strange illness after enrolling, frequently fainting, and couldn't keep up with the training. Oh, I remember now. She thought of how, not long ago, this student had collapsed like a dead fish in a mechanical passage, and she had personally taken him to the medical room. This kind of health isn't suitable for the battlefield. Why hasn't the school advised him to withdraw? Su Ruame asked, frowning. Though her tone seemed harsh, she knew well that in battles against beasts, lack of stamina was tantamount to a death sentence. Wang Gang explained, his homeroom teacher told me that Lin Xiao's energy refinement efficiency is excellent, second only to the top two students. Su Ruame's eyes widened as if she had realized something. Wait, the top two are? The top two are both ability users. Wang Gang confirmed her suspicion, resting his chin on his hands. The school believes Lin Xiao has the potential to awaken an ability, so they've been keeping an eye on him. He added, in the entire Luzhou Military Academy, there are only 6 ability users. If his abilities awaken, both the military and the Hunter Association would offer him guaranteed positions. Stay focused, don't slack off. Wu Qinghua's voice echoed through the spacious training room. On the wooden floor, Class C students sat scattered, deeply immersed in meditation. Their instructor, Wu Qinghua, a graceful woman with long hair tied up and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, patrolled the room with a stern expression. Make the most of your post-training time to refine your powers. Your cells are most receptive when fatigued, so seize this golden opportunity. She reminded them, her sharp gaze sweeping across each student. Zhao Xia made a funny face, then quickly composed herself and sat up straight to meditate. Lin Xiao's eyes moved away from her, only to meet the challenging stare of Wu Yong. Wu Yong raised his right hand, sliding his thumb across his neck in a silent threat. Lin Xiao chuckled softly and closed his eyes. He dismissed the upcoming duel from his mind, focusing solely on self-improvement. In the darkness behind his eyelids, he summoned his panel and saw he had 2 potential points. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Xiao decided to allocate the points evenly between physique and spirit. These 2 attributes directly influenced energy absorption and power extraction efficiency, crucial for his progress. As his spirit reached 11 points, Lin Xiao opened his eyes, his pupils slightly unfocused. His mind felt unusually light, as if he had just woken from a long dream. The enhanced mental power gave him the illusion of being able to move objects with his mind. After a failed attempt to lift his clothes, he smiled wryly and closed his eyes again, beginning the power refinement method. In an instant, an invisible torrent of energy pierced through the ceiling and flowed into Lin Xiao's body. He was delighted to find that with 11 points in both physique and spirit, his energy absorption efficiency had increased by nearly 40. The energy around him grew denser, and his body greedily devoured it like a bottomless pit. The energy flow continued to expand, exceeding the absorption limit of his 11-point physique, causing stray energy to drift around him. This change caught the attention of Zhao Xia and another nearby classmate, who frowned in confusion. Instructor Wu Qinghua paused, first looking up at the ceiling, then fixing her gaze on Lin Xiao, pushing her glasses up with an impassive expression. An hour passed quickly. As scattered conversations arose around him, Lin Xiao opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. He was pleased to see his panel display. Strength, 910. Standing up and stretching, Lin Xiao noticed Wu Yong standing across from him with his hands in his pockets, smirking. Seeing this, Lin Xiao smiled as well. The free sparring sessions took place in a large outdoor training ground shared by all grades. While interclass battles were allowed, students generally practiced within their own classes due to the monthly arena matches. Only the top-ranked students, unable to find suitable opponents, ventured into other classes for challenges. Isn't that Class CS area? Why aren't they training together? Rumor has it that the class weakest student snapped and is challenging Wu Zixing's lackey to a fight. Hearing this, the surrounding students showed eager interest. Something fun? How about we sneak in and watch? Let's go, let's go. Lin Xiao looked helplessly at instructor Wu Qinghua standing nearby and whispered to Zhao Xia. Why did you specifically call the instructor over? Zhao Xia put her hands on her hips and glared cutely. If I didn't call her, what if Wu Yong really went all out? She then flashed a proud smile, adding smugly, Wu Yong isn't Wu Zixing. He wouldn't dare disrespect the instructor. I wouldn't dare either. Lin Xiao looked at her proud smile, reluctant to burst her bubble. He noticed Wu Yong glaring at them, eyes filled with murderous intent. Lin Xiao wondered silently. Would he really hold back? With a sigh, Lin Xiao scanned his surroundings, his vigilance rising. Is it human nature to enjoy a good spectacle? Lin Xiao scanned the surroundings, his brow slightly furrowed. The students who had been engaged in combat training were now all gathered around, eagerly anticipating the upcoming show. The crowd even included several unfamiliar faces, clearly onlookers from other classes drawn by the commotion. Lin Xiao's gaze suddenly sharpened. The instructors for the combat and footwork classes were mingling in the crowd. Weren't they supposed to be having lunch in the cafeteria? His eyes swept over Wang Gang and Su Ruame, and his eye twitched involuntarily. Was a student fight really such a novelty that even meal times could be ignored? Oh! A burst of cheers erupted from the crowd as Wu Yong strode confidently onto the makeshift arena. The space had been cleared specifically for the duel. with a bold yellow square, 8 meters on each side, painted on the ground. This was the standard free combat area, where rules dictated that both fighters must stay within the lines. Although technically stepping out meant losing, Lin Xiao knew this was a fight, not an official match. In a real brawl, who cared about boundaries? The only goal was to beat the opponent senseless. Oh! Another wave of cheers followed as Lin Xiao stepped onto the platform. Most of the spectators remained neutral, neither cheering nor booing, simply there for the excitement. However, Wu Zixing's group began to shout loudly. Wu Yong, show that kid who's boss. Don't let him wet his pants. Leave that pretty face of his intact. Otherwise, he won't even qualify as a pretty boy. Amidst the mocking jeers, Zhao Xia's cheeks puffed up with anger. She took a deep breath and shouted, Lin Xiao, go for it. Her high-pitched voice momentarily drowned out the din from the other side. Lin Xiao turned back and gave Zhao Xia a faint smile, then noticed his roommate in the crowd. The shy boy didn't dare to shout, but silently raised a fist in support. Lin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to face his opponent. At this moment, Lin Xiao wasn't thinking about how to defeat Wu Yong. Instead, he was weighing what would be the best way to win. Move aside, move aside. A furious roar cut through the bustling crowd. A towering man, nearly 2 meters tall with bulging muscles, bulldozed his way through the throng. The students he roughly shoved aside were about to complain, but fell silent upon seeing his shining bald head. Gao Yangxiang, the top student of Class 3E, ranked 6th overall in the year. He squeezed past the crowd to stand next to Wu Zixing and his group, his voice booming like thunder. Wu Zixing, why aren't you coming to fight me? What are you doing here? Wu Zixing frowned and rubbed his ears, his tone filled with disdain. Keep it down, you big bear. Wait a bit, I'll get to you later. He glanced around, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. There wasn't anyone in the class who could match him. Fangwen might have decent footwork, but lacked the strength and always hesitated in a fight. Only Gao Yangxiong had comparable skills and a similar fighting style, making him a barely suitable sparring partner. Wait for what? Gao Yangxiong pressed on. What are you watching? Watching my guy teach a pest a lesson, Wu Zixing said, arms crossed. His face expressionless, but his eyes cold with murderous intent. A pest who once dared to rank above me. Who? Let me see. Gao Yangxiong rubbed his shiny head, eagerly looking toward the ring. In the ring, Wu Yong was cracking his neck, taunting Lin Xiao. Bare hands or weapons? Lin Xiao tilted his head politely, smiling. Either works, you choose. Let's go with bare hands then, Wu Yong said, lowering his stance with a cruel smile. With weapons, I might accidentally kill you. Before he finished speaking, Wu Yong charged like a released tiger, his speed instantly surpassing 20 meters per second. In the blink of an eye, his massive fist, packed with terrifying force, aimed straight at Lin Xiao's face. Wu Yong grinned ferociously, already picturing Lin Xiao's face being smashed to pulp. However, Lin Xiao remained unfazed, merely tilting his body slightly. Whoosh! The punch whistled past, just grazing Lin Xiao's hair without touching him. Huh? Wu Yong's expression froze, disbelief quickly replaced by fury. Lucky break, huh? Another ferocious uppercut came whistling in, but Lin Xiao leaned back slightly, the punch missing by less than 3 centimeters. Oh! The crowd erupted. Now this is interesting. If he went down with one punch, there'd be no fun in watching. How many times can you dodge? Wu Yong roared, launching a flurry of attacks. Straight punches, kicks, hooks, spinning kicks, elbow strikes, front kicks. The speed and frequency of his attacks kept increasing, becoming more and more ferocious. Yet Lin Xiao remained calm, as if facing a gentle breeze rather than lethal attacks. The nearly 800 kilograms of punch force, the over 2 tons of whip kick power. These attacks that could kill a beast seemed like nothing to him. Lin Xiao always managed to evade each attack with minimal movement, just enough to stay out of harm's way. Initially, the crowd cheered every time Lin Xiao dodged a punch, but as he continued to evade dozens of strikes, the onlookers grew quiet, murmuring among themselves. Pretty impressive. Was his footwork always this good? Is this the bottom-rank guy from Class C you mentioned? Are you kidding me? He's way better than me. Gao Liangxiong rubbed his bald head, the amusement on his face gradually replaced by caution and seriousness. He turned to Wu Zixing. Hey, Wu Zixing, is that guy the pest you mentioned? He smirked. He's got some skills. I think he's even more agile than Fangwen from your class. Wu Zixing didn't respond, only furrowing his brows, his face dark and stormy. A flicker of confusion flashed in his icy eyes. Meanwhile, Zhao Xia was staring intently at the ring, her mouth slightly open in disbelief. Her hands were clasped tightly in front of her chest, like an excited little hamster. Each time Lin Xiao dodged Wu Yong's attack, she couldn't help but cheer, sometimes even stomping her feet in excitement. Zhao Xia turned to find Fangwen standing behind her. Fang Wen was over 1.75 meters tall, with long, slanted bangs and delicate, well-defined features. Her long, straight legs exuded a sense of power. To Zhao Xia's surprise, this usually cold and popular girl, ranked second in their class, seemed a bit uneasy. "What's up, Fang Wen?" Zhao Xia asked curiously. Fang Wen spoke with a hint of awkwardness. "I was wondering, has Lin Xiao been receiving some special training?" Zhao Xia blinked, not expecting that question. Fang Wen's earlobes flushed slightly as she awkwardly explained. "You're the closest to Lin Xiao, so I thought I'd ask you. It seems prying into someone else's business really isn't my style. Lin Xiao's footwork is amazing, and I wanted to know if there's any special training involved." Zhao Xia looked at Fang Wen in surprise and asked curiously, "Even better than you, Fang Wen?" Although she could tell Lin Xiao's footwork was strong, she hadn't anticipated it being impressive enough to astonish Fang Wen. Fang Wen's gaze settled on the seemingly effortless figure on the field, and she nodded affirmatively. "Stronger than me." Zhao Xia's mouth opened slightly, as if seeing her childhood friend for the first time. She said, puzzled, "But I never saw him doing any special training. Lin Xiao just told me his headache problem is gone." "Headache?" Fang Wen frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before turning her attention back to the match. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "He dodged another combo. Wu Yong's stamina is quite impressive." She paused, then added half-jokingly, "It's almost like he's playing with a dog." The crowd erupted in excitement again, buzzing with discussions. This time, their focus shifted from Wu Yong's punches to when he would finally land a hit on Lin Xiao. On the field, Wu Yong had thrown over 100 heavy punches. Even with the exceptional stamina of a military university student, he was starting to show signs of fatigue. He panted slightly, eyes blazing with fury, teeth grinding audibly as he glared at Lin Xiao. The surrounding chatter only fueled Wu Yong's frustration and rage. In his mind, the audience should have been cheering for him, screaming in excitement at his display of power. Lin Xiao should have been on the ground, begging for mercy like a pitiful wretch. Zhao Xia would personally plead on his behalf, witnessing how disgraceful this man truly was. But reality was far from his expectations. He had become the clown, the subject of their amusement. "You worthless coward. If you've got the guts, stop dodging and fight me, Hedon." Wu Yong roared, punching his body as he channeled all his anger and hatred into one ferocious punch. The punch missed its mark. Just as he tried to pull back, a strong, slender hand clamped around his wrist like an unyielding vice, locking his right hand in place. "All right, let's fight, Hedon," Lin Xiao said with a faint smile, his calm words reaching Wu Yong's ears. "Just don't surrender too quickly." Before Wu Yong could react, a sharp straight punch cut through the air, hitting his abdomen like a sledgehammer. The 1.95-meter-tall Hulk was lifted off his feet, landing heavily 2 meters away. The entire venue fell silent, as if the air had turned to stone. Wu Yong lay on the ground in a sorry state, his eyes bulging as he clutched his abdomen, his back arched like a cooked shrimp, sour bile gushed from his mouth, and the excruciating pain in his stomach made even breathing a struggle. The crowd that had just settled down started buzzing with chatter again. "Whoa, did you see that punch? He flew through the air. That punch must have been close to 800 kilograms of force. When did Lin Xiao get this strong? Dead last in the class? You guys in Class C told me he was at the bottom. If he's the worst, then what does that make me?" Gao Liangxiong looked down at Wu Zhixing with a peculiar expression. "Hey, Wu Zhixing, are you sure your sidekick can take him?" Wu Zhixing took a deep breath, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, his face dark with frustration. Standing next to Wang Gang, Su Ruomei stared in astonishment at the boy in the ring, her voice light and airy. "Wow, that kid's got some serious power." Wang Gang, arms crossed, remained unfazed. He used to have decent technique, but wasn't exceptional. Now it seems he's finally getting it. He paused. Plus, he used to be held back by his physical condition given his energy refinement level. He should have had this strength a long time ago, but his body was like a sieve. Wang Gang glanced at the stern-looking Class C instructor nearby. "Wu Qinghua told me that if Lin Xiao refines his energy to 100, his body only absorbs 3 or 4. His cells can't digest the energy as fast as he refines it, so he usually stops practicing after refining once. Is it because his body can't handle the energy after one refinement?" Wang Gang nodded. Before he entered the military university, he hadn't encountered refining techniques, so it's unclear whether this issue was inherent or caused by some strange illness. Su Ruomei nodded thoughtfully, refocusing on the ring. Wu Yong struggled to his feet, his face full of terror. Lin Xiao stood calmly nearby, not taking advantage of the situation. "What, not going to attack?" Wu Yong clenched his fists, his face a mix of hesitation and struggle. Lin Xiao tilted his head slightly, chuckling. "Are you scared? Are you kidding me?" Wu Yong's face twisted as he charged forward like an arrow, his fist cutting through the air. Lin Xiao easily dodged the hook and casually kicked Wu Yong's calf. Wu Yong fell to the ground like a dog, but his reflexes saved him from a face-first impact. Lin Xiao. The humiliating scene fueled Wu Yong's rage. He launched a powerful uppercut aimed at Lin Xiao's abdomen. Lin Xiao sidestepped effortlessly and delivered a downward elbow strike to Wu Yong's shoulder. Wu Yong, who had just gotten up, collapsed again, one side of his body going numb. Lin Xiao looked down at the struggling Wu Yong, clutching his shoulder. Continue? Are you mocking me? Bam! A right hook sent Wu Yong sprawling, his mouth bleeding and swollen. Lin Xiao remained calm. Continue? I'm going to kill you. Bam! Wu Yong's body hit the ground once more. The scene seemed to be stuck in a loop. Wu Yong attacked. Lin Xiao dodged. Lin Xiao countered. Wu Yong fell. Lin Xiao asked continue, and Wu Yong got up again. The expressions of the classmates outside the ring shifted from surprise to shock, and finally to numbness, as they watched the repetitive cycle unfold. Why does it feel like they're not even in the same league? Lin Xiao's continue is kind of cool. He's so cocky. I love it. Even some girls in the crowd started to chime in. I suddenly think Lin Xiao looks way more handsome today. Right? You think so too? Aren't you afraid Zhao Xia will hear you? Why should I be? Besides, I heard they're childhood friends, not a couple. Childhood friends can't compete with new arrivals. Hearing her name mentioned, Zhao Xia turned her head, blinking her big eyes, scratching her head with a look of innocent confusion. Huh. The students who had been gossiping quickly averted their eyes in embarrassment. Continue? Lin Xiao asked once more. By now, Wu Yong's face was bruised and swollen, his body covered in dirt and sweat. In contrast, Lin Xiao looked as if he had just taken a leisurely stroll in the park, barely breaking a sweat. Ha ha ha! Wu Yong panted heavily, glaring at Lin Xiao with hatred. He wasn't stupid. He had realized Lin Xiao's superior footwork made it impossible to land a hit. As long as he couldn't connect, he would never win and would only continue to take a beating. This can't go on any longer. Wu Yong spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, a look of disdain plastered on his face. He forced himself to stand upright, a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Your punches are feather-light. Are you only dodging because you're afraid I'll kill you with one hit? If you have the guts, take one of my punches, Hedon. Let me show you what a real punch feels like." His words were clearly a bluff. Wu Yong knew from experience that Lin Xiao's punches packed quite a punch. While Lin Xiao might not be as strong, his technique was far superior. In reality, their punching power was evenly matched. Wu Yong's attempt to provoke was so transparent that even a child could see through it. He felt a twinge of embarrassment as the words left his mouth. But, surprisingly, his clumsy taunt worked. Lin Xiao's expression faltered for a moment, then a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. All right, he replied softly. Hearing this, Wu Yong felt a surge of elation. A cruel grin twisted his swollen face. Don't regret it, scum, he roared, clenching his fists so tightly that they turned a purplish blue. Wu Yong threw his punch with all his might, his fist slicing through the air like a drawn blade, aimed squarely at Lin Xiao's chest. The power behind this punch was such that he believed it could take down a bull. However, Lin Xiao didn't dodge. He raised his fist and met the blow Hedon. Their fists were on a direct collision course. The crowd around them erupted in excitement, everyone holding their breath in anticipation of the impending clash. Bang! The two powerful fists collided with a deafening sound. The air seemed to freeze for a moment before the shockwave rippled outward. But this was no evenly matched duel. At the moment of impact, Wu Yong's right hand recoiled limply like a piece of cloth. Aya! He let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching his now numb right arm with his left hand. Lin Xiao looked down at his own unscathed right hand, the palm slightly reddened but barely registering any pain. His physique, enhanced to an extraordinary level, endowed him with bone strength nearly comparable to steel. Wu Yong's face was a mask of agony and disbelief, his eyes bloodshot and wide with shock. Through gritted teeth, he shouted, "Impossible! How did your strength suddenly increase?" Lin Xiao slowly walked over to Wu Yong, tilting his head with a puzzled expression, and calmly replied, "When did you ever see me use my full strength? When have you ever seen me go all out?" As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, Wu Yong's expression froze, his pupils contracting as if he had realized something dreadful. "I don't recall ever throwing a full-force punch at you," Lin Xiao said nonchalantly, rubbing his wrist with a cold gaze. Wu Yong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you saying you've been holding back this whole time?" "Yeah." Lin Xiao chuckled, repeating Wu Yong's earlier words. "Just like you said he was afraid I might accidentally kill you." Although both Lin Xiao and Wu Yong had a strength stat of 10, Lin Xiao's agility was 2 points higher, and his fighting technique was more refined. At this moment, even Lin Xiao himself wasn't sure of his true punching power. Anger, humiliation, and hatred intertwined in Wu Yong's heart, snapping his rationality. He raised his remaining left hand and swung at Lin Xiao with no technique at all. Smack. Just like at the beginning, Wu Yong's fist was easily caught by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao clenched his right fist, took a deep breath, and his body tensed like a wound-up spring. He slightly twisted his waist, drew his arm back, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Let me show you. Lin Xiao stared into Wu Yong's eyes, now filled with fear. My full power. Boom. Like a cannon shot, Lin Xiao's punch hit Wu Yong square in the face. The towering man, standing at 1.9 meters, was sent flying again, even farther and harder than before. Thud. Wu Yong crashed to the ground, his face contorted, unable to get up. The entire place fell silent for a moment, then erupted in cheers and whistles. Awesome. Damn. He was holding back. That line was so badass. I need to remember it. Lin Xiao, you're a beast today. Is this really the bottom of Class C? Is this really the bottom of Class C? Who the hell gave us the wrong info? Not far away. Zhao Xia excitedly waved, her pretty face flushed with excitement. Ignoring the fallen Wu Yong, Lin Xiao walked straight towards Zhao Xia, trying to ignore the curious glances from the female classmates around. Zhao Xia grabbed Lin Xiao's arm, pretending to inspect him seriously, squatting and standing up, examining him from head to toe. What are you doing? Lin Xiao asked, half amused, half exasperated. Spill it. Zhao Xia frowned, poking Lin Xiao's stomach with her fair finger. When did you become so powerful? After my headache went away, Lin Xiao answered truthfully, as he had indeed gained his abilities after his headache improved. Can curing a headache make you this strong? Zhao Xia's mouth dropped open in shock. Lin Xiao helplessly covered his face and sighed. Others can't. But wasn't I getting weaker because of the headache? True. Zhao Xia nodded in realization, finally understanding. At this moment, the class advisor, Wu Qinghua, approached Wu Zhixing and his group, speaking calmly. Those of you close to Wu Yong, take him to the infirmary. Oh, got it. Wu Zhixing's followers quickly responded, lifting Wu Yong and heading to the infirmary under Wu Zhixing's dark expression. Wu Qinghua glanced at Wu Zhixing, who hadn't moved, adjusted his glasses, and turned to leave. Hey, Wu Zhixing, you look pretty embarrassed today, Gao Liangxiong said with a smirk, looking at Wu Zhixing's sour face. Bear. Wu Zhixing gritted his teeth. You'd better not piss me off today, or I'll knock your teeth out. All right. I'm looking forward to seeing how strong you are. Gao Liangxiong followed Wu Zhixing excitedly, his muscles twitching with anticipation. Wu Zhixing walked slowly towards the exit. As he passed by Lin Xiao, his eyes shifted slightly. Swish. Without warning, a lightning-fast roundhouse kick aimed at Lin Xiao's head. Bang. Amidst the gasps of the surrounding students, Lin Xiao raised his right arm, firmly blocking the axe-like kick. Congratulations, bottom feeder. You seem to have gotten a bit stronger, Wu Zhixing said, maintaining his one-legged stance, his words congratulatory, but his eyes devoid of any warmth. In 2 weeks, it'll be the end of the month. How about we have a proper match then? Lin Xiao smiled calmly. Sure. Wu Zhixing lowered his leg, giving Lin Xiao a deep look before slowly walking away. Hey, Lin Xiao, you little brat. A booming shout echoed behind Lin Xiao. Before he could react, a pair of massive hands clamped down heavily on his shoulders. The sudden force made him stumble, and when he turned around, he saw a bald, burly man grinning at him. You better get stronger. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance against Wu Zhixing. The man's voice was filled with enthusiasm and encouragement. Lin Xiao blinked in confusion and tentatively asked, who are you? I'm Gao Liangxiong. The bald giant patted Lin Xiao's shoulder, flashing a set of pearly white teeth. His powerful grip made Lin Xiao involuntarily sink a bit. Your footwork is impressive. I have a feeling you'll be a great opponent someday. Gao Liangxiong gave a thumbs up and pounded his iron-like chest, raising his eyebrows at Lin Xiao. Anyway, don't slack off. Keep it up. I hope to see you in this year's ranking tournament. Sure, thanks, Lin Xiao responded, still a bit at a loss. As Gao Liangxiong's broad figure walked away, Lin Xiao and Zhao Xia exchanged bewildered looks. Gao Liangxiong's loud voice still echoed in their ears. Wu Zhixing, you jerk, wait up. Zhao Xia shook her head, snapping out of her daze. She put her hands on her hips and furrowed her brows, looking like a worried mother. You really want to fight Wu Zhixing? He can take on 10 Wu Yong with one hand. Lin Xiao chuckled, haha, don't worry, I know my limits. His forearm still ached, a painful reminder of the vast gap between him and Wu Zhixing. That kick, Wu Zhixing held back. Lin Xiao thought to himself. He recalled the stats he had seen earlier, Wu Zhixing's terrifying strength of 14 points, and his nearly LV2 combat skills. Lin Xiao was keenly aware of the significant disparity between himself and the top students. And that bald giant, Gao Liangxiong, had an astonishing strength of 15 points. If it weren't for his agility being only 11 points much lower than Wu Zhixing's 13 points, Lin Xiao would have thought he was even stronger than Wu Zhixing. Even so, Gao Yangxiong's weaker agility was still 1 point higher than Lin Xiao's. Lin Xiao realized that to these powerhouses, the only thing he had going for him right now was his LV2 footwork. He gently patted Zhao Xia's head, comforting his overly worried childhood friend. Don't worry, just because I can't beat him now doesn't mean I won't be able to in 2 weeks. Lin Xiao's tone carried a hint of determination, as if silently preparing for the challenges ahead. After finishing dinner with Zhao Xia at the cafeteria, Lin Xiao returned to the dormitory. His roommate, Luo Tao, wasn't there. He was probably already at the elective weapons class. Lin Xiao also had a weapons elective that evening, but he needed to make a video call first. The ringtone chimed cheerfully, and the video call connected quickly. On the screen appeared a woman in her 40s, Lin Xiao's mother, Lin Xingrong. She was an ordinary elementary school Chinese teacher with her hair simply tied back. Although her once beautiful face showed some signs of aging, her eyes reflected both wisdom and life's hardships. Why are you calling again? I told you, no dropping out. Lin Xingrong sternly scolded before Lin Xiao could say a word. She continued her tirade. Military university is great. Nationally subsidized, no tuition fees, and room and board included. What good is dropping out? How much money can you earn? You'd be better off learning more there. Our family doesn't have any debts that need you to earn money. Stop, stop, stop. I'm not calling about dropping out, Lin Xiao interrupted with a wry smile, trying to halt his mother's barrage of anger. A while back, Lin Xiao did consider dropping out. As a child from a single-parent household, he saw his mother struggling with her stable teacher's salary to cover rent and his younger sister's tuition and living expenses. He thought about dropping out to become a tutor. Military university students are in high demand, and he could earn at least 800 per class. However, his mother strongly opposed the idea. Military university not only offered national-level subsidies, but graduates could also join the military, which provided excellent benefits and even extra protection for their families. After the Blue Star catastrophe, humanity faced threats from alien beasts, making the military and the Hunter Association crucial for human survival. Mom, I'm not talking about dropping out. Hearing that Lin Xiao wasn't planning to bring that up, Lin Xingrong's expression softened slightly. Then why are you calling? Can't a son just miss his mom? Lin Xiao teased, a smile playing on his lips. What's there to miss? Your training is so tough. You should rest when you can. Lin Xingrong waved dismissively, feigning annoyance, but a slight smile tugged at her lips. Is Shanshan staying at school now? Lin Xiao asked about his younger sister. Her school is over 20 kilometers away. It's too much trouble to commute. I let her stay in the dormitory, Lin Xingrong explained. Shanshan, Lin Xiao's sister, had just started high school and was doing well academically. Are you lonely at home by yourself? Do you need me to come back and visit? Lin Xiao asked with concern. You two are always so noisy at home. Now I finally have some peace, Lin Xingrong replied nonchalantly, but a hint of warmth flickered in her eyes. Lin Xingrong exaggeratedly rubbed her ears and chuckled. There was a hint of worry in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by the gentle warmth of motherly love. And she comes back every weekend, so don't worry about it. Just make sure you keep up with your studies. Lin Xingrong's voice came through the phone, carrying a touch of sternness. Lin Xiao knew well that his mother understood the hardships of military school, and thus never asked him to come home specifically to visit her. Even though they were less than 100 kilometers apart, she preferred him to focus on his studies. Lin Xingrong was always worried that Lin Xiao might pass out from a headache on the way, and this anxiety lingered in her heart. The military school was equipped with professional medical facilities, so if Lin Xiao's headaches suddenly acted up, he could receive immediate treatment. Although his mother never explicitly said so, Lin Xiao was fully aware of her considerations. Mom, my headaches are gone, Lin Xiao said softly. Lin Xingrong was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly pressed the phone closer to her ear, her voice filled with surprise and anticipation. What did you just say? Lin Xiao genuinely smiled and repeated louder. I said me headaches are gone. I won't be passing out anymore. Did you get it checked again? Do you need money? I can send it to you. Lin Xingrong's tone was urgent, mixed with both joy and a trace of fearful apprehension. Did you forget? The hospital couldn't find anything. Seeing his mother's anxious expression, Lin Xiao patiently reiterated the story he had prepared. When I used to have headaches, my head felt heavy every day. Now, all those symptoms are gone. Lin Xiao raised his arm to show off his biceps. The school's doctor said it might have been because my ability refinement was too fast before, and my cells couldn't keep up, which put pressure on my brain. Now that I've trained and my physical condition has improved, the symptoms have gone away. This explanation was entirely made up, but sometimes a little white lie was the best way to put his mother's mind at ease. She always trusted the doctor's words, and his headaches were indeed gone. He shouldn't have any more episodes of passing out. Sure enough, after hearing Lin Xiao's explanation, Lin Xingrong let out a heavy sigh of relief and visibly relaxed. That's good, that's good. So, should I come back to see you? Lin Xiao said playfully. As soon as he finished speaking, He saw his mother put on a stern face again. You focus on your training. Catch up on what you've missed these past 2 years, and don't even think about not graduating. Lin Xiao nodded obediently. Don't worry, maybe your son will become a hunter. You're still thinking about becoming a hunter? Lin Qingrong shook her head helplessly and pointed her finger at the camera, as if poking Lin Xiao's forehead. You've been talking about becoming a hunter since you were little. Now you can't even keep up with your training, and you still think you can become a hunter? Besides, being a hunter is very dangerous. Mom doesn't want you doing such a dangerous job. Mom, don't worry. Lin Xiao responded to his mother's concern with a gentle and confident smile. As long as I become strong enough, 10 times, 100 times stronger than the beasts, then being a hunter won't be dangerous anymore. Your son will become a hunter, and not just any hunter, but the strongest hunter in the world. At Junwu University, the evening is bustling with various elective weapon classes in full swing. Inside the academic buildings, the sounds of different weapons being wielded echo through the classrooms. Two-handed swords, broad-bladed war knives paired with single-handed shields, war hammers, great axes, long-handled sabers, beast-hunting saw blades. Each weapon is taught by a specialized instructor. These weapons share a common trait. They are heavy, incredibly durable, and ideal for slashing. On the other hand, lighter weapons such as single-handed swords, rapiers, military knives, tang swords, miao swords, katanas from Sakura province, scythes, and long whips are excluded from the formal curriculum. Students can only practice with these on their own time, and they don't count towards academic credits. You weaklings, are you planning to tickle the beasts with those toys, or fix their fur? They can't even break through defenses. What's the point? The instructors often mock students who favor lighter weapons. Of course, there are those who use these lighter weapons, but they are the exceptionally skilled individuals who can easily slay beasts even with a rapier. They have the luxury to choose their preferences, while ordinary students are better off selecting weapons that can inflict real damage. As for firearms, although the school has a shooting range, there are no dedicated courses for them. Students can visit the range during their free time with guidance available. Those who are truly passionate about firearms typically join the military after graduation and frequently use them in defense roles. The Hunters Association rarely uses firearms, and when they do, it's often anti-material heavy sniper rifles for long-range pre-battle ambushes. In theory, students can learn multiple weapons. As long as proficiency in one weapon meets the graduation standard, they are eligible to graduate. However, given the limited time and energy, most students specialize in one weapon. Lin Xiao is no exception. He has chosen the two-handed sword as his focus. At this moment, in one of the classrooms, over 50 third-year students are swinging their heavy two-handed swords. This standard military sword is 1.6 meters long, with a 40-centimeter hilt and a 1.2-meter blade. The blade tapers from 25 centimeters wide at the base to 15 centimeters at the tip. The edges are thin and sharp, while the middle is thicker, about 3 centimeters. Made from weem alloy, the whole weapon weighs 25 kilograms, making it impossible for an ordinary person to wield. Listen up, you brats. Keep your posture right and balance your weight. The booming voice reverberates through the classroom. You can't just rely on your arms to swing the sword. Remember what you learned in your power training classes. This commanding voice belongs to Miao Fei, a ruggedly handsome man with a wild charm. His hair is messy, his beard unkempt, and he walks barefoot among the students, his sharp eyes catching every flaw in their movements. Zhang Ming, control the force of your swing. Your blade is shaking too much. Lin Haifeng, your balance is too loose. Spread your stance. Li Xiaoyu, your reverse swing is too clumsy. Diagonal upward slash, from lower left to upper right. Practice this move repeatedly. And you, your blade is so off target that you couldn't hit a stationary beast. Reduce your force until your accuracy improves, then gradually increase it again. Miao Fei's criticisms come like a barrage of bullets at the students. In his eyes, what the students consider standard movements are often riddled with flaws. Few in the class can escape his keen scrutiny. Suddenly, Miao Fei's steps halt at the edge of the classroom. A clean-cut young man is fully focused on swinging his sword. At first glance, his movements seem unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, they reveal hidden intricacies. This student's balance is solid, the arc of his blade is precise, and his movements flow seamlessly from slow to fast, from motion to stillness. The blade barely trembles when it stops, showcasing the stability and strength of his hands. Downward slashes, side cuts, horizontal sweeps, diagonal upward strikes. Every move is executed perfectly, displaying a strong foundation. What's even more impressive is his power technique. His entire back is like a taut bowstring, with power building up layer by layer. The sword angle is precise, cutting through the air with minimal resistance, each strike both elegant and powerful. Miao Fei observes intently for a while, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Not bad, he murmurs to himself. This student, Lin Xiao, has left a strong impression not only for his above-average performance in the sword class, but also for his peculiar talent, suddenly fainting during lessons. He wasn't this good before, was he? When did he improve? Miao Fei scratches his messy hair, puzzled. At that moment, Lin Xiao pauses his movements, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes as if contemplating the essence of his last strike. His proficiency with the two-handed sword had already reached 95, and it rose to level 1 shortly after the class started. With this upgrade, his swordsmanship has clearly improved, though gaining further experience has become more challenging. Lin Xiao ponders silently. He can't rely on mechanical adjustments to pressure himself like he did in footwork class. Sparring with others is out of the question. This 25-kilogram sword, even without a sharp edge, could be lethal if it hits someone. He can only continue practicing diligently, hoping for a breakthrough moment. Even though the military students were physically strong, being struck by a steel blade with immense force would still confine them to bed for 10 days to 2 weeks. Lin Xiao knew that sparring among classmates would show no mercy, so he diligently practiced the sword techniques that the system awarded high experience points for, just like he would with martial arts. He understood that high experience points meant mastering the right skills, and focusing in that direction would yield twice the result with half the effort. Lin Xiao's sword moved like the wind, his training clothes soaked in sweat. When the experience points started consistently showing one, he knew he had mastered that move, and further practice would be of little benefit. Without hesitation, he moved on to the next sword technique: forehand slash, backhand slash, spinning cut. However, the stiffness in his wrist made him frown. At that moment, Lin Xiao suddenly sensed a gaze fixed on him. He stopped his movements and noticed that his instructor, Miao Fei, had been quietly observing from a short distance away. Miao Fei walked over with large strides and unceremoniously grabbed Lin Xiao's right hand. Although locking your wrist can make your sword strikes more stable, it also makes your moves rigid, Miao Fei said as he deftly manipulated Lin Xiao's wrist. He continued, and if it's too tight here, it reduces the power behind your swings. The difference may be small, but in actual combat, it could be fatal. With that, Miao Fei took the greatsword from Lin Xiao. He shook his arms, and the sword instantly turned into a black blur, carving a perfect arc through the air, slicing it silently. In the next moment, the sword tip stopped dead ahead, steady as a rock with no tremor. The key is to keep your joints relaxed during the swing and only tighten your wrist at the moment of impact, Miao Fei explained as he handed the greatsword back to Lin Xiao. Now, give it a try. Lin Xiao thoughtfully flexed his wrist, pondering his instructor's advice. After a moment, he gripped the sword with both hands and mimicked Miao Fei's movements, swinging forward with all his might. Swish! The sword sliced through the air with a crisp sound. Not bad, Miao Fei raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled into his signature cocky smile. Those who knew him well understood that this was the expression mad sword Miao Fei wore when he discovered a promising talent. 3 hours of swordsmanship class flew by in the blink of an eye. Lin Xiao returned to his dormitory, quickly freshened up, and sat cross-legged on his bed, ready to begin his third energy refinement session of the day. He recalled the school's regulations. Students were required to perform energy refinement at least 3 times daily after morning training, after afternoon classes, and after evening weapon lessons, each session lasting an hour. These times were chosen because they followed physically demanding activities, during which the body's cells were in a state of hunger, making energy absorption most efficient. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao focused his mind. Despite his high physical constitution, which allowed him to absorb a lot of energy, his refinement efficiency was even more astounding, with his energy concentration nearing a liquid state. He couldn't help but smile bitterly as he remembered the days when his constitution was a mere 7 points back then. Just 5 minutes of refinement would saturate his body. As Lin Xiao immersed himself in the refinement process, his thoughts drifted to his classmates. He thought of Wu Zhixing, who always stayed until the very last moment of each refinement session. Lin Xiao speculated that this might be because, despite Wu Zhixing's good physical constitution, his energy efficiency was lacking, requiring more time to compensate. When the refinement session ended, Lin Xiao opened his eyes and reflected on the day's schedule. Morning training had lasted from 6 to 8 a.m., including a 20-kilometer warm-up run followed by heavy equipment exercises. While these traditional methods might seem ordinary, they effectively aided energy absorption and were indispensable parts of daily training. Stretching lazily, Lin Xiao's thoughts turned to the cultural classes, which took less than 3 hours each day. The curriculum covered topics such as the Five Nations Federation, the distinctions between hunters and the military, levels of authority, dealing with exotic beasts, human-occupied territories, and the history of the Great Cataclysm. After over 2 years, these courses were nearing completion and might soon be replaced by other training programs. Sitting up straight, Lin Xiao opened his personal panel to carefully review his attributes. Name: Lin Xiao. Potential points: 2. Strength: 10. Agility: 10. Constitution: 11. Spirit: 11. He recalled his battle with Wu Yong, noting that both his combat skills and footwork had improved, earning him a considerable amount of experience points. Lin Xiao pondered the idea of sparring with stronger opponents in the future, thinking it might be a good way to gain more experience. As for his rapid improvement in dual-wielding swordsmanship, Lin Xiao felt immense gratitude. This was all thanks to the meticulous guidance of teacher Miao Fei tonight. Every piece of advice from Miao Fei led to a significant increase in Lin Xiao's experience points. The teacher's insights were indeed sharp and precise. Lin Xiao's gaze fell on the two potential points, and he began to ponder. The safest way to allocate points would be to add one each to Constitution and Spirit, as these two attributes were crucial for his progress. Strength, on the other hand, seemed unnecessary to enhance at this stage, as both muscle training and energy absorption could effectively boost it. However, Lin Xiao's dilemma stemmed from the changes brought by upgrading his refinement technique to LV2. His energy refinement efficiency had reached a new level, and even his 11-point constitution struggled to keep up with the absorption rate. The LV2 refinement technique effectively added an extra point to his spirit attribute, resulting in an overflow of energy refinement efficiency and causing some waste. Additionally, the improvement in his agility attribute puzzled Lin Xiao. Today, his strength attribute had increased by 2 points, while his agility had only improved by 1 point, despite the intense training in the second-level passage mechanism. Both Wu Zhixing and the burly bald-headed Gao Yangxiong had higher strength attributes compared to agility, suggesting that enhancing agility was more challenging than increasing strength. Lin Xiao reasoned that energy absorption might not directly boost agility. Instead, it required gradually adapting to a stronger body and developing the ability to utilize it effectively before agility could catch up. As for whether strength or agility was more important, Lin Xiao believed it couldn't be simply compared. Strength represented the body's upper limit, while agility determined the extent and efficiency of strength utilization, as well as factors like dynamic vision and reflex speed. After much contemplation, Lin Xiao decided to allocate 1 point to Constitution and save the other potential point for later. This way, his energy extraction speed should match his body's absorption rate, and his current agility was sufficient, negating the need for an immediate boost. Lin Xiao thought, perhaps he could find better methods to train agility in the future. Given the precious nature of potential points, it was wise to be cautious. In future culture classes, we need to find efficient ways to gain experience and not waste that time. Lin Xiao recalled Mr. Miao Fei's advice and felt a surge of excitement. He decided to take the initiative to talk more with the subject teachers, especially the instructors of the combat and footwork classes. As night fell, Lin Xiao lay in bed, closed his eyes, and began power refinement. In 2 weeks, he would face Wu Zhixing, so he had to make the most of every moment to train. With deep breaths, the surging power swept in like an invisible tornado, penetrating layers of barriers and converging onto Lin Xiao. This time, his body was completely open, greedily absorbing every bit of energy without any waste. At 5 a.m., Lin Xiao got up energetically and washed up. In the cafeteria, he had breakfast with Zhao Xia. Students at the Military and Martial Arts University, having undergone years of power baptism, needed only about 4 hours of sleep to recover their energy. During morning exercises, the track field was bustling with people. Lin Xiao and Zhao Xia ran side by side at a speed of around 18 milliseconds. Today, Zhao Xia had her hair in a ponytail, and the breeze gently brushed her bangs aside, revealing her smooth forehead. She turned to Lin Xiao with an excited look, her face beaming with a proud smile. "Let me tell you something." Zhao Xia panted as she ran. "My roommate taught me Go these past few days. You should learn it too, and I'll show you my brilliance on our day off." Lin Xiao glanced at her with a slightly subtle expression. "Learning a bit of Go makes you smarter?" Zhao Xia immediately got angry, shaking her small fist. "You have no idea how brain-draining Go is. Last night, I played 3 games against a 25th level expert on the Jiahu Go platform. 1 win and 2 losses." Seeing her proud demeanor, Lin Xiao almost believed her. He really didn't know much about Go. Just how strong is a 25th level expert? How are Go levels divided? Ahem. Zhao Xia suddenly turned away, her tone becoming vague. "Well, it's too early for you to understand now. Beginners should start by learning the rules. Just know that 25th level is very strong." Lin Xiao squinted slightly, harboring some suspicions. After the morning practice, Lin Xiao secretly opened his phone and searched for the Jiahu Go rankings. He quickly found out that on that platform, Go levels were ranked from highest to lowest as follows: AI Beta Go, Professional 9th Dan to 1st Dan, Amateur 8th Dan to 1st Dan, and finally Amateur 1st level to 25th level. Lin Xiao almost burst out laughing. So Zhao Xia had played 3 games against the lowest level beginners last night and lost 2 of them. However, the idea of learning Go intrigued him. He thoughtfully browsed through the Go tutorials, thinking that these rankings might suit his need for pressure and experience gain. During the morning cultural class, Lin Xiao quickly grasped the rules of Go and was now fully absorbed in his phone screen. His brow was furrowed as if facing a formidable opponent, completely oblivious to the subtle glances from his classmates. On the Jiahu Go platform, he was engaged in an intense match against another amateur player ranked 25th. Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao, Zhao Xia urgently whispered, covering her mouth with her hand, eyes filled with concern. Only then did Lin Xiao snap out of his reverie, realizing the classroom had fallen silent, with his peers looking at him with a mix of admiration and curiosity. On the podium, the balding teacher with thick glasses coldly stared at the student playing on his phone during class. Lin Xiao blinked awkwardly, forcing a faint smile. The curriculum at the military academy differed significantly from that of a regular university. Even though cultural classes were fewer in number, they were essential knowledge for the students. This particular class on exotic beasts covered common types, levels of danger, and methods of dealing with them, directly impacting the students' future careers in the military or the Hunters Association. Understanding the habits, strength levels, and proper hunting techniques of these beasts was crucial for ensuring their safety. Even the usually arrogant Wu Zhixing was paying close attention, as no one wanted to gamble with their life. Lin Zhao's previous fainting due to headaches was understandable, but now playing on his phone during class was a serious attitude problem. The teacher put down his textbook, braced himself on the lectern, and said flatly, Lin Xiao, describe the physical characteristics and threat level of the black tusk boar. Lin Xiao stood up politely, placed his phone on the desk, and began answering smoothly. The black tusk boar typically has a body length of 2 to 4 meters, a height of 1.5 to 3 meters, and weighs between 2 to 5 tons. It has a long snout, black tusks, giant claws on its limbs, and dark scales on its back with hardness close to steel. Ordinary individuals have a threat level of D, while those over 3 meters long are classified as C, making them high-risk exotic beasts. The teacher continued, what are its weak points, and how do you hunt it? Without hesitation, Lin Xiao responded, its weak points are the snout and abdomen, and it has poor turning ability. It is recommended to dodge its charge, use a weapon to cut off its snout or slash its side, and then confront it hidden once its mobility is reduced. The teacher went on to ask about the characteristics and hunting methods of other exotic beasts like the shadow-blade mantis, the blue-backed King Kong ape, and the ghost-faced spider. Lin Xiao answered fluently. Initially, his classmates looked at him with a hint of mockery, but as he correctly answered over a dozen questions, their expressions turned to astonishment. Zhao Xia's eyes widened, her mouth gradually opening in disbelief. When Lin Xiao had answered nearly 20 questions correctly, the teacher paused, touching his balding head, and asked, did you study in advance? I memorized everything, Lin Xiao replied calmly. A collective gasp filled the room, with students looking at Lin Xiao in shock. Even Wu Zhixing, who usually wore a stern expression, furrowed his brow in confusion. The room buzzed with murmurs. Memorizing everything is over the top. Whoa, this guy is intense. Is he even human? Impressive. Turns out he was secretly working hard while pretending to slack off. Zhao Xia was visibly trembling in awe. The teacher adjusted his slipping glasses and said, all right, you may sit down, don't disrupt the class. Lin Xiao sat down and reopened his phone. He had indeed memorized all the course material, initially to gain some quick memory experience points. However, upon checking his progress, he found that his memory skill had only increased by 5, frustrating him enough to start studying Go instead. The previous match had been interrupted due to inactivity, so he started a new one. Although he knew the rules, Lin Xiao had never played Go before and could only rely on intuition. His opponent was also a novice, and both were making random moves. 3 minutes later, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, puzzled by the lack of experience points, worried that the system might not recognize Go as a skill. After about 10 minutes, the chaotic match finally ended, and Lin Xiao won. He was surprised to see the system awarding a generous amount of experience points, the most he had ever seen. So the experience points are awarded in one go at the end of the match? 38 points in 10 minutes, not bad. If only there was a faster way. Lin Xiao's eyes drifted to the bottom right corner of the screen, noticing the quick match option next to the regular match button. He remembered that quick matches could end within 5 minutes. Quick match. Start. Lin Xiao quickly found an opponent and began a new game. This time, the match ended in under 3 minutes, and he lost. Despite the loss, he was thrilled, marveling at the allure of Go and eagerly starting another game. Excited, Lin Xiao wanted to shout, woo. He unhesitatingly allocated the potential points he had saved from the previous day to his physique and mental attributes. Now, his physique was at 13 points and his mental attribute at 12, further boosting his training speed. If Go levels up this quickly, what about other board games? Lin Xiao had a sudden realization, feeling as though he had discovered a shortcut to accumulating potential points. He turned to Zhao Xia and gave a slight bow, grateful to his childhood friend for the inadvertent inspiration. To repay her, Lin Xiao decided to give his all on their next day, off letting her personally experience the terror of a Go player above level 1. Combat instructor Wang Gang frowned as he looked at Lin Xiao, sensing something was off with the student today. Lin Xiao earnestly asked, Instructor Wang, is there something wrong with my sidekick? As he spoke, he swung a whip kick through the air as if no one else were around. Wang Gang observed carefully and pointed out, "You're putting too much force on your right leg, causing your center of gravity to shift." "Got it, thanks, instructor." Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, then returned to his spot to correct his form on the punching bag. Wang Gang was about to praise his student's diligence, but before he could say anything, Lin Xiao approached again. "Instructor, why do my downward kicks feel so weak?" "Instructor Wang, how do you generate power in a short-distance punch?" "Instructor Wang, I keep losing my balance during my flying kicks." "Instructor." Lin Xiao's barrage of questions left Wang Gang a bit overwhelmed. He looked at Lin Xiao's retreating figure, puzzled by the student's unusually inquisitive behavior. Every few minutes, Lin Xiao would come up with a different question about a new move. Initially, Wang Gang suspected Lin Xiao might be messing with him and decided to observe him closely. To his surprise, Lin Xiao practiced diligently after each question, refining his techniques to the point where Wang Gang could hardly find any faults. This progress is quite fast, Wang Gang thought. As a teacher, he should feel gratified by his students' swift improvement under his guidance. Yet, for some reason, he felt an inexplicable emptiness, as if something inside him had been hollowed out. Thud. Another dull thump echoed as the punching bag was struck. Lin Xiao, watching the numbers in his field of vision rise, felt a surge of joy. He silently celebrated. Having a teacher is great. The experienced experts at military university always pinpointed his weaknesses. Today, he put aside his pride, asking questions whenever he had doubts, and his experience points skyrocketed. Seeing the experience points jump again, Lin Xiao switched to a set of hook punches. Noticing the slower growth, he hurried back to his instructor. His frequent movements drew strange looks from his classmates, but Lin Xiao paid them no mind, focused on his quest to gain experience. Under Wang Gang's somewhat weathered gaze, Lin Xiao resumed his earnest inquiries. The scene shifted, and today's footwork class turned into a sparring session focused on dodging and counterattacks. The students, dressed in form-fitting white t-shirts and black shorts, paired up for drills. "Take this," Zhao Xia shouted, launching a fluid combo at Lin Xiao, who dodged effortlessly. "Huh." She threw a long punch, but Lin Xiao grabbed her arm and pulled, sweeping her leg. Zhao Xia lost her balance and stumbled forward. However, as a student of military university, she quickly braced herself with one hand, twisted her body, and aimed a fierce kick at Lin Xiao's head. Anticipating the move, Lin Xiao dodged easily and locked her right leg over his shoulder. Pressing forward, he pushed Zhao Xia's neck down, pinning her to the smooth wooden floor. "Ugh, why can't I beat you anymore?" Zhao Xia pouted. Lin Xiao chuckled. "Weren't you the one pinning me down before? How's the floor feel?" "Darn it! Darn it!" Zhao Xia pounded the floor with her left fist, frustrated. Despite her strength and agility being at 9, and her combat skills and footwork nearing level 1, she couldn't defeat the current Lin Xiao. "All right, get up." Lin Xiao released her and stood. Zhao Xia sprang up with a kip up, glaring at him and rubbing her face. "Come at me. Don't hold back. Watch me take you down." Zhao Xia challenged. Lin Xiao smirked. "You sure?" "Absolutely, bring it on." Before she finished, Lin Xiao's fist grazed her ear, the wind from his punch ruffling her hair. Zhao Xia recoiled, her face showing a cute, embarrassed expression. "Really don't want me to hold back?" Lin Xiao teased. "Ha, please go easy on me. I'm delicate, you know." Zhao Xia batted her eyes and pouted, feigning innocence. "Huh." Suddenly, she launched a fierce straight punch at Lin Xiao's abdomen. As he sidestepped, her fist morphed into a knife-hand strike aimed at his neck. Lin Xiao took a nimble step back, and Zhao Xia immediately seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, her triple spinning kick whistling through the air. However, Lin Xiao reacted even faster, intercepting her midair and grabbing her by the nape of her neck. The girl lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground, pounding the floor with her fists in frustration and muttering, "Darn it! How did you block that? Darn it!" Lin Xiao gently sat on Zhao Xia's lower back, amused by his childhood friend's annoyed expression. He recalled how Zhao Xia used to go easy on him during practice, and now their roles had completely reversed. "Get up." Lin Xiao extended a hand to help Zhao Xia up. "I'll slow down my attacks a bit to help you work on your footwork." "Okay." Zhao Xia responded with a drawn-out tone, getting back on her feet and readying herself. This round, Lin Xiao took the initiative to attack while Zhao Xia focused on dodging and countering. Lin Xiao deliberately held back his strength, attacking at a pace that Zhao Xia could barely handle but still felt pressured. He knew that this kind of well-balanced pressure could lead to rapid improvement. "Keep your footing steady. You lose your balance whenever I attack continuously," Lin Xiao instructed as he moved. "Don't lift your back heel too high, or you'll lose stability. And don't just watch my fists. My legs can attack too. Make sure your footwork follows your body's movements, or you'll become uncoordinated." With his understanding of LV2 footwork, Lin Xiao corrected Zhao Xia's every mistake like an experienced coach. As time went on, Zhao Xia gradually adapted to Lin Xiao's attack rhythm, her movements becoming cleaner and more efficient. She didn't even notice that Lin Xiao was slowly increasing his attack speed, constantly applying more pressure. Suddenly, Lin Xiao pulled back a hook punch and stopped his attack. "Why did you stop?" Zhao Xia asked, bouncing lightly on her feet, still immersed in her recent success at dodging his attacks. Frowning in thought, Lin Xiao recalled the information he had observed. He analyzed Zhao Xia's data in his mind, puzzled as to why her progress had stalled at a critical point. "Ah, that's not right." Lin Xiao shook his head with a wry smile, realizing he had fallen into a misconception. Ordinary people's progress doesn't happen instantly like his, where they level up as soon as they gain enough experience. True mastery requires continuous reflection and assimilation. He remembered how his own strength would noticeably decline after being unconscious for a few days due to injury. "Tonight, you need to thoroughly review and think about the key points we covered," Lin Xiao advised seriously. Seeing Lin Xiao's serious expression, Zhao Xia put aside her playful attitude and nodded obediently. Satisfied that his childhood friend had taken his words to heart, Lin Xiao was about to resume their training when a cool, magnetic female voice suddenly sounded from behind him. "Lin Xiao, can you team up with me?" Standing behind Lin Xiao was a tall woman. She wore fitted clothes that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. Below her black shorts, her long, straight legs showcased a striking combination of strength and beauty. A slanted side fringe partially covered her face, revealing a delicate and attractive visage that exuded a cool and aloof demeanor. Zhao Xia tilted her head, scrutinizing the unexpected guest and murmured, "Fang Wen?" She recognized the girl as the second-ranked student from Class 3C, just behind Wu Zhixing. Lin Xiao turned around, his gaze falling on the classmate who had suddenly appeared, his face full of confusion. Fang Wen, feeling the questioning stares from both of them, started to look embarrassed. Her ears turned red and she stammered, "Sorry for interrupting your training." Despite her cool exterior, she seemed unexpectedly shy. Taking a deep breath, Fang Wen continued, "I actually wanted to spar with Lin Xiao because there are some aspects of his footwork that I could learn from, and changing partners might help us both improve." Her voice grew smaller, and she seemed to lose confidence. Lin Xiao frowned and glanced back at his childhood friend Zhao Xia. He wasn't worried about her getting jealous, they had always been more like family than lovers. Lin Xiao had always practiced with Zhao Xia because she insisted on being his partner, fearing that he would get beaten up too badly by others, as if she needed to protect him specially. A wave of guilt washed over Lin Xiao, realizing that his past weakness had hindered Zhao Xia's progress. This was why he had dedicated his time during the footwork class to help her, trying to make up for past shortcomings. To his surprise, Zhao Xia was quite generous. She waved at Lin Xiao. "It's up to you. Go ahead. I'll train with Chun Feifei." With that, she ran towards a girl who was waving at her, and they quickly embraced. Chen Feifei was Fang Wen's original training partner and had a good relationship with Zhao Xia. In fact, Zhao Xia was generally well-liked among the girls in her class. However, she often declined their invitations to take care of Lin Xiao, worried that he would become depressed due to setbacks. Lin Xiao sighed inwardly, realizing that once his headaches were gone, Zhao Xia's life would be much easier. At least she wouldn't have to worry about him fainting all the time. He buried his guilt deep inside and turned to face Fang Wen. "All right, you can start the attack." "Okay." Fang Wen responded, instantly appearing in front of Lin Xiao, her fist launching a fierce strike. Lin Xiao's pupils contracted as he narrowly dodged the blow. Fang Wen's relentless attack continued, her fist transforming into a hand chop aimed at Lin Xiao. However, her speed and strength far surpassed Zhao Xia's. Bang! Lin Xiao crossed his arms to block the chop but was sent flying over 2 meters by the immense force. He landed 2 meters behind his original position. Rubbing his numb arms, Lin Xiao watched Fang Wen intently. As the 11th ranked student in their year, her strength and agility were superior, and her footwork was nearly at LV2. Among the students Lin Xiao had seen, her footwork proficiency was the highest, even surpassing Wu Zhixing. Although Lin Xiao's footwork skills were better, his disadvantage in strength and speed meant he could only barely defend himself, avoiding a quick defeat. Fang Wen's intention was indeed as she's to Teto spar and improve. "Ready? I'm coming at you again." Fang Wen flexed her ankle, her long, fair legs gleaming in the sunlight. Lin Xiao had no desire to experience a kick from those powerful legs, which could probably take down a rhino. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, lowered his center of gravity, tensed his muscles, and prepared to face her. "Bring it on." Fang Wen's leg swung down like a deadly axe, aiming at Lin Xiao. Their sparring grew increasingly intense, drawing the attention of nearby students. Some exclaimed, "Lin Xiao is sparring with Fang Wen? Fang Wen seems to be taking it seriously this time, and Lin Xiao is holding his own pretty well. That footwork is still impressive to watch. This is quite a show." However, Lin Xiao, in the thick of the fight, had no time to appreciate the spectacle. He felt like he was dancing with death, Fong Wen's speed forcing him to focus entirely, barely daring to breathe for fear of making a mistake and being taken down in the next move. Meanwhile, Fong Wen seemed to be at ease, even observing Lin Xiao's evasive maneuvers between her attacks. Although Lin Xiao attempted to counterattack, the disparity in their strength and agility was too significant. The further one progressed, the more pronounced each point of difference became. Fong Wen outmatched Lin Xiao in strength, speed, and dynamic vision. Despite her slightly inferior footwork technique, dodging Lin Xiao's attacks was still effortless for her. For Fong Wen, this sparring session seemed more like an easy observation and learning opportunity, while for Lin Xiao, it was a survival challenge, a race against death. Lin Xiao thought that even if he did land a hit, it wouldn't matter much. Fong Wen's skills far surpassed his. His attacks probably felt like a mosquito bite to her. Lin Xiao focused entirely on countering Fong Wen's fierce onslaught, unable to spare a glance at his status panel. Suddenly, a high kick came at him. He barely dodged to the side and seized the opportunity to counterattack. Unexpectedly, Fong Wen didn't dodge. Instead, she firmly grabbed his right arm with both hands and took the hit directly to her abdomen. While Lin Xiao was still puzzled, Fong Wen's long legs snapped together like scissors, locking his neck tightly. With a loud thud, Lin Xiao was slammed to the ground, in a position eerily similar to Zhao Xia earlier. The difference was, his face was pressed against Fong Wen's smooth thigh, and he could smell the faint fragrance of a young girl. Lin Xiao's face turned beet red, veins popping on his forehead, not because of embarrassment, but from the suffocating pressure. He hurriedly tapped the floor, gasping, "I give up." Fong Wen immediately released her deadly scissor hold, helping Lin Xiao up with an apologetic smile. "Sorry, you were too agile, and I got a bit anxious," she said softly, even brushing the dust off his clothes with surprising tenderness, making it hard to believe she was the fierce opponent from moments ago. "Can we continue?" Fong Wen asked cautiously, her eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Xiao rolled his neck, his fighting spirit reignited. "Bring it on, I'm good." If he feared sparring with Fong Wen, how could he ever compete with Wu Zhixing, the top student? Fong Wen's gentle smile vanished, replaced by a cold, imposing demeanor that radiated pressure. On the sidelines, Wu Zhixing, who was casually practicing with his subordinates, glanced over and effortlessly floored a teammate who had made a mistake. In the corner, classmates whispered among themselves, "Not bad, even Chen, our third best, couldn't last this long against Fong Wen. Where does Lin Xiao rank in the class now? Since yesterday, he's like a different person, full of energy." That leg lock looked terrifying. "I kind of envy Lin Xiao." "Don't be silly. If you were caught in that, your neck would snap." "I envy Lin Xiao too. Wake up, you're a girl." Lin Xiao ignored the murmurs, fully concentrating on countering Fong Wen's attacks. Any distraction could lead to a crushing defeat. As his experience points soared, Lin Xiao survived this thrilling and intense session. The next morning, after his training, Lin Xiao concluded an hour of energy refinement. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the changes in his body, and saw the panel information appear before him. His strength had reached an impressive 1011. Lin Xiao felt a surge of joy. It was true that increasing strength became slower as it progressed. It had taken him just one day to go from 8 to 10 points, but moving from 10 to 11 points had taken over a day and a half. If not for that, it might have taken several more days. Clenching his fist, he could clearly feel the astonishing power within his limbs, easily capable of delivering a punch exceeding 1 ton. He stood up and performed a set of punches and kicks, his movements crisp and sharp. His classmates around him didn't show much surprise, as it was common to stretch and exercise after energy refinement. However, as Lin Xiao finished his routine, he frowned. Despite the significant increase in strength, there was an inexplicable sense of blockage, as if he couldn't fully unleash his power. This subtle feeling of not being able to exert full strength was unprecedented. Is it because my agility is slightly lower than my strength? Lin Xiao pondered, deciding to ask his teacher for guidance in the afternoon. As a diligent student, he believed in the virtue of asking questions and learning more. During a break, Lin Xiao noticed Wu Yong had returned to school, his face still wrapped in bandages. As expected of a student from the military university, he had recovered significantly after just one day of rest. When Wu Yong met Lin Xiao's gaze, his eyes flickered, unable to maintain eye contact, and even his posture slumped. Clearly, the previous lesson had left him wary. Wu Zhixing's other followers had also become much more restrained, no longer as arrogant as before. Lin Xiao was content with the quieter atmosphere, as he had no interest in stepping on those who had mocked him. His priority was to gain experience points. However, gaining skill points in chess was not as easy as Lin Xiao had anticipated. First, the type of chess couldn't be random, or the system wouldn't recognize it as a skill. Secondly, as he mastered more types of chess, the experience points for new ones gradually decreased. When he tried playing shogi, the experience points were so low that it wasn't worth the effort, with only a few points gained per game. Lin Xiao speculated that this was because there were many commonalities between different types of chess. As he mastered more, his brain received fewer new stimuli, leading to a decrease in experience points. He estimated that the difficulty of reaching LV1 in the next type of chess would be equivalent to LV2 in others. Weighing his options, Lin Xiao decided to focus solely on Go, as it provided experience points more quickly. As for the 3 new potential points he had gained that morning, Lin Xiao allocated one each to physique and spirit, keeping the last one in reserve. He planned to try boosting his agility first, and if that didn't work, he would consider other options. He also wondered why his cultural studies teachers didn't seem to care about him. During the footwork class, Lin Xiao participated in equipment-assisted evasion training. After class, he went to Ms. Su Ruomei's office to sincerely ask how to quickly adapt to his strengthened body. Ms. Su, sitting in her swivel chair, glanced at Lin Xiao lazily and repeated his question. As a third-year teacher, her workload was quite light, with most courses already taught, leaving mainly student self-practice. She occasionally needed to guide students in practical evasion and counterattack classes, while the equipment-assisted classes required only turning on the machines. After listening to Lin Xiao's concerns, Ms. Su nodded and flicked her cigarette. This is a common issue, she explained, especially for those of us who use energy to enhance our bodies. The rapid increase in physical strength can lead to a lag in nerve response and body control. Crossing her legs, Ms. Su continued lazily, actually, the combat, footwork, and weapon courses you study all help you quickly adapt to your increased strength. As you improve in these courses, your control over your body will naturally catch up. Lin Xiao understood that these courses indeed trained physical exertion, control, and nerve reaction speed. However, his strength had increased so rapidly that his agility couldn't keep up in such a short time. Noticing Lin Xiao's dilemma, Ms. Su flashed a cunning smile. But there are other methods, she said, narrowing her eyes. How's your energy control? Not bad. Lin Xiao replied modestly. Ms. Su smiled like a clever fox. Is it really just not bad? Normally, this is taught after your cultural studies are complete, but since the school has already brought in teachers for the martial arts class, it should be soon. What's the martial arts class? Lin Xiao asked immediately. It's a class you can enter once you meet certain conditions, requiring a certain level of energy control, Ms. Su said ambiguously. I don't know if you'll be selected, so it might not be fair to give you a sneak peek. Lin Xiao straightened up and gave a thumbs-up. Teacher, my energy control is excellent. His quick-witted response amused Ms. Su, who covered her mouth and laughed. All right, I'll secretly tell you a bit, she said, putting a finger to her lips to indicate secrecy. Whether human or beast, not all the energy absorbed by cells is fully digested. Some of it is stored, Ms. Su explained mysteriously. Lin Xiao, have you ever tried to tap into the stored energy in your body? Did you remember all the key points I just mentioned? Su Ruomei asked, spinning her chair slowly with a faint smile on her face. Lin Xiao, with his fingers pressed against his chin and a furrowed brow, replied, I remember them, but since I haven't tried it yet, I'm not sure if it'll work. Then try it tonight when you get home. Su Ruomei waved her hand dismissively. For now, you should get back to class. Lin Xiao blinked innocently before plopping down on the ground. Teacher, I want to practice right now. If I make any mistakes, please guide me. Su Ruomei couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Hey, you're quite the mischievous one, aren't you? She gently nudged Lin Xiao's shoulder with her foot, her tone tinged with helplessness. Ignoring her, Lin Xiao closed his eyes and began practicing the energy extraction technique. This time, his target wasn't external energy but his own body. His teacher had mentioned that to control internal energy, he first needed to circulate the technique within his body to fully understand the sensation of energy flow. Initially, Lin Xiao cautiously extracted the smallest amount of energy, fearing he might harm himself. However, his cells surprisingly clung to the energy, unwilling to release any. This made Lin Xiao chuckle to himself, thinking, they act like they're starving when I feed them, but now they won't give up a single bit of energy. Just take and never give? Huh? Gradually, Lin Xiao increased the extraction force, engaging in a silent tug-of-war with his body. Finally, when the intensity reached a certain level, his cells reluctantly released a cluster of energy. The sensation was incredibly unique. Unlike any physical sense, Lin Xiao suddenly understood why Su Ruomei had insisted on personal experience. External energy felt like a public resource, something he could only forcibly extract but not directly control. In contrast, the energy within him now felt like it bore his mark, a personal possession. Guided by his mental strength, the energy moved slowly within him, bringing a new sensory experience. When he relaxed his mental hold, the energy seamlessly merged back into his cells. Lin Xiao opened his eyes and looked directly at Su Ruomei. Teacher, I've extracted the energy. What should I do next? Su Ruomei, about to light a cigarette, paused in surprise. Huh, that quickly? Are you sure you've extracted the energy? Can you control it? Yes, Lin Xiao nodded. There's some resistance, but my mental strength is enough to manage it. Su Ruomei took a deep drag on her cigarette, her gaze turning contemplative. Impressive. No wonder Wang Gang said your energy extraction is second only to the top 2 students. You have naturally high mental strength. She placed her fingers on Lin Xiao's chest, slowly tracing down his arm, to his fingers, then back to his chest, repeating the motion on the other arm. The energy in your cells is essentially an extension of your body. You need to control it to circulate throughout your entire body. When the internal energy has traveled everywhere, your brain will clearly understand your body's changes and make the necessary adjustments. After that, regular training should help you quickly adapt to your strengthened body. Like, internal visualization? Lin Xiao mused. Exactly, it's a term from before the cataclysm. Su Ruomei nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao then asked, is extracting more energy harmful to the body? No, Su Ruomei explained. Even if you extract all of it, there's no harm since it's just stored energy. It's just that students usually find it hard to control large amounts. Relieved by this answer, Lin Xiao immediately resumed his practice. The second attempt was much easier. He could extract energy with just his mental strength, without needing the extraction technique. His cells seemed to give up resistance, allowing him to take what he wanted. However, when Lin Xiao tried to extract more energy after gathering one cluster, the cells became stingy again, resisting his will. He raised an eyebrow, thinking this wouldn't do. His bonus energy should obey him at all times, or it would be too troublesome. Determined to change this hoarding habit, he intensified the extraction technique. Under the powerful suction, his cells seemed to emit a silent wail as all hidden energy was forcibly drawn out. When Lin Xiao sensed the nearly liquid energy filling his body, he was stunned. Whoa, they were hiding this much? A new sense of awareness surged through him. He could almost see his internal organs, every bone, blood vessel, and muscle. Information flooded his brain, giving him a clear picture of his body. Lin Xiao felt a bit bewildered. Do I still need to control this? The energy had nearly filled his entire body. He tried to control it with his mental strength, but found it extremely difficult. Despite his high mental attribute of 13 points, it felt like moving at a snail's pace, incredibly challenging. Add points to mental strength. Lin Xiao immediately allocated his remaining potential points to his mental attribute. Instantly, his mental strength surged. Now, he could barely control the vast energy within him. Though still slow, he could clearly sense the energy flowing, merging, and mixing within his body. Pondering, Lin Xiao wondered, what exactly is this skill? Control over energy? Though unsure, he knew he would soon have new potential points. As the skill leveled up, Lin Xiao felt a sudden ease in his mind. His energy controllability leaped to a new level. The internal energy no longer moved at a snail's pace, but flowed like a gentle stream, following his will, even extending beyond his body. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, staring at his right hand. Although it looked unchanged, he could clearly feel a transparent, gaseous layer of energy enveloping it, flowing from within him. At that moment, a surprised voice called out, "Are you a monster or something?" Lin Xiao turned to meet Su Ruomei's eyes, which were now wide with astonishment. Lin Xiao saw this expression on his teacher's face for the first time. Usually, Su Ruomei exuded a relaxed and cheerful aura, but now she looked unusually serious. Her thin eyebrows were tightly knit, and her crescent-shaped eyes, usually filled with laughter, were now sharp and piercing like blades. Noticing that her gaze was fixed on his right hand, Lin Xiao curiously asked, "Teacher, can you see it?" Su Ruomei instructed briefly, "Try focusing your energy into your eyes." Lin Xiao suddenly understood and immediately concentrated a bit of energy into his pupils. In an instant, the world transformed. Colors became more vivid, his vision extraordinarily clear, and he could even see the intricate patterns on a mosquito's wings several meters away. Upon closer inspection, the air seemed to contain faint, colorful particles red, green, blue, yellow drifting aimlessly, so tiny they were almost imperceptible. His gaze was inevitably drawn to the scene outside the window. The large tree beside the school building stood tall, its green leaves swaying slowly in the breeze, as if time had slowed down. "Where are you looking? Look at your palm." Su Ruomei's voice brought him back to reality. Lin Xiao shifted his gaze to his right hand. He saw a thin layer of light gray gas enveloping his slender palm, fitting like a hazy glove. This is the true combat method of energy. Su Ruomei lightly touched the back of Lin Xiao's hand, her demeanor no longer as intense as before. He noticed her pupils seemed to have a gauzy layer over them, dark and deep, likely a sign of energy concentrated in her eyes. Does this energy enhance combat? Lin Xiao clenched his fist but didn't feel any change in his physical strength. It increases destructive power and provides decent defense. Come with me. Su Ruomei led Lin Xiao to the power meter in the corner of the office. First punch. Withdraw all your energy just like usual. Lin Xiao nodded, relinquishing control over his internal energy, which immediately dispersed into his cells. He took a deep breath and threw a straight punch. Bang! The meter read, 1058 kg. Not bad, not bad. Su Ruomei nodded in approval. Now, for the second punch, channel your internal energy into your right hand. Lin Xiao directed his energy to his arm and threw the second punch. Bang! The meter read, 1341 kg. Wow, such a big increase. Lin Xiao was astonished by the nearly 300 kilograms jump, greater than any previous increase in his strength. Su Ruomei corrected him. Your energy density is very high. Most students would see around a 100 kilograms increase. Remembering his near-liquid energy, Lin Xiao realized it was likely due to his high constitution, which allowed for greater energy storage quality. If I channel energy to every part of my body, will it increase even more? It can, but it will consume more energy. There's a consumption? Lin Xiao quickly sensed his right hand's energy and noticed a slight depletion. Does refining energy replenish it? Exactly. Your body stores excess energy after it's replenished. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, feeling satisfied. That's good. I won't have to worry about using it. Alright, third punch. Coat your skin with energy. Lin Xiao's right hand was once again enveloped in a layer of energy, like a light gray shield. Bang! This punch felt different, as if his skin hadn't directly touched the meter. The meter read, 1753 kg. Lin Xiao was amazed, unable to fathom how such a thin layer could have such destructive power. Su Ruomei's voice softly came through. This is called energy martialization. She raised her left hand, fingers extending one by one. Fill, envelop, release, transform. You're at the second stage energy enveloping. Lin Xiao was about to ask more when Su Ruomei suddenly gripped his shoulders, her tone turning serious. Lin Xiao? What is it? He was startled by her sudden intensity. Before the martialization class officially starts, don't use energy enveloping on your classmates. Okay, Lin Xiao agreed but couldn't help asking. Is energy enveloping difficult? Su Ruomei's smile appeared, but her eyes remained cold. Very difficult. Even in the Hunter Association, not every hunter can master it. And the most important thing is, she grabbed his collar, pulling his face close. If you only used fill, no one will notice. But if you used envelop, the teachers will know something's up. Her voice was low, mingled with a faint scent of tobacco and blueberries brushing past his face. The teachers will know someone is secretly teaching me? Lin Xiao lowered his voice, feeling tense. Exactly. Su Ruomei nodded slightly, her expression heavy. They'll investigate and eventually trace it back to me. Filled with guilt, Lin Xiao solemnly promised. Don't worry, teacher. Before the martialization class starts, I won't use energy enveloping or even energy filling. Even if it meant losing to Wu Zixing, he wouldn't cause trouble for those who helped him. Hearing his words, Su Ruomei's expression softened, and she murmured, That's good, that's good. Feeling even more remorseful, Lin Xiao asked, If someone finds out, will you be expelled? No. Su Ruomei shook her head, fists clenched, eyebrows furrowed, and said gravely, But they'll dock my meal. At that moment, Lin Xiao's spirit seemed to die. He felt like a fool. I'll go back to class. Lin Xiao turned to leave. Hey, why do you look like you're annoyed with me? Your expression is a bit disrespectful. Su Ruomei called out behind him. With half a class of footwork training left, Lin Xiao decided to head to the equipment-assisted passage for more practice. The introspection techniques taught by teacher Su Ruomei were proving effective. Although the agility stats on his panel hadn't improved, he could feel a significant reduction in internal blockages. During his practice, Lin Xiao stumbled upon a fascinating trick. By letting his power overflow through his pupils and filling his brain with energy, he experienced a peculiar effect. The surrounding environment seemed to slow down, dramatically enhancing his dynamic vision and brain processing speed. It felt like the time dilation induced by an adrenaline rush. Excited by this discovery, Lin Xiao privately dubbed this technique bullet time. Utilizing bullet time and the speed boost from his 11-point strength, Lin Xiao challenged the third gear mechanism once again. Despite the immense pressure and the stinging sensation from being hit by rubber bullets, this time he managed to hold his ground, unlike before when he was utterly defenseless. The intense training paid off, as his footwork level 2 progress shot up from 3.7 to 6.8, marking the largest single increase since reaching level 2. Gently rubbing his stinging skin, Lin Xiao sighed at how hard-earned each experience point was. The amount of experience required for level 2 was enormous, and he couldn't help but wonder if he could advance to level 3 this semester. During the free sparring session after class, Lin Xiao engaged in a fierce match with Zhao Xia. He blocked her rapid attacks with his arms held firmly in front of his chest. While deflecting her blows, Lin Xiao observed Zhao Xia's movements closely, occasionally offering guidance. Make sure your body is coordinated when you punch, and don't forget to use your legs. Though Zhao Xia jestingly replied, Got it. Her upgraded level 1 footwork showed that she took Lin Xiao's advice seriously. Lin Xiao's current goal was to help Zhao Xia elevate her combat skills to level 1, which should significantly improve her class ranking. With a sidekick from Lin Xiao, Zhao Xia was sent flying 2 meters before landing on the ground. Let's call it a day. Make sure to digest and summarize what you've learned, Lin Xiao reminded her. Dusting herself off, Zhao Xia stood with her hands on her hips and asked proudly, "Hey, am I impressive, or what with such rapid progress?" Lin Xiao looked at her with a complicated expression. He hadn't used his full strength in that kick, and he had aimed at her guarded arms. Although she flew far, she wasn't actually hurt. Your progress is decent, Lin Xiao thought. Not long ago, he was the one getting beaten up, and now their roles had reversed. Was this really something to be proud of? Just then, a clear voice called out, "Xiao Yaya, are you done over there?" A petite girl with long hair ran over. Covered in dust, her downturned mouth and furrowed brows made her look both aggrieved and comical. Ugh, I got knocked down by Fong Wanwen again. Are you finished here? This girl was Chun Feifei, ranked around 8th or 9th in the class. She usually sparred with Fong Wan, but the difference in their abilities was obvious from her disheveled appearance. Chun Feifei hugged Zhao Xia's waist, rubbing her face against her and whining, "Team up with me. Fong Wanwen is terrifying, you know?" Zhao Xia struggled. No. Let go of me. You're even dirtier than I am." Since their last sparring session, Chun Feifei had taken a liking to partnering with Zhao Xia, perhaps because their skills were evenly matched. Fong Wen and Chun Feifei were longtime friends, much like Lin Xiao training Zhao Xia. Fong Wen often dragged Chun Feifei into intense training sessions, which usually left Chun Feifei battered and bruised. Chun Feifei waved at Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao, go train with Fong Wen now. Xiao Yaya is mine." Lin Xiao corrected her with a sigh. "Don't call me Lin Xiao. But he had to admit, today's training with his childhood friend was about done. It was time to ramp up his own training. As Lin Xiao approached the adjacent training ground, he saw Fong Wen meditating, exuding a sharp aura like an unsheathed sword. Sensing his approach, Fong Wen opened her eyes abruptly, turning into a blur as her fierce punch whooshed toward him. Lin Xiao crossed his arms to block the punch, the force pushing him several meters across the floor. Fong Wen glanced at her fist and asked in puzzlement, "You seem stronger now?" Rubbing his wrist, Lin Xiao half-joked, "Give it a few more days, and you might not have to hold back anymore." "Is that so? Well then." Fong Wen lowered her stance, a radiant smile blossoming on her elegant face. "Great." A humanoid female beast was charging at him, her leg strikes sharper than blades. Lin Xiao held his breath, focusing entirely on countering the deadly onslaught. Since mastering the skill of inner vision, Lin Xiao had been using energy to scan his body after every power refinement. This not only accelerated his brain's recognition of his physique, but also enhanced his energy control, just as his teacher had said. In the next day's combat class, his agility successfully increased to 11 points, matching his strength. The long-standing sense of blockage finally vanished, and Lin Xiao reveled in the newfound mastery over his own power. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao closed his eyes, his body taut like a drawn bow. He aimed at the force-measuring sandbag and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! The force meter displayed 1,149 kilograms. An increase in agility alone had boosted his regular punch power by nearly 100 kilograms. At that moment, Lin Xiao deeply understood the importance of balance development. After confirming the number, Lin Xiao quietly turned off the force meter screen. The upcoming training couldn't be seen by others because he was about to earn double experience points. The surging power flowed through his body, gathering at each point of exertion. He deliberately avoided using energy wrapping, for fear that the Sharpie combat technique teacher would notice this stolen skill. Right now, Lin Xiao only hoped that the weaponization class would start soon, so he could openly train his powers. Bang! As his fist flew out, the energy within him converged at his fist like a stream. This was Lin Xiao's unique technique. Dispersing energy to various exertion points, synchronizing with his body, layering and transmitting it, ultimately converging at the attacking limb to unleash a powerful strike. This method not only consumed less energy, but also had great power and improved Lin Xiao's control over his energy. Of course, to pursue ultimate strength, Lin Xiao would need to mobilize all his energy, immersing his entire body in it. He had tried this privately with astonishing results. Both strength and speed saw a qualitative leap. But the cost was immense energy consumption. Even though Lin Xiao had allocated new potential points to his physique, raising it to an impressive 15 points and granting him a tremendous energy reserve, maintaining this state at full capacity lasted only half an hour. This skill, which involved burning energy at a frenzied pace to achieve supercharged combat power, was humorously dubbed Hunter Mode by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao also had a more insane idea in mind: to use energy wrapping over his entire body while in Hunter Mode. However, this was too conspicuous, and he hadn't found the right opportunity to try it. If it succeeded, what would he call this skill? Lin Xiao suddenly realized that naming skills was quite a challenging task. Do you want to do some part-time work this weekend? Zhao Xia's words hit Lin Xiao like a bolt of lightning, pulling him out of his deep meditation. He suddenly realized it was already Friday, and the power refinement class had just ended. In just 4 days since he fainted on Monday and acquired the system, Lin Xiao's abilities had undergone a tremendous transformation. This rapid progress had him so engrossed that he had lost track of time. Lin Xiao recalled his past weekends, which were always spent rushing through courses. Now that his headaches were gone, he seemed to have some spare time for a part-time job. He tapped his chin thoughtfully. A few hours of part-time work wouldn't hurt and could earn him some money to buy gifts for his family. Thinking of how he had always lived and eaten at school, wearing only the school-issued uniform and never sending money home, he felt a pang of guilt. In contrast, Zhao Xia often shopped online and sent things home. As for his duel with Wu Zhixing, Lin Xiao calculated that even if he lost, he'd only spend a day in the infirmary. Given his current rate of improvement, how many more times could Wu Zhixing actually beat him? With that in mind, it didn't seem necessary to be so tightly wound every day. Occasionally working as a tutor might not be a bad idea. All right, send me the tutoring platform link, Lin Xiao decided. Zhao Xia excitedly scooted over to Lin Xiao, and the two sat on the floor of the cultivation classroom, whispering, "Let me tell you, there are long-term and short-term gigs here, with different requirements." Lin Xiao, a calm and indifferent voice suddenly interrupted, startling them both. It was their class advisor, Wu Qinghua. Lin Xiao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked at the stern-faced teacher standing before him, feeling both guilty and puzzled. Hadn't the power refinement class ended? He didn't think he'd done anything wrong, except maybe playing on his phone a bit too much during recent culture classes. "Come to my office," Wu Qinghua said without further explanation, then turned and left. Zhao Xia sneaked a glance at the teacher's back and made a praying gesture to Lin Xiao. "Good luck. Don't make it sound like I'm doomed." In Wu Qinghua's office, Lin Xiao sat upright, watching his teacher wash the tea utensils. For some reason, he always felt nervous around the class advisor, much like he did with his elementary school homeroom teacher. Later, he realized that everyone in the class, except for Wu Zhixing, had a certain fear of her. This stern woman had such a strong aura that students felt like mice in front of a cat. "What would you like to drink?" "Anything is fine. Whatever you prefer." As the aroma of oolong tea filled the room, a cup of clear, golden tea was placed in front of him. Lin Xiao politely touched the table to express his thanks. "Have your headaches been resolved recently?" Wu Qinghua asked, looking directly at Lin Xiao and taking a sip of tea. "Yes, the symptoms disappeared after I fainted on Monday, and I haven't had any headaches since," Lin Xiao replied naturally, having anticipated the question. The class advisor nodded slightly, tapping her fingers on the table. "Are you planning to get a part-time job?" So she had overheard his conversation with Zhao Xia. Lin Xiao was a bit puzzled, as the military martial university never concerned itself with such matters. "Yes, I want to earn some money in my spare time. Can you keep your grades up?" "Oh, don't worry." Lin Xiao nodded earnestly. "I've been working hard on my cultivation, and I've made significant progress in all aspects. I can definitely graduate successfully." "No, that's not what I meant," Wu Qinghua said, clasping her hands and resting her chin on them, her glasses glinting. "I mean, can you return to your entry-level ranking?" When Lin Xiao enrolled, he was ranked third in his year, even higher than Wu Zhixing. While the system gave him confidence, he cautiously replied, "It's possible before graduation. What about during your junior year?" "I'll do my best." Lin Xiao wondered why the class advisor was being so aggressive today. Did she really expect a bottom ranker to climb back to the top 3 in just a few months? Wu Qinghua took another sip of tea and suddenly changed the topic. "The school offers scholarships, you know." "Huh. As long as students rank in the top 20 of their year, they receive a monthly stipend from the military martial university. Why haven't I received any?" Lin Xiao felt a wave of frustration. "It's based on the end of semester comprehensive evaluation, not entry-level scores." Wu Qinghua keenly sensed the turmoil in Lin Xiao's heart and calmly added, "Can I ask about the amount of the subsidy?" With his head bowed, Lin Xiao's voice was unusually calm. Instructor Wu Qinghua adjusted her glasses, a slight smile forming at the corner of her mouth. "The amount varies depending on the rank," she explained. "Starting from the 20th place in the grade, the scholarship is 10,000 yuan. For each rank higher, the scholarship increases by 1,000 yuan." Those words made Lin Xiao suddenly realize what he had missed. Over the past 2 years, if he had maintained his original rank, he could have received 27,000 yuan per month in financial aid. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, his regret evident. This amount of money could have significantly improved his family's living conditions, considering his mother's monthly salary was only 7,000 yuan. Wu Qinghua took a sip of her tea and continued. "This 1,000 yuan increment stops at the 4th place. The top 3 have different regulations." She paused briefly. "The scholarship for the 3rd place is 50,000 yuan. Lin Zhao's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, nearly on the verge of tears. He had missed out on so much. So, Wu Qinghua looked directly at Lin Xiao. Can you get back to the top 3 this semester? No problem. Lin Xiao replied resolutely, determination gleaming in his eyes. Wu Qinghua nodded in satisfaction and refilled her tea. By the way, she added, in 10 days, there will be the end-of-month class leader selection. Lin Xiao blinked in confusion. Wu Qinghua explained that military university holds a class competition at the beginning of each month, with class leaders selected at the end of the previous month. Class C's leader had always been Wu Zhixing, who would defend his title against any challengers within the class. Why mention this now? Lin Xiao asked. It has nothing to do with the grade ranking. Actually, Wu Qinghua smiled mysteriously. The class leader gets an additional 10,000 yuan subsidy. Hearing this, Lin Xiao clenched his fists, his eyes sharpening. Wu Zhixing, prepare yourself, he thought to himself. This beats working part-time by a mile. Suddenly, Lin Xiao remembered something and urgently asked, Teacher, how much is the scholarship for the first place in the grade? Wu Qinghua paused, taking off her glasses, her dark eyes quietly observing Lin Xiao. That's very challenging, she said meaningfully. Lin Xiao didn't back down, meeting her gaze heated. After a moment, Wu Qinghua's face broke into a radiant and slightly enchanting smile. First place, she slowly revealed, is 150,000 yuan. During dinner, Lin Xiao informed Zhao Xia of his decision not to take up a part-time job. Afterward, he methodically completed the remaining classes for the day. Back in his dorm, he performed energy refinement. Once he had freshened up, Lin Xiao lay on his bed and opened his status panel. Name, Lin Xiao. Potential points, 0. Strength, 11. Agility, 11. Constitution, 15. Spirit, 14. With 10 days left until the end of the month, Lin Xiao pondered how to improve his skills in a short time. He immediately ruled out energy refinement and footwork techniques, as leveling up to LV2 required too much experience. Although he could work on speed reading and mental arithmetic, they would take up valuable training time and weren't cost-effective. In contrast, Go offered an easier way to gain experience. Lin Xiao decided to focus on Go during his cultural classes, aiming to reach LV2 within a few days. Lin Xiao listed his target skills in his mind. Although the footwork instructor made it sound easy, it still violated the rules. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been treated to a meal. Even so, the most he could gain was 3 potential points, which was far from enough. Wu Zhixing's strength was already at 14 points, and Lin Xiao needed to raise his strength to a similar level within 10 days. However, the higher the level, the slower the progress. Even with Lin Xiao's excellent constitution and spirit, increasing his strength by 3 points in 10 days seemed extremely difficult. As for directly adding points to strength, Lin Xiao wasn't willing to sacrifice his progress speed for 10,000 yuan. He needed to catch up on more than 2 years of training in a short time, demanding an exceptional rate of improvement. For this, he urgently needed more potential points. Lin Xiao recalled the various facilities and classrooms at school, brainstorming ways to acquire new skills. He knew that gaining a skill from LV0 to LV1 was the most cost-effective and the easiest in terms of experience. His eyes scanned the multi-weapon dojo and the military shooting range, a determined gleam appearing in them. Sorry, Wu Zhixing, Lin Xiao thought, but for the class scholarship, I have to teach you a hard lesson this time. As he closed his eyes to rest, his teacher's words from the afternoon resurfaced in his mind. To surpass the top 2, you must clarify your inner desires. This was what his class advisor, Wu Qinghua, had said before leaving. Lin Xiao still hadn't fully grasped its meaning. On Saturday morning, Lin Xiao and his childhood friend completed their muscle training and energy refinement courses as usual. Even on weekends, these essential courses couldn't be neglected. I'm off to tutor, Zhao Xia said proudly. Don't forget to play Go online tonight. I'll show you the prowess of a 19th level player. She strutted away confidently. Lin Xiao watched her back silently, not revealing that he was actually an amateur 2-dan player, roughly 20 ranks higher than her. After leaving the cafeteria, Lin Xiao headed alone to the shooting range. This spacious venue featured a target range and displayed various military weapons. Each weapon station had staff members responsible for maintenance and usage guidance. While it wasn't crowded on weekdays, weekends saw a fair share of students, as many were fans of firearms. With the help of a staff member, Lin Xiao selected a large-caliber handgun and an automatic rifle, heading to the range. After learning the shooting techniques and safety protocols, he began firing at the targets. Bang, bang, bang. As he reloaded, Lin Xiao sighed softly. The skill was labeled shooting rather than handgun, meaning he couldn't easily farm potential points. He carefully fired the remaining bullets before returning the firearms. Hand grenades can be tried for free 3 times a week, the staff explained. If you want more practice, you can use dummy grenades, which operate the same way but without the explosives. Dummy grenades will do, Lin Xiao replied. Not even a few real ones? The staff member was surprised. No need. All right then. Under the puzzled gaze of the staff, Lin Xiao took a few dummy grenades to the training area. He pulled the pins and threw them, watching as they arced through the air and landed precisely on target. A few seconds later, a sharp, muffled sound simulated an explosion. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. This skill could also be practiced with javelins, or even roadside rocks. But since he was here, he might as well familiarize himself with the process. After several rounds of fetching and throwing the dummy grenades, Lin Xiao grew bored and began throwing them immediately upon retrieval, still aiming to gain experience points. Once he returned all the equipment, he left the shooting range. Although the results weren't as expected, gaining 2 potential points in an hour wasn't bad. Lin Xiao's real target was the multi-weapon dojo. This was where weapon elective courses were held, with numerous classrooms, each representing a different weapon class. Even non-elective weapons had corresponding training rooms, though without dedicated courses. Upon entering the dojo, Lin Xiao noticed a significant increase in foot traffic. Even on weekends, many students were diligently practicing here. Bright corridors lined with various weapon classrooms stretched out, each door adorned with a unique sign battle knives, giant axes, war hammers, long-handled broadswords, rapiers, whips. Since dual swords could be an independent skill, other weapons likely had the same potential. A harvest-like smile spread across Lin Xiao's face. That person seemed to have just come out of the spear room, and now he's here with us. A few students whispered among themselves, guessing he might be testing the feel of the weapons. After all, isn't that what weekends are for? They continued to comment that it's better to master a few weapons than to be mediocre with many. One of them pointed at Lin Xiao's clumsy axe swings and mocked, "Look at his axe swings, they're pathetic." As soon as the words were out, a chilling aura swept through the room. Lin Xiao gripped the axe handle tightly, swinging the massive weapon that weighed over 30 kilograms. With a notification of an upgrade flashing on his screen, his movements suddenly became smooth and fluid. The fearsome blade sliced through the air with a fierce momentum, each move appearing as if it had been honed through countless battles. The surrounding students were stunned. Wow, he suddenly got so strong. Unbelievable. Is he a pro pretending to be a newbie to mess with us? So embarrassing. Did he hear everything we said earlier? Is this some new way of showing off? Lin Xiao ignored the astonished murmurs around him. After putting the weapon back in place, he hurried to the next weapon room. In the following hours, Lin Xiao demonstrated an incredible mastery of various weapons. From massive blunt instruments that could crush a beast's skull in an instant, to bizarrely curved blades designed for brutal kills, and even small, razor-sharp daggers, every weapon in his hands seemed to come alive. The onlooking students were dumbfounded, speculating about Lin Xiao's background. What's up with this guy? I feel like he's so strong now. He didn't seem this good earlier. Is he one of those who look like a total beginner at first, then suddenly become super skilled? Engrossed in the joy of the weapon rooms, Lin Xiao didn't notice the growing crowd of followers behind him. He was overwhelmed by the influx of potential points, feeling like he was in paradise. The continuous upgrade notifications on his screen made him lose track of time as he became increasingly absorbed. As Lin Xiao was about to leave, nearby students called out to him. "Master, are you going to eat? Do you want us to bring you dinner?" Lin Xiao was taken aback by the title and pulled out his phone, realizing it was already 6:30 p.m. He politely declined their offer, saying he would go out to eat. Faced with their admiring gazes, Lin Xiao felt a bit puzzled, not understanding why they called him a master. He tried to explain that he wasn't an expert with all weapons, just familiar with each of them. However, his words only seemed to excite the students more, as if they had grasped some hidden meaning. After dinner, Lin Xiao returned to his dorm and received a message from Zhao Xia, inviting him to play Go. When Zhao Xia found out that Lin Xiao was an amateur second dan, she panicked and brought in her roommate, Qin Xiaoan, for reinforcements. However, 10 minutes later, even the supposedly amateur fifth dan Qin Xiaoan was defeated. The two girls were left in tears, while Lin Xiao quietly took off his headphones. Though he was labeled as an amateur second dan, his true strength was not limited to that. Rank advancing in rank simply took time. The moon tonight was exceptionally bright. Lin Xiao sat alone in his dorm room. His roommate Luo Tao had already gone back to his hometown. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he hummed a cheerful tune, swaying to the rhythm with a joyful expression on his face. Lin Xiao began to take stock of his gains for the night. Spears, giant axes, war hammers, beast-hunting saws, long-handled broadswords, throwing knives, whips, scythes, broad-bladed war knives, shields, and the shooting and throwing skills he practiced at the shooting range. A total of 12 potential points. This was the richest haul he had ever achieved, and excitement was written all over his face. However, not all weapons could yield experience points so easily. Lin Xiao knew that similar weapons, such as spears and bayonets, war hammers and maces, giant axes and double-edged axes, throwing knives and daggers, darts, long-handled broadswords, and other polearms, could not be used repeatedly to gain points due to their similar usage. To maximize efficiency, his mind constantly filtered through and compared these similar weapons. After some analysis, Lin Xiao discovered that the more unique and unusual the weapon, the easier it was to gain experience points. Whips and scythes were prime examples. However, there were also pleasant surprises, like the popular elective course at school that involved using a broad-bladed war knife with a single-handed shield, which earned him 2 potential points in one go, making him ecstatic. A bountiful harvest. An incredible haul. Lin Xiao thought to himself with glee, tomorrow, I'll go see if I can find any more opportunities to earn some points. It was time to start his formal training. He had been so busy gaining experience that he hadn't had time to refine his powers. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao began the process of allocating his points. 6 points each to Constitution and Spirit. As the status panel updated, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a floating sensation. Time seemed to slow down, his mind elevated, and he felt almost ethereal. He found himself atop dark clouds, with an endless starry sky before him. The bright crescent moon emitted a gentle glow, and countless misty light particles danced freely, appearing and disappearing like tiny spirits. Just as Lin Xiao reached out to touch these light particles, the entire scene shattered like a bubble, and he fell back to his familiar dorm room, everything as it was. What was that? Lin Xiao muttered, holding his head and staring wide-eyed. He was certain it wasn't a hallucination. Through the window, he could still vaguely see the hanging crescent moon and the starry sky like a sand table. And those misty light particles? Lin Xiao's pupils were now covered with a layer of deep, dark veil, making everything around him appear unusual. Colors were more vivid, and the air was filled with tiny, floating light particles of various colors, flickering unpredictably. These were powers, but their density on the ground was much lower than in the sky. Did my consciousness just fly up to the sky? Lin Xiao pondered. Is it because my mental strength has increased? He closed his eyes, trying to replicate the experience, but failed. That feeling was like a fleeting dream. Despite his mental strength being several times stronger now, he still couldn't reach the clouds. Lin Xiao sighed and temporarily gave up on trying. He believed that as long as he continued to grow stronger, such experiences would surely happen again in the future. Calming his mind, Lin Xiao began to practice his power refinement technique. It seemed as if there was a rumbling sound from the sky. High above, the once chaotic misty light particles suddenly seemed to gain gravity, freezing in place for a moment before rushing downward. The vast power formed a column of light, piercing through all barriers and directly pouring into Lin Xiao's body. Compared to before, the changes brought by a constitution of 21 points and a spirit of 20 points were enormous. Both his mental strength and the speed at which he could digest power were far beyond what they used to be. Lin Xiao felt as if his cells were disdainful of his weak body, voraciously absorbing energy, constantly growing, dividing, and replacing, as if they were trying to completely renew his entire body. Due to the multiple increases in mental power, the experience points for his power refinement technique also began to increase significantly, a stark contrast to the previous small increments of 2 or 3. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Xiao's strength had already risen from 11 to 12. This didn't surprise him, as he had been stuck at a strength of 11 for 2 days. Under the wash of this power torrent, it would be strange if it didn't increase. But his body still wasn't satisfied. His cells continued to absorb energy endlessly, like they hadn't eaten for 3 days and nights, showing no signs of stopping. The morning sun dispelled the darkness, and the birds outside began to chirp happily. Lin Xiao got up from his bed and staggered to the bathroom. Although he hadn't sweated, he felt sticky all over, as if he hadn't showered in days. As hot water cascaded from the showerhead, Lin Xiao gently scrubbed his chest, and a thick layer of gray-white grime fell off, revealing the fair and tender skin underneath. These were all dead skin cells. He had meticulously scrubbed himself clean the previous night, yet so much had accumulated overnight. Clenching his fist, feeling the surging power within his body, Lin Xiao took a deep breath. Strength 13. This astonishing metabolism had brought him 13 points of strength. The power refinement lasted a full 3 hours last night, not because the refining efficiency couldn't keep up, but because his cells seemed to go crazy, immediately replacing and renewing as soon as they were filled with energy, refusing to stop until his body's strength increased. This phenomenon was likely due to the huge gap between his constitution and strength. A constitution of 21 points seemed to silently protest. 11 points of strength was simply too embarrassing. Lin Xiao clearly felt the massive changes brought by raising both his constitution and spirit above 20 points last night. It was a leap in his abilities. He couldn't help but look forward to the terrifying increase in his strength once it reached 20 points. Suddenly, the power, completely in liquid form, filled Lin Xiao's entire body. Dark gray mist seeped out, covering him like a battle robe, swaying gently and rippling like flames. Lin Xiao raised his right hand and casually threw a punch. Boom! The air groaned as if struck by a cannonball, chaotic air currents blowing away the curtain of hot water, scattering in all directions. With power filling his entire body and surrounding him, this was undoubtedly Lin Xiao's most powerful combat form to date. Let's call it ashen mode. Lin Xiao murmured, excitement glinting in his eyes. Wow, he's amazing. He can do everything. A chorus of astonished voices echoed across the training ground, catching Lin Xiao's attention. He glanced over to see a group of students gathered nearby, animatedly discussing something. See, I told you he's a big shot. How does he even train? I struggle with just one weapon. He's a monster. Even the teachers don't know as much as he does. Lin Xiao sighed, slightly exasperated, as he looked at the crowd. He had come early in the morning to practice, only to find himself the center of attention. Although they kept their distance and didn't disrupt his training, their chatter was hard to ignore. Isn't he from our class? Why are you all watching him? Is he really that good? He used to be average, but now I'm not sure. Unable to ignore them any longer, Lin Xiao walked over, hoping to explain that he was just an ordinary student, and asked them to stop following him. The group seemed to understand, nodding and promising to let him practice in peace. However, no sooner had he started training in a new classroom than another crowd gathered behind him, their intense gazes making him uncomfortable. Don't they need to train? Why else would they come here on a day off? Lin Xiao muttered to himself, deciding to gain one more skill point before leaving. He had spent some time on the giant bow earlier, which seemed to overlap with his archery skills, triggering a slight experience penalty. Fortunately, it wasn't too significant. Lin Xiao thought he could manage. Surprisingly, the knight's lance wasn't classified as a spear, possibly due to the different usage techniques, which was a pleasant surprise. Setting down his weapon, Lin Xiao headed towards the one-handed sword classroom. This room was filled with a variety of weapons: broadswords, long swords, rapiers, sabers, tanghengdao, miaodao, and even samurai swords. Perhaps due to the allure of these weapons, everyone wanted to experience being a swordsman, making this the most crowded classroom. Lin Xiao picked up 2 swords and swung them. Whoosh whoosh. They were classified under the same category as his two-handed sword skills, with a slight experience penalty. He couldn't tell which weapon triggered it, but he had the most proficiency with swords and blades. Never mind, it's manageable like the giant bow. I'll finish up and leave, Lin Xiao thought. He chose a sword with a long blade, unsure whether it was a miaodao or a tanghengdao. Made from the same alloy, these weapons differed mainly in shape and length, so he picked one that felt comfortable. Navigating through the crowded room full of students practicing their swordplay, Lin Xiao found a small space to train. A man sat cross-legged nearby, a long sword resting on his legs, seemingly meditating. Excuse me, can I practice here? Lin Xiao asked politely. The man opened his eyes, revealing sharp features and a dignified demeanor. His long hair tied back with a silk ribbon, giving him an air of a legendary swordsman. Sure, he replied indifferently, exuding the aura of a reclusive master. Thank you. Lin Xiao planned to finish his training quickly to give this swordsman some peace. Whoosh whoosh. Because of his extensive sword training, Lin Xiao's swings were fluid and precise, unlike a novice. However, this also made gaining experience points less visually appealing. It's true, the more you know, the harder it is to earn potential points, Lin Xiao mused. Unexpectedly, that swordsman stood up and approached him. Lin Xiao paused, confused. Your sword swings are good, but your thrusts need work, the long-haired man said, arms crossed with his sword resting in the crook of his elbow. You must be new to one-handed swords, having trained mostly with slashing weapons. Wow, this guy is actually helpful, Lin Xiao thought. It was true his experience was primarily with slashing weapons, and his thrusting technique was lacking. Spears, though thrusting weapons, felt different from one-handed swords. Can you teach me? Lin Xiao asked earnestly, having learned the value of seeking advice from his teachers. The swordsman nodded slightly and demonstrated a series of elegant sword moves. His speed was lightning fast, his swordsmanship precise and powerful, ending with a perfectly steady thrust. Whoosh! The swordsman held his pose for a few seconds before twirling his sword and sheathing it behind his back. Did you get it? He asked calmly. Lin Xiao studied the details of the man's wrist and body movements, then nodded. I think so. He picked up his sword. Whoosh! Lin Xiao mimicked the move, feeling he had learned something valuable, as indicated by the experience points gained. No, try again. The swordsman interrupted. What's wrong? I thought I did well. Lin Xiao was puzzled but repeated the move. Whoosh! No, your technique lacks detail, the swordsman pointed out again. Lin Xiao started to doubt himself. Am I really that bad? Can you show me what's wrong? Lin Xiao asked humbly. The swordsman turned, showing Lin Xiao his left hand, which was positioned at his waist. When you thrust, your left hand should be at your waist. Does this affect the thrusting technique? Is it some special skill? Lin Xiao was unsure but decided to try. Whoosh! He thrust again, this time with his left hand at his waist. What's the difference? Lin Xiao was confused. Why do you keep your left hand behind you? He asked curiously. The swordsman frowned, puzzled by Lin Xiao's question. He sighed and explained seriously. Because it looks cooler. Are you kidding me? Lin Xiao felt a wave of frustration, unable to express the words stuck in his throat. Swish, swish. Lin Xiao ignored the long-haired sword master's advice and focused on his own rhythm, grinding for experience points. The sword master seemed a bit unwilling to give up and continued to chatter. Why don't you listen to me? Don't you want to look cooler while swinging your sword? And when you thrust, don't lean forward with your foot. It looks awkward. Lin Xiao inwardly felt that this expert's image had already crumbled. He sighed and reluctantly responded. Don't you think those moves are impractical? The long-haired man nodded in agreement. Rationally speaking, they are indeed impractical. But if practicality is what you want, you should learn to use heavy weapons. They're better for hunting beasts. If it's not for looking cool, why practice with a one-handed sword? Lin Xiao was momentarily speechless, actually finding some logic in the man's words. He then asked, what about sparring with people? Do you still have the luxury to pose then? The man pondered for a moment before confidently replying. Setting aside the teachers, there shouldn't be any student in school whose swordsmanship surpasses mine. So I can still win while looking cool. Lin Xiao was secretly amazed by the man's confidence. He glanced at the unopened blade in his hand. This one-handed sword had a moderate weight, unlikely to cause serious injury even if struck. A thought flashed through his mind. Should I give it a try? He had never sparred with someone using real weapons before. It felt quite thrilling. Your swordsmanship is decent, but you can't beat me. Before the man could finish his sentence, Lin Xiao immediately demonstrated a series of sword flourishes, all mimicking the man's earlier moves. The long-haired man was stunned, clearly noticing Lin Xiao's improvement. He gripped his long sword and said, all right, let's do this. I'll match my strength to your level. Lin Xiao couldn't tell if the man was showing off or truly skilled. He adjusted his breathing, focused his mind, and his sword gleamed coldly. Clang. Steel clashed, and the rhythmic sound of metal echoed in the classroom. The two began to test each other, gradually increasing the pace of their attacks. Nearby students were drawn in, stopping to watch. These two seemed like experts. Fighting with a one-handed sword looked so cool, like a hero. Wait, isn't that the top student from Class 3A? Holy crap, who's the one sparring with him? They seem evenly matched. I think he's from Class 3C. Someone mentioned him earlier. Look, both of them are so handsome. Haha, I'm inspired for my writing. Lin Xiao dodged a direct thrust and countered with a horizontal slash. Clang. The blade was blocked again, sparks flying. Watching the man's steady wrist, Lin Xiao chuckled self-deprecatingly and sheathed his sword. I lost. The long-haired man shook his head. Our swordsmanship is probably on par. Lin Xiao humbly replied, you're overestimating me. There's no swordsmanship that doesn't rely on strength and speed. He was acutely aware that while their sword skills were similar, the man's strength was unfathomable. If he wanted, the man could break through his defense at any moment, even disarming him with a single strike. Thanks a lot for the guidance today. I'll be heading off now. Lin Xiao prepared to leave, but was stopped. Wait. The long-haired man extended his hand. Zhuang Jinyu. Let's spar again sometime. Oh sure, I'm Lin Xiao. As he shook the man's hand, Lin Xiao was suddenly taken aback. You're a junior? The top student? Zhuang Jinyu nodded, seeming used to being recognized. Lin Xiao, are you a junior too? Why haven't I seen you in the 5A ranking matches? Because I've never participated in the 5A ranking matches, Lin Xiao awkwardly explained. I used to be somewhat frail and had poor grades. He recalled his dismal grades from the previous semester. C in combat techniques, C in footwork, C in greatsword elective, A in power refinement, and D in practical combat. In reality, the first three courses should have been Ds, but his slight edge in technique had barely earned him passing marks. After hearing the explanation, Zhuang Jinyu didn't press further and sincerely said, got it. Well, I hope to see you on the field this year. Thanks for the encouragement, Lin Xiao replied softly. Leaving the weapons hall, Lin Xiao walked along the academy path, eyes downcast. He didn't actually know Zhuang Jinyu. In the past, he'd been anxious and insecure, spending his waking hours desperately training to catch up, never paying attention to the ranking matches. Besides his classmates Wu Zhixing and Fang Wan, he knew nothing about the top students in his grade. He had only guessed Zhuang Jinyu was the top student because he had seen the man's terrifying attribute values. 20 points in strength, level 2 in combat techniques, absolutely astonishing. What shocked Lin Xiao the most was an attribute he had never seen before. Special ability, sword control. Goodness, he's really a sword immortal. Lin Xiao marveled inwardly. How exactly do superpowers awaken? Lin Xiao sat on his bed, furrowing his brows in deep thought. He had speculated that mental attributes were linked to the strength of superpowers, believing that people with high mental attributes could awaken them. However, the existence of Zhuang Jinyu shattered this hypothesis. Despite Zhuang Jinyu's mental attributes being inferior to Lin Xiao's, he was undeniably a true superpower user. Lin Xiao let out a deep sigh, feeling a bit disheartened. Superpower users were not only rare, but also seemed almost mythical. Growing up, he, like other children, had always fantasized about one day awakening a superpower. Now, that hope was dashed. He recalled his class advisor Wu Qinghua's words and finally understood why becoming the top student in his grade was so difficult. Even without considering superpowers, Zhuang Jianyu's basic four-dimensional attributes far surpassed those of other students. Lin Xiao vaguely remembered Zhao Xia mentioning that the top two students in their grade were both superpower users. Unfortunately, the old Lin Xiao, due to his introversion, had never watched the ranking battles and still didn't know how superpower users fought. He shook his head and consoled himself, "Never mind. I have the system. No need to envy others." Opening his panel, Lin Xiao allocated the 6 potential points he earned today to his physique and mental attributes. Just as he was about to start refining his power, a question popped into his mind. Why did Wu Qinghua say it was difficult rather than impossible when he expressed his ambition to become the top student? The gap between the old Lin Xiao and Zhuang Jianyu was like night and day. Was she sparing his pride? Or did she genuinely think it was possible? Monday's free combat class arrived quickly. Bang! Fong Wen crossed her arms in front of her chest, her tall figure sliding back several meters, her shoes leaving long marks on the ground. Lin Xiao retracted his left leg and remarked in surprise, "Fong Wen, your footwork seems to have improved." Impressive. He remembered that her footwork was already close to the LV1 threshold, and was astonished that she had broken through in just 2 days. Fong Wen rubbed her aching wrist and stared at Lin Xiao with a look of disbelief. "I really don't want to hear that from you." Just last week, she could completely outmatch Lin Xiao, but now, the tables had turned. "How did you get so strong so quickly?" "Because my headache is gone," Lin Xiao lied with a straight face. Since no one could guess that he had a system, he planned to stick with this excuse. Is a headache some kind of seal? Fong Wen's eye twitched. She took a deep breath, her good manners keeping her from pressing further. "I'm coming at you, Lin Xiao." No sooner had she spoken than she charged at full speed, holding nothing back. It was no longer a question of how to go easy on him. Her chances of winning were now slim to none. Over the next few days, Lin Xiao continued to participate in the school's training courses. The progress brought by a physique of 24 was astounding. By Wednesday afternoon, his strength had reached 14 points, comparable to Wu Zhixing's. Lin Xiao stretched his body, a hint of helplessness on his face. It seemed he had overdone it. His strength had increased so rapidly that, even with daily internal scans, his agility had only just reached 12 points, beginning to lag behind. But this was a luxury problem. As the difficulty of acquiring potential points increased, his strength growth would naturally slow down, allowing his agility to catch up. "Let's go, Lin Xiao. Free combat. Go, go, go." Zhao Xia shouted, bouncing up and down with her hands on Lin Xiao's shoulders, treating him like a springboard. "We'll play chess tonight. Xiao and I have gotten stronger. Tonight, we'll definitely get our revenge. Hope you succeed," Lin Xiao said, but before he could finish, he suddenly grabbed his childhood friend from behind and lifted her in front of him. "What's up?" Zhao Xia, her feet dangling in midair, tilted her head, her big eyes full of confusion. Lin Xiao set her back down and placed his hands on her shoulders, smiling. "Looks like it's time for some serious training. Get ready." Meow meow meow. Zhao Xia's mouth dropped open, as if sensing impending doom. In the next free combat session, Lin Xiao didn't spar with Fong Wen, but instead focused on training Zhao Xia, determined to elevate her combat skills to 99.9. Seeing this, Fong Wen followed suit, dragging a bewildered Chen Feifei into intense training. Every day, Lin Xiao could feel Chen Feifei's resentful gaze and hear her unique complaints. "Ugh, Lin Xiao is so mean. Fong Wen too. Give me back my Xiaoya." Time flew by, and soon it was Friday. In the morning, class advisor Wu Qinghua replaced the culture class teacher and stood at the podium. "Starting today, your cultural studies are officially over, and a new course will take their place." The sound of Wu Qinghua's fingers tapping on the keyboard echoed through the classroom. Moments later, 4 large characters appeared on the electronic board. Whining Wuhua. This unfamiliar term instantly ignited the class's enthusiasm. The students began whispering to each other, their voices filled with excitement. "What is whining Wuhua? It sounds so cool. I've never heard of it before. Is it some kind of superpower? Are you kidding? If it were, superpowers would be as common as cabbage. I heard from some seniors that this course is really awesome. I've heard about it too, but they said it's super hard. Don't freak me out, man. I need confidence here." Discussions about whining always seem to hit a nerve with military students. Wu Qinghua didn't force the students to quiet down. Instead, she smiled and waited for the chatter to die down. Her eyes sparkled with understanding and nostalgia, as if she was reminiscing about her own first encounter with this course. Once the noise subsided, Wu Qinghua placed her hands on the podium and looked at each student. Whining Wuhua is the real combat application of whining, and it's crucial. It could even determine your future career paths, she said clearly and firmly. Whether in the military or the Hunters Association, those who master Whining Wuhua often become top-tier warriors. She continued, the reason we are introducing this course now is because it has stringent learning requirements. She tapped on the keyboard again, and two words appeared on the electronic board. Whining control and mental strength. In the past, refining whining not only enhanced your physical strength and constitution, but also trained your whining control and mental strength. By now, you should barely meet the prerequisites for this course. Her words surprised the students. Lin Xiao, sitting below, looked puzzled. He had never realized that refining whining could also train mental strength. He knew that whining could enhance physical fitness after all. He used to be bedridden often and sometimes needed 4 drips to avoid starvation. Despite this, his physical strength had reached a score of 7, likely due to his body absorbing whining. An ordinary person in his condition would have been in poor health or even seriously ill. But the increase in mental strength? He hadn't noticed much of a change. Lin Xiao pondered silently. Perhaps his initial mental attributes were too high for whining refinement to significantly impact his mental strength. Among the students he knew, aside from Zhuang Jianyu, he hadn't seen anyone with higher mental attributes than himself. Wu Qinghua adjusted her glasses and continued. Due to the difficulty of this course, there will be significant learning disparities among you. Therefore, the school will create a new class for students who meet the progress requirements, while others will continue studying Whining Wuhua in their original class. This new class will be called the Wuhua class. Raising her voice slightly, she announced, after next month's class competition, the selection for the Wuhua class will officially begin. Only about 4 of you will likely make the cut. As soon as she finished speaking, the classroom exploded with reactions. The students' responses varied. Some were excited, others anxious. Some were brimming with confidence, while others appeared worried. The room was once again filled with animated discussions, each student speculating about their chances of getting into the mysterious Wuhua class. The power infusion class was in full swing in the cultivation room. Students of Class C sat cross-legged, eyes closed, and fully concentrated on absorbing power. Their brows were furrowed, faces flushed, as they struggled to sense the subtle changes in the flow of energy within their bodies. Lin Xiao stood off to the side, feeling a bit awkward as he watched his classmates deeply immersed in their practice. As a prodigy who had already mastered the technique of power infusion, he felt out of place. Even more surprising was the unreasonable LV1 upgrade from his system, which had allowed him to learn power envelopment on his own and use it proficiently. Recalling teacher Wu Qinghua's earlier explanation, the goal for regular class students was to become proficient in power infusion, while the goal for the power infusion class was to successfully use power envelopment. Lin Xiao realized he had already reached the graduation level of the power infusion class, far ahead of his peers. This situation left Lin Xiao in a dilemma. Practicing power infusion gave much less experience than practicing envelopment. While casual practice was fine, spending an entire morning on power infusion seemed like a waste. However, revealing to Wu Qinghua that he had already mastered power envelopment felt unfair to teacher Su Ruomei, as it was hard to believe anyone could learn envelopment in just one class. As Lin Xiao pondered, he suddenly remembered that he had, in fact, reached LV1 in half a class, a true prodigy. This realization brought him clarity and a sense of peace. Just then, he heard Zhao Xia's slightly breathless voice next to him. Lin Xiao, this is so hard. Have you managed to extract your energy? Lin Xiao turned to see his childhood friend, eyes shut tight, veins bulging on her forehead, her face red with effort. I've succeeded. How's it going on your end? Lin Xiao asked softly. Zhao Xia opened her eyes, looking aggrieved. I can't pull it out. Does this mean I'll never master power infusion? That's not it. Don't worry, Lin Xiao reassured her, sitting beside her. Her progress was actually normal for an average student. Looking around, he saw his classmates all struggling, their faces red with effort. Extracting stored power from cells was indeed a daunting task. Without Lin Xiao's heightened mental strength, they could only slowly grapple with their bodies, pulling the energy out bit by bit. Try not to pull too much energy at once. Start with a little, Lin Xiao suggested. Okay, we'll try that, Zhao Xia replied, closing her eyes again, continuing her internal to-go-for. It was then that Lin Xiao noticed teacher Wu Qinghua had quietly left the classroom. He recalled her brief introduction to the first 2 stages of power infusion and her explanation of the key points of energy flow before she let the students start their exercises. He hadn't noticed when she had left. Never mind, Lin Xiao muttered, taking a deep breath. Gray flames ignited on his body, his robe shimmering and changing shape. At that moment, Lin Xiao seemed like a tailor, skillfully manipulating the power enveloping his body, shaping it into his ideal design. During his last attempt to develop the Ash mode, Lin Xiao discovered that the power enveloping his body could be freely controlled into different shapes. Moreover, manipulating it provided abundant experience points, far more than using power infusion. To avoid drawing attention, Lin Xiao quietly moved to the back of the classroom and focused on modifying his energy armor. He added arm guards, adjusted the style of the gloves, raised the collar, lengthened the hem, and meticulously refined the design of the leggings. Though it might not be highly practical, it certainly looked impressive. Instead of simply wrapping his body in a mass of energy, why not make himself stand out? Lin Xiao suddenly realized he might have been influenced by Zhuang Jinyu, finding joy in this clothing design work. But if being an energy tailor could earn experience points, why not? After some careful crafting, Lin Xiao's creation was finally complete. A fitted high-collar coat with a knee-length hem, featuring fragmented and irregular diamond patterns, resembling a battle-worn tailcoat with faintly burning dark gray flames in the patterns. His hands were encased in snug gloves, with flame-like wrist guards extending from the cuffs. His lower body was clad in simple pants paired with high boots, giving him a look that was both sharp and elegant. Admiring his outfit, Lin Xiao couldn't help but praise himself. I've got good taste. This looks pretty cool. Lin Xiao's expression froze, turning stiffly like a rusty robot toward the door. There stood teacher Wu Qinghua, holding a crystal ball, her golden-framed glasses reflecting a blinding light. When did you get here? Lin Xiao asked, his voice filled with bitterness. He felt utterly embarrassed, caught showing off in secret. Wu Qinghua adjusted her glasses, a slight smile on her lips. About 10 seconds ago. Lin Xiao stared resentfully at her high heels, wondering how she walked so silently. How did she manage to move without a sound in those shoes? Wu Qinghua walked into the classroom, stopping in front of Lin Xiao, her tone calm. Don't move. Stay just like that. Lin Xiao was stunned, watching helplessly as the class advisor, Wu Qinghua, slowly extended her hand. Her hand lightly brushed across his chest, slid up to his neck, down his arm, and then moved from his leg to the hem of his clothes. Lin Xiao tilted his head back and closed his eyes, his face pale, giving up on resisting. Strength and density are both quite impressive. When did you manage this? Wu Qinghua asked casually, holding Lin Xiao's glove. This morning, Lin Xiao replied firmly, his voice resolute. Wu Qinghua withdrew her hand, staring at him expressionlessly, her gaze sharp as a blade, making Lin Xiao's heart race with unease. After a moment of silence, she said indifferently, let's consider it so. Relieved by the class advisor's generosity, Lin Xiao exhaled heavily. As the tension eased, he mustered the courage to ask, Teacher, what is that crystal ball you're holding? It's a tool for the martial arts class exam. Wu Qinghua raised her right hand. Take a look for yourself. Lin Xiao leaned in to observe, noticing the crystal ball filled with tiny blue light spots, quietly settled at the bottom as if they had lost their vigor. These are power points, and they aren't just random energies from the air. They've been filtered by the human body, Wu Qinghua explained. Place your hand on it and try to manipulate them. Make them active. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment, puzzled. Can you manipulate others' powers too? Is it specially processed? Is it like controlling your own energy? Yes, Wu Qinghua replied succinctly. Lin Xiao placed his hand on the surface of the crystal ball, focusing his mind and will on the internal energy. The light spots began to stir, floating along a specific trajectory, creating a blue vortex inside the ball. Huh. Lin Xiao looked at the spinning wind ring in confusion. He had only gently pulled, without intentionally making them spin. That's what qualifies. Wu Qinghua retrieved the crystal ball without explaining the principle. She pulled a pin from her pocket and handed it to Lin Xiao. Try wrapping the power around an object. The further from your body, the better. Practice like this from now on. Oh, okay. Lin Xiao took the pin, watching as the class advisor walked away. He looked down at the pin in his hand, dark gray energy threads seeping from his fingertips, crawling up the pin like snakes, gradually spreading until they engulfed the entire pin. Swish. The cold steel blade sliced through the air with a chilling whoosh. Teacher Miao Fei stood beside Lin Xiao, his mouth twitching as he stared at his student. To the other students, the sword in Lin Xiao's hand was just a standard military-issue greatsword. However, in the eyes of this retired hunter, the 1.6-meter blade was enveloped in a layer of gray energy, rippling like a flame. Miao Fei scratched his messy hair, frowning. Is the progress in weaponization this fast for third years now? Lin Xiao, unfazed, replied, yes, everyone's progressing this quickly. Kid, are you kidding me? Miao Fei glared at him menacingly. If all the students could wrap their power around their weapons like this, the principal would dance naked in joy. Lin Xiao didn't continue the banter. Instead, he focused on swinging his sword with precision. Swish. Woohoo. Long live the class instructor. Swish. Agility. 1213. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up as he halted his sword, feeling a unique understanding of swordsmanship. After nearly 10 days, his dual-wielding sword technique had finally leveled up. Miao Fei asked curiously, what's up, kid? That last swing was pretty good. Lin Xiao grinned at his teacher and started performing a set of sword moves. At first, Miao Fei didn't pay much attention, but soon he noticed something was off. The movements were graceful yet powerful. The the blade's angle and force perfectly aligned, slicing through the air with lightning speed but making barely a sound. Holy crap, this kid. Miao Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. How about that? Not bad, right? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, flashing a row of white teeth. Miao Fei rubbed his chin, seemingly trying to process what he was seeing. You're a beast, kid. You can take that sword with you for practice. I'll report it to the school. He patted Lin Xiao's shoulder twice, smiling. By the end of this semester, I'll teach you some real stuff. Leaving a bewildered Lin Xiao behind, Miao Fei went off to instruct other students. Lin Xiao was thrilled to have a great sword he could carry around. While the weaponry hall allowed students to use weapons for free, they couldn't take them out of the classroom and had to return them in good condition. With this greatsword, he could practice his dual-wielding and weaponization techniques anytime, anywhere, without having to go to the hall. Over the weekend, Lin Xiao planned to spend all his time in the martial arts classroom. His martial arts skills were close to leveling up, and he was determined to break through to LV2 in these 2 days. Bang! Power meter, 1838 kilograms. Bang! Power meter, 1845 kilograms. Without a teacher's guidance, my progress is much slower, Lin Xiao muttered, massaging his muscles with a hint of frustration. If only teacher Wang Gang could stay here 247. Moving to an open area, Lin Xiao picked up his greatsword, the flame-like energy enveloping his body and climbing up the blade. This was his routine. When he got tired of practicing martial arts, he would switch to swordsmanship, using the time to the fullest. Fortunately, the martial arts hall was empty these 2 days. Otherwise, he would have to explain why he had a greatsword with him. Hey, why do you have a greatsword with you? Startled, Lin Xiao nearly twisted his back. He turned to see a spiky-haired boy standing at the door of the class hall, looking at him with curiosity. Are you from another class? Teacher Miao Fei reported it for me. So this sword is considered my personal item while I'm on campus. You must be pretty impressive. Not many students get that privilege. The spiky-haired boy nodded approvingly, giving him a thumbs up. You're too kind. Lin Xiao felt a bit embarrassed by the straightforward compliment and asked, are you from the neighboring class? Here to practice martial arts over the weekend? I'm Baishan from class, and I'm really into martial arts. The spiky-haired boy introduced himself with a bright smile. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao nodded politely, not feeling any animosity towards this energetic guy. Nice to meet you, Lin Xiao. Baishan walked in confidently, showing no hesitation about being in another class's hall. It's so boring practicing alone in class. I didn't expect to find someone else here. As he approached Lin Xiao, Baishan paused, frowning in confusion. Why do I feel like there's something around you? Lin Xiao's face stiffened, and he deactivated his energy cloak. It seems to have disappeared. Was it just my imagination? Probably. Lin Xiao was on high alert. Baishan could sense the energy around him, which meant he wasn't an ordinary student. Lin Xiao knew that most of his class peers hadn't even tapped into their internal energy, let alone mastered energy infusion. Sensing his energy meant Baishan was at least at the level of energy infusion and had decent mental strength. Forget it. If it was a mistake, so be it. Baishan smiled brightly, raising a fist. Lin Xiao, want to spar? It's way more effective than hitting a punching bag. Lin Xiao thought, inviting me to spar just like that? Is this what the world of energetic youths is like? But then he remembered inviting Zhuang Jianyu for a match last week, so it wasn't that different. Putting away his greatsword, Lin Xiao stretched his arms, feeling a bit bored himself. Sure. Great. A quick punch like a gust of wind came straight at him. Lin Xiao didn't back down and met it with his own fist. Bang. The impact pushed Lin Xiao back several steps, while Baishan stood firm, shaking his wrist. Wow. Lin Xiao, what are your fists made of? How are they so hard? With a physique of 24, my bone strength is far beyond ordinary. Lin Xiao looked at his fist, which didn't hurt much, but he had been overpowered in terms of strength. Strength 17, agility 18, martial arts LV2, footwork LV2. Can you tell me your year rank? Baishan paused for a moment, then flashed a bright smile. I'm ranked 3rd in my year. As expected, Lin Xiao sighed softly, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He turned to Baishan, his tone carrying a slight plea. I can't beat you. Can I use my power weaponization? Baishan's eyes widened in shock, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Huh, didn't you just learn that? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Xiao scratched his cheek, his face heating up. I might have learned it a bit faster than usual. Baishan's expression shifted from shock to excitement, a wide grin spreading across his face. That's great. I've been dying to see how power weaponization works in a fight. Bring it on. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao filled his body with power, entering hunter mode. His eyes narrowed slightly, his voice low and firm. I'm coming, Baishan. Before the words even left his mouth, Lin Xiao's figure had already appeared in front of Baishan like a ghost. His fist came whistling through the air, carrying over 2 tons of force. Bai Shan didn't dodge, seemingly wanting to experience Lin Xiao's strength firsthand. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, bracing himself for the powerful blow. Boom! A dull thud echoed as Bai Shan's body leaned back slightly, his muscles tensing, but his feet remained firmly planted. He rubbed his slightly numb arms, looking Lin Xiao up and down with amazement. Not bad. Your strength has increased a lot. Lin Xiao quickly estimated his punching power. My strength is around 16 points now. Still not as strong as you, but I'm no longer getting crushed like before. Bai Shan flashed a bright, sunny smile, giving himself a thumbs up. The 4th-rank guy shouldn't be able to beat you, but I'm still stronger. Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. No worries, let's just fight. Alright, come at me. Bai Shan excitedly assumed a fighting stance. As the weaker party, Lin Xiao didn't hold back and launched his attack. His long legs whipped like a hammer towards Bai Shan's head. This time, Bai Shan didn't take the hit heeded but instead used his LV2 agile footwork to seriously spar with Lin Xiao. Though Lin Xiao couldn't match Bai Shan in strength, agility, and combat skills, he wasn't discouraged. He persevered under Bai Shan's relentless assault, learning his opponent's techniques and constantly pushing his own limits under immense pressure. Lin Xiao didn't activate his full-body power wrap or his strongest ash mode, precisely to feel this suffocating pressure. Bai Shan's strength far exceeded his expectations, not only in raw power but also in agility. With 18 points in agility, combined with LV2 footwork and extraordinary body control and dynamic vision, Bai Shan effortlessly neutralized Lin Xiao's attacks. Lin Xiao's pupils were already wrapped in a layer of flame, and with his body filled with power, it was akin to activating both bullet time and hunter mode simultaneously. His dynamic vision significantly improved, and his brain operated at high speed, making Bai Shan's attacks appear much slower. Even so, Lin Xiao often found himself in unavoidable situations, forced to take a few hits. This was the gap in strength, not easily bridged. However, Lin Xiao wasn't foolish. He wouldn't let himself get battered just to feel the pressure. He still feared pain, so he quietly employed some tricks. Boom! Lin Xiao took a hook to the face, staggering back a few steps under the immense force, shaking his slightly dizzy head. Bai Shan raised his fist, frowning as he recalled the sensation. Why does it feel off? Lin Xiao, are you holding back? Lin Xiao rubbed his cheek, dispersing the gray flame there, and chuckled. Why do you say that? I've hit you several times, but it seems like you're not feeling it. Bai Shan squinted his eyes. Are you hiding some moves? Lin Xiao admired Bai Shan's sharpness, admitting frankly. I do have some ways to protect myself, but I'm not holding back. I'm giving my all in this form. This form? Bai Shan raised an eyebrow, his expression growing more excited and combative. So you can get even stronger? Can I see it? Sure. Lin Xiao nodded with a smile, then changed his tone. But you'll have to train with me for the next 2 days. Tomorrow, I'll fight you with all I've got and teach you some power weaponization techniques. Ha ha ha. No problem. Bai Shan laughed heartily, eagerly rushing towards Lin Xiao, clearly ready to be the perfect sparring partner. Boom! Lin Xiao was sent flying again, shaking his numb arm, his eyes focused as he dodged and counterattacked. Though he used his power to cushion the blows and avoid serious injury, it still hurt a bit. For the next 2 days, Lin Xiao and Bai Shan were inseparable. They ate together in the cafeteria, refined their powers briefly, and then continued their battles. Even at night, they didn't stop. Zhao Xia, returning from her part-time job, curiously checked on them, only to be scared off by the sight of 2 ferocious human beasts. On Sunday night, Lin Xiao climbed up from the ground in a sorry state, Bai Shan's signature bright, hearty laughter ringing in his ears. Ha ha ha, Lin Xiao, you're a great opponent. I haven't had such a satisfying fight in ages. Bai Shan laughed heartily, hands on his hips. Lin Xiao was puzzled. Haven't you fought with the top students before? After all, with so many strong seniors in their 3rd year, it shouldn't be hard to find a match. Bai Shan waved his hand, his face showing a complex expression. You have no idea. The 4th and 5th place are much weaker than me. They can't even spar with me. My best opponent used to be a senior who came back to school during his 4th year. Lin Xiao nodded in understanding. Indeed, the gap in strength between the 5th place, Wu Zhixing, and Bai Shan was vast and incomparable. By the way, Lin Xiao, why aren't you the top of Class C? You're way stronger than that sour-faced guy, Bai Shan asked curiously. Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at Bai Shan's knack for nicknames. Sour-faced guy was quite fitting. He simply explained, I had some health issues before, but I've only recently recovered. Then he shifted the topic to something more intriguing. What about the top 2? They must be stronger than you, right? Bai Shan awkwardly scratched his head, his expression turning serious. Yeah, they're insanely strong. I can't compete with them at all. Even the 2nd place? Lin Xiao had heard a bit about Zhuang Jinyu, the stat monster, but he didn't expect the 2nd place to be just as terrifying. Bai Shan took a deep breath, as if recalling a dreadful memory. That's right, I can't beat the second place either. Not a chance. Is it because of their abilities? Lin Xiao asked tentatively. No, no. Bai Shan shook his head, his tone somber. It's a complete domination in strength and speed. Except for their match against each other, they never use their abilities against other students. Even just in terms of physical combat, we don't stand a chance. Seeing Bai Shan's heavy expression, Lin Xiao realized that the second place must be another stat monster like Zhuang Jianyu. It seemed his path to the scholarship wouldn't be smooth sailing. Lin Xiao closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and silently chanted, Agility, 1314. Then he opened his eyes and asked, You wanted to see my full strength, right? Oh, is it possible now? Bai Shan asked excitedly. Yes, it is. As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, flames suddenly ignited, covering his entire body with a deep gray power suit, even marking his face with flame-like patterns, resembling demonic tattoos. Bai Shan exclaimed, Ah, that feeling is back. There's definitely something different about you. He had a look of sudden realization. Lin Xiao merely smiled and didn't deny it. Want to attack? No problem. Bai Shan didn't hesitate and threw a punch. Just like last time, Lin Xiao threw his right fist, choosing to confront him head-on. Bang! This time, it was Bai Shan who was sent flying. Have you managed to draw out the energy yet? Before Lin Xiao could respond, Zhao Xia excitedly exclaimed, I did it. Whoa, what's this feeling? She opened her eyes, her face full of excitement, which suddenly turned to panic. I can't control it. By Tuesday, the third-year martial arts course had been running for several days. Students in Class C had gradually completed the first step of energy extraction. With her eyes closed, Zhao Xia tugged eagerly at Lin Xiao's sleeve, her tone both excited and urgent. Lin Xiao, I've got the energy out. Tell me what to do next. Chen Feifei, who had recently been spending more time with Zhao Xia, chimed in. Lin Xiao, me too. Help. She had noticed Lin Xiao's rapid progress in martial arts and had dragged Fong Wen to sit nearby, treating Lin Xiao as their learning encyclopedia. Lin Xiao dispersed the ash-gray armor he had conjured and moved a bit closer, patiently instructing, Don't rush to gather more energy. First, practice controlling it with your mind, letting it flow slowly throughout your body. Got it. Zhao Xia enthusiastically resumed her practice. Chen Feifei followed suit for a while, her face gradually turning red. Confused, she asked, Lin Xiao, why does it feel so strange? Lin Xiao explained, That's your brain becoming aware of your body. It's beneficial for you. Why does it make my face turn red? Is this internal awareness really that weird? Lin Xiao gave the girl a peculiar look, wondering if there was something wrong with her. At this moment, Fong Wen spoke softly. Lin Xiao, I'm pretty good at controlling my energy now. Despite her cold demeanor in battle, she spoke gently in daily life, creating a stark contrast. She had already completed the energy extraction last Friday. Lin Xiao instructed, Fong Wen, try focusing the energy into your eyes. Okay. A few seconds later, Fong Wen opened her eyes, her expression gradually turning to one of surprise. She then began to look around the classroom as if everything was new and fascinating. Lin Xiao understood her reaction, recalling his own experience. He continued, Distribute the energy to where you need strength. This method of filling up increases your power significantly. Keep practicing this. Fong Wen nodded. Suddenly, she saw gray flames ignite on Lin Xiao's body, her eyes widening in astonishment. Lin Xiao gave a mischievous grin. At that moment, the sound of high heels approached. The class advisor, Wu Qinghua, entered the classroom, holding a blue clipboard with a sheet of paper clipped to it. She announced, It's the end of the month, and the class competition will be in 3 days. Today, we start the selection for the top spot. The students, who had been preoccupied with their energy training, were suddenly reminded of the upcoming event. The classroom buzzed with excitement. Oh shoot, I completely forgot about the big event this month. It's always Wu Zhixing anyway. What's there to select? I heard Chun is competing this time. Is the third year getting restless again? I wonder if Fong Wen will participate. She's good, but probably not better than Wu Zhixing. Fong Wen hesitated and asked, Lin Xiao, are you going to challenge for the top spot today? Yes. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Can you win? Yes. Lin Xiao's tone was firm, as if stating a fact. Really? Fong Wen smiled softly, tucking her hair behind her ear. Then I have to compete today too. Otherwise, I won't get another chance to challenge Wu Zhixing for the top spot. Lin Xiao was curious. Why are you so confident in me? Fong Wen's smile turned wry. I've experienced your progress firsthand. When we sparred recently, were you using your full strength? Lin Xiao chuckled without answering, but Fong Wen understood. She pursed her lips and gave Lin Xiao a playful glare. Chen Feifei tugged at Zhao Xia, who still had her eyes closed, and asked, Xiaoya, did you hear? Lin Xiao is going to challenge Wu Zhixing. Aren't you worried? Zhao Xia waved dismissively. Go. What's there to worry about? Don't interrupt my training. She continued her practice with renewed focus. After witnessing Lin Xiao's fight with Bai Shan over the weekend, her perception of her childhood friend's abilities had changed dramatically. Simply put, he was a beast. Class advisor Wu Qinghua clapped her hands, directing the students to move back and clear a space for the stage. The front rows moved back, creating an open area. The training classroom was spacious, and clearing the first 2 rows provided plenty of room. Wu Qinghua's calm voice echoed. Now, will the top student from last month please step forward? As the challenger, Wu Zhixing stood up, hands in his pockets, and walked to the stage with an air of confidence. Wu Qinghua continued, so, who wants to challenge for the top spot? If no one steps forward, Wu Zhixing will retain his title. Wu Zhixing, with his usual stern expression, stood on one side of the stage, surveying the room with a domineering gaze, as if daring anyone to challenge his reign. His gaze was as fierce as a wild beast's. The classmates he stared at either lowered their heads or averted their eyes, not daring to meet his look. Wu Zhixing's eyes swept across the classroom like sharp blades, first landing on Lao San, Ah Chun, then glancing past Fang Wan, and finally resting on Lin Xiao. Feeling the sharp gaze, Lin Xiao did not flinch. He smiled politely and nodded, as if facing an ordinary classmate. Wu Zhixing turned his face away disdainfully, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes. He mistakenly thought that Lin Xiao was too scared to face him, not realizing that Lin Xiao was merely giving way to Fang Wan. At that moment, Fang Wan was about to stand up when a loud, hoarse voice interrupted. I'll do it. A boy with a round head dashed towards the podium. His skin was slightly dark, and a conspicuous mole adorned his chin. A simple, honest smile revealed 2 large buck teeth. This was Chen Ming, the class's Lao San, affectionately called Ah Chun by everyone. Wu Zhixing, I challenge you again. Ah Chun shouted enthusiastically, showing no fear of the impending defeat. Wu Zhixing coldly sized up his persistent yet undeterred opponent and calmly said, honestly, you still don't measure up. Ah Chun was unfazed by this unmocking evaluation and instead grinned widely. Don't underestimate me. I've been learning the way of martial transformation quickly. Before he finished speaking, he had already transformed into an agile Black Panther, charging towards Wu Zhixing. Take this punch. Ah Chun roared as he swung his fist, only to widen his eyes in the next second. Bang! Wu Zhixing's left hand was as steady as a rock, catching Ah Chun's punch with precision, unmoving. He leaned closer to Ah Chun, his cold eyes staring directly at him. I see. Your strength and speed have improved a lot, but you're still not good enough. Bang! With a powerful hook, Ah Chun's body flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. Chun! A sharp scream pierced the silence of the classroom. Wu Zhixing looked coldly at Chun, who had collapsed on the ground, his tone filled with disdain. Why are you shouting so loud? It's just a fainting spell. He gets them every month like clockwork. He'll be fine by tomorrow. Acting like nothing happened, a few classmates hurriedly carried Chun to the nurse's office. Wu Zhixing's gaze swept over the remaining students as if the incident were no more significant than swatting a fly. Next, he said expressionlessly. Fang Wan stood up, her tall figure immediately drawing everyone's attention. The classroom erupted in gasps and murmurs. No way. Fang Wan's actually stepping up? Alright, at least she might last a bit longer this time. No chance of winning though. Wu Zhixing is too strong. No one in our class can match him. Go Fang Wan. Wu Zhixing looked at Fang Wan, a mocking smile playing on his lips. I'm surprised. I thought you'd hide in the back again. What? You think you can beat me now? Fang Wan arched her body, her demeanor growing colder. Not really. I just thought I'd challenge you before someone else takes the top spot. What nonsense are you talking about? Wu Zhixing clenched his fists, looking slightly puzzled. Without further explanation, Fang Wan lunged forward, her long legs swinging like a battle axe toward Wu Zhixing's neck. He blocked with his right hand, supporting it with his left, barely deflecting the blow. You're just like Lao San, trying to use your newfound powers. But it's nothing special, Wu Zhixing said as his fist shot toward Fang Wan's stomach, but she deftly dodged. A barrage of attacks followed. Fang Wan's movements had reached level 2, her body brimming with energy, making her faster than usual. Yet, under Wu Zhixing's relentless assault, she could barely defend herself. Lin Xiao observed from the side, noting that Wu Zhixing was still holding back. As one of the top 5 in their grade, Wu Zhixing's mental strength was undoubtedly on par with Fang Wan's. He must have mastered energy infusion but saw no need to use it. 5 minutes passed, and the class began to buzz with excitement. Wow, Fang Wan's lasting this long? Her movements seem more fluid and faster than before. Has she also mastered energy infusion? I haven't even figured out how to harness my energy, and she's already infusing hers. It's infuriating. The top 3 will probably make it to the advanced class. We shouldn't even compare ourselves to them. Chen Feifei tugged on Lin Xiao's sleeve, worried. Lin Xiao, do you think Fangwen can win? Lin Xiao shook his head. No chance. The gap between 5th and 11th place is significant. Fangwen's improved, but it's only enough to last a bit longer. And Wu Zhixing isn't even serious yet. Sure enough, after deliberately taking a hit from Fangwen, Wu Zhixing saw an opening in her defense. A powerful kick aimed at her stomach sent her flying, despite her best efforts to block. Fangwen's body traced an arc before crashing to the ground. Fangwen. Chen Feifei screamed, rushing to her side. Zhao Xia, startled, grabbed Lin Xiao. How is she, Lin Xiao? Is she okay? Lin Xiao calmly analyzed the situation. She's fine, probably just a bit numb in her hands and stomach. She blocked most of the force, and the impact from the fall is negligible for her. With Chen Feifei's help, Fangwen stood up, her hands trembling slightly but her expression calm. I lost. Wu Zhixing casually patted his arm where he'd taken Fangwen's kick. You're getting better, probably top 10 now, but your strength is still lacking. As Fangwen stepped down, Wu Zhixing's cronies began to cheer, while other students murmured among themselves, acknowledging his unshakable position as the top student. Anyone else brave enough? Wu Zhixing's gaze fixed on Lin Xiao. After confirming Fangwen's condition, Lin Xiao calmly stood up and walked toward the ring. The class erupted in astonishment. Is Lin Xiao going to fight too? Yeah, he seems to have gotten a lot stronger lately. But no one can beat Wu Zhixing. Last time, Fangwen had him on the ropes. They've been pretty evenly matched recently. I heard Wu Zhixing really dislikes Lin Xiao. This could get ugly. Wu Zhixing cracked his neck, sneering. I thought you'd be too scared to face me. Ignoring the taunt, Lin Xiao asked a seemingly unrelated question. I've always wondered, why do you target me specifically? This question had been on Lin Xiao's mind for a long time. Wu Zhixing wasn't well liked in the class, always wearing a scowl and exuding arrogance. But he wasn't a typical bully. He usually ignored those who struggled academically. Yet, he seemed to have a special dislike for Lin Xiao, frequently mocking him. You can't figure that out? Wu Zhixing paused, then a cruel smile spread across his face. He opened his arms, locking eyes with Lin Xiao, and answered slowly, because you used to be ranked higher than me. Lin Xiao tilted his head, showing confusion at Wu Zhixing's words. Just as he was about to speak, Wu Zhixing clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, and his voice grew more agitated. Does this mean that I was once trampled by some worthless piece of trash? His roar was filled with unimaginable humiliation, as if someone had thrown his pride to the ground and stomped on it. The classroom fell into a dead silence. The students exchanged uneasy glances, not daring to make a sound. Wu Qinghua adjusted his glasses, his face expressionless. Lin Xiao sighed heavily. He finally understood Wu Zhixing's mindset. Wu's pride was far greater than it appeared. He could accept the weak, and he could accept the strong. He even aspired to surpass the strong. Those he had surpassed were supposed to be symbols of his glory. But what he couldn't tolerate was that someone who was once stronger than him had become a nobody, even worse than the weak. This filled him with immense shame because that nobody had once defeated him. Lin Xiao flexed his wrists, his gaze turning serious. He understood Wu Zhixing, but that didn't mean he forgave him. Over the past 2 years, he had endured too much disdain, ridicule, and targeting. Today, he was going to let out all this pent-up anger. Need a break? I'll give you some time to recover. Lin Xiao decided to show some courtesy before the battle, wanting to completely subdue Wu Zhixing. Wu Zhixing sneered. Do you think I need that? Those two weren't even a warm-up for me. Or do you think you can actually beat me? His voice was low, his eyes as cold as a harsh winter. All right then. Lin Xiao smiled wryly and took a step forward. I suggest you use your full power. Don't hold back. Before he finished speaking, a shadowy whip-like leg appeared in front of Wu Zhixing. He barely managed to raise his arms, but the immense force shattered his defense instantly. Wu Zhixing was sent flying like a cannonball, his feet dragging on the ground before he crashed heavily into the wall. With a dull thud, dust rose, and white plaster fell from the wall. The classroom fell silent again. The students in Class C were wide-eyed, unable to believe what they had just seen. Suddenly, a cheer broke the silence. Whoa! Lin Xiao is so strong. Immediately, the room buzzed with chatter. Holy crap! Was that Wu Zhixing? He got kicked flying with one hit? Is Lin Xiao a monster? When did he become this powerful? I feel like that kick could kill an elephant. Zhao Xia was dizzy from the excited shaking by Chen Feifei, while Fangwen watched Lin Xiao with a genuine smile. Wu Zhixing's followers were silent, and Wu Yong looked terrified, cold sweat dripping down his face. Lin Xiao dusted off his shoes. The effect of his strike was as expected. His stats were now at strength 15, agility 14, and combat skills LV2. Even without using his full power, he was far superior to Wu Zhixing, who had underestimated him. Need a break? Lin Xiao's words had barely left his mouth when a shadow lunged at him like a wild beast. Lin Xiao easily dodged the straight punch and blocked the elbow strike, all the while observing his opponent. Wu Zixing was now in a sorry state, his hair and clothes covered in white dust. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with a fierce light, like an enraged beast. Lin Xiao felt the ferocious power coming from him and couldn't help but smile. So you finally used it? Full power. You'll regret making me use this power. Wu Zixing roared, his fists like hammers, striking with the force of a thunderstorm. Lin Xiao retreated step by step, Wu Zixing's attacks coming down like a torrential rain, filled with rage and power. As the fifth ranked in their grade, his skill in using his abilities was far more proficient than Feng Wan or Ah Qian. Coupled with a high energy density and reckless expenditure, Wu Zixing's power temporarily matched Lin Xiao's. But it was only power. Lin Xiao parried Wu Zixing's fists and countered with a palm strike. Wu Zixing staggered back, but continued his assault despite the pain in his chest. Kicks, elbows, powerful punches, Headbutchi's body became a weapon of destruction, each strike capable of tearing an ordinary person apart. Yet, it was all in vain. In terms of agility, footwork, and combat skills, Lin Xiao had the upper hand. Matching Wu Zixing only in strength, he left no chance for his opponent. Bang! Lin Xiao delivered a heavy kick, which Wu Zixing barely blocked, retreating a few steps before abruptly stopping his attack. What's wrong? Lin Xiao asked, puzzled. Why aren't you using your full power? Wu Zixing's face was dark, his muscles trembling with anger. Huh. Lin Xiao was briefly stunned. Then he looked down, chuckling softly before raising his eyes. His voice colder than Wu Zixing's had been. That depends on whether you deserve it. This remark ignited Wu Zixing's pride completely. He stopped talking, transforming into a berserk beast, unleashing all his power in a fury. Lin Xiao's punches were met hidden, Wu Zixing taking them without flinching, retaliating with ferocious straight punches. He fought recklessly, willing to injure himself to harm his opponent, even if it meant taking 1,000 wounds to inflict 800. This insane assault stirred Lin Xiao's fighting spirit. He let loose completely, engaging Wu Zixing in a brutal melee. Blood stained their fists, their bodies absorbing heavy blows. The violence triggered their primal instincts, their blood boiling, reason fading, with adrenaline levels soaring as the battle intensified. The crowd watching was dead silent, not daring to blink for fear of missing any part of the fight. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed bam. Wu Zixing trembled as he struggled to his feet, leaning against the wall, his face bruised and battered. Blood trickled down his forehead, dripping onto the floor. Lin Xiao wiped his thumb across his mouth, examining the bloodstain from the hook punch he had taken from Wu Zixing, still throbbing with pain. Despite his severe injuries, Wu Zixing managed to stand through sheer force of will. He looked like a cornered beast, roaring, "Don't underestimate me. Give it your all." Lin Xiao didn't mock him. Instead, his expression turned deadly serious. All right, I'll give it my all. He was determined to completely defeat this wild beast, to make him truly understand the gulf between them. A dark gray flame erupted from Lin Xiao's body, quickly engulfing him. When the fiery veil dissipated, he stood clad in ash-gray battle armor, his aura completely transformed. Wu Zixing's eyes widened in disbelief at Lin Xiao's metamorphosis. The other students in the class felt an unusual pressure, their sensitivity to energy heightened, no longer ignorant of the power of martial transformation. The classroom buzzed with gasps and murmurs. Lin Xiao asked calmly, "Are you ready?" Wu Zixing spread his arms wide, trembling but with a manic grin on his face. "Ha ha ha, that's more like it. Come at me with everything you've got." "Is that so? Then watch carefully." Before his words had even finished, the floor beneath Lin Xiao's feet shattered. He appeared before Wu Zixing like a phantom, a gray-flamed kick hurtling forward. Class instructor Wu Qinghua was about to intervene but suddenly stopped, sensing something. Boom! A deafening explosion rocked the C-class training room. The floor shook violently, sand scattered, and thick dust filled the air. The tremendous noise even startled the students and teachers in the adjacent classrooms and corridors. As the dust settled slightly, everyone stared dumbfounded at the scene on the platform. Wu Zixing slowly looked down at the black-clad leg that had grazed his side. Though it hadn't made direct contact, the nearby fabric was shredded. He turned slowly, his gaze falling on the wall behind Heimer rather, where the wall used to be. In its place was a massive, irregular hole, with twisted rebar and scattered bricks. Through the opening, swaying green trees and a gentle breeze were visible. Wu Zixing's expression was surprisingly calm, even showing a hint of a smile. "I lost." As soon as he spoke, he collapsed heavily to the ground, unconscious. Wu Qinghua quickly checked Wu Zixing's injuries and, confirming he was all right, locked the classroom door. Facing the class, she asked softly, "Anyone else want to run for first place?" The room was silent. "In that case, Lin Xiao will be the class leader for the next month," Wu Qinghua said sternly. No one is to reveal this information to other classes until the inter-class competition is over. Understood? A few students took Wu Zhixing to the infirmary, while the others remained seated, their eyes darting between the gaping hole and Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao stood quietly, gazing at the scene of destruction, his thoughts unfathomable. At that moment, everyone realized C-class had changed. A new leader had emerged. Zhao Xia, Fang Wan, and Chun Feifei gathered around Lin Xiao, exclaiming in amazement. The classroom atmosphere gradually became lively, filled with excited chatter and discussion. Now that Lin Xiao is the leader, where does he rank in our grade? Definitely higher than Wu Zhixing. If I master energy wrapping, can I be this strong too? Dream on. The students swarmed around the giant hole, some even daring to touch the exposed rebar. They occasionally glanced at Lin Xiao, their eyes filled with curiosity, awe, and admiration. Zhao Xia found herself next to Lin Xiao amidst the crowd, noticing his silence. What's wrong, Lin Xiao? She asked softly. Lin Xiao remained silent, staring at the enormous hole in the wall. After a long pause, he muttered to himself, I wonder if they'll make him pay for that wall. In the bright and spacious conference room, the homeroom teachers of the junior year classes gradually took their seats. At the head of the table sat an elderly man with graying hair, dressed in a pristine white suit. His long beard hung down to his chest but remained neat. Despite the wrinkles on his rosy face, his eyes were as clear as mirrors, showing no signs of the cloudiness that often comes with age. This man was Lin Xin, the head of the junior year, who had been teaching at Luzhou Military University for over 50 years. Lin San unscrewed his thermos, took a sip of hot tea, and glanced at the 10 teachers present. He softly asked, Is everyone here? Before we start the monthly meeting. He set his cup down and fixed his gaze on a female teacher with her hair in a bun and gold-rimmed glasses. Ms. Wu Qinghua, could you explain what happened with Class C yesterday? All eyes turned to Wu Qinghua. She stood up calmly, her expression serious as usual. Student Wu Zhixing was somewhat disrespectful to me during the top student selection. I gave him a minor punishment, she stated evenly. Lin Xin rubbed his eyes and smiled wryly. So you punched a hole in the wall? Yes. Wu Qinghua adjusted her glasses and replied calmly. Sometimes a show of force is necessary. It helps in educating the students. This kind of reckless behavior was in stark contrast to Wu Qinghua's normally composed demeanor. However, the other homeroom teachers were not surprised. They even nodded slightly, as if they had expected it. They whispered among themselves. That crazy woman hasn't changed at all. She's just been pretending. I thought she'd mellowed out after becoming a teacher. No wonder she's known as the Red Ghost who can scare children into silence. She's still top-notch at that. Really? Maybe I should try it on my son next time he throws a tantrum. Wu Qinghua suddenly turned, staring expressionlessly at the murmuring male teachers. The lenses of her glasses reflected an eerie white light. The teachers immediately straightened up, sitting as still as mice caught by a cat. Lin Sen tapped the table, sighing. Such behavior is inappropriate and not to be encouraged. As punishment, you'll have to cover the repair costs. No problem, Wu Qinghua replied calmly. For a seasoned hunter like her, a fine of tens of thousands was a trivial matter. All right, let's move on. You may sit down, Lin Sen waved his hand, ready to proceed to the main topic. The inter-class competition is the day after tomorrow. Today, we need to select the competitors for each class. Here are the available event choices. He handed out a stack of A4 papers for the teachers to pass around. Wu Qinghua glanced at the first page of the list. 1. Ring Point Match 2. Base Defense 3. Alpha Wolf Hunt 4. Tower Top 5. Spiral Maze. Lin San continued. These 5 events will be part of the junior year inter-class competition. The 10 classes will be randomly paired, 2 classes per match. The rules are detailed on the following pages, but I'm sure you're all familiar with them by now, so I won't go into details. Everyone nodded in agreement, as they had been through these events for 2 or 3 years and knew them well. Since that's the case, let's proceed with the drawing. Lin Sen's tone suddenly became serious. As soon as he finished speaking, the teacher's expressions turned peculiar. Someone couldn't help but murmur, Sir, can't we just use that drawing app? And the maximum amount is only $5? Isn't that a bit stingy? Bang! Lin Sen slammed the table, eyes wide with anger. Silence. Every time I send out a group red envelope, I only get a few cents. And you dare complain? The teachers immediately fell silent. Lin Sen took an angry sip of tea, muttering under his breath, Besides, that app is too complicated for me to use. The teachers exchanged glances, thinking, but you're quite adept at sending red envelopes, even setting different amounts. But no one dared to say it out loud. Lin Sen fiddled with his phone and quickly added the teachers to a group chat name, Unity and Harmony, junior year class drawing. Soon, a red envelope notification popped up. The amount you draw corresponds to the event on the list. Wu Qinghua opened the red envelope, revealing an amount of 3 yuan. She quickly checked the list and confirmed she had drawn the Alpha Wolf Hunt event. She then reviewed the draw records to find who else had drawn 3 yuan. A soft, gentle voice came from beside her. Oh, Qing. It looks like we're opponents this time. Wu Qinghua turned calmly to look at the female teacher on her left. The woman was dressed in a beige casual dress, with slightly wavy chestnut hair that framed her delicate features. Her makeup was flawless, with almond-shaped eyes accentuated by a beauty mark beneath one, and her lips glistened with a pink gloss, giving her an aura of both purity and allure. This seemingly young and charming teacher was actually Li Jingru, the homeroom teacher of Class F. She and Wu Qinghua were contemporaries, both in their 40s. It feels like it's been ages since I last faced off against Xiao Qing. I really miss this feeling. Li Jingru propped her chin up with both hands, her eyes sparkling with a challenge as she smiled at Wu Qinghua. Wu Qinghua adjusted his glasses and calmly corrected her. This is a competition among the students. It has nothing to do with us. Li Jingru leaned forward slightly, not giving up. But aren't the students representing their teachers? This is pretty much a contest between the two of us. She paused, her eyes lowering slightly as she asked meaningfully. Or, are you afraid of losing, Xiao Qing? Wu Qinghua remained expressionless, seemingly unfazed by the implication in her words. Why do you say that? Li Jingru looked directly into Wu Qinghua's eyes, a hint of smugness in her voice. Because the lead wolf in a hunt values the strength of the first chair. It seems like Wu Zhixing from Class C can't quite match up to my Xiao Qianqian. You might lose this time. Unperturbed, Wu Qinghua calmly countered. While the first chair's strength is important, it's not the only factor in winning. Strategy and luck are also crucial. Li Jingru squinted, her lips curling into a sly smile like a cunning fox. So, how about we make a bet? Add a little something to the stakes. What stakes? Wu Qinghua's demeanor suddenly became cautious. Just like before, the loser has to fulfill one request from the winner. Li Jingru proposed, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Wu Qinghua fell silent, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Seeing this, Li Jingru taunted again. Xiao Qing, are you scared? All right, I agree. Wu Qinghua finally responded. Yay. Li Jingru clapped her hands excitedly, as if she could already see the fruits of victory. At that moment, the elderly Lin Xin cleared his throat, interrupting the two teachers' conversation. Ahem. All right, hand in your class's first chair information and then you're dismissed. Although the first chairs of each class rarely changed, this process was still necessary. The 10 teachers lined up, and Lin Xiao casually took each form, giving them a cursory glance before placing them in the file folder. Though technically, homeroom teachers weren't supposed to know the first chair information of other classes, everyone was well aware of each other's situations, making this step seem almost redundant. When Lin Xiao took Wu Qinghua's form, his actions paused for a moment. He glanced up at the Class C homeroom teacher, noticing the slight upward curve of her lips. The other teachers standing behind, however, couldn't see this subtle change in expression. Thursday afternoon, the energy refinement concluded. Lin Xiao opened his eyes and absent-mindedly glanced at the panel. A strength value of 1516 was prominently displayed, but his attention was drawn elsewhere. It had been 2 days since the chief selection, and during this time, Lin Xiao's abilities had significantly improved. His agility reached 15, and his Go skill successfully upgraded to LV2. He allocated the precious potential point to his spirit, bringing his 4-dimensional attributes to strength 16, agility 15, constitution and spirit both at 25. By all accounts, such progress should have been cause for celebration, yet Lin Xiao couldn't feel at ease. A nagging question lingered in his mind. Should he compensate for the wall he had kicked down? For the past 2 days, Lin Xiao had been anxiously awaiting the school's decision, his anxiety almost consuming him. Recalling the incident, Lin Xiao couldn't help but regret his impulsiveness. He had intended to thoroughly subdue Wu Zhixing but worried that a single kick might be fatal. So, he chose to kick the wall instead. Who could have predicted it would be so fragile? What a shoddy construction. Lin Xiao muttered to himself indignantly. My kick was only about 10 tons of force, and it couldn't withstand that? But then, a more pressing concern surfaced. If he had to pay for the damages, how much would it cost? Would he have to give up his newly acquired scholarship? The thought drained the light from Lin Xiao's eyes. At that moment, a loud clapping sound interrupted his thoughts. Clap, clap. The voice of their class advisor, Wu Qinghua, echoed through the classroom. Now, let's announce the content of this class competition. The classroom fell silent instantly. Everyone had skipped the free-for-all session today just to hear this important news. Wu Qinghua operated the computer and turned on the projector. Our opponent this time is the junior class F, and the competition is... As Wu Qinghua spoke, 4 large characters appeared on the screen. Alpha Wolf Hunt. A buzz of discussion erupted in the classroom. Alpha Wolf Hunt. It's been a while since we had this event, right? The last time was in sophomore year. I remember it being quite thrilling, much more interesting than the ring matches. Isn't it true that if the chief falls, it's almost game over? Yeah, if the chief is defeated, it's nearly impossible to come back. Compared to the tedious ring matches, students were clearly more interested in this strategic competition. Quiet. Wu Qinghua raised his voice. Now let me explain the rules again. Pay close attention. He began to detail the rules of Alpha Wolf Hunt. This is a point-based hunting game where the entire class is divided into lone wolves and a wolf pack. There are 5 lone wolves, and the rest belong to the wolf pack. While the distribution is flexible, there is one mandatory rule: the class chief must be a lone wolf. Defeating an enemy class student earns class points, and the first class to reach 90 points wins. Beating a wolf pack member earns 2 points, a lone wolf earns 5 points, and defeating the opposing class chief nets a whopping 50 points. This means that if the chief falls, the opposing class can almost declare victory. Wu Qinghua took a sip of water and continued. The location is the same as last time, the back mountain of the school. The wolf pack will enter from the southern foothills, and the lone wolves from the north. He described the terrain of the back mountain, gently sloping, modified over the years, making it ideal for student outdoor competitions. Due to the different starting points, wolf pack members and lone wolves are unlikely to encounter each other before reaching the summit. However, teams on the same side might meet halfway up the mountain, or they might run into the enemy class. This isn't a ring match. Running away is allowed, Wu Qinghua emphasized, but like in certain shrinking circle games, each area on the mountainside has a set time limit. If a student stays too long in one area out of fear of encountering enemies, they will be disqualified, and the opposing class will gain points. So if you run, head for the summit. You might meet a teammate and turn the tide with a righteous gang up. After explaining the rules, Wu Qinghua looked at the students. Besides the chief, we need 4 other students to be lone wolves. Do you have any suggestions? The students exchanged glances, and finally, all eyes turned to Lin Xiao. Leaning on his hand, Lin Xiao responded disinterestedly, "You decide? All right, since there are no objections, I'll make the arrangements." Wu Qinghua nodded, picking up the list. First, Wu Zhixing will be one of the lone wolves. Sitting in the back row, Wu Zhixing snorted and turned his head but didn't refuse. He had just been discharged from the hospital yesterday, and aside from Lin Xiao, he had the best constitution and fastest recovery in Class C. The remaining 3 lone wolves will be Guoshuahai, Rundong, and Dongli. As soon as Wu Qinghua finished speaking, the classroom erupted in chatter. Even the named students looked stunned. Wait a minute. Why not Fong Wan or Ah Chun? Yeah, and aren't those 3? Students began voicing their concerns. Normally, lone wolves were chosen from the top-ranked students, so this arrangement was surprising to everyone. Moreover, they were tasked with an important mission: to weaken the opponent's top fighters as much as possible, even if it was just to drain their stamina. This would increase the chances of their own top fighters winning when they faced the opposing team's best. In the classroom, all eyes were on the 3 students whose names had been called. These 3 were at the bottom of the class rankings, similar to Lin Xiao's previous standing, and their combat skills were noticeably lacking. Some couldn't help but whisper that placing such students in the lone wolf positions was practically handing over points, as they couldn't beat anyone. Facing the students' doubts, Wu Qinghua remained calm and simply said, "The lone wolf side has enough combat strength already." This statement left the students momentarily stunned, and then they all looked at Lin Xiao and Wu Zhixing. Suddenly, they understood. Wu Zhixing was ranked 5th in their year, and Lin Xiao's abilities were even above Wu Zhixing's. This meant their class effectively had 2 top-tier fighters. One student muttered, "Thinking about it, our lone wolf team is actually stronger." Another chimed in, "Exactly. Even if the opposing top fighters don't step in, Wu Zhixing alone could handle their 4 lone wolves." This arrangement made the students realize the strategy. Placing Fong Wan, a Chan, and the others in the squads was like a wolf among sheep. Since the top opponents were moved to lone wolf positions, there was no one left to directly counter them, making it easy to score points. Wu Qinghua turned to the 3 students chosen as lone wolves and instructed them seriously. Avoid direct confrontation with the enemy. If you encounter them, run if you can. If you can't run, surrender. It's fine. The 3 students nodded repeatedly, their faces showing understanding. They were not foolish enough to go head-to-head with the elite opponents. Next, Wu Qinghua started assigning the Wolfpack squads. He distributed the top students across different teams to ensure each squad had enough combat strength. This time, since they didn't need to allocate the top fighters as lone wolves, forming the teams was much easier. No free sparring today, Wu Qinghua announced. Go directly to the back mountain office. The staff will assign your starting points for tomorrow. With that, he closed his lesson plan and dismissed the class. The classroom filled with the sound of chairs moving as the students got up to leave. Just then, Wu Qinghua's voice called out again, "Lin Xiao, come to my office." Hearing this, Lin Xiao felt a sinking feeling in his heart. He closed his eyes slowly, as if foreseeing the fate awaiting him. With a sense of resigned determination, he prepared to face his final judgment. In the school cafeteria, Lin Xiao sat at a table with Zhao Xia, Fang Wen, and Chen Feifei. The three girls had grown quite close and were almost inseparable. Wu Qinghua had noticed this and assigned them to the same team, along with two other girls who had average grades. Are you trying to get information about the top student in Class F? Fang Wen blinked, her tone tinged with surprise. Lin Xiao nodded solemnly.
Yes.
Zhao Xia leaned in closer to Lin Xiao, her face full of curiosity. Weren't you uninterested in the class competition today? Why the sudden change? Yeah, Lin Xiao. Chen Feifei chimed in. You seemed so distracted when the teams were being formed. I thought you didn't care at all. Facing their doubts, Lin Xiao placed a hand on his chest and replied sincerely. I suddenly realized that as the top student, I have the responsibility and duty to lead our class to victory. For that, I need to know about Class F's top student. We must win this time. The three girls exchanged skeptical glances, clearly not buying Lin Xiao's explanation. Darn it! Lin Xiao cursed inwardly. Do I really come off as that irresponsible? Fang Wen tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled subtly. I only know some basic information. It might not be enough for you. That's fine. It's definitely more than I know, Lin Xiao admitted, aware of his lack of information. The top student in Class F is a girl named Lu Yuqian. She's ranked 4th in the grade, Fang Wen said, holding up 4 fingers. She's even stronger than Wu Zhixing. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, feeling a bit relieved. Being ranked 4th was within his capability. As long as she wasn't stronger than Bai Shan, he felt he could handle it. Fang Wen seemed to sense Lin Xiao's complacency and gently reminded him, don't underestimate her. She's better than Wu Zhixing in both combat techniques and footwork. She's not easy to deal with. Lin Xiao's heart tightened as he realized this girl might be at LV2 in both skills, just like Bai Shan. If he didn't use his special abilities, he might struggle to win. If she decided to run, he might not be able to catch her. Understood. I'll be careful, Lin Xiao said seriously. Fang Wen nodded and continued. Let me tell you about her appearance. That evening, since the class competition was the next day, the school canceled night classes. After returning to his dormitory and washing up, Lin Xiao lay on his bed and played Go on his phone, easily defeating 2 female opponents with his LV2 skills. Feeling relaxed, Lin Xiao put away his phone and recalled his conversation with the class advisor earlier that day. I spoke with the school about the wall damage, but unfortunately, it doesn't fall under the school's reimbursement policy. Hearing this, Lin Xiao had felt a pang of distress, as if his heart were bleeding. But the advisor's next words rekindled Lin Xiao's hope. Given your recent excellent progress, I discussed it further with the dean. What did he say? Lin Xiao asked eagerly. He understands that students sometimes struggle to control their strength, especially since this is your first offense. He wants to see your attitude and performance moving forward before deciding on leniency. Attitude and performance? Yes, like winning the class competition or improving your grade rank. Wu Qinghua said, adjusting his glasses and leaning in. Lin Xiao, you don't want to pay for the repairs, do you? Of course, Lin Xiao didn't want to pay a cent. So this time, Class C had to win the competition. On Friday morning, Lin Xiao arrived alone at the starting point on the north side of the back mountain, where a female staff member was already waiting. This is the scorecard for the top student in Class C. Please wear it properly, the staff member said, handing Lin Xiao a metal wristband and looking at him with curiosity, likely because she had never seen the new top student of Class C before. There are several service stations on the mountain with food, water, medical supplies, rest areas, and public toilets. These stations are neutral zones where you cannot attack each other, but be mindful of your stay time. If you exceed 10 minutes, you will be disqualified. Lin Xiao nodded in understanding. This alpha wolf hunt type of competition usually lasted a long time, sometimes until evening. With some luck, even weaker students might make it to the top of the mountain and into the final round. The competition starts at 9 a.m. sharp. Please wait until then to set off. After explaining the rules, the staff member left. Lin Xiao glanced at the watch on his wrist. It was entirely silver, made of alloy, with the time displayed on the screen 08:23. There was a button on the left side of the watch, the score acquisition switch. After defeating an opponent, he would press their watch against his own and press the button to gain class points, while the opponent would lose their qualification to compete. Ding! Lin Xiao pressed the button, and the time on the mirror vanished instantly, replaced by a conspicuous 0. This was the class score for Class C, where everyone's points were collected and updated in real time. He scrutinized the chief's watch. Apart from displaying more points, it was no different from the team's watches. After putting on the watch, Lin Xiao looked around idly. The scenery at the mountain path entrance was beautiful, but it failed to capture his interest at the moment. The project prohibited any electronic devices other than this watch, so he was left waiting for half an hour. Standing at the mountain path entrance, Lin Xiao's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the peak ahead. He began to ponder how extensively the school had modified the mountain. There were dozens of entrances at the foot, but the climbing paths dwindled as the altitude increased, raising the likelihood of encountering enemies. The whole mountain resembled a giant, multi-layered cake, sliced into tapering trapezoidal sections. Multiple service areas were set up at various altitudes, and the mountain top was unnaturally flat, as if sliced by a giant. It housed a medical station and student dormitories for overnight stays after the competition. Lin Xiao's thoughts turned to his strategy for the competition. How should he act after ascending the mountain? This question lingered in his mind. He quickly realized that searching in the lower parts of the mountain would be time-consuming and might yield nothing. Only by reaching the middle to upper layers would the chances of encountering opponents significantly increase. After all, the lone wolves were few in number, totaling no more than 10 members between the two teams. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Xiao. To the opposition, Wu Zhixing was still perceived as Class C's leader, and he and the other three were likely seen as expendable. This meant that when enemies encountered him, they wouldn't flee but rather engage actively. This realization dawned on Lin Xiao. As long as he roamed the upper layers, enemies would come to him. In their eyes, he was a walking points dispenser, a sitting duck ready for the taking. Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel at the strategy. It was classic, playing the pig to eat the tiger. Just then, his watch emitted a rapid beep beep beep, indicating it was 9 o'clock sharp. Lin Xiao sprang into action, darting like a black lightning bolt, covering dozens of meters of mountain path in just a second, officially starting his competition journey. At the mountaintop, in the faculty office, hot water cascaded down, releasing a fragrant blend of flowers and fruits as the bright oranger tea filled the transparent teapot. Li Jingru, with her slightly curly chestnut hair, dressed in an elegant long gown, picked up the teapot and hummed a tune as she walked towards the workspace adorned with numerous screens. There, a female teacher dressed in a formal and serious uniform was already stationed in front of the screens. Her long hair was neatly tied up, and her gold-rimmed glasses reflected the screen's glow. "Xiao Qing, red tea thanks," Li Jingru said, pouring the tea into 2 ceramic cups, her gaze sweeping over the large display on the wall. The screen was neatly divided into dozens of windows, showing real-time footage of 2 student teams. Without any manual operation, the AI-processed surveillance videos automatically tracked the students' movements, providing the best observation angles. Suddenly, one of the videos enlarged and moved to the center of the screen. "Oh dear, it looks like the wolf squads are starting to engage," Li Jingru, the instructor of Class F, said excitedly. In the video, the 2 teams quickly noticed each other and, after a brief hesitation, charged forward. "Xiao Qing, why is your team all girls?" Li Jingru asked curiously. Wu Qinghua took a sip of her red tea and replied calmly, "The strength of a warrior doesn't depend on gender. After years of energy absorption, the students of military university have bodies that are almost superhuman. The innate differences between males and females can be ignored. You know, that's not what I meant. I love girl squads the most." Li Jingru playfully rolled her eyes. "But team composition should be reasonable. You have to consider overall strength. You can't just go with what you like." Li Jingru pulled out a tin of cookies from under the cabinet and began munching excitedly. "Humph! Let's see, they're about to fight." In the footage, Li Jufeng from Class F ran while instructing his teammates, "Everyone, confirm your opponents. If you can't win, defend first, and I'll help once I take down one." "Got it." For tense and excited replies echoed. The Class C team was within 300 meters, and Li Jufeng felt uneasy, wondering who the tall girl with the mask was. At the moment of contact, an unexpected event occurred. Chen Feifei didn't attack Li Jufeng. Instead, a leg strike like a battle axe came straight at him. Li Jufeng hastily defended, but was sent flying by the immense force. "What?" The Class F team was momentarily stunned, giving their opponents the chance to strike hard. "Take this from Sia. Xiao Yaya, haven't you finished yet?" The battle ended quickly. The Class C team was too strong, taking down their opponents in less than 20 seconds. Fangwen removed the opponent's watch, and Class C's points increased from 0 to 10. "You are Fangwen?" Li Jufeng asked weakly. Fangwen removed her mask and nodded with a smile. Li Jufeng fainted in confusion. The Class C girls discarded the watch and continued to advance upwards. Elsewhere, the Class C wolf squads were also engaging with their opponents. "Why is Chun here? Isn't he a lone wolf? Damn it, has Class C gone mad? Why are the 9th and 10th ranked in the same team? Run. As many as you can." The screams of Class F students echoed through the watches in the office. Li Jingru watched the farce expressionlessly, the screen's corner showing the score comparison, 28-8. Wu Qinghua elegantly picked up a cookie, took a small bite and whispered, "So sweet." In the surveillance footage, battles between the 2 teams almost always ended in Class C's victory. Class F students either fell or fled, resulting in a complete rout. The few points they managed to win were only achieved by their stronger teams, at the cost of 2 members losing their combat ability. Once a student loses combat ability or falls unconscious, they must exit the competition even if their points haven't been stolen. The method is to let a teammate directly loot their points, after which medical staff will arrive from a nearby service area. This internal looting doesn't increase the class's points, but raises the looter's value. For example, if a team member loots a teammate's points and is then defeated by the enemy, the opponent's points gain would double from 2 to 4. This is undoubtedly a dangerous situation because their strength doesn't increase with their value, making them an enticing target. For Class F, the situation looked bleak. Li Jingru tossed the last piece of biscuit into her mouth, chewing quietly. Normally elegant and gentle, she now wore a serious expression, her eyes deep and dark, as if the surrounding light dimmed with her mood. However, Wu Qinghua seemed oblivious to the tense atmosphere. She leisurely sipped her tea and nibbled on cookies, looking utterly untroubled. Qinghua, what are you thinking? Li Jingru asked. I'm just organizing the teams rationally, Wu Qinghua responded calmly. That's allowed. But it means you've entirely given up on the lone wolf side's results, Li Jingru analyzed confidently, resting her chin on her hand. You believe Wu Zhixing is no match for our top student, so you've moved all your elite forces to the pack side, hoping to win with just the team strength. Wu Qinghua took a sip of tea, silently acknowledging the analysis. You should know this strategy only works in the early stages. You can't win this way, Li Jingru said playfully, twirling a lock of hair around her finger. Class C can't completely wipe out our wolf pack, and on the lone wolf side, how many points can you get? Everyone understands such a simple tactic, but why don't they use it? Because it's not worth the loss. Li Jingru continued. This is a mountain, not a rigid arena. The initial skirmishes can indeed catch the opponent off guard, but if they can't win, they'll run. Once fleeing students encounter other teams, our wolf pack will definitely figure out their strategy. Students aren't fools. If they know the opponent is strong, they'll avoid fighting. With so many paths and forests, escaping is easy. As long as they don't stay on the lower level for long, they can move upwards while dodging, even ambushing the enemy when the opportunity arises. Over the years, it's rare for a Wolfpack team to be completely wiped out because the competition usually ends before that. You sent a few ordinary students to the north side. If they encounter our elites, they probably won't even be able to escape. Just as Li Jingru finished speaking, a video from the Lone Wolf side popped. UPA sneaky Class C student bumped into a Class F Lone Wolf at a corner. Although he immediately turned to flee, he was quickly subdued. Class F's points shot up from 8 to 13 on the screen. Yay! Points get. Li Jingru cheered, showing a peace sign with a bright, innocent smile. My students are smart. They'll take measures once they realize the problem, and your advantage will be gone. Wu Qinghua adjusted her glasses, her expression still inscrutable. In the upper northern area, several Class F lone wolves had already regrouped. Two tall boys stood on the steps, looking hesitant. Qian, are you sure you don't need us to deal with Wu Zhixing? Yeah. What if they gang up on you? In front of them stood a strong and spirited woman. She wore a high ponytail, was nearly 1.8 meters tall, and had a dignified, beautiful face with a heroic aura. This was Lu Yuqian, Class F's top student, ranked 4th in the year. No need. Their lone wolf is weak. I can handle it alone, Lu Yuqian replied decisively. Xiaoyu has already gone ahead. You guys hurry up and support the wolf pack. The two boys nodded and sped towards the mountain top. Lu Yuqian checked her watch, displaying the scores 34 to 20. One Class F student had yet to meet up, likely hunting the enemy in the mid-mountain area. Lu Yuqian neither supported nor opposed this tactic. Besides Wu Zhixing, Class C had 2 lone wolves left, worth a significant 10 points. Looking up at the summit, Lu Yuqian leaped forward. She didn't plan to support the wolf pack, but intended to guard the path to the top. There was only one road from the north to the peak. As long as she held it, Wu Zhixing would eventually have to face her. Defeating Wu Zhixing would essentially end the game. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was jogging along the mountain path, full of confusion. Why hadn't he encountered anyone? Was his luck really that bad? Not even a lone wolf. Initially, Lin Xiao thought he was climbing too fast, so he stopped to enjoy the mountain's flora and fauna. However, he still saw only insects and birds, no enemies, not even teammates. He began to suspect he was the only one on the north side. Checking the scores, Lin Xiao sighed. He reassured himself that Class C had the advantage in the wolf pack side, so he had nothing to worry about. The real pressure was on the other side. With this thought, Lin Xiao felt much more relaxed, even considering taking a break at a service area. Just as he entered the service area and took a sip of his drink, a desperate scream startled him. Leader! A girl with a bob haircut and a delicate face ran towards him, her expression as if she had found a long-lost relative. Dongli, were you hiding in the service area? Lin Xiao recognized the girl, one of Class C's lone wolf targets, surprisingly still in the game. Dongli stood before Lin Xiao, tears welling up as she recounted her struggles. I didn't dare take the main roads. I kept to the small forests, hiding for 10 minutes in every service area, always in the ladies' room. Her lips pouted, and her eyes were red, looking utterly wronged. Impressive. Lin Xiao genuinely admired her. You've worked hard. From now on, travel with me. Okay. Dongli agreed, her voice filled with relief. Though a bit disheveled, her strategy was effective. Besides Lin Xiao and Wu Zhixing, she was likely the only lone wolf left in Class C. Lin Xiao resumed his journey, now with a companion. Dongli chattered like a sparrow, sharing her thrilling lone wolf experiences, making the trip far from boring. Thanks to her storytelling, the journey was no longer dull. The score is 40-26. What should we do, Qing? Li Jingru raised her fair chin and smiled at her friend Wu Qinghua beside her. Her chestnut hair fluttered gracefully in the air as she swayed on the swivel chair. Wu Qinghua leaned back slightly to avoid the flying hair. The advantage is still with Class C. I don't see anything wrong with that, she replied calmly. Still so stubborn. Li Jingru shot her a sly glance, a mischievous smile on her face. Class C's advantage is just an illusion. As long as Wu Zhixing can't beat Xiao Qian, all your advantages will vanish. Just then, the north side monitor zoomed in on the center screen. Li Jingru's eyes flashed with surprise as she teased, Qing. It looks like your class has two little fools. On the screen, a boy and a girl from Class C were walking leisurely along a mountain path, chatting away, completely unaware of the ambush from Class F's lone wolf in the distance. Li Jingru shook her head and sighed. Why are they sticking together? They're practically giving us points. Wu Qinghua took a sip of her tea, her expression unchanged. I can't interfere with the students' decisions. Maybe it's part of their strategy. The scene shifted to Lin Xiao and Dongli walking on the mountain path. Dongli was vividly recounting how she evaded the pursuit of a Class F student. I saw the Class F student from a distance. He tried to chase me, but I disappeared around a corner and jumped off the ledge. Lin Xiao asked with concern, Did you hurt your foot? Dongli nodded honestly. It's numb. I hid in a bush for a while. She pulled at her clothes and extracted a few black thorns. These are from beggar ticks. Quite common. No wonder I felt itchy all over. Lin Xiao quickly stopped her from fidgeting with her clothes. Bear with it. You can wash off later. Suddenly, Lin Xiao halted. A tall male figure emerged from behind a tree, speaking politely, Sorry to interrupt your conversation. Could you surrender? At least that way you won't get hurt. Dongli yelped and jumped up, looking around for an escape route. Lin Xiao sighed and gave her a light chop on the head, bringing her back to her senses. She hid behind him. He's Bai Chun from Class F, ranked 4th, Dongli whispered. Lin Xiao nodded and looked at the opponent. All right, how about this? Can you give us your points? Bai Chun was momentarily stunned. Then his face darkened. I thought you guys were smart. Fall down. He vanished in an instant, his fierce straight punch whistling through the air. Bang. The sound of fists clashing echoed. Bai Chun's eyes widened as he saw his punch firmly caught by Lin Xiao. Can't move. Bai Chun felt his bones creaking. Who are you? Bang. Without even seeing the move, a hook punch struck his abdomen, draining all his strength as he collapsed to the ground. Take his points, Lin Xiao directed, pointing at the fallen Bai Chun. Yay. I never thought I'd score points. Dongli jumped up excitedly and eagerly checked her wrist device. Back in the monitoring room, Wu Qinghua noticed Li Jingru's displeased expression and asked, Why do you look so upset? Li Jingru's face was stern as she stared at the boy on the screen. What's his name? What's his rank in your class? Lin Xiao. Last semester he was 38th, Wu Qinghua replied, then added regretfully, I've heard he's improved recently, but I didn't expect this much progress. I should have transferred him to the wolf pack. I haven't been doing my job well as a class advisor. Li Jingru coldly closed the student file. It doesn't matter, Qing. The outcome won't change. The screen zoomed in on the northern peak. A burly man with a buzz cut was making his way to the summit. At the end of his path stood a spirited woman with a high ponytail. Li Jingru stood up, hopped to Wu Qinghua's side, and wrapped her arms around her neck, whispering close to her ear, Qing, checkmate. Wu Qinghua said nothing, quietly picking up a cookie and taking a bite. It really is sweet. On the mountaintop, the wind howled incessantly. Lu Yuqian stood firm at the peak, her waist-length ponytail whipping through the air like a wild serpent. Her gaze was sharp as she silently watched the man ascending the final steps. I thought you would hide until the end, but here you are so soon, Lu Yuqian said calmly. The man before her was tall and imposing, with a wild aura. Hide? What nonsense are you talking about? Wu Zhixing cracked his neck, his voice deep and raspy, like a beast brimming with rage. Because if you lose, Class C loses, Lu Yuqian said, taking a step forward instead of retreating. She wore a bright and confident smile. You can't beat me. From the moment you faced me, this match was already over. I'll tear that smug mouth of yours apart, woman. Wu Zhixing roared, the stone slab under his feet cracking as he launched himself at Lu Yuqian like a cannonball. Lu Yuqian's eyes narrowed as she narrowly dodged the attack. Her long leg shot out like a steel blade, aiming for Wu Zhixing's chest and abdomen. He crossed his arms, muscles bulging, barely managing to block the strike. His shoes left a meter-long skid mark on the ground, but he had managed to defend himself. Your martial power has improved, Lu Yuqian commented, patting her pants, her expression growing colder. Judging me? You think you're qualified? Wu Zhixing unleashed his full power, transforming into a raging beast as he charged at Lu Yuqian again, his attacks becoming more chaotic and frenzied. Lu Yuqian dodged several wild punches and kicks but took a direct hit to her abdomen, forcing her back 2 steps. I misjudged you. Your power has indeed improved. You're not as easy to handle as before. Who do you think I am? Wu Zhixing sneered, acknowledging his own progress. Can't underestimate you. It seems. Lu Yuqian took a deep breath, her body tensing as powerful energy surged through her. But you're still not my match. Wu Zhixing's pupils contracted as he barely evaded Lu Yuqian's bullet-like punches. Her attacks didn't stop. A straight downward chop came at him like a guillotine. He tried to dodge but was too slow. His shoulder took the brunt of the blow. Ugh. He bent over, his left shoulder and arm instantly going numb. Looks like you need to work on your footwork, Lu Yuqian remarked. Wu Zhixing gritted his teeth, a guttural growl tearing from his throat as his eyes lost all reason. Don't get cocky, woman. Absolute rage consumed him, awakening the true beast within. 10 minutes later, Wu Zhixing lay defeated. The scene shifted elsewhere. Ye Shaoqing, I won. Li Jingru cheered, her hands raised high as she bounced around Wu Qinghua like a little girl. Her youthful appearance and carefree personality made it hard to believe she was in her 40s. What should I make you do? Be my maid for a month? Dress up in a Lolita outfit for a photo shoot? Or maybe dress as a cat girl and lick my... Li Jingru rambled on. Wu Qinghua ignored her chatter, lightly tapping the table. I advise you, the match isn't over yet. It's already over. Li Jingru wrapped an arm around Wu Qinghua's shoulder, lifting her chin with a teasing finger. Call me big sister nicely, and I might go easy on you. Wu Qinghua remained expressionless, picking up a cookie and stuffing it into Li Jingru's mouth. Just then, another video feed popped up. The scene was still the mountaintop, but from a different angle. The battered Wu Zhixing now hung in the air, his limbs limp. Supporting him were Lu Yuqian's strong, pale arms. She held him by the collar, coldly assessing her defeated opponent. Confirming he was no longer a threat, Lu Yuqian let go, letting him drop to the ground like a dead fish. She touched her still-aching left cheek, contemplating his frenzied fighting style. Enough. Let's end this, Lu Yuqian sighed, crouching down to remove Wu Zhixing's watch. At that moment, 2 voices rang out. Wow, 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 I made it to the top for the first time while conscious. I used to be carried up here. Now that you mention it, me too. Lu Yuqian looked up, surprised to see 2 students, a boy and a girl, reaching the peak. They were unfamiliar faces. The last 2 lone wolves of Class C? Lu Yuqian marveled at their luck, having evaded by Qin's pursuit. Lin Xiao and Dongli also noticed Lu Yuqian. Dongli quickly hid behind Lin Xiao, peeking out cautiously. Suddenly, she exclaimed, Isn't that Wu Zhixing? He was defeated? Lin Xiao glanced at the fallen Wu Zhixing, then looked at Lu Yuqian with mild surprise. No need to be nervous or run away, Lu Yuqian said, showing the watch in her hand. Your leader lost. The rest of this match is meaningless. She pressed a button, revealing Class F's points 34. The leader's 50 points, plus the 2 lone wolves' 10 points, exceeded 90, more than enough. Seeing the match was truly over, Lu Yuqian's expression softened. She looked at Lin Xiao and Dongli, her tone friendly. Take off your watches. Let's end this quickly and head to the rest area. However, the 2 didn't respond. Lu Yuqian sensed something in their eyes and sighed inwardly. Can't you avoid more suffering? She decided to process Wu Zhixing's points first. Placing his watch on the mirror, Lu Yuqian pressed the button. Beep. 34. 39. What? Lu Yuqian's eyes widened in shock. Lu Yuqian stared blankly at her watch screen, her brow furrowed. Clearly, she had plundered the chief points, but the class score only increased by 5 points instead of the expected 50. A flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes as she thought, could the system be malfunctioning? After all, the school system has been developed for so long, and this has never happened before. Just then, a snicker came from the ground. Lu Yuqian coldly looked down at the man lying on the floor, her voice icy. What are you laughing at? Wu Zhixing forced his eyes open, a sneer playing at his lips. You fool. Quick words won't change the fact that you're the loser. Lu Yuqian's expression remained unchanged, unperturbed by the taunts of her defeated opponent. A trace of contempt flickered in Wu Zhixing's eyes as he looked on with a gloating expression. That's why I called you a fool. Who told you the system malfunctioned? What? Lu Yuqian's pupils contracted, her expression freezing. She slowly raised her head, her gaze landing on a nearby couple. Lin Xiao chuckled helplessly, raising his wrist to tap the watch face. Sorry, I'm the real chief. Bang! Li Jingru abruptly stood up, Slamming her hands on the table, she leaned forward, staring at the screen in disbelief. Moments later, she turned to glare at the bespectacled female teacher beside her. Why isn't Wu Zixing the chief? Her voice was filled with gritted teeth, completely devoid of her previous winner's grace. Wu Qinghua rubbed her eyes, a hint of frustration in her tone. Come to think of it, the chief wasn't him. Sigh, age really catches up with you. My memory isn't what it used to be. I forgot the chief of Class C had been replaced. She looked directly into her friend's eyes, a trace of apology in her voice. Sorry, for getting your hopes up. Li Jingru stared at her for a moment, then a composed smile curved her lips. She rhythmically tapped her fingers on the table, as if seeing through the other's trickery. I see. You even replaced the chief to win this match. That's quite desperate, isn't it, Qing? Wu Qinghua merely adjusted her glasses silently, not bothering to refute. Li Jingru continued. So Wu Zixing listens to you that well, huh? Even willing to cooperate with such a petty trick. Truly a teacher respected by his students. She clapped mockingly, as if congratulating her opponent, but her smile was devoid of warmth. Unfortunately, such schemes are useless. Even if you swapped the chief, even if you sneaked in a capable lone wolf, the power gap remains. The homeroom teacher of Class F had a gaze as cold as ice, exuding an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Even if my Yuqian's strength has been drained by Wu Zixing, she's not in peak condition, but she's not someone just anyone can defeat. Besides, before she could finish, a screen on the side of the wolves suddenly popped up, showing a team of over 10 people heading towards the top floor. Leading the group were 3 lone wolves sent by Class F. Li Jingru's face lit up with joy, playfully blinking and making a sign near her eyes. Sorry, looks like our students got here first. Wu Qinghua finished her tea with a faint smile. Lu Yuqian's gaze shifted between Lin Xiao and the fallen Wu Zixing, letting out a cold snort. So that's it, playing such a childish trick. Before she finished her sentence, she had already appeared in front of Lin Xiao, her fair hand gripping his forearm like a vice. Whoa! Beside them, Dong Li jumped in shock at the sudden turn of events. Lu Yuqian's tone carried a warning. Hand over the watch. If you don't want to end up on the ground. Her delicate hand was now like steel, firmly locking Lin Xiao's wrist. Feeling the astonishing grip strength, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Though not as fast as White Flash, it was enough to fully suppress Wu Zixing. No wonder that beast lost. Noticing several bruises on her body, he curiously asked, You seem injured? Lu Yuqian lowered her eyelids, her tone filled with anger. If you think these minor injuries will affect my performance, you're quite foolish. Lin Xiao could feel her grip tightening. My patience is limited. If you're smart? Before she could finish, she realized no matter how much strength she added, his wrist remained unmoved. A look of shock gradually spread across her face, as if she had realized an unbelievable possibility. Bang! Lu Yuqian suddenly burst into action, her legs charged with energy, shooting away at top speed. Lin Xiao regretfully retracted his right leg, having missed his target. 40 meters away, on an open ground, Lu Yuqian crouched in a defensive stance, warily eyeing the man across from her. Her heart raced, a strong sense of danger flooding her mind. Lin Xiao couldn't help but praise, great battle instinct. She had prepared to retreat just before he kicked. Lu Yuqian didn't reply, her face dark as she stared at Lin Xiao. Both his arm strength and leg speed revealed a hint of his true power. This man? His strength was definitely no less than Wu Zixing's. If she were at full strength, she wouldn't fear him. But now she was injured, her stamina somewhat depleted, and her energy reserves partially exhausted. Fighting him now, even if she could win, she would likely be spent. At that point, the students reaching the top might take advantage. As Lu Yuqian hesitated, familiar voices from behind made her relax instantly. Chief, have you taken care of things here? We're catching up. A total of 13 Class F students, including 3 lone wolves and 2 wolf packs. Lu Yuqian glanced behind, not seeing any Class C wolves. How did you get here? Class F's second-ranked student, the burly Zhao Shanjun explained. The 3 of us combined 2 teams and rushed to the top without bothering with other teams. The third-ranked student, a petite girl with a mushroom haircut, Lin Xiao, added anxiously. On the way, we drove off 2 Class C teams. They must have noticed by now, and will probably catch up soon. Lu Yuqian nodded, understanding the urgency. Assist me. Let's take down their chief together. Got it. Wait, isn't that Wu Zixing on the ground? Zhao Shanjun was stunned, and the other Class F students also showed puzzled expressions, noticing the fallen Wu Zixing. Isn't it already over? It's not him. The real chief is that guy over there. Time was pressing, and Lu Yuqian didn't explain further. They had to finish this righteous assault before Class C's reinforcements arrived. I'll engage him hidden. You find opportunities from the sides. Before her words finished, Lu Yuqian shot forward like an arrow. Seeing this, The Class F students stopped asking questions and followed, all charging towards Lin Xiao. Holy crap! I'm out of here! Dong Li's scream pierced the air as she swiftly patted her behind and darted out of the battle zone like a rabbit. Lin Xiao watched her retreating figure with a slight smirk. For someone who always lagged behind, not being a burden was already commendable. He certainly didn't expect her to help fend off the enemies. However, the current situation was far from optimistic. Enemies surrounded him in a dense swarm, like an incoming tide. Lin Xiao silently thanked his 25 constitution points, which granted him formidable stamina, recovery, and power reserves. In an unknown fight, he was confident he could take them all down without resorting to his powers. But this was a brawl, a completely different scenario. Lu Yuqian might only be able to hold him off briefly, but the flurry of punches and kicks from the others was genuinely annoying. Especially with skilled fighters like Fang Wan and Ah Chan among them, the trouble only multiplied. As Lu Yuqian rapidly approached, Lin Xiao sighed softly and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his pupils ignited with a gray flame, and a terrifying power surged through his body. Hunter mode bullet time. In an instant, the world seemed to slow down. The stone slabs beneath Lin Xiao's feet cracked and shattered as he shot towards the enemy like an arrow released from a bow, arriving next to Lu Yuqian in a heartbeat. What? Before Lu Yuqian could finish her exclamation, a black whip-like kick struck her side with the force of a 1,000-pound hammer. With a resounding bang, her body turned into a black shadow, tracing a graceful arc through the air. The students from Class F stood dumbfounded, their minds blank, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Suspended in midair, Lu Yuqian suppressed the searing pain in her left arm and looked down. Her pupils contracted sharply. Lin Xiao hadn't paused at all. He was charging towards the rest of Class F like a raging storm. The first to face him was Zhao Shanjun, the bear-like second ranker of Class F. As Lin Xiao lunged forward, Zhao roared and threw a massive fist. However, his arm was instantly seized. Lin Xiao executed a smooth over-thresholder throw, sending the burly man flying. Zhao's perspective spun wildly before he crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. With a thunderous boom, the ground caved in, and Zhao Shanjun lay there, eyes wide with shock, spewing bile, unable to get up. In the blink of an eye, Class F had lost a key player. A petite figure darted behind Lin Xiao, aiming a flying kick at his lower back. Unfazed, Lin Xiao hammered his fist downward. Lin Xiaoyu clutched her leg and collapsed, her face twisted in agony. Seeing this, Lu Yuqian, who had just landed, was furious. She rushed at Lin Xiao with all her might, trying to stop this terrifying monster. But Lin Xiao ignored her, continuing his assault on the enemies. Don't be afraid. Attack together. There's a dozen of us. The remaining Class F students roared, charging in unison. However, the gap in strength was simply too vast. Lin Xiao had long surpassed his old self. Even in hunter mode, his power rivaled that of Bai Shan. Against ordinary students, it was a one-sided massacre. Lin Xiao's tactics were straightforward: attack the nearest enemy. Punches and kicks flew, sweeping and striking. With his unmatched speed and strength, no one could evade his blows, and no one could withstand his hits. Each strike felled an opponent, each kick sent someone flying. Lin Xiao rampaged through the battlefield like an unstoppable force. Stop. Stop right now. Lu Yuqian finally reached Lin Xiao, but by then, fewer than half of the students were still standing. The rest lay on the ground, groaning or unconscious. Biting her lip, Lu Yuqian unleashed her full power, her rage fueling her assault. Her hand chops were sharp as blades, her punches heavy as cannonballs, and her legs left afterimages in the air, black as razor edges, determined to bring down her foe. Her onslaught was relentless, but it had little effect. Lin Xiao dodged or blocked each attack with ease. Lu Yuqian felt her stamina rapidly depleting, but she dared not stop. Her instincts told her that any slip-up would lead to a deadly counterattack. Seeing their leader engage Lin Xiao, the remaining Class F students gathered around, looking for an opening to launch a sneak attack. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed. He bent his waist, spun around, and delivered a 180-degree roundhouse kick. Two students flew through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Panic flashed across Lu Yuqian's face as she threw a punch at Lin Xiao's face. But this time, he saw it coming. Lin Xiao grabbed her right wrist and yanked her forward. Off balance, Lu Yuqian found herself pressed against his chest, their faces inches apart. It's over. With those calm words, a powerful punch landed on her abdomen. Bang! Lu Yuqian's body convulsed, her waist bent, her mouth opened but no sound came out. Then, her eyes closed, her limbs went limp, and she collapsed. The remaining students stood frozen, eyes vacant, unsure of what to do. At that moment, a commotion arose from the southern hillside. Dozens of figures ascended the peak, accompanied by shouts of anger. Those Class F runts sneaked up here. Damn it! I knew they were up to no good. Lin Xiao, we're here to help you. Chief, you still in one piece? Lin Xiao, your big sister is here. As Class C approached and saw the scattered enemies, they were equally stunned. Whoa, it's over. They're all down? Zhao Shanjun, Li Xiaoyu, Chuanwu, holy crap, isn't that Lu Yuqian? Lin Xiao took them all down? No way. Are you even human? Chief, you're so awesome. I'm proud of you. There are still a few left, huh? Stragglers. The remaining Class F students shivered in fear under the gaze of Class CS troublemakers. Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at his classmates' antics. They knew the fight was over. They were just trying to scare the leftovers. He bent down and removed Lu Yuqian's smartwatch. Beep, Class CS score instantly soared past 90, officially ending the class competition. Lu Yuqian, lying on the ground, forced her eyes open, her vision blurry, her voice weak. Who are you? Lin Xiao blinked and gave a polite smile. Lin Xiao, Chief of Class C, nice to meet you. The sun was setting, casting a dim light through the window and enveloping the faculty office in a dusky glow. Li Jingru sat quietly in her chair, her face hidden in the shadows, with only the flicker of the screen on the wall reflecting in her eyes. Suddenly, Wu Qinghua flipped the switch, and the bright fluorescent lights dispelled the darkness, revealing the true state of the Class F advisor. Li Jingru was curled up in her chair, hugging her knees, with a blank expression on her delicate face and a vacant look in her eyes. The once charming, elegant, and vibrant woman seemed to have vanished, replaced by a listless figure. Even her beautiful long curls had lost their usual luster. Wu Qinghua sat down beside her and poured herself another cup of red tea. She crossed her legs and silently observed her friend, as if admiring a piece of art. Li Jingru kept her eyes downcast, her stocking-clad feet unconsciously tracing patterns on the soft cushion of the chair. Who exactly is this Lin Xiao? Li Jingru's voice was muffled, a far cry from her usual sweet tone during the day. Wu Qinghua took a sip of tea and calmly explained, he's an ordinary student from a humble family. He defeated Wu Zhixing and rightfully earned the top spot. Li Jingru pursed her lips and said wistfully, a student from a humble family advancing so quickly? From the bottom of the class to the top. He wasn't at the bottom to begin with, Wu Qinghua replied, removing her glasses and wiping the lenses with a silk cloth. When he enrolled, he was ranked third in the year, with a mental strength far surpassing that of ordinary people, only slightly behind the top two. Only slightly behind? Li Jingru frowned, dissatisfied. Explain the gap clearly. The difference between them and ordinary students is too vast. Wu Qinghua's lips curled into a smile as she raised two fingers and softly said, before their abilities awakened, those two had mental strengths on par with Lin Xiao when he first enrolled. In fact, Lin Xiao might have been slightly stronger. Without her glasses, Wu Qinghua's eyes gleamed with a hint of red. Her unadorned yet beautiful face wore a smile that was both dangerous and alluring, like a blooming mandrake. Li Jingru's eyes widened in shock. Doesn't that make him a potential ability user? Wu Qinghua nodded slightly, confirming her friend's suspicion. He is indeed a natural ability user. Awakening is just a matter of time once he clarifies his inner self. Wow, impressive. Li Jingru swayed back and forth, her eyes darting around as if she had thought of something. She quickly stood up, slipped on her high heels, tidied her disheveled hair, and even pulled out a compact mirror to touch up her makeup. Watching her friend, who now looked as if she were preparing for a date, Wu Qinghua put her glasses back on and asked, what are you planning to do? Of course, I'm going to say hello. Li Jingru slung her bag over her shoulder and waved. Bye-bye, Xiaoqing. You don't mind if I get to know your student, right? I don't mind, but... Wu Qinghua tapped the table. Make sure to settle the winner's terms first. Li Jingru froze, mechanically turning around and blinking guiltily. Haha, what winner's terms? The loser has to agree to one request from the winner. You can't back out, Wu Qinghua said, resting her chin on her hand, her gaze piercing through Li Jingru's facade. What do you want me to do? Li Jingru pouted, resigned. Wu Qinghua shook her head, walked over to her friend, and cupped her head, enunciating each word clearly. Just like you said earlier, Nanny, photoshoot, cat ears, I want it all. Eh? The evening breeze atop the hill was cool and refreshing. In the open-air courtyard of the cafeteria, the two classes were holding a post-match banquet. Students sat around small tables, some freshly showered, some with bandages, eating grilled skewers and drinking cold beverages as they animatedly discussed the day's competition. We made Fong Wen wear a mask and caught them off guard. That F-class student was no match for me. A few punches and he was down. That's right, Lin Xiao. Our team scored the first point for C-class. Seeing the girls' triumphant expressions, Lin Xiao wisely set down his drink and clapped his hands. Awesome. Hehehe. Zhao Xia and Chen Feifei simultaneously lifted their chins, their noses almost pointing to the sky. Fong Wen stood awkwardly to the side, her face flushed with embarrassment. This kind of self-promotion was completely out of character for her. At the table with Lin Xiao and his three friends, two additional girls were present, their teammates from earlier in the day. These food enthusiasts were fully engrossed in devouring their skewers, nodding mechanically in agreement with Zhao Xia and Chen Feifei's boastful chatter. Lin Xiao had initially wanted to invite another companion from today, the ever-cautious lone wolf, Dong Libet. She was currently surrounded by a group of Class C students, growing more animated by the minute. With one foot on a chair and a juice cup held high, she narrated with the fervor of a storyteller. The chief was like a thunderbolt. Even though he was surrounded by enemies, he tore through them like a tiger among sheep, felling one with each punch and sending others flying with his kicks. His valor was like a war god descending. Though I was a bit far away, I could swear I heard him roar, "You're all surrounded by me alone." Whoa! The Class C students roared in unison, their faces flushed with excitement as if they were witnessing the battle firsthand. Lin Xiao's face turned ashen, and he felt so embarrassed that he could almost dig a hole with his toes. The intense gazes around him made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. At that moment, he wished he could sew the mouth of the overly enthusiastic storyteller shut. In stark contrast to the admiration and respect in the eyes of the Class C students, the reaction from the Class F students was entirely different. At the table directly opposite Lin Xiao sat Lu Yuqian and several other Class F students, bandaged and glaring at him with anger, hostility, and even a hint of resentment. For a brief moment, their eyes met. Lin Xiao awkwardly tilted his head and raised his drink in a gesture of acknowledgement. Humph! Lu Yuqian slammed her hand on the table, leading her group of students indoors in a huff. Not long after, they reappeared, each carrying a massive barrel of nearly 100 liters on their shoulders, striding menacingly toward Lin Xiao's table. Bang! The half-a-man-high barrels crashed onto the table, and Lin Xiao's expression shifted from embarrassment to bewilderment. He stared at the scene before him, utterly at a loss for how to react. The courtyard was a mess, with barrels of alcohol toppled over and drunken students sprawled all over the place. Lin Xiao sighed helplessly and helped the staff carry the last batch of students back to their dorms. The military academy usually prohibits drinking, but students are allowed to drink freely during class parties. Last night, the students of Class F, dissatisfied with Lin Xiao's combat prowess, decided to challenge him in a drinking contest. Not to be outdone, Class C joined in as well. They surrounded Lin Xiao and tried to outdrink him, unaware of the terrifying endurance of his 25-point constitution. Beer, wine, spirits. Lin Xiao accepted it all and drank everything in one go. The alcohol was instantly metabolized in his system, making it easier for him than drinking water. In the end, the challengers all collapsed, more exhausted than they were after daytime training. Lin Xiao, along with the staff and sober students like Fang Wen, had to escort them back to their dorms in groups. Even the female instructor of Class F joined the fray, nearly overwhelming Lin Xiao, but fortunately, Instructor Wu Qinghua stepped in and took her away. After taking a shower, Lin Xiao went to the rooftop alone. The cool breeze brushed against his face, the night sky was dotted with stars, and the bright moonlight shone down. This was the closest place to the stars at the school. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to refine his powers. The Milky Way cascaded down, transforming into a rainbow-like stream of light that flowed into Lin Xiao's body. His consciousness gradually transcended, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the vast expanse of the cosmos. Tiny specks of light, like grains of sand, floated around him in various colors, scattered randomly. To his amazement, Lin Xiao noticed that the powers gathered around him this time were somewhat special. White specks of light dominated, pushing other colors to the periphery. Upon closer inspection, he saw that there were pure black grains interspersed among the white, blending seamlessly with the starry sky. This unique mix of black and white specks gave Lin Xiao a strange sense of familiarity. Just as he was about to reach out and touch them, he was abruptly pulled back to reality. He tried to re-enter that state, but to no avail, so he had to give up. The next morning, Lin Xiao and Zhao Xia, along with a few others, descended the mountain. After returning to school and completing their daily training, Zhao Xia left in a hurry to go to work, and Chen Feifei had plans to meet friends at the library. Fang Wen asked Lin Xiao about his plans for the weekend and found out that he had nothing to do besides training. She suggested they visit the Guangdou dojo in the city, explaining that it had training facilities and fighting arenas that attracted various types of martial artists, including trainee warriors, senior students from the military academy, and even active-duty soldiers and hunters. Fang Wen herself went there every week, not only to find opponents, but also to observe real hunters in action. Lin Xiao was intrigued. Having been cooped up in the school for so long, he was eager to explore the outside world. Can anyone go to that battle arena? Lin Xiao asked curiously. Fang Wen smiled and replied, as long as you pay the membership fee, anyone can go. Membership fee? Lin Xiao's eyes widened as he snapped back to reality. He cautiously asked, how much is the membership fee? Fang Wen blinked and held up one finger. 1,000 yuan per month. What the heck? Lin Xiao gasped, feeling a sudden chill. He thought to himself, the outside world is too dangerous. Everything costs money. Unlike school, where food, clothing, and accommodation are all free. Training at school is pretty good. The facilities are complete, and if I lack an opponent, I can always spar with Bai Shan. School is home. He resolved to stay on campus until graduation. This was a matter of principle, and even Fong Wen's invitation wouldn't sway him. Sorry, I think. You can fight in the ring there, and if you win, you can earn money. Fong Wen interrupted. Lin Xiao immediately shut his mouth. 1,000 yuan per match? Fong Wen clasped her hands together, a sly smile playing on her lips. I made over 10,000 yuan last month. Lin Xiao's attitude shifted instantly, and he sincerely said, please, you have to take me there. He thought to himself, I've had enough of this boring school. I want to experience the wonders of the outside world. But before that, Lin Xiao suddenly thought of something. Sister Fong Wen. Huh. Sister Fong Wen? Fong Wen blushed, feeling a bit flustered. Lin Xiao placed his hands on her shoulders, looking her straight in the eyes. Could you lend me 1,000 yuan? Fong Wen was momentarily speechless. Lin Xiao explained, the scholarship for top students isn't awarded until the 5th, and I only have 600 yuan on me right now. I'm really strapped for cash. The two left the school and boarded the subway on line 3. On the way, Fong Wen introduced the history of the dojo to Lin Xiao. The battle arena was founded by an rank hunter and is supported by the government, making it a semi-public project, Fong Wen explained. Hunters are divided into ranks from D to A, each with strict strength standards. Above a rank is rank, which is the highest level you can imagine. She continued, across the 5-nation federation, there are currently only 105 rank hunters. They are officially recorded and known as the Blue Star Council members. These individuals are the pinnacle of human combat power, each with immense strategic value. Lin Xiao listened intently as Fong Wen went on. When those beasts that can ignore guns and nuclear weapons, like natural disasters, invade human territory, these hunters are the ones who face them heed-on. Their victories and defeats determine the survival of cities and the fate of millions of people. Hearing this, Lin Xiao felt his blood surge. His dream of becoming a hunter was sparked by a childhood video of a powerful warrior slicing through 100 maternal beasts. That earth-shattering strike not only vanquished the disaster, but also left an indelible mark on Lin Xiao's heart. He silently vowed he would one day deliver such a strike. After a half-hour drive, Lin Xiao and Fong Wen arrived at the Guangdou dojo. This sprawling, irregularly oval structure had numerous side entrances. The place was bustling with people, though only a few were warriors. Most were ordinary citizens. Noticing Lin Xiao's puzzled look, Fong Wen smiled and explained, the arena seats are open to the public. Anyone can buy a ticket and watch. It's quite popular. Lin Xiao suddenly understood. For ordinary people, watching battles between power users was like watching an action movie without special effects, a thrilling form of entertainment. Following Fong Wen's lead, the two of them headed to the membership registration counter. This area was much less crowded, as only true warriors could apply for membership. Hello, I'd like to register for membership, Lin Xiao said to the lady at the counter. The counter attendant, dressed in a white uniform, smiled and responded, sure. May I know your status? Are you a hunter, a soldier, a trainee warrior, or a member of the general public? Lin Xiao opened his phone and showed his student ID, Luzhou Military University, junior year, Lin Xiao. After verifying his information, the attendant asked, would you like to activate the arena access? Yes, Lin Xiao replied firmly. That was precisely the purpose of his visit. All right, junior students need to pass a simple assessment to activate arena access. We appreciate your understanding, the attendant explained with a polite bow. Fong Wen had already informed Lin Xiao that, except for senior trainee warriors, students from other years had to undergo the same assessment as the general public. The test was a strength assessment, requiring a punch force of 850 kilograms to pass. For junior students, especially after learning about power augmentation, this requirement was not too demanding. Lin Xiao casually threw a punch and easily passed the assessment. The attendant efficiently processed his membership, charging a fee of 1,000 yuan. Checking the membership information on his phone, Lin Xiao asked in confusion, Sequence 5. Fong Wen kindly explained, that's the rank for trainee warriors. After passing the assessment, we're classified as Sequence 5. Are there any benefits to having a higher sequence? Lin Xiao inquired. Fong Wen thought for a moment, there are some privileges, but also more restrictions. For example, an A-rank hunter in Sequence 1 can't participate in lower-level arenas. As Sequence 5, we can challenge both our level and Sequence 4. She scrolled through Lin Xiao's phone to show the access information. Arena Access 5, 4. Spectator Access 5, 4. Sequence 4 consists of actual rank hunters, not trainee warriors, Lin Xiao realized, understanding that this classification was to prevent experts from bullying newcomers. Do the prize amounts vary between sequences? Lin Xiao asked again. Fong Wen's eyes curved into a smile. Winning a match in Sequence 4 Arena earns you 5,000 yuan. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. After a brief tour, Fong Wen led Lin Xiao to the Sequence 5 Arena area, explaining the competition rules along the way. I'm heading to Arena 3. You can pick one for yourself, Fong Wen said, waving goodbye as she entered a passageway. Sequence 5 had over 20 rooms, each accommodating 50 contestants. Being new, Lin Xiao decided to start here and take his time before challenging Sequence 4. After checking the room information, Lin Xiao chose Arena 8, which had over 40 contestants. Upon registering via his phone, he received the 43rd contestant slot. Swiping his card, Lin Xiao entered the contestant passageway, walked through a long corridor, and pushed open the heavy door at the end. Instantly, he was hit by a wave of enthusiastic shouts. Go for it. Sure Gue. Knock him out. Whoa, that kick was amazing. Zhang Kue is the best. Give him a punch. Yeah, another hook. You made me spill my drink. In the spacious room, four large HD screens hung prominently. Over 1,000 spectators were seated around, wildly cheering for their favorite contestants. Some were less interested in the current match, leisurely snacking and drinking. Entering from the contestant passage, Lin Xiao headed straight to the seats near the arena. Dozens of contestants were already seated on rows of sofas, eyeing the newcomer with varied expressions. Are you Mr. Lin Xiao? Here are your contestant supplies. If you need anything else, please let me know. A male attendant in a black uniform, who had been waiting at the door, respectfully handed over a package. Lin Xiao pushed open the door, revealing a row of neatly arranged long tables covered with towels, various foods, and sports drinks. Not far away, a fully equipped medical team stood ready to handle any potential emergencies. He walked into the room and chose a seat near the edge. Next to him was a burly middle-aged man in a tank top, with stubble giving him a slightly unkempt look. The friendly guy immediately leaned over, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Hey, are you a student? He asked cheerfully. Lin Xiao nodded, his brow slightly furrowed, puzzled at how the man had identified him so quickly. Noticing his confusion, the bearded man pointed to Lin Xiao's clothes and explained, only students wear the uniform every day. Suddenly realizing, Lin Xiao understood that the white shirt and black pants he wore daily were indeed his school uniform. Curiosity piqued, he asked, did you graduate from the military academy too? I didn't graduate. The bearded man confessed candidly, scratching his head. My grades were too poor to meet the graduation requirements. I trained on my own for 2 years and joined the army through public recruitment. Lin Xiao felt a growing respect for this straightforward and bold man. After a few more words of casual conversation, they turned their attention to the central ring. The ring, half a meter high and 30 by 30 meters in size, was more than adequate for Sequence 5 fighters. Two nearly 30-year-old strong men were engaged in a fierce battle, their faces bruised and sweaty, indicating the match was nearing its end. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted. One of the fighters, with a buzz cut, landed a heavy punch squarely on his opponent's face. The opponent fell to the ground, unable to rise again. After a 5-second countdown, a well-dressed female announcer declared loudly, congratulations to Zhang Kue for winning this match. Let's give him a big cheer. Zhang Kue, Zhang Kue. The audience roared enthusiastically, as if the entire arena was cheering for the fighter. The announcer approached the victor and asked warmly, will you continue to defend the ring or forfeit the challenge? Give up, give up. Zhang Kue waved dismissively. For Sequence 5 fighters, the main purpose of fighting in the ring was to find worthy opponents to spar with. The prize money was of little concern. Of course, Lin Xiao was an exception. Alright, let's move on to the next round of random selection, the announcer declared. Will the selected fighters please come to the stage? Numbers flashed rapidly on the big screen, finally stopping at two numbers 06 versus 43. As the spotlight focused on him, Lin Xiao suddenly felt that his luck wasn't too bad after all. Two spotlights illuminated the contestant seats, casting a bright halo around Lin Xiao and his opponent. Lin Xiao slowly stood up, his gaze fixed on the burly young man across from him. The man, nearly 1.9 meters tall, had long, disheveled hair draped over his shoulders and a face that exuded strength and determination. Their eyes met, and the opponent's lips curled into a confident smile. At that moment, the passionate voice of the female host echoed throughout the arena. Let's welcome contestant number 6, Zhang Meng, and contestant number 43, Lin Xiao. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire venue erupted. Enthusiastic cheers and sharp whistles filled the air, mixed with shouts of encouragement for specific contestants. Zhang Meng, you're awesome. I'm here just to see my brother Meng. Menga looks so handsome today. Meanwhile, some audience members cast curious glances at Lin Xiao, whispering among themselves. Is that guy a student? He looks so young. Senior year? How come I've never seen him before? Hey, he's pretty good looking. This is about skill, not looks. Lin Xiao and his opponent stepped onto the ring, and the big screen displayed their information. Zhang Ming. Occupation: military soldier. Wins: 74. Total matches: 105. Lin Xiao. Occupation: junior student. Wins: 0. Total matches: 0. As Lin Xiao's information appeared, the crowd buzzed with astonishment. A junior? A complete rookie? Holy crap. My Menggu won't get any credit for this win. If he's a junior and made it here, he must be pretty good. Great potential, but he's still too green. The long-haired Zhang Ming raised an eyebrow and asked in surprise, "You're a junior?" "Yes." "Is it rare to see a junior here?" Lin Xiao asked, puzzled. Zhang Ming shook his head with a light laugh. "There are some, but not many. The 850 kilograms test is just the minimum standard. Junior students have a low win rate. To meet the standard, you need to be among the top in your grade." Lin Xiao suddenly understood, recalling that even someone like Fang Wen, ranked 11th in her grade, struggled to maintain a decent win rate here. The female host on stage displayed her professionalism. Despite being momentarily surprised by Lin Xiao's stats, she quickly regained her composure and enthusiastically introduced the contestants. "We have a seasoned fighter with a win rate of over 70, and a rising star making his debut. Who will claim victory? Let's hand it over to the contestants." As the non-essential personnel left the ring, only Lin Xiao and his opponent remained. Zhang Ming tied up his hair, a bold smile on his face. "Just so you know, I won't be holding back." "Got it." Lin Xiao tilted his head, tentatively asking, "Shall we start?" "Sure. You attack first. Let me see what you've got." Taking his cue, Lin Xiao didn't hold back. In less than a second, he closed the distance between them, delivering a fierce roundhouse kick. Zhang Ming's pupils contracted, unable to dodge. He raised his arms to block. Boom. The impact forced Zhang Ming back several steps. He barely managed to neutralize the force and steady himself. The arena fell silent for a moment before erupting in cheers. "Holy crap. That kick. We underestimated him. This young man's really something. What's his rank in his grade? We should include that next time. This is going to be interesting." Hiss. Zhang Ming rubbed his arms, wincing in pain, and looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. "You little rascal. You've been hiding your strength, huh?" Lin Xiao smiled slightly, thinking that his earlier kick was merely a test. He silently assessed his opponent's strength. Not bad. No wonder his win rate is so high. Fang Wen probably isn't a match for him. Too bad this is just a ring match. Otherwise, I'd love to see what else he can do. Huh. Realizing Lin Xiao's strength, Zhang Ming didn't hold back either, launching a fierce offensive. His punches and kicks were indeed impressive, and his combat experience was rich, but compared to the current Lin Xiao, there was still a significant gap. Lin Xiao's strength had reached 16 points, nearly breaking through to 17, putting him on par with Bai Shan. Even with Zhang Ming exerting his full force, there was a clear disparity in power. Out of respect for Zhang Ming's character, Lin Xiao decided to give him some face and didn't end the fight immediately. The two tangled in a back and forth, their attacks swift and relentless. The fight was spectacular, creating an illusion of an evenly matched battle. The audience frequently gasped in amazement. Finally, with a precise straight punch, Lin Xiao sent Zhang Ming crashing to the ground. The entire arena held its breath, all eyes on the fallen contestant. After 5 seconds, "Let's congratulate our winner Lin Xiao." The arena exploded, cheers and shouts filling the air. "Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao. Amazing. We've got a new star in the ring. Wow, so strong for a junior. Mengge, your opponent was tough. No shame in losing." "Zhang Ming, I'm switching sides. That handsome guy is my new hubby." The audience was forthright, supporting whichever contestant performed well. Here, strength was everything, and the winner was king. Zhang Ming was taken off the ring by medical staff. The female host, smiling brightly, stood beside Lin Xiao, kindly yet politely asking, "Contestant Lin Xiao, will you continue to defend the ring, or will you give up the challenge?" "I'll defend," Lin Xiao answered without hesitation. Defending the ring came with extra bonuses. Each successful defense added 1,000 yuan to the next match's prize. The longer he defended, the higher the payout. All right, now let's ask the other contestants. Is there anyone who wants to challenge the winner? As soon as the host finished speaking, the camera on the big screen panned to the contestant seats. Dozens of contestants stared at Lin Xiao, some with furrowed brows, others with expressions of admiration, seemingly reassessing the newcomer's strength. Of course, some gazes were filled with malice. "Tisich, getting beaten by a kid. Zhang Ming is a total loser." A giant over 2 meters tall stood up. His body was covered in bulging muscles, and a bone-deep scar on his face made him look terrifyingly grotesque, even nauseating. The giant strode onto the ring, raising his pinky finger at Lin Xiao and bellowing, "Kid, I'm going to tear that pretty face of yours to shreds. Don't cry when it happens." Haha. Lin Xiao rubbed his ears, his eyes narrowing slightly. He didn't like people like this. So, no need to hold back. The big screen displayed the contestants' information: name, Chai Xinghao, occupation, civilian, wins, 109, total matches, 131. The audience's reaction was unexpectedly lukewarm, with some even frowning. Is it that lunatic? We're doomed. Can Lin Xiao just forfeit? That Chai Xinghao was a soldier, discharged for severe misconduct, and blacklisted by the Hunter Association. He's a scumbag. An ordinary person would have been sentenced to death already. He's vicious. Last time he disfigured someone and likes to hit below the belt. The dojo should kick him out. He's a beast. However, a few voices defended him. So what? His skills speak for themselves. Yeah, if you can't handle a tough fight, just forfeit. The female host forced a smile, her tone subtly nuanced. Welcome, Challenger Chai Xinghao. This man is a consistent winner, a member of the first batch in Sequence 5. Lin Xiao noticed she seemed somewhat repelled by this man. The warriors in the contestant area didn't hide their disgust, with some female contestants even glaring at Chai Xinghao as if he were trash. Chai Xinghao raised an eyebrow and gave a lewd smile to the hostess, saying, "You welcome me? Let's chat privately. I'm stronger than you think." The hostess's face turned cold as she quietly left the ring. Lin Xiao thought, being expelled from the military, there must be a reason. Chai Xinghao lunged like a rampaging beast, sneering, "Can we start now? Little brat, eager to get beaten up?" In the blink of an eye, the 2-meter tall giant was in front of Lin Xiao, his fist hammering down like a sledgehammer towards Lin Xiao's head. "I'm going to crush your skull." The audience gasped, some covering their eyes. Lin Xiao remained expressionless, unmoving. Bang! Chai Shenghao's fist was caught firmly by a slender, pale hand. He froze, feeling like he had hit a steel wall. Suddenly, that seemingly fragile hand began to tighten. Snap bones cracked, and Chai Shenghao screamed. "Ah!" Lin Xiao punched him in the head. Bang! Teeth flew, blood splattered. As Chai Shenghao fell, Lin Xiao's knee struck his abdomen with force. Boom! The entire arena was stunned. The over 2-meter tall giant was sent flying nearly 10 meters into the air. Chai Shenghao vomited, plummeting down like a broken kite. Lin Xiao calmly took a few steps forward, avoiding the falling filth. Bang! A thunderous crash shook the entire arena, making the floor tremble. Lin Xiao stood with his back to his fallen opponent. There was no need to look back. He knew the giant was down for good. This was the first time he had truly gone all out. Thinking back to his days at the military academy, even when faced with those annoying classmates, Lin Xiao had never really used his full strength. At most, he would leave them bedridden for a day. But now, facing this real scumbag, he felt there was no need to hold back. Though it wasn't lethal, the guy was probably half crippled. 5 seconds passed. Lin Xiao turned around, surprised to see the host still hadn't declared his victory. The usually professional and always smiling female host stood frozen, staring at the giant sprawled on the ground. Her bright red lipstick slightly parted, and her beautiful large eyes flickered with a mix of surprise, fear, and delight. Ahem. Lin Xiao cleared his throat. The host snapped out of her daze, fumbling with the microphone and nearly dropping it. She took a deep breath, trying to steady herself, then announced in a slightly trembling but still clear voice. "The winner of this match is Lin Xiao. Let's congratulate him on his successful defense." Despite her momentary lapse, her professional training helped her regain control. Her announcement snapped the stunned audience back to reality, and the arena erupted with deafening cheers, as if the roof might be blown off. "Oh, Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao. Honey, come see this. Awesome. Lin Xiao. Awesome. Holy crap. This shocked my entire family for a month. That was insane. So cool. So powerful. Woohoo. That kick made my shorts wet. Lin Xiao, my boy. Sis loves you." Amid the tidal wave of cheers and whistles, the host walked over to Lin Xiao. Her smile was even more dazzling than before, and her eyes shone with genuine admiration. "Will you continue to defend your title, or will you forfeit the challenge?" she asked softly. "I'll defend," Lin Xiao replied without hesitation. This Chai Xinghao was just a minor hiccup. Nothing was going to derail his money-making plan. "All right then." The host's sweet voice rang out again. "Let's welcome the next challenger to the stage." Lin Xiao stood on the stage, quietly waiting for his next opponent to appear. However, 10 minutes passed, and the stage remained empty. Lin Xiao blinked innocently, puzzled, and muttered to himself, "Huh? Why is no one coming up?" The atmosphere in the contestants' area was tense. Dozens of competitors sat on the couches, their eyes fixed on Lin Xiao, filled with awe and admiration. Some gave him a thumbs up, others couldn't help but clap, and a few attractive ladies even winked at him. Yet, not a single person stood up to challenge him. Lin Xiao locked eyes with them, feeling anxious. How am I supposed to make money if you guys don't step up? I won't go hard on you, he screamed internally. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, the female host smiled and touched her cheek. It seems there are no challengers. Should we declare Lin Xiao as the reigning champion and conclude today's challenge? As soon as she said this, the competitors seemed to reach a silent agreement, nodding in unison with knowing smiles on their faces. All right, let's congratulate Lin Xiao on successfully defending his title. The total prize money is doubled, the host announced loudly. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The female host grabbed Lin Xiao's right hand and raised it high, as if to share his victory with everyone. However, Lin Xiao felt a sense of frustration. Just doubling the prize money wasn't enough for him. He could have earned so much more. Reluctantly, Lin Xiao was led off the stage. The big screen started a new round of selection, but his number was excluded. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiao, you're too strong. The bearded man sitting next to him patted his shoulder and laughed heartily. Are you really a junior in college? You seem stronger than a drank hunter. Why can't I compete anymore? Lin Xiao pouted, feeling aggrieved. There's nothing we can do about it. The bearded man laughed as he explained. You defended your title, which means none of us can beat you. Of course, you can't compete again. Just as Lin Xiao was feeling more downcast, his phone beeped with a message. He checked it and saw that the prize money had been credited. The first match was 1,000 yuan, the second was 2,000 yuan, and with the title defense, the total was 6,000 yuan. The substantial balance provided some comfort, but he quickly realized that the early disbursement of the prize money might mean he couldn't continue competing. While Lin Xiao was deep in thought, two people approached him. One was a man in sunglasses with slicked back hair and a black suit, and the other was the female host from earlier. The man in sunglasses bowed slightly and said politely, Mr. Lin Xiao, we've transferred the full prize amount to you. Please check your account. The female host waved at Lin Xiao with a graceful smile. As the fight on stage reached a stalemate, she had momentarily left her post. Thank you. I've received the money. Lin Xiao nodded and thanked them, curiously observing the pair. The man in sunglasses apologized. You won't be able to compete at Platform 8 for the rest of the day. Your number has been excluded, and you're now unregistered. You are free to leave at any time. However, if you'd like to stay and watch, you're more than welcome. We will fully respect your wishes. Lin Xiao's heart sank. Damn it. It's a subtle way of telling me to leave. Is there no place for me at Platform 8 anymore? But then a thought struck him, and he solemnly asked, Can I compete at other platforms after I leave? Of course. The man in sunglasses nodded with a smile. Your title defense is for Platform 8 only, and it doesn't affect other platforms. Great. Lin Xiao stood up excitedly, feeling much lighter. All right, I'll leave then. Please wait. The female host suddenly called out to him, looking him straight in the eyes with sincerity. Mr. Lin Xiao, please accept my gratitude. Thank you so much. She bowed deeply. Seeing this, the man in sunglasses whispered, Miss Han often gets harassed by that guy. If we weren't employees of the Guangdou dojo, he might have resorted to illegal means. Lin Xiao suddenly understood. A powerful, inhuman fighter targeting ordinary people would be a nightmare. Miss Han must have been living in constant fear, unable to sleep peacefully. I understand your gratitude. I'll be on my way now. Lin Xiao was cut off as he suddenly felt a soft breeze. Soft, pink lips gently pressed against his cheek, leaving a cool, tickling sensation and a hint of warm breath. His pupils contracted, and he froze. After a moment, the female host stepped back nimbly, hands behind her back, winking playfully with a radiant smile, her cheeks slightly flushed. You were really handsome today, she said. Whoa, a wave of whistles and cheers erupted from the contestants' area, with everyone grinning mischievously, their eyes full of teasing and banter. The guy with the sunglasses adjusted his glasses and looked straight ahead, as if nothing had happened. Lin Xiao, clutching his cheek, glared with anger and stormed out of the ring room. He was fuming inside. Not only did Room 8 prevent him from competing, but they also ambushed him and took advantage of him. It was outrageous and utterly unfair. However, Lin Xiao quickly calmed himself down. He wasn't one to hold grudges. The most important thing now was to make money quickly. As he walked, he strategized. The longer he defended the ring, the higher the pay. But if he showcased too much strength, it might scare off potential challengers. After some careful consideration, Lin Xiao decided to sign up for Room 5. This would be a test of his acting skills. The venue was buzzing with excitement, the audience holding their breath, afraid to miss any thrilling moment in the ring. Lin Xiao and his opponent were engaged in a fierce battle, their movements swift as lightning, their kicks and punches as fast as the wind. The sound of air being torn apart could be heard with every whip of their legs, their attacks relentless and growing more intense with each wave. Anyone with a keen eye could see this was a well-matched contest. Every tiny mistake could determine the outcome. Suddenly, the opponent overextended with a punch. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao executed a smooth grappling move, pinning his opponent to the ground, immobilizing him. 5 seconds later, the new announcer, a lively young lady, declared loudly, "Congratulations to Lin Xiao for winning this match. Let's give him a big round of applause." The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. The opponent got up, a satisfied smile on his face. "Well fought. I admit defeat." Lin Xiao, panting heavily, feigned exhaustion and weakly replied, "Just lucky this time. Next time, I might not win. Haha, let's have a good match again next time." They both laughed, shaking hands like worthy adversaries. The announcer turned to Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao, do you plan to continue defending the ring, or will you give up the challenge?" Feigning hesitation, Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before a determined expression appeared on his face. "Although it might be beyond my ability, I want to challenge my limits. I'll continue defending the ring." Lin Xiao's second opponent stepped into the ring. She was a woman with short, ear-length hair, around 30 years old, with a lean and muscular build, reminiscent of a graceful yet powerful cheetah. "Kid, you've got some stamina," she remarked with a chuckle, sizing him up. Gasping for breath, Lin Xiao was clearly exhausted, but still clenched his fists and took his stance with determination. "Please, give me your best," he shouted, embodying the spirit of a passionate and fearless youth. "All right, then I won't hold back," she replied, launching herself like an arrow, her long leg slicing down like a steel blade. She didn't use her full strength, assuming her opponent was already spent. To her surprise, Lin Xiao managed to dodge, albeit clumsily but effectively. She smiled approvingly and began to attack with increased speed and intensity, mixing punches and kicks. Lin Xiao dodged left and right, blocking when he couldn't avoid the blows. His steps were unsteady, his balance precarious, and he seemed like a flickering candle in the wind, ready to fall at any moment under her relentless assault. The audience cheered for his stubborn perseverance. "Go, Lin Xiao. You're amazing. You can do it. So full of youthful spirit. Reminds me of my younger days." The battle raged on for 10 minutes. To the spectators, it seemed inevitable that Lin Xiao would lose. But his opponent sensed something was off. She was growing impatient, even using her full power, yet she couldn't finish him off. Though Lin Xiao's strength was inferior, his footwork erratic, and his energy nearly depleted, he persisted. He even found openings to land a few punches. They lacked power due to his exhaustion, but still caused her pain. Growing desperate, her attacks became fiercer, and she began to ignore Lin Xiao's counterattacks. This was her fatal flaw. After taking several straight punches, Lin Xiao swept her legs, causing her to stumble sideways. As she reached out to steady herself, Lin Xiao seized the opportunity, pinning her with a textbook grappling move. 5 seconds later, the referee announced, "Congratulations to Lin Xiao for the victory." The crowd erupted in wild cheers. Some shouted until they were hoarse, others wiped away tears, sharing in Lin Xiao's triumph. "Oh my god, he did it. Persistence pays off. I'm so pumped up." Lin Xiao helped his opponent to her feet politely. Dazed, she muttered, "I actually lost?" "You held back," Lin Xiao said sincerely. "If you had gone all out from the start, I wouldn't have lasted." She paused, then seemed to accept his reasoning. "Well, a loss is a loss," she sighed. "Impressive. You've defended the ring." Lin Xiao scratched his head with a shy yet proud smile, leaving an impression of youthful exuberance. "Lin Xiao," the lovely female host asked warmly, "will you continue to defend the ring? Or is this the end of your challenge?" Lin Xiao closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then opened them with resolve. "I want to keep challenging until I can't anymore." The audience erupted in thunderous applause once again, moved by his indomitable spirit, their eyes brimming with tears as they offered their most enthusiastic support. He really did it. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Lin Xiao's performance brought the atmosphere to a fever pitch, leaving everyone deeply moved. "I'm crying. Oh my god." A female spectator wiped her tears and shouted, "What's with this kid? Running towards the sunset. That's my lost youth. Lin Xiao, I love you." Another fan waved her support sign excitedly. The competitors were in awe of Lin Xiao's resilience, casting admiring glances his way. Even the usually composed host couldn't help but discreetly wipe away a tear, accidentally smudging her carefully applied makeup. For a moment, Lin Xiao was the center of attention in the arena, with all eyes fixed on him. However, this dreamlike scene didn't last long. Lin Xiao faced one formidable opponent after another, each match a grueling test. After narrowly securing his third victory, Lin Xiao was utterly exhausted. Trembling, he raised the microphone and shouted with his last ounce of strength, "I still have energy left. I won't give up. I choose to keep fighting." Sweat drenched his clothes, but Lin Xiao stood firm in the ring. "My legs are still holding me up. I haven't fallen." "The ring, continue." His voice was hoarse yet powerful, Fighting to the last moment is my dream. Losing on the battlefield is my honor. I will challenge to the end. The sixth match. Bring it on. I'm still standing here. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and persevered. If I squeeze out more strength, I can keep going. At first, the audience cheered wildly for each of Lin Xiao's victories. They couldn't believe their eyes, thrilled to witness this young man's miraculous wins. But as the number of victories increased, their reactions became more nuanced. The female host's eye twitched slightly, her tone carrying a hint of unease. Ahaha. Lin Xiao, do you want to continue in the ring? Or will you forfeit the challenge? Breathing heavily, Lin Xiao looked utterly spent. He shakily took the microphone, his voice weak but still resolute. I want to keep fighting. Even though my body is almost done, my spirit is still burning. After this impassioned declaration, the arena fell into a dead silence. There were no cheers, no applause, just blank faces and indifferent eyes, a stark contrast to the earlier emotional reactions. Lin Xiao let out a soft grunt, ignoring the fickle audience. He turned to the competitors' seats, glaring at the warriors, and angrily demanded, "Why aren't you coming up?" Facing Lin Xiao's fierce gaze, the competitors responded with cold smirks, meeting his stare without backing down. They replied in unison, "Do you think we're idiots? This place is unbearable." Lin Xiao stormed out, his face tense with anger. His footsteps echoed down the hallway, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Reflecting on the earlier events only fueled his rage. He had been diligently performing all morning, ensuring that every fight was evenly matched and fiercely contested. His dedication was unparalleled, even by professional actors. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao forced himself to calm down. After all, there were plenty of arenas. There was no need to rush. He pulled out his phone and eagerly checked his balance. 62,603 yuan. The sight of the number brought a radiant smile to his face, filling him with joy. As a newly independent college student, this was the first time he had seen such a large sum of money. The speed at which he earned it was incomparable to any part-time job he had ever done. Remembering the money he owed Fong Wan, Lin Xiao quickly transferred the 1,000 yuan back to her. To his surprise, she replied instantly, "Are you done as well? How about we grab some food?" Only then did Lin Xiao realize it was already past 1 p.m. Time had flown by as he was making money, leaving him somewhat dazed. "Sure, let's meet at the hallway," Lin Xiao replied. The cafeteria inside the battle arena was like a bustling food market, offering a wide variety of dishes. Lin Xiao and Fong Wen each picked a few items and found a quiet corner to sit down. As Fong Wen elegantly ate her salad, she asked curiously, "You paid me back so quickly. How were the fights this morning?" Lin Xiao smirked slightly and made a modest gesture. "Not bad. I fought a few rounds and made a little profit. How much did you make?" Fong Wen pressed. Lin Xiao gestured again, and Fong Wen's eyes widened as she covered her mouth with her hand. 6,000. You fought that many times? Lin Xiao shook his head, his smile growing even brighter. Over 60,000? Fong Wen's expression froze, as if she were looking at a robber. Lin Xiao then detailed his morning experiences. When he mentioned getting kicked out of the arena room, his anger flared up again. He downed his ice water in one gulp, as if trying to drown his sorrows. Damn it. They just stood there like logs, 30 of them, just staring. My 7-win streak ended just like that. 7 wins. Fong Wen laughed awkwardly. Haha. I think normal people wouldn't go up against you. But Lin Xiao, maybe you should try challenging the Sequence 4 arena. It seems like you're too strong for Sequence 5. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment. While Sequence 4 had higher payouts, it also had stronger opponents. With his 25-point constitution, his stamina and energy reserves were far above average, and his recovery was exceptional. But he might not be able to maintain a win streak in Sequence 4, which would affect his earnings. Severe injuries could even force him to stop fighting altogether. I'll challenge Sequence 4 tomorrow. Today, I want to milk this for all it's worth. Get more familiar with the arena. Lin Xiao expressed his thoughts tactfully. Fong Wen squinted her eyes, a teasing smile on her face. You're not familiar enough already? Lin Xiao's idealistic plan soon met with reality. In his third round at Arena 11, he won 4 consecutive matches. In his fourth round at Arena 15, he won 2. By the fifth round, let's congratulate Lin Xiao on his victory. The audience's cheers were still loud, but this time Lin Xiao didn't pretend to be exhausted. It no longer worked. Would you like to continue defending the arena? Or in the match? The staff member asked routinely. Defend. Lin Xiao replied flatly. All right, is there anyone willing to challenge Lin Xiao? The competitors' area fell silent. Some warriors clenched their fists, seemingly wanting to stand up, but after glancing at the large screen above, they all sat back down obediently. The screen displayed Lin Xiao's record. Name, Lin Xiao. Occupation, college junior. Wins, 16. Total matches, 16. 16 matches, 100% win rate. If it weren't marked college junior, they might have thought he was a ringer. Pocketing the 2,000 yuan prize, Lin Xiao walked out of the arena room in silence. This time, a group of men in black suits was waiting for him outside. What? You're going to upgrade my sequence level? Lin Xiao slammed the table, his face filled with indignation. Yes. We're really sorry. The slick-haired staff member wiped the sweat from his forehead and awkwardly explained. Your win rate is just too high. It doesn't match the sequence 5 level. But I'm a college junior. You can verify that. Lin Xiao argued. He could challenge sequence 4 at any time. But once his level was upgraded, he couldn't go back to sequence 5. More importantly, being forced to adjust made him feel discriminated against. Seeing the staff member's troubled expression, Lin Xiao continued to argue. My high win rate is just luck. I faced weak opponents, and my total matches are too few to be a reference. But you've defeated several first-tier warriors, the slick-haired guy countered with a wry smile, and you achieved a 16-match win streak in one day. They didn't even deplete your stamina. Lin Xiao's face stiffened, and he quickly denied. Don't say that. I might look fine, but I'm actually exhausted. My energy is depleted. My body feels empty. I don't think I can fight anymore today. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Wait. The slick-haired guy raised his hand, signaling for patience, and said sincerely, we understand this isn't fair and affects your rights, but for the sake of other competitors, the system has to make adjustments. We deeply apologize and are willing to offer you some financial compensation. How much? Lin Xiao's eyes lit up as he focused intently on the staff member. The slick-haired guy held up one finger, 100,000 yuan. Despite his reluctance, as a principled young man, Lin Xiao ultimately accepted the compensation. After all, it's wrong to exploit weaker opponents, and he firmly opposed it. After receiving the money, Lin Xiao checked the time. It was already late afternoon. He decided to call it a day and not stay until late at night. After contacting Fong Wen and waiting for a bit, the slightly injured girl came out, and the two headed back to school together. After a shower, Lin Xiao lay on his bed, feeling refreshed. He pulled out his phone and sent some money to his mom and sister. To mom, 170,000 yuan, note. Found a great part-time job, your son made some money. To sister, 10,000 yuan, note. Found a great part-time job, your brother made some money. Within seconds, he received 2 replies. Sister Shanshan, that's too much. Also, what kind of job? Mom, I raised you to be so handsome, don't do anything weird. Lin Xiao suddenly felt his integrity was being seriously questioned. On Sunday morning, Lin Xiao got up early and completed his usual muscle training. He had planned to meet Fong Wen but was surprised to learn she wasn't going to the combat arena today. Fong Wen, rubbing her shoulder, apologized. I got a bit injured yesterday and need to rest. Lin Xiao understood and thought to himself that not everyone had his superhuman physique. As he pondered whether to go alone, he spotted his childhood friends Zhao Xia and Chen Feifei. They looked at him curiously, their eyes gleaming with excitement. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao said, I can take you with me, but I don't recommend you get in the ring just yet. Even though you have access, your skills aren't there yet. You need to at least reach Chan or Fong Wen's level, or you might get discouraged. Fong Wen briefly explained the combat arena and its various ranking stages. After listening, the two girls quickly gave up their challenge idea. Chen Feifei exclaimed, Lin Xiao, you go by yourself? Xiaoya and I will train at school. We'll dominate the arena once we're stronger. Since they couldn't fight in the ring, they didn't see the point in making the trip, especially when the school's training facilities were convenient and free. As they reached the school gate, Lin Xiao suddenly thought of Baishan. He took out his phone and sent a message. Want to find someone to spar with? Baishan quickly replied, count me in, bro. The two of them completed their membership registration at the combat arena. Baishan, laughing excitedly, slapped Lin Xiao on the shoulder, drawing the staff's attention. Embarrassed, Lin Xiao nudged him towards the ring, asking, which level do you plan to join? Baishan scratched his head, pondering for a moment before asking, how's the strength in sequence 5? Lin Xiao considered briefly and replied, about the same as Lu Yuqian, maybe slightly weaker. Then let's go for sequence 4. Baishan laughed heartily. Who wants to fight someone weaker? Lin Xiao averted his gaze, feeling a bit guilty. Compared to sequence 5, the rooms in sequence 4 were halved. The two split up, each choosing a ring. Lin Xiao stood before channel 2, racking his brain for a nickname. Sequence 4 required contestants to use aliases, reminiscent of the Hunter Association's rules. He first tried newbie, but it was already taken. After some hesitation, he entered Ash. The name was cool and suited his Ash mode, but he worried it might draw too much attention. Losing with a flashy name would be even more embarrassing. Finally, Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and clicked confirm. After embarrassing himself in front of thousands yesterday, what was a little more? The system confirmed the name was available. Lin Xiao was surprised that such a cool name wasn't taken. He put away his phone and opened the room's entrance. A wave of cheers engulfed him instantly. The Sequence 4 room was over twice the size of Sequence 5, with a massive 70 by 70 meter ring. The two fighters in the ring were clearly a notch above, their strength and speed far surpassing the Sequence 5 warriors. What shocked Lin Xiao the most was the killing intent in their eyes, a quality honed through countless life-and-death battles. Both were professional hunters, seasoned in fighting exotic beasts. They wielded their abilities with precision, every ounce of energy meticulously calculated. Lin Xiao even noticed a gray film over one hunter's eye, a sign of energy wrapping. He was using a technique akin to bullet time, a simple yet effective ability nearly everyone could master. The hunter wasn't wrapping his entire body in energy, likely conserving it for the upcoming defense rounds. Lin Xiao pondered, feeling the intense atmosphere of the Sequence 4 ring, far beyond his expectations. Huh, isn't that Lin? Ah yes, Lin Xiao, my man. A booming voice suddenly erupted from the contestants' area, jolting Lin Xiao back to his senses. He turned towards the sound and saw a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles rippling all over his body, waving his hands excitedly in the air. The man's round, shiny head gleamed under the overhead lights, resembling a giant pearl. Squinting to get a better look, Lin Xiao instantly recognized him. Gao Liangxiong? What's he doing here? Gao Liangxiong's loud voice had caught the attention of the surrounding hunters, who began casting curious and scrutinizing glances towards Lin Xiao. Feeling the weight of everyone's eyes on him, Lin Xiao awkwardly forced a smile and quickly made his way over to sit beside Gao Liangxiong. Lin Xiao, my man, what brings you to the arena room? And in Sequence 4 no less? Gao Liangxiong asked, rubbing his shiny head with a look of curiosity. His voice was still loud, echoing sharply in the quiet room. Lin Xiao rubbed his ears, which were still ringing from the noise, and replied helplessly, of course, I'm here to fight in the arena. Gao Liangxiong suddenly clapped his hands together, as if he had just remembered something important. He put an arm around Lin Xiao's shoulders, and lowered his voice, though it was still quite loud to everyone else. You should be in Sequence 5 if you want to fight. This place is full of hunters. You won't stand a chance. Lin Xiao sighed inwardly, thinking, everyone can hear you, Gao. He then eyed Gao Liangxiong, puzzled as to why this big guy was in the Sequence 4 room. Based on his memory, Gao's stats were Strength 15, Agility 13. Even with the slight increase in agility, his strength seemed insufficient for Sequence 4. Can you beat them? Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask. Gao Liangxiong grinned widely, revealing a set of bright white teeth. Of course not. He patted his massive chest, raised an eyebrow, and gave himself a thumbs up. But I love challenging the strong. Losing is fun too. Just as Lin Xiao was about to retort, the host's enthusiastic voice interrupted them. Congratulations to Gu Hu for winning this round. Let's give him a big hand. Oh. The room erupted in deafening cheers. Amid the clamor, the victorious contestant chose to stay in the ring. Gao Liangxiong immediately stood up, clasped his hands together, and bowed slightly towards the other contestants in the room. Ladies and gentlemen, please let me go next. I promise I won't last long. To Lin Xiao's surprise, the hunter seemed quite familiar with Gao Liangxiong and gestured for him to go ahead. Alrighty then. Gao Liangxiong patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder, his smile broad and hearty. Lin Xiao, my man, watch how I get beaten up first. Then decide if you still want to go up. With that, Gao Liangxiong strode confidently towards the ring, leaving Lin Xiao standing there, bewildered and unsure of how to react. After Gao Liangxiong left, the hunter's gazes shifted to Lin Xiao. A female hunter sitting to his left, with shoulder-length curly hair and a cold demeanor, spoke indifferently. You know that Big Bear? Are you also a third-year student? Lin Xiao nodded, yes. He thought to himself that Big Bear must be Gao Liangxiong's nickname. A male hunter with a buzz cut, sitting across from him, scrutinized Lin Xiao and curiously asked, between you and the Big Bear, who ranks higher? Lin Xiao gave an embarrassed smile. He ranks higher. He felt too ashamed to admit that his ranking was at the bottom of the entire year. The curly-haired female hunter shook her head solemnly. That's not good. It's not about looking down on third-year students, but you should train hard in Tier 5 instead of aiming too high. The male hunter pointed to the stage and continued. Like that Big Bear, he's quite decent in the Tier 5 arena, but here, he can barely serve as a punching bag. Lin Xiao was curious. So, are there no strong students in Tier 4? Is everyone in Tier 4 a hunter? The female hunter tapped the armrest confidently. There are definitely skilled people in the 4th year, but among the 3rd years, only the Ice Princess stands out. Ice Princess? Lin Xiao repeated in confusion. The male hunter corrected. We call her the Ice Princess. Her nickname is Bai Shui, and she's very strong. Even in the Tier 4 arena, she's among the top fighters. In fact, he pointed to the ceiling, his tone deepening. If she gets serious, she could compete in Tier 3. Lin Xiao was shocked. Isn't Tier 3 for clever hunters? He seemed to realize who the Ice Princess was, the second-ranked student in the year, just below Zhuang Jinyu, a true powerhouse. The curly-haired female hunter glanced at Lin Xiao, slightly warning, she should be here soon. She likes the number 2 arena. Watch the big bear's performance carefully and think twice before you decide to step in. Lin Xiao nodded humbly and looked up at the big screen displaying the competitor's stats. Name, Ghost Tiger. Profession, level hunter. Wins, 73. Total matches, 105. Name, Big Bear. Profession, third-year student. Wins, 1. Total matches, 22. The battle was one-sided. Gao Yangxiong was going all out, showcasing his full strength. But in Tier 4, his power was just average, and his agility and technique were below par, making him appear clumsy. His opponent, Ghost Tiger, a seasoned hunter, dodged Gao Yangxiong's fierce attacks with ease, occasionally countering with a relaxed expression. Lin Xiao guessed that Ghost Tiger wasn't even using his full power. 5 minutes later, Ghost Tiger began his counterattack. His punches were like a barrage of bullets, relentlessly pounding Gao Yangxiong's large frame. Gao Yangxiong could only protect himself with his arms, struggling to endure the endless assault, unable to fight back. Finally, with a knee strike from Ghost Tiger, Gao Yangxiong groaned, his legs buckled, and he collapsed. 5 seconds later, the announcer declared, "Congratulations to Ghost Tiger for successfully defending the arena." Cheers and applause erupted, mixed with mocking remarks towards Gao Yangxiong. The medical team carried him off the stage, and the female announcer respectfully asked Ghost Tiger, "Will you continue to defend, or end the challenge?" "Continue to defend," Ghost Tiger replied calmly, as if the previous battle was just a warm-up. "All right, let's welcome the next challenger to the stage." Lin Xiao stood up, feeling a bit embarrassed under the hunter's gazes. "Seniors, can I give it a try? It should end quickly." The curly-haired female hunter snorted. "Why are there so many stubborn students these days?" The buzz-cut male hunter waved his hand. "Go ahead. A little suffering might teach you a lesson." The other hunters approved his participation. Lin Xiao thanked them politely and strode towards the arena. The female announcer declared, "All right, let's welcome the new challenger, Ash." The big screen displayed Lin Xiao's information. Name, Ash. Profession, third-year student. Wins, 0. Total matches, 0. The audience buzzed with conversation, some surprised that another third-year student was stepping in, others hoping he had some skills. Ghost Tiger shook his head helplessly. "Just so you know, the big bear already wore out my patience. I won't hold back this time." Lin Xiao nodded in understanding. Ghost Tiger sighed, deciding to give the young man a chance. "All right, you attack first. I'll give you 2 minutes." Lin Xiao respectfully bowed. "Senior, I'm coming." As soon as Ghost Tiger nodded, Lin Xiao disappeared from his spot. The hunters were astonished to see the student suddenly close in. Bang! Ghost Tiger blocked Lin Xiao's punch with his arm, praising, "Your power transformation is quite skilled. Your strength, speed, and technique are all better than the big bear's. You're impressive." Lin Xiao blinked and smiled. "Senior, I haven't used my power yet." Ghost Tiger was stunned, eyes widening in disbelief. Lin Xiao continued, "Now, I'm going to activate my power." Immediately, liquid energy surged out, filling his body with terrifying strength. Lin Xiao exhaled deeply, feeling the surge of energy within him. A sly glint flashed in his eyes, and a confident smile played at the corners of his mouth. "Senior, be careful." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lin Xiao's leg lashed out like a black lightning bolt. His kick, as swift and deadly as the scythe of the Grim Reaper, cut through the air with terrifying speed and power, aimed straight at his opponent. Hunter Gue, whose pupils contracted sharply. Without hesitation, he activated his power-enhanced martial form. "Ha!" he shouted, his muscles bulging grotesquely as energy filled his arms, ready to meet the vicious attack heat. Bang! Gue, whose body shot out like a cannonball, his shoes scraped across the arena floor, leaving a long, dark streak and a screeching noise. He slid back a full 10 meters before the force dissipated, and he finally came to a stop. Gue, who slowly lowered his arms, his taut muscles gradually relaxing. The camera focused on his hands, the same hands that had just blocked Lin Xiao's kick. Now, they were trembling uncontrollably. The stadium was silent. The audience exchanged bewildered glances. The hunters in the contestants' area reacted even more dramatically. Some widened their eyes, others clenched their fists, and one even jumped up, slamming the armrest. The cool and composed expressions they had worn were replaced by sheer astonishment. "We've been tricked. Another little monster," muttered a curly-haired female hunter, looking at the strand of hair she'd pulled out in frustration. The male hunter who had spoken to Lin Xiao earlier covered his face with his hands and sighed. "How is it that Zhuang Xiong ranks higher than this kid? Holy crap. Haha. Lin Xiao? No, Brother Ash is this strong," shouted Gao Yangxiong, sprawled on the ground as medical staff tended to his wounds. His large eyes were filled with excitement, and his booming voice echoed through the room. Gao Liangxiong's shout broke the silence, and the audience erupted into chatter. Is he really a third-year student? Wow, that kick was so fast, I couldn't even see it. Unbelievable. Could he be the next Ice Princess? Maybe not, but he's definitely stronger than Zhuang Xiong. Gu Who rubbed his arms, looking at his opponent with a serious expression. I was wrong. You're much stronger than Zhuang Xiong. Lin Xiao chuckled, not denying it. I'll take you seriously from now on and treat you as a true opponent. The hunter crouched lower, his invisible aura rising, and a gray veil crept into his eyes. Bang! He charged forward like a tiger pouncing on its prey, exuding a bloody, violent pressure. Lin Xiao didn't back down, meeting the attack head-on, determined to face the tiger's might. They clashed instantly, fists like cannons, kicks like thunder, neither willing to yield an inch. Bang! As their iron fists collided, Gu Who staggered back 2 steps, his mouth twitching as he looked at Lin Xiao. How dense is your energy? Why is your power so amplified? Lin Xiao smiled humbly, gesturing with his fingers. It's just a bit higher than others. The hunter eyed him suspiciously, then sighed heavily. All right, your strength is indeed above average for a drank hunter. But beating me isn't that easy. Before he finished speaking, a gray energy enveloped Gu Who's limbs, like a thin, fragile veil. Despite its appearance, no one dared underestimate it. It was a testament to his mastery of his power. The atmosphere in the stadium heated up instantly. Put on your detection glasses, Gu Who's using power wrapping. Holy crap, he's going all out. Is this student really that strong? Ordinary hunters can't make Gu Who go all out. How many drank hunters can use wrapping? Probably just 2 or 3 out of 10. I will use my full strength to crush you. Gu Who roared, the ground erupting beneath him. His body blurred, reappearing at Lin Xiao's side. His gray-shrouded legs swung down like a giant axe, aimed at Lin Xiao's chest and abdomen. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed, sidestepping to avoid the full force of the kick, then using his shoulder and elbow to absorb the remaining impact. Even so, the powerful blow forced him back 2 steps before he regained his balance. Gu Who retracted his leg, not pressing the attack, and asked calmly, how does it feel? Still want to continue? Getting hit by a power-wrapped attack isn't pleasant, is it? Haha. It sure hurts. Lin Xiao winced, rubbing his aching shoulder. He finally understood what it felt like to be struck by a power-wrapped attack. It wasn't like a normal hit. It felt like being struck by a steel rod, hard and explosive. Thinking back to how Bai Shan had used his body to withstand his ash mode, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel respect. That was true endurance. Seeing Lin Xiao's honesty, Gu Who nodded and pointed outside the arena. If you understand, then concede. This power is hard to control. Lin Xiao understood his concern. The skill was too powerful and could easily cause serious injury. Unless the opponent also used power wrapping, Gu Who's expression suddenly froze, his mouth slowly opening in shock, his eyes widening as if he'd seen a ghost. In the contestants' area, a buzz-cut male hunter had just taken a sip of ice water. Glancing at the arena, he spat it out in surprise. Despite his awkwardness, no one paid attention to his mishap. The area fell silent, hunters staring dumbfounded at the stage. Even the noisy audience quieted down, holding their breath and focusing intently on the action. It was as if the scene from earlier replayed. Dark gray energy flowed out, climbing up Lin Xiao's limbs, forming a thin layer of flame-like veil. Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, dark flames burning in his pupils. He felt the world slow down and spoke softly. Now that conditions are equal, can we start the next round? As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire room erupted in excitement. Mystic energy envelopment. The exclamations echoed throughout the arena. All eyes in the audience were fixed on the young figure standing in the ring. That student can use mystic energy envelopment too. How is that possible? Isn't he just a junior? Didn't he only recently start learning energy martial arts? Doesn't the Ice Princess also know it? Why are you all so surprised? It's different. I've heard Bai Shui has an extraordinary background. Could this kid be a prodigy? The heated discussions continued outside the ring, but none of these voices reached Gu Who's ears. He stared at the energy swirling around Lin Xiao's hands, his face a mix of disbelief and confusion. How long have you been learning energy martial arts? Gu Who asked with difficulty. Around 10 days, Lin Xiao replied calmly. I see. A bitter smile appeared on Gu Who's face, followed by a look of acceptance. You might become an incredible force in the future. Thank you. Lin Xiao accepted the compliment without false modesty. Then let's have a good fight. Gu Who knew this was the closest their abilities would ever be. In the future, he wouldn't even qualify as an opponent. No, even now, he probably wasn't a match. Lin Xiao's energy density was far higher than his. When fully charged, it already suppressed Gu Who's strength. Now, with mystic energy envelopment, the gap would only widen. To compete, Gue who had to push his limits. Huh. Gue who crouched, energy pouring from his body, compressing around him as he maximized the density of his mystic energy envelopment. He no longer held back, using his full power to amplify his strength. Lin Xiao remained calm, silently waiting for Gue who to reach his peak. As the energy flow steadied, Gue who looked up. No words were exchanged. They both vanished from their spots, attacking each other with full force. Boom! Their fists collided with a metallic clang, and compressed air exploded outward, creating shockwaves that reverberated through the arena. Gue who couldn't maintain this state for long. Time was of the essence, and both fighters launched relentless attacks without hesitation. Lin Xiao only wrapped his limbs in energy, refraining from using his ashen mode. Even so, the fully compressed Gue who could only match his strength. With a physique score of 25, Lin Xiao's energy density was unmatched. Gue whose physique was 13, impressive for a student, and close to Zhuo Jinyu, but still far behind Lin Xiao. Boom, boom, boom. The two clashed continuously, their strikes creating shockwaves that shook the air and echoed through the arena. Hunters in the competitor seats and the audience alike watched with bated breath, eyes glued to the battle. This was an extraordinary duel. Gue who, in his overclocked state, approached the strength of the top tier of Sequence 4. Though his power would soon wane, Lin Xiao showed no intention of avoiding the fight. He met Gue who heat, fighting evenly. No dodging, no retreating, just pure, relentless combat. This was a contest of strength and skill, a one-way path to a decisive victory. After a few intense minutes, Gue whose energy began to thin. The strength of his mystic energy envelopment dwindled, unable to sustain the fight against Lin Xiao. Bang! With a straight punch from Lin Xiao, Gue whose energy barrier shattered, and he was sent crashing to the ground. Ha ha! Lying on the floor, Gue who panted heavily, staring blankly at the ceiling, his face filled with satisfaction. Lin Xiao stood beside him, smiling lightly, not rushing him. I lost. Gue whose honest admission was followed by the announcer's voice. The winner is Ashen. Oh! The crowd's deafening cheer filled the arena. Gue who accepted Lin Xiao's extended hand and staggered to his feet. Did you use your full strength just now? Lin Xiao smiled mischievously, not giving a direct answer, but Gue who understood instantly. Damn, are you even human? Gue who laughed and waved, stepping down from the ring. Ashen, do you choose to defend the ring, or end the challenge? Defend. Besides the high rewards, Lin Xiao discovered another perk of the Sequence 4 Ring Rapid Experience gain. Gue whose physical strength was slightly weaker than Bai Shan's, but his overall combat ability was superior. With his rich battle experience and mastery of energy martial arts, including mystic energy envelopment, he was a formidable opponent. Most juniors were still getting the hang of basic energy techniques, far from mastering envelopment. Lin Xiao, however, was an exception with his unique advantage. The match continued. Lin Xiao, now facing his third opponent, still showed no signs of fatigue. The hunters in the competitor seats noticed this too. Are today's youngsters really that resilient? A curly-haired female hunter asked, biting into a chocolate bar. Don't use him as a benchmark. A buzz-cut male hunter sighed. That kid's a monster. We might be next on his list. This comment drew nods of agreement from the other hunters. Yeah, Ashen is insane. Even seniors aren't usually this strong. Who's up next? Letting a student hold the ring is embarrassing. And we don't have any top-tier fighters in room 2 today. Tough luck. No, the top tier is here. The curly-haired hunter's tone turned somber. But she's also a junior. The hunters fell silent, turning to the entrance. A black-haired girl with waist-length hair walked in. Her skin was snow-white, her face small, with dark bangs brushing her eyebrows. Her features were exquisitely delicate, like a mastercraft doll. The true ace of Sequence 4. Tap, tap, tap. The girl walked in, her gaze unwavering. Her aura was cold and refined. Her expressionless face like a high mountain flower, as chilling as winter snow. The hunters quieted, their emotions subdued. It wasn't clear if it was just an illusion, but it felt as if the temperature dropped a few degrees with her arrival. Without a word to anyone, Bai Shui sat in a corner, her clear, dark eyes silently watching the battle in the ring. At that moment, the boy's arm ignited with a fiery glow. Bai Shui blinked, a rare look of surprise crossing her usually impassive face. Lin Xiao effortlessly blocked the hunter's attack, his eyes scanning the opponent's stats. Strength 16, Agility 15, Constitution 12, Spirit 11. He lowered his gaze, lost in thought. During the past 2 days of the arena matches, he noticed a trend. Warriors generally had higher Constitution and Spirit attributes compared to students. Although prolonged energy absorption and power control could indeed boost these two attributes, the increase was minimal and not as significant as the boost in strength. Among students, a Constitution of 8 was considered average, with those below 8 being underperformers, much like Lin Xiao in the past. Those with a constitution of 9 were the top students in their class, such as a Qian and Fong Wan. As for a constitution of 10, Lin Xiao had only seen it among the top-ranked students, like Lu Yuqian, Wu Zhixing, and Gao Yangxiang. Of course, there were some exceptional cases, like Zhuang Jianyu and Bai Shan, whose constitutions were 14 and 12, respectively. Lin Xiao couldn't help but wonder, were these warriors, now in their 30s and still at Sequence 4, really top students back then? He doubted it. They might have been average students who joined the military after graduation and then improved their skills before joining the Hunter Association. But even these average warriors had constitution and spirit attributes of at least 11. This was puzzling. The higher the attribute, the harder it was to improve. Could daily power refinement really lead to such significant increases? Especially for the spirit attribute, which was notoriously difficult to enhance. Even Bai Shan's spirit was only 9, similar to Lu Yuqian. Lin Xiao speculated that Bai Shan spent a lot of time on energy absorption daily. Lin Xiao's former spirit attribute of 10 was already considered top tier among students. In over 2 years of university, he hadn't felt a noticeable increase in his mental strength, at least not enough to raise his points. As for Zhuang Jinyu's spirit of 16, that was an astronomical level Lin Xiao couldn't fathom. He couldn't help but grumble internally. We're all students here. Why are you so extraordinary? It's not like you have a system. Just as Lin Xiao's thoughts were racing, a power-infused roundhouse kick came his way. He swiftly raised his arm, wrapped in flame silk, to block it. With a loud boom, the shockwave rippled through the air, ruffling Lin Xiao's bangs and momentarily pushing his thoughts aside. Let's end this quickly, Lin Xiao thought. Although this hunter was slightly weaker than Ghost Tiger, he had mastered the technique of power infusion. Even with his energy depleted, he could still hold his own against Lin Xiao for 2 minutes. But now, he was reaching his limit. With a powerful kick, Lin Xiao shattered the power-infused shield on the hunter's arm. The immense force and explosive shockwave sent the hunter flying out of the ring. Congratulations to Ash for the victory. Let's give him a round of applause. The host's voice echoed, followed by the thunderous cheers of the audience. Ash, Ash, Ash. Amidst the deafening applause, Lin Xiao chose to stay in the ring. He stood there, silently calculating his prize money, waiting for the next challenger. Suddenly, Lin Xiao sensed something was off. The noise in the arena gradually subsided, and the audience's eyes were all focused on the contestant area. Their eyes widened with excitement, their emotions clearly heightened. Lin Xiao turned to look and saw a black-haired girl gracefully walking onto the stage. She wore a military-style white blouse and black pants, her doll-like face expressionless as she stared directly at him. Seeing her uniform and the audience's intense reaction, Lin Xiao guessed her identity even before the host introduced her. Let's welcome the next challenger Bai Shui. The host's announcement sent the arena into a frenzy. Bai Shui, Bai Shui, Bai Shui. The crowd's cheers were so loud they almost lifted the roof, a testament to her status among the audience. Lin Xiao even heard some fanatical screams. Bai Shui, Ice Princess, my goddess. Still the most beautiful today. The strongest Sequence 4 contestant is here. I wish I could be Bai Shui's dog. Ice Princess, let me kiss you. Mom, why is Bai Shui a deity? Before discussing this, let's talk about what sets her apart from other hunter. Damn, a bunch of lunatics. Lin Xiao muttered, rubbing his ears, feeling on the verge of a mental breakdown. He couldn't tell if the audience was awestruck by her power or simply infatuated, perhaps a mix of both. As the host left the stage, Lin Xiao faced the stoic girl, unsure how to start. Should he greet her? She didn't seem like the chatty type. Maybe just start the fight? Shall we begin? Lin Xiao asked tentatively. Bai Shui nodded slightly, her expression unchanged. All right, let's do this. Lin Xiao crouched, his energy surging as he entered hunter mode. Although he didn't know her exact stats, he was sure she was much stronger than Bai Shan. In terms of power, even Ghost Tiger couldn't compare to her, as she was the top of Sequence 4. She was not an opponent to be underestimated. With that thought, Lin Xiao closed his eyes briefly, and when he reopened them, dark flames burned in his pupils. With a whoosh, Lin Xiao shot forward like a phantom, showing no mercy as his fist, charged with tons of force, aimed directly at her delicate face. Bang! Predictably, the attack had no effect. A slender, pale hand effortlessly blocked Lin Xiao's punch, his strength absorbed like a stone sinking into the sea. Her delicate fingers tightened around his fist like a steel vice, trapping him. Strength 19, Agility 19, Constitution 14, Spirit 16, Combat Skills LV2, Footwork LV2, Power LV1. This woman is definitely on par with Zhuang Jinyu. Lin Xiao thought, alarmed. Without hesitation, dark gray flame silk erupted, wrapping around Lin Xiao's limbs. Boom! Her palm came into direct contact with Lin Xiao's power-infused body, creating a powerful shockwave. Her fingers loosened, allowing Lin Xiao to break free. Retreating several meters, Lin Xiao stared at his opponent, his expression serious. Ability, Ice. Lin Xiao already knew she was an ability user, but her position as one of the strongest in Sequence 4 was not just due to her ability but her overall strength. Bai Shui curiously examined the power-infused flame silk on Lin Xiao's arm. Her lips parted slightly, her clear, ethereal voice breaking the silence. Are you really a third-year student? Did the Ice Queen just speak? Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp her question. His eyes instinctively darted to the large screen displaying his information. You've already mastered the binding technique? Bai Shui tilted her head slightly, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. Lin Xiao suddenly understood. She was curious about that. He raised his arm and, with a touch of helplessness, responded, You should know it too, right? Learning a bit faster isn't that unusual, is it? After all, he had seen her power level at LV1 firsthand. She wouldn't be easily fooled. It's different. Bai Shui shook her head gently without further explanation. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, the invisible aura around her gradually rising. Lin Xiao realized she was summoning her power. When Bai Shui opened her eyes again, her figure had vanished. Lin Xiao quickly turned around, using his dynamic vision in bullet time to barely catch her attack. A hand chop transformed into a stream of light aimed directly at his chest. Clang! Her delicate hand struck Lin Xiao's raised forearm, producing a heavy thud on the arena, as if steel had been hit with immense force. The shockwave erupted, but Bai Shui remained unmoved. Her long leg, like a whip, deftly struck Lin Xiao's shoulder. It appeared light, but contained terrifying power. Clang! Lin Xiao felt as if he'd been hit by a truck. Even with the power-reducing flame veil, the violent force still threw him off balance, lifting him off the ground. Before he could land, Bai Shui was already at his landing spot, delivering a straightforward punch to the airborne Lin Xiao. Not daring to underestimate her, Lin Xiao hurriedly raised his arms, using the binding power to block the punch. Boom! The shockwave exploded, and Lin Xiao was once again involuntarily sent flying. Bai Shui, using the same tactic, guarded the landing spot, not giving him any chance to adjust. Clang! At this point, Lin Xiao was like a shuttlecock, unable to touch the ground and feeling frustrated. Using bullet time, he barely managed to block her attacks with his power veil, preventing her from landing a direct hit on his body. But without touching the ground, counterattacking was nearly impossible. After dozens of aerial exchanges, Bai Shui's attacks suddenly ceased. Finally standing on the arena, Lin Xiao felt a surge of joy. He glanced at Bai Shui and noticed her slightly trembling hands, secretly smiling. Your hands must be numb, right? Hitting the binding power with bare hands, the shockwave must have been numbing. Although bearable, it couldn't have been pleasant. Sensing the amusement in Lin Xiao's eyes, Bai Shui's mouth turned downwards. It was the first time Lin Xiao felt a negative emotion from this aloof beauty. She extended her hands, gray energy flowing out, enveloping her arms like a silky, thin glove. Bai Shui clenched her fists, coldly staring at Lin Xiao, her black pupils gleaming with a ghostly light. Lin Xiao's smile turned bitter. He didn't want to experience a woman's fury, especially not from someone who could easily tear apart an elephant. But there was no turning back now. Bai Shui's figure vanished from sight again. When Lin Xiao caught sight of her, they were already close. So close he could smell the faint scent of winter plum blossoms on her. His pupils contracted as he locked onto her crouched form. A right fist, wrapped in a silky veil, shot upwards towards his abdomen. It was devastating. Lin Xiao tried to block the punch with his hands, but it was futile. The terrifying force pressed his arms into his abdomen, exploding there. Bang! Lin Xiao's body rocketed upwards, propelled like a missile, crashing into the ceiling of the arena room. Boom! With a resounding crash, the ceiling seemed to shudder under the impact, as if hit by a mortar shell. Broken bricks and cement rained down like a storm. Both the spectators and the hunters in the contestants' seats stood up involuntarily, staring in shock at the ceiling. In the area struck by the impact, thick dust swirled, obscuring any sight of Lin Xiao or the damaged ceiling. Gao Liangxiong, who had returned to the contestants' seats, wrapped in bandages, looked up at the ceiling and rubbed his smooth forehead, feeling utterly bewildered. This is just ridiculous. The curly-haired huntress waved her hand to disperse the surrounding dust. Her brow furrowed as she said uncertainly, Is that kid embedded in the wall? The buzzcut hunter rubbed his temples, his tone flat. The Ash kid has a decent physique and knows how to harness power. He might not be seriously injured, but that hit was no joke. His combat ability is probably down to almost nothing. The Ice Princess's punch was indeed fierce. Inside the arena, the initially stunned audience gradually came to their senses, and a chorus of exclamations and discussions erupted. Whoa, was that a missile? Did the ceiling just shake? Is Ash really down for the count? Snow White's punch is terrifying. Could he really be stuck in the wall? Did the Ice Princess just lose her temper? I'm so jealous. I wish I was the one taking that punch. Yeah, right, you'd be mincemeat by now. Snow White walked a few dozen meters away, avoiding the falling debris from the ceiling. She didn't look up to check on her opponent, assuming he was already incapacitated. That punch, besides her powers, was her full-strength hit. Even if he had used all his energy to shield himself, he was likely dazed and drained. She was waiting for the staff to rescue her opponent and the announcer to declare the result when a strange feeling surged within her. Snow White suddenly looked up, her eyebrows tightly knit, staring intently at the dust-covered wound in the ceiling. An inexplicable aura was rapidly rising, with intense energy waves compressing, converging, and condensing, and then, boom, a massive shockwave exploded, instantly clearing the dust from the ceiling. In its place was a fiercely burning dark gray flame of power, exuding an indescribable sense of oppression. What is that? Everyone in the arena asked in unison, their mouths agape, staring in shock at the blazing sun in the sky. Snow White's eyes widened briefly, then she tensed all over. Her excellent combat instincts were screaming a warning she had been locked onto by a powerful opponent. Boom! Another terrifying explosion sounded, sending a tangible shockwave surging and radiating out in a gaseous ring hundreds of meters wide. The dark gray fireball transformed into a streak of light, shooting straight toward the ring. The dark gray sun was falling. Gray flames descended from the sky, transforming into a shooting star that hurtled toward the girl on the stage. Bai Shui's eyes narrowed as she swiftly stepped back, narrowly evading the fierce attack. The platform floor became the direct target, and the gray meteor crashed down with a thunderous impact. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed through the arena, sending a massive shockwave radiating outward from the center of the stage. The powerful wind pressure swept through the audience, like a sudden hurricane hitting Hedon. Hats were blown off, hairstyles were instantly disheveled, and exclamations filled the air. Whoa, my hat! Was that a bomb explosion? Haha, your hair looks like a bird's nest. This is insane. Am I watching a special effects movie? At the center of the stage, a massive crater appeared, with cracks spreading out like a spider web for dozens of meters. However, no one paid attention to the damage. All eyes were focused on the center of the crater, where the culprit of all this stood. A dark gray fireball stood tall on the stage, burning fiercely and radiating an indescribable sense of oppression. The audience couldn't help but swallow hard, their hairs standing on end. The hunters in the contestant area understood the meaning behind the flames better. They were dumbfounded and shocked. That's pure power. Are you kidding me? The curly-haired huntress exclaimed in disbelief. To have such power reserves now, and once they learn the true refining method. The buzzcut hunter muttered, what level will that kid reach? The hunters snapped out of their daze, their faces twisted with realization as they took a deep breath. They understood that this student, who had yet to undergo the complete refining process, was likely a monster in the making. Bai Shui stared blankly at the power-wreathed figure across from her, her mouth slightly agape. She couldn't comprehend why someone her age would possess such terrifying power reserves. However, she quickly gathered her thoughts as her opponent's state began to change. The gray flame started to pulse like a heartbeat, expanding and contracting, emitting a menacing energy wave. When the contraction frequency reached its peak, the fireball suddenly exploded. Phoom! The shockwave swept through the entire arena, clearing away all the drifting dust. The dark gray fireball dissipated, replaced by a tall figure. He wore a dark gray, high-collared, form-fitting coat that reached his knees, with diamond-shaped patterns that seemed to crack and burn with eerie dark flames. His hands were gloved with flame-patterned gloves, and his long battle boots crushed the broken stones beneath him, leaving tiny gray flames in his wake. As he stepped out of the crater and onto the stage, the giant screen displayed a close-up of his face. It was a youthful, handsome face, with eyes that flickered with fiery veils. His fair cheeks were adorned with dark gray markings resembling flames, giving the appearance of tattoos or tear stains. He looked like a mysterious warrior emerging from disaster and war, exuding a blend of charisma and menace. It's Ash. It's that young newcomer. Once Lin Xiao's identity was confirmed, the atmosphere in the arena exploded with excitement. Holy crap. So cool. Is this a transformation? Why haven't we seen other hunters do this? Alright, I've got tonight's material. Oh my god. He's so awesome. My boxers just flew off. Just looking at his face makes my heart race. Transformation. Ash form. Activated. Lin Xiao clenched his fists, his expression serious, as he cautiously approached his opponent step by step. The Ash form was similar to Ghost Tiger's overclock mode, pushing power to its limit and compressing combat strength to the highest point. However, Lin Xiao's Ash form was even more thorough. His vast and dense power reserves allowed for a more exaggerated amplification and absurd combat strength. Unlike others who could only maintain their burst for a few minutes, Lin Xiao could sustain ash form for the entire fight, until the battle concluded. Lin Xiao stared at the approaching Bai Shui, feeling no fear in his heart. He kept a cautious distance, wary of any hidden abilities she might possess. As Bai Shui's figure became clearer, she seemed to be in a daze, her eyes fixed on Lin Xiao's battle armor, her entire body relaxed and unguarded. Noticing her lapse in vigilance, Lin Xiao began to scrutinize Bai Shui's delicate features. This wasn't out of admiration, but to find the best point of attack. Though he wasn't one to hold grudges, as a staunch supporter of gender equality, he decided to give this Ice Queen a taste of her own medicine. He wanted to smash her into the ceiling, making her truly unreachable. As the distance between them shrank to within 5 meters, Lin Xiao felt a surge of anticipation. He crouched, ready to strike that beautiful face hard. Just then, he noticed Bai Shui's slightly parted pink lips. Suddenly, a voice reached his ear, causing him to mutter under his breath, "Damn. Impressive." He squinted, expressionless, rubbing his ear, wondering if the ash mode was causing hallucinations. At that moment, Bai Shui snapped out of her daze. Her hands clenched into fists, and a veil of power instantly wrapped around her limbs. She gazed at her opponent with seriousness and vigilance, but without fear. Their eyes locked, both gazes deepening. In the next instant, with a bang, the floor shattered, and the two young figures shot forward like arrows, disappearing from their original spots. Boom! It was as if a bomb had exploded in midair. Their power-imbued fists collided with a thunderous roar, sending a terrifying shockwave in all directions. Yet neither Lin Xiao nor Bai Shui showed any sign of retreat. They had only one thought in their minds, to utterly defeat the opponent. There could be only one victor, and it must not be the other. Boom, boom, boom. Their fists and feet clashed like a relentless storm, filling the arena with continuous shockwaves. The spectators outside wore ashen faces, swayed by the gusts of wind, as if their edges were being smoothed out. The air shattered as a fist wreathed in gray flames hurtled towards its target. Bai Shui sidestepped and deflected the blow with precision, then swung her leg high like a guillotine towards Lin Xiao's shoulder. Lin Xiao spun around and slammed his power-infused foot into the ground. Boom! The arena floor exploded under the immense force, sending shards of stone flying and cracks spiderwebbing across the surface. This was nothing new. After more than 20 minutes of fierce combat, the arena in Hall 2 was already battered and pockmarked, barely a flat surface to be found. But no one cared about the state of the arena. Every eye, whether from the audience or the hunters in the competitors' seats, was locked onto the two lightning-fast figures on the stage. They darted back and forth across the ruined platform, each collision sending shockwaves through the air as if two monstrous beings were wreaking havoc. Lin Xiao took a hard punch to the chest, emitting a muffled grunt. Unfazed, he seized the moment and swung a vicious hook at Bai Shui's delicate face. A veil of flame surged up to shield her just in time, but the sheer force of the blow still caused her pain, leaving her pale cheeks swollen and red. Lin Xiao had to admit that his second-ranked opponent had mastered the art of channeling her power. She could deftly use it to block unavoidable attacks, and then retract it to conserve energy. This high level of skill allowed Bai Shui to keep up with Lin Xiao in their prolonged battle. Otherwise, she would have exhausted herself long ago and fallen to his relentless assault. But the end was near. Boom! Lin Xiao crossed his arms to barely block a ferocious kick from Bai Shui. The impact sent him skidding back several meters, leaving a long mark on the arena floor. He massaged his numb forearms, silently assessing his remaining energy about half left. Since breaking through 25 points in his constitution, he could finally sense his energy consumption clearly. But the Ashen mode was inherently energy draining, and to close the power gap, he had pushed his consumption to the limit. Now, Lin Xiao estimated his strength attribute at 21 points, nearly matching Bai Shui's when she used her power. Yet one question lingered in his mind. Why wasn't she using her special ability? Watching the increasingly thin energy veil around Bai Shui's arms, Lin Xiao knew she was bound to lose if this continued. She must have realized it too. Yet, she showed no signs of using her ability, not even as a last resort. Did she plan to let her energy deplete and lose so miserably? As her opponent, Lin Xiao had no intention of reminding her. He just wanted to send this ice-cold beauty flying into the ceiling. Lin Xiao ramped up his offensive, their power-infused limbs clashing repeatedly. Boom, boom, boom. The arena erupted with constant shockwaves, like a rapid drumbeat. Bai Shui's expression grew strained, and the energy around her hands became more transparent. Bang! Finally, with a fierce roundhouse kick from Lin Xiao, Bai Shui's energy veil dissipated completely. A cold smile crept across Lin Xiao's face, his right fist itching for action. He thought to himself, "Get ready to meet Mr. Lin Xiao's uppercut with that pretty little chin of yours." He swiftly closed in on her, knees bent, body coiled, right fist poised to strike. But at the critical moment, he locked eyes with Bai Shui. Her eyes were almost translucent, like the finest sapphires, glowing with a mysterious blue light. Instantly, Lin Xiao's combat instinct screamed in alarm, his hairs standing on end, enveloped by a chilling sensation. A thought exploded in his mind. If he moved forward, he would be the one to lose. Bang! Lin Xiao shot backward, putting several meters between them in an instant. He stood amidst the rubble, panting heavily, his heart pounding, sweat beading on his forehead. The world seemed to change in that split second. In ashen mode, Lin Xiao could clearly see the energy particles floating in the air. They were colorful, drifting freely like tiny spirits. These neutral energies should have been beyond control unless absorbed and transformed by a body. But now, everything had changed. The particles suddenly stopped moving, frozen in the air. Centered around the girl, all the energy particles lost their original colors, turning blue-white, like the finest snowflakes, crystalline and pure. They moved along a certain trajectory, orbiting by Shui like the most loyal servants, at her beck and call. The blue-white energy particles danced in the air, filled with hostility towards Lin Xiao. Suddenly, from above, a blue-white beam of power descended from the clouds, not absorbed into her body but dispersing directly into the air. The particles of power, like snowflakes, instantly filled the entire arena. The audience, equipped with the venue's detection glasses, could see the swirling power but seemed unable to perceive these energy particles. They watched Lin Xiao, who had retreated to a distant corner in alarm, with puzzled expressions. Then, a chill swept through, causing the audience to shiver in unison, glancing at the air conditioning and silently complaining about who had set the temperature so low. In the competitors' area, the atmosphere was tense. Several strong hunters stared intently at the arena, their expressions frantic. A buzz-cut male hunter crushed the water cup in his hand, saying heavily, "The Ice Princess seems to have lost her cool. This isn't the room for sequence 3. A curly-haired female hunter rubbed her eyes and sighed helplessly. "Looks like the Ash Kid really pushed her to the edge." Gao Yangxiang, looking bewildered, rubbed his shiny forehead and asked, "What's going on? What happened?" The grave expressions of the surrounding big shots only deepened his confusion. Lin Xiao stood on the arena, feeling the threats from all directions. The blue-white particles filled the space, like soldiers ready to strike at the Ice Princess's command. He swallowed quietly, guessing the possible forms of attack. Ice spear? Blizzard? Or direct freezing? As a novice who had never seen a battle involving superpowers, the only thing Lin Xiao could do was envelop his entire body with the power within him, leaving no inch of skin exposed. Bai Shui slowly raised her right hand, her pink lips slightly parted, anger flashing in her eyes. The energy particles in the air began to tremble slightly, as if about to explode at any moment. Lin Xiao tensed his entire body, preparing for the worst. However, the anticipated attack did not come. Lin Xiao looked at Bai Shui in confusion, noticing her expression had become conflicted, like a gamer debating whether to use cheats in retaliation. She might not know, but the other side had initiated the cheats first. After half a minute of hesitation, Bai Shui finally pursed her lips and lowered her arm. She stomped her foot in frustration, and with a bang, the bricks of the arena shattered, adding another layer of desolation to the already ruined battlefield. "I lost," Bai Shui said softly. The announcer immediately declared, "Let's congratulate the Ash contestant on their victory." The audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers. "Oh, Ash, Ash, Ash." Though they didn't fully understand what had happened, they knew they had witnessed a spectacular and thrilling match. Sequence 4 now had a new powerful contestant from the first batch, known as Ash. Amid the audience's cheers, Lin Xiao stood somewhat bewildered in the center of the arena, feeling a sense of emptiness. The victory had come too suddenly, leaving him with an unreal sensation. It was that familiar office in the frenzy arena again. Lin Xiao and Ling Shui sat at the large desk, facing the familiar man in black with the slicked-back hair. Just a day had passed since their last meeting, and the scene felt like déjà vu. The man with the slicked-back hair gracefully placed steaming cups of tea in front of them, his face adorned with a professional smile. "Mr. Lin Xiao and Miss Ling Shui, welcome," he said, a barely noticeable trace of nervousness in his voice. Lin Xiao was on guard, thinking this must be a trap. He glanced at the calm and composed Ling Shui beside him and felt a twinge of irritation. How could she be so relaxed, sipping tea? It looked like he had to handle this on his own. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao decided to take the initiative. He feigned hesitation, tapping his fingers on the table before speaking. "Sigh. I didn't expect the arena's platform quality to be so poor. Old brother, did someone cut corners during construction and embezzle funds?" Beads of sweat immediately appeared on the man's forehead. He wiped them away and explained, somewhat helplessly, "The platforms at Frenzy Arena are built according to strict standards for each sequence's power levels. The damage to platform number 2 could be due to your extraordinary strength." Lin Xiao quickly waved his hands, afraid of being misunderstood. "I'm just a standard sequence 4 level. You can't upgrade me. If Sequence 4 is already this tough, how could I possibly handle Sequence 3? That would ruin my plans to make money. The man with the slicked back hair gently reassured him. Actually, your strength at Sequence 3 wouldn't be that weak. But rest assured, today isn't about upgrading your sequence. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, but then tensed up again. If it wasn't about upgrading, could it be about compensating for the damage to platform number 2? His face turned pale. Seeing Lin Xiao's reaction, the man seemed to guess his thoughts. He refilled Lin Xiao's tea and chuckled. It's not about compensation either. Don't worry, Frenzy Arena is well funded, and we cover reasonable wear and tear for matches. He turned to Ling Shui, looking somewhat troubled. The main reason for this meeting is actually regarding you, Miss Ling Shui. Lin Xiao immediately relaxed, savoring his tea and preparing to enjoy the show. Ling Shui remained composed, waiting silently for the man to continue. The man with the slicked back hair spoke cautiously. Miss Ling Shui, Sequence 4 rooms prohibit the use of special abilities, and there are no protective measures for the audience. Please control yourself, as this is not only a rule but also for everyone's safety. Ling Shui shook her head slightly, her clear voice ringing out. I didn't use any special abilities, but it seemed like you were preparing to. I didn't use any special abilities. Our detection machines indicate. I didn't use any. Didn't use. The man with the slicked back hair was drenched in sweat, wiping it away awkwardly. Lin Xiao looked at Ling Shui in amazement, thinking she truly deserved to be the second in their grade. Not only powerful but also incredibly thick-skinned. In the end, the man could only compromise. Let's consider it a sincere request from us. Miss Ling Shui, please refrain from using special abilities in the Sequence 4 arena in the future. He then turned to Lin Xiao with a wry smile. And both of you, please restrain your strength a bit. Next time, don't dismantle the arena. The first batch of Sequence 4 is practically equivalent to average Sequence 3 contestants. If you're interested, you might find better opponents there. Both of them tactfully ignored his suggestion. Lin Xiao knew that moving to Sequence 3 now would be asking for trouble, unless it was for the final match after making enough money. As they were leaving, Ling Shui suddenly gave Lin Xiao a meaningful look. Curiously, he followed her. Can you change to that form again? Ling Shui asked, looking directly at Lin Xiao. What do you want to do? Lin Xiao was puzzled. Learn. Learn? It's just power wrapping, not much different from what you use. Learn how to make it look that cool. Lin Xiao's eyes instantly turned into dead fish eyes. Standing still, Lin Xiao activated his ash mode, holding his arms out horizontally like a cross, his eyes vacant and staring ahead, expressionless. His body was rigid like a statue, allowing a pair of delicate, fair hands to roam over him. The owner of those hands, Ling Shui, was eagerly exploring every inch of Lin Xiao. Her fingers gently pinched the sleeve of his shirt and playfully tugged at its hem. Ling Shui's bright, wide eyes occasionally moved close to Lin Xiao's face, carefully examining the flame-patterned tattoo on his skin. She kept muttering to herself, wow, so beautiful. I need to remember this pattern. How can I modify it into a snowflake design? It would look great on a women's dress. Lin Xiao was secretly amazed. This girl's true personality was completely different from the impression she gave off. To the hunters and spectators, she was the epitome of an aloof, cold beauty, an ice queen. But now, in front of him, that image was completely shattered. Deciding to stand up for them, he asked, you seem quite lively. Why do you act so reserved on the battlefield? Ling Shui blinked her sparkling eyes and earnestly explained. My mom says I look elegant and charming when I speak less. It fits the image of an ice maiden. I love snow, and ice maidens are really cool. Lin Xiao pursed his lips, his expression complicated. After a moment of consideration, he agreed. Your mom's right. Then, he voiced a question that had been on his mind for a long time. By the way, Ling Shui, can I ask you a somewhat personal question? Ling Shui nodded, signaling him to continue. How did you awaken your powers? Lin Xiao asked, finally addressing the mystery that had been bothering him. If not for these past few days in the combat arena, he might have gone to the weapon hall to try his luck and see if he could find a sword master to ask. Powers? Ling Shui touched her chin, her delicate brows furrowing as if trying to recall. At the time, I wanted to see snow, and then I awakened my powers. Huh. Lin Xiao was momentarily speechless. Ling Shui nodded at him, her tone tinged with a bit of regret. There's nothing I can do. People from the south haven't seen snow. I'm so envious. That is quite enviable. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh, as he had never seen snow either. Suddenly, Ling Shui leaned in close to Lin Xiao, raising 2 index fingers to her head like rabbit ears. Also, awakening your powers gets you the blessing of the stars. Your mental strength will skyrocket. With a bonus of 50,000 yuan in hand, Lin Xiao returned to school today. On the way, he kept replaying Ling Shui's simple yet perplexing words. I just wanted to see the snow, and my powers awakened. This reason was so straightforward that it defied analysis. Lin Xiao began to ponder what he would wish for if he could awaken his own powers. Money? The thought barely formed before Lin Xiao slapped himself, scolding himself internally to have more ambition. He recalled what their class advisor, Wu Qinghua, had said if he wanted to surpass the top two, he needed to clarify his deepest desires. But his desires were many, and human wants are inherently limitless. Lin Xiao's thoughts began to wander. He even considered going to the cafeteria for fried chicken. What if a single leap could awaken his powers, turning him into the renowned fried chicken man? As this absurd image formed in his mind, he realized that Bai Shui had awakened her powers in a similarly whimsical way. An outlandish scene popped into his head. Himself transformed into fried chicken brother, working weekends at MFC, performing magic tricks to conjure fried chicken for kids who ordered the children's meal. Just as Lin Xiao was lost in this unprecedentedly chaotic fantasy, a message notification from his communication app snapped him back to reality. It was a message from Wu Qinghua. By the way, you did well in the last class competition. I'm giving you a share of the spoils. The message was followed by a picture. Li Jingrua in a cat ear-made outfit, sitting in a duck pose, tongue out, looking up at a 45-degree angle. Wu Qinghua added a special note. Although this picture could sell for $1 million, for your own safety, I advise you not to share it. Lin Xiao stared blankly at the photo on his phone, feeling completely disoriented. On Monday morning, Wu Qinghua gathered the whole class ahead of time. She stood at the front of the classroom, beside a small table with a crystal ball on it, the very same one Lin Xiao had seen before. With a serious tone, Wu Qinghua announced, "Today marks the beginning of the selection for the martial arts class. This crystal ball contains a trace of power from an rank hunter, who will be the teacher for the class." The classroom erupted in chatter. The students buzzed with excitement. An rank hunter? Holy crap, that's a big deal. Such a high-level person is going to teach us? Teach the martial arts class, not you. I heard even the principal and our senior year director were once rank hunters. What? That bald old principal is that impressive? The reaction from Class C students was expected. To them, rank hunters were significant figures responsible for dealing with monstrous beasts, exploring hidden realms, and other major tasks. Above them were only the elite council members of Blue Star. The fact that the school could bring in a rank hunter to teach showed how much importance they placed on the martial arts class. Wu Qinghua clapped her hands to quiet the room. All right, settle down. Let's get started with the assessment. Our top student will demonstrate first. Under the curious gazes of his classmates, Lin Xiao reluctantly stood up and walked to the front. Wu Qinghua explained, "Watch closely. The technique involves using your mental power to draw out the condensed energy." She then stepped aside. Lin Xiao lightly touched the crystal ball with his right hand, pulling at it as if controlling his own power. The energy within began to stir, glowing with a blue-green light, swirling and rotating along a specific trajectory, forming a miniature tornado inside the crystal ball. Wu Qinghua adjusted her glasses and addressed the students in Class C. "This is the standard for a successful assessment. Now, please come up one by one according to your class ranking." Lin Xiao returned to his seat, quietly observing his classmates' attempts. Though the technique was similar to controlling one's own power, it was significantly more challenging. The energy particles were not basic power particles but artificially transformed ones, somewhat like the colored particles Bai Shui produced with her powers. Lin Xiao couldn't help but wonder if the teacher of the martial arts class also had powers. Yet there was a difference. He could manipulate the blue-green energy due to his strong mental power, but he couldn't control the particles Bai Shui created, just as he couldn't directly manipulate the ambient energy particles. "Lin Xiao, I failed," Zhao Xia wailed, shaking Lin Xiao's shoulders so vigorously that his head blurred. Lin Xiao quickly steadied her hands and sighed. "I know. Don't worry. Not many have succeeded." Apart from Lin Xiao, Wu Zhixing, Fang Wen, and Chun, no one else in Class C had met the standard. This seemed to confirm the advisor's prediction. No more than 4 students from the entire class would be selected. Lin Xiao consoled her. "The martial arts class just progresses faster. We all learn the same things eventually." The class advisor had already mentioned this before. There wouldn't be much change just because the teacher isn't a rank hunter. At most, the students would learn power envelopment. Lin Xiao recalled the advisor's words and nodded to himself. Indeed, even within a rank hunter teaching, mastering power envelopment was the limit for freshmen like them. That's already quite impressive, considering some rank hunters can't even manage that, Chen Feifei whispered, her eyes sparkling with excitement as if she had discovered a great secret. Zhao Xia couldn't help but agree, nodding lightly with a relieved smile. "Yeah, Zaya. At least we don't have to compete with those monsters." Seeing Zhao Xia's response, Chen Feifei got even more excited. She leaned closer to Zhao Xia, covering her mouth like a little spy, and whispered, "Besides, once Lin Xiao and the others leave, we'll be the strongest batch." Zhao Xia's eyes widened, her mouth forming an O shape in surprise. "What? Her expression was as if she had just heard something unbelievable. After a few seconds of mental processing, Zhao Xia seemed to understand something. She turned and patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Xiao, don't worry about it. I'll take care of Class C from now on. Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel amused by this conversation. He thought to himself, I only missed the morning weaponization class, and you're already planning a coup? And are you two really that impressive? There are still several others stronger than you. In less than half an hour, all the students in Class C had finished their tests. As expected, the remaining students all failed. In the end, only Lin Xiao, Wu Zhixing, Fang Wan, and Chan passed the test. Wu Qinghua turned to Lin Xiao and the others, saying, you can head to the weaponization class now. It's the last room down this hallway. The teacher will be there soon. The four of them left the classroom and entered the bustling hallway. Students from other classes were also emerging, some of them familiar faces. Lin Xiao, my dear friend, let's go together. A familiar voice called out. Lin Xiao turned to see a spiky-haired boy from the neighboring Class D, covered in bandages, with a bright smile on his face. Clearly, this guy had a rough time in yesterday's arena match. Not far away, a beautiful girl with flowing black hair walked out of Class B. She had a cold and elegant demeanor, like a snow lotus untouched by the world. Lin Xiao thought to himself that she must be following her mother's advice to maintain her cool and distant image. Lin Xiao also spotted Lu Yuqian, his opponent from the last class competition, and the towering, bald giant, Gao Yangxiang. Suddenly, an even more striking figure appeared in the hallway, a sword immortal, flying on a sword. Zhuang Jinyu, with his long hair tied up, hands behind his back, was gliding low in the hallway on a long sword. He had a calm and composed expression, like a carefree sword immortal. When he reached the entrance of Class C, he stopped and locked eyes with Lin Xiao. Seeing this exaggerated scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but mentally shout, I want to report this. Someone's using their abilities to show off. The classroom for the martial arts class resembled an enlarged training dojo, about half as big again as a regular classroom. Out of the 10 classes in the third year, only about 40 students had passed the rigorous entrance requirements, marking them as the elite of the elite. The students from Class C entered in single file but didn't sit together. Instead, they dispersed and found their own seats. Chen, with his friendly nature, quickly blended in with students from other classes. In contrast, Wu Zhixing isolated himself in a corner, maintaining his usual stern expression that screamed, I'm the best. Apart from a brief conversation with Gao Yangxiang, no one seemed willing to approach the notorious, cold-faced weirdo. Fang Wan and Lu Yuqian sat together within Lin Xiao's line of sight. Their conversation was quite amusing. Being tall is such a hassle. I can never find clothes that fit. Tell me about it. Skirts online are always too small. Long legs aren't all that great either. Some pants always end up showing my ankles. Oh, by the way, the new hair salon downtown cuts bangs really well. Listening to these topics, which clashed with the military atmosphere of the university, Lin Xiao couldn't help but wonder. Why do you need all these clothes when you wear uniforms every day? However, he kept this thought to himself, fearing it might annoy others if he voiced it. At that moment, Lin Xiao was sitting with Zhuang Jinyu, with Bai Shan behind them. Although Ling Shui was nearby, she maintained her aloof demeanor, resting with her eyes closed, seemingly detached but actually paying close attention to every word. What? You're actually asking how my powers awakened? Zhuang Jianyu's expression suddenly changed, pointing an accusing finger at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, how could you ask such a thoughtless question? Startled by his sudden outburst, Lin Xiao asked, is this question really that private? Of course it is. Zhuang Jinyu grabbed his long hair, wrapping his lower face tightly, leaving only his sharp eyes exposed. It's like exposing your teenage social media posts, or reading your love letters out loud in front of the entire school. Lin Xiao blinked. He had neither posted on social media nor written love letters. Would that be embarrassing? Extremely embarrassing. Zhuang Jinyu grabbed Lin Xiao's shoulders, trying to convey his anguish. It's like having a friend over, and your parents bring out your naked baby photos, or deciding to try on women's clothes and getting caught by your mom. Can you understand my pain, Lin Xiao? I can't. Lin Xiao replied coldly, leaving Zhuang Jinyu looking utterly despondent. At that moment, Bai Shan patted Lin Xiao's shoulder and grinned. Hey, think of it like taking a dump in public. Hissed. Lin Xiao took a sharp breath, looking at Zhuang Jinyu in horror, his mind conjuring a terrifying image. Don't look at me like that. I was just making a comparison. I've never actually experienced those things. Zhuang Jinyu hastily waved his hands, trying to salvage his image. However, Lin Xiao and Bai Shan only looked at him with silent sympathy. Even Ling Shui, the Ice Queen, couldn't help but open her eyes and stare at Zhuang Jinyu as if he were a strange creature. After several failed attempts to explain, Zhuang Jinyu finally gave up, closing his eyes in resignation, tears streaming down his cheeks. In the end, Zhuang Jinyu resorted to a private message to Lin Xiao to explain the cause of his power awakening. I loved watching pre-apocalypse Xinxia dramas as a kid, especially the ones about the sword immortals of Shushan. Gu with his sword was so cool. I was obsessed with becoming a sword immortal and flying with my sword. And then you awakened your powers? Yeah. Zhuang Jinyu sent a scratching head emoji. Lin Xiao was puzzled. Could it be that all power awakenings were this simple? Sensing Lin Xiao's confusion, Zhuang Jinyu added, I know it sounds childish, but when I saw the characters flying with their swords on TV, I felt a strong sense of longing and excitement. Longing? Excitement? Lin Xiao paused. These words reminded him of the hunter wielding a dark red blade, and that earth-shattering strike that seemed capable of cleaving the heavens and slaying gods. Just then, the classroom door suddenly opened. Thud, thud. Thud, a tall woman walked in. She had a high ponytail and a well-toned, powerful physique. She wore an open jacket with a fitted dark tank top underneath, paired with sturdy cargo pants and tactical boots. A long, thin scar ran from the corner of her eye to her chin, adding a wild allure to her already striking features. She walked to the front of the class, her sharp gaze sweeping across the room, a smile playing on her lips. It seems everyone's here. Little brats. A slightly hoarse yet magnetic female voice broke the silence in the classroom. A tall, wild-spirited woman strode to the front of the room, her eyes sharp as a hawk's as she scanned the students. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Lan, and I'm a hunter. She patted her chest and flashed a confident smile. Of course, you can also call me by my code name, Lawn Leopard. Haha, I like that name, so you can use it from now on. The students exchanged glances and nodded silently. The wild nickname indeed suited the woman standing before them. Lawn Leopard placed her hands on her hips, her gaze piercing as she looked over the students. From now on, I'll be teaching you power weaponization, she said in a deep, powerful voice. You are the elite of your classes. The school's requirement is for you to master power envelopment before graduation. But my standards are higher. She suddenly extended her right hand, clenching it into a tight fist, her eyes flashing with a predatory gleam. I want you to master power envelopment by the end of your junior year. This means, by your senior year, you'll have at least a Drank Hunter's capability, which will be very helpful during your internship. As Lawn Leopard continued, the atmosphere in the classroom grew tense. She exuded a palpable sense of pressure, like a beast ready to pounce. In the territory of the beasts, strength means everything. Your power not only determines your safety, but also how your hunter team perceives you. Her eyes swept over each student's face, her tone growing more serious. During your senior year, the stronger students will join hunter teams for internships. Each team will take only one in turn. Whether you become a burden or a comrade depends entirely on you. Trust me, being looked after is not a pleasant experience. Lawn Leopard's voice lowered, carrying a hint of barely perceptible pain, especially when your weakness drags down the entire team, leading to bloodshed and sacrifice. That shadow could haunt you for life, even driving you to self-destruction or madness. The classroom was silent, the students sitting upright, each one silently committing their teacher's words to memory. As an experienced rank hunter, Lawn Leopard's words undoubtedly came from years of personal experience and observation. Suddenly, Lawn Leopard burst into hearty laughter, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Ha ha ha, all right, enough of the serious talk. Her laughter was like sunshine dispersing the clouds, and the students' tense nerves relaxed a bit. Now, let's start the first lesson of the weaponization class. Lawn Leopard raised a finger, her eyes gleaming with excitement, like a predator eyeing its prey. Her voice carried a hint of challenge. Do you know the ultimate goal of power weaponization? The ultimate goal of power martialization? This question is so advanced that no one knows how to answer it. The students in the classroom exchanged puzzled looks, falling silent. A sly smile appeared on Ms. Lan Bao's face, as if this was the reaction she had hoped for. All right, let me rephrase the question. Lan Bao cleared her throat. What is the origin or the creator's purpose of power martialization? In the crowd, Chen hesitated for a moment before raising his hand tentatively. Is it to become stronger and fight against the beasts? Lan Bao shook her head, denying it. Becoming stronger or hunting beasts are merely byproducts. She paused and continued, before the Great Cataclysm, similar techniques existed in hidden realms around the world. The Hunter Association collected, revised, and integrated them, then filtered, experimented, modified, and added new elements to form the current power martialization system. Lan Bao placed a finger gently on her lips, her tone becoming profound. And the pioneers who created these techniques had only one goal: to allow ordinary people to perform miracles. Miracles? What's that? The students frowned. The concept was too abstract for them. Seeing their confused expressions, Lan Bao couldn't help but laugh. She patiently explained, you can think of a miracle as the ability to control the world or as a key. Of course, it now has an official term, Her gaze swept across the classroom and finally landed on two students. She softly uttered the word, abilities. Lan Bao's voice suddenly became firm and powerful. Power martialization was, from the start, a crude imitation of abilities. This statement was like a bombshell, causing an uproar in the class. Students murmured among themselves, faces filled with shock and unease. The fact that the techniques they had painstakingly practiced were merely imitations left many feeling dejected and disappointed. Seeing this, Lan Bao quickly gestured for everyone to calm down. Haha, don't panic, she explained. While ability users generally have higher capabilities and mental strength, it doesn't mean that ordinary warriors can't surpass them. In fact, ability users also need to learn martialization. However, symbolically, they do stand at the pinnacle. Lan Bao's eyes then fell on a particular girl, and she smiled slightly. You must be Ling Xin's granddaughter, Ling Xue, right? Ling Xue nodded slightly, a hint of confusion on her face. Yes. Could you come up and give us a demonstration? Lan Bao beckoned with a smile. Just the preliminary steps will do. It would greatly aid my lecture. Ling Xue hesitated a bit, but then stood up and walked towards the podium. The classroom atmosphere became lively, and the students began whispering excitedly. Hey, is she going to demonstrate her abilities? I saw it during the Indofterm rankings. It's always so cool. Every time I see it, I feel so envious. How did the top two awaken their abilities? Did they go through hellish training from a young age? Lin Xiao glanced at the top ability user, Zhuang Jinyu, beside him and remarked sourly, why didn't the teacher call you up? You're the top rank, but you don't seem to have much presence. Zhuang Jinyu was taken aback and looked at Lin Xiao, puzzled. Huh, you didn't know? Ling Xue's grandfather, Ling San, is the dean of third-year teaching and a former rank hunter. The teacher must know him well. Lin Xiao suddenly understood and lowered his head in embarrassment. So the dean's name is Ling San. Seeing that Ling Xue was ready, Lan Bao clapped her hands and addressed the class. All right, since you've been selected for the martialization class, you must have already learned power infusion. Gather as much energy as you can into your eyes. The higher the energy density, the clearer you'll see. This technique is called true sight. The complete version requires wrapping. For now, using infusion will do. The students followed her instructions, and the classroom was soon filled with exclamations. Whoa, a whole new world. This is so cool. Are these the powers? Haven't you tried this before? We've been learning infusion for days. Damn, you must have been practicing secretly to get ahead. Lin Xiao silently activated true sight, and the world changed instantly. Colors became more vibrant, and multicolored particles floated in the air. He muttered to himself, True sight. What a lame name, not as cool as bullet time. Seeing everyone was ready, Lan Bao snapped her fingers and said to Ling Xue, all right, let's begin. The classroom fell silent, and everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the podium. Ling Xue nodded slightly and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, a brilliant blue light covered her pupils. The glowing particles in the air suddenly froze, centering around Ling Xue, causing an invisible ripple to spread out. The multicolored energy particles instantly turned blue and white, resembling delicate snowflakes, suspended in the air and sparkling brilliantly. The room temperature dropped several degrees, making everyone present shiver involuntarily. Wow! The classmates exclaimed in unison, their eyes fixed on the energy particles floating around Ling Xue like vigilant guards. Their gazes were filled with undisguised envy. Even Lin Xiao was no exception. The scene was so cool that everyone secretly wished they had such an ability. Chun raised his hand again, summoning the courage to ask, Teacher, what are the conditions for awakening a special ability? Is it mental strength? His question immediately drew approving glances from the other students in the martial arts class. Clearly, it wasn't just Lin Xiao. Everyone was eager to know the answer. After all, who wouldn't want to awaken a special ability? Lan Bao shook his head, explaining with a heavy tone, indeed, the mental strength of a special ability user far exceeds that of ordinary people, but increasing mental strength alone won't awaken a special ability. First, you have the cause and effect reversed. It's not that high mental strength allows you to awaken a special ability. Rather, because you are inherently a special ability user, your mental strength is high. From birth, the identity of a special ability user is already determined. What? This answer completely overturned everyone's understanding. It was even more difficult to accept than the previous notion that martial energy mimicry was an imitation of special abilities. The students looked at each other, whispering in disbelief that some people were destined to be extraordinary from birth. Seeing the students' dejected expressions, Lan Bao scratched his head and sighed heavily. He turned to Ling Xue and said, all right, Ling Xue, show them your throne. Throne? Ling Xue looked at the teacher in confusion. Lan Bao pointed upward and grinned. The energy you have stored in the sky. Understanding the teacher's intention, Ling Xue took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and began to concentrate. Suddenly, an inexplicable aura began to spread throughout the classroom, filling the air with a chilling sense of oppression. Everyone felt as if they were being watched by some terrifying presence, involuntarily tensing up. Lin Xiao instantly became alert. He was all too familiar with this feeling, having experienced it firsthand just yesterday. The classroom fell silent, and everyone's eyes instinctively turned to the ceiling. As the elite of their respective classes, their keen instincts were on high alert. A powerful force was about to descend. Boom! A blue and white energy beam suddenly descended from the ceiling, piercing through layers of barriers and enveloping Lin Xiao. Unlike before, this energy was not absorbed into her body but spread out, instantly filling the entire training hall. The density of energy in the air reached an unprecedented level, presenting a uniform blue and white hue, exuding a clear sense of belonging that could not be interfered with by outsiders. Lin Xiao quietly attempted to use his energy refinement technique but failed. He couldn't absorb this special energy at all. It dawned on him that this was the power Lin Xiao had stored in the sky. Special ability users are favored by the stars. From birth, they possessed the seed of a throne in the cosmos, Lan Bao said, gazing up at the ceiling with a touch of sentiment on his face. He continued, the throne of the sky represents miracles, the authority to change the world. This is the ultimate goal of martial energy mimicry. Teacher Lan Bao looked around at the stunned students, a mysterious smile playing at his lips. Do you know? Many class hunters have never possessed a throne. So, in a symbolic sense, special ability users are already at the pinnacle. The throne of the void. The moment this phrase was uttered, the classroom of the weaponization class fell into an eerie silence. All eyes instinctively turned toward the two unique abilities users in the class, Zhuang Jinyu and Ling Xiao. Their gazes were filled with astonishment and reverence, as if saying, so, not only are you the top students in our grade, but you are also the chosen ones of the stars, true prodigies. Under everyone's scrutiny, Zhuang Jinyu maintained a calm smile, his eyes steady as he looked ahead. Ling Xiao elegantly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her expression indifferent, seemingly unfazed by the praise. Their classmates couldn't help but admire their composed demeanor, thinking, this is what it means to be a master. However, Lin Xiao knew better. He discreetly glanced at his phone, where a message revealed Zhuang Jinyu's inner monologue. Am I really that awesome? Throne of the Void sounds a bit over the top, doesn't it? Wouldn't it be less impressive if I said it myself? Maybe just throne sounds cooler. I could say, welcome to my throne when I pull down the energy from the storage. Whoa, that sounds epic. Lin Xiao couldn't help but internally gripe. It's not like I'm the one who gets to look cool, so why am I even thinking up lines for you? But he did glean some new information from this. It turned out that abilities users had an external energy storage, rather than extracting energy directly from the sky. This so-called Throne of the Void was the place where energy was stored. Recalling the light beams he had seen before, always appearing directly above Ling Xiao, Lin Xiao wondered, could the throne follow the Earth's rotation like a satellite? Or does it move with the abilities user? That's incredibly convenient. Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Just as his thoughts began to drift, Ms. Lan Bao's hearty laugh broke the classroom's silence. All right, let's begin our discussion on weaponizing abilities. She had Ling Xiao return to her seat, then hauled out two mannequins from a large storage cabinet at the front of the room. These mannequins looked like they were made of plastic, but their insides were clearly reinforced with metal, and they stood on heavy steel bases. Dusting off her hands, Ms. Lan Bao smiled and asked, your previous teachers probably only covered wrapping, right? You haven't learned about the subsequent stages of weaponizing abilities yet, have you? The students nodded in agreement. Aside from Lin Xiao and Ling Xiao, even Zhuang Jinyu had only mastered infusing, not wrapping. Lin Xiao internally griped, I'm a cheat, and Ling Xiao was probably taught in secret by her grandfather. Ah, the perks of being a third-generation hunter. Ms. Lan Bao continued, let me demonstrate the next stages so you can get an idea of what to expect. First, we'll start with wrapping. She extended her right hand, and a dark gray energy enveloped her arm like a thin veil. Wrapping is the concentration of your own energy, essentially an extension of your body. It can amplify or protect, whether in attack or defense. Ms. Lan Bao reached out and flicked the mannequin's chest. Bang, a muffled sound exploded in the air, like a silenced large-caliber handgun. The seemingly gentle flick contained immense power, creating a visible shockwave. The mannequin wobbled slightly, its rubber chest denting and cracking to reveal the metal inside. The essence of wrapping for defense is energy cancellation, using your own energy to negate incoming damage, Ms. Lan Bao said sternly. It can defend against physical harm, as well as high temperatures, low temperatures, corrosion, sound waves, and even some mental attacks. But remember, don't overly rely on wrapping for defense. The higher the damage, the more energy it consumes. The best way to handle an attack is to dodge. Otherwise, You'll run out of energy and die a slow death. The students nodded earnestly, understanding the gravity of her words. Ms. Lonbao continued her demonstration. Once you master wrapping, you can try extending your energy beyond your body. She pulled a folded A4 sheet from her jacket pocket, unfolded it, and rolled it into a crooked stick. Dark gray energy flowed from her hand, covering the entire paper stick. Instantly, it became straight and rigid, like a dark iron rod. This is the third stage of weaponizing abilities energy projection. Ms. Lonbao lightly tapped the mannequin with the paper stick. Though it seemed like a gentle tap, it generated a burst of air, making the mannequin's base tremble violently, as if struck by a heavy hammer. The classmates gathered around the seemingly ordinary roll of A4 paper, curious and intrigued. Who would have thought that such a mundane item could transform into a lethal weapon? Lonbao stood on the other side of the podium, a mysterious smile playing on her lips as she began to explain advanced techniques. When your power control reaches a certain level, you can extend it beyond your body to perform some special moves, she said nonchalantly, a spark of excitement in her eyes. Suddenly, with a flick of her wrist, the paper rod traced a graceful arc through the air. For instance, sword energy. No sooner had she spoken than a crescent-shaped, dark gray slash shot out. It moved with astonishing speed, crossing the entire classroom in an instant and striking the dummy squarely in the chest. Clang! The rubber surface of the dummy burst open, revealing its steel skeleton underneath. From the right shoulder to the lower abdomen, a menacing diagonal gash was deeply etched into the metal, as if it had been cleaved by an invisible blade. Before the students could even gasp in amazement, Lan Bao was already moving on to the next demonstration. And then there's fist pressure. She clenched her left fist and gently pushed forward. A spherical wave of energy erupted from her fist, rapidly expanding in midair before slamming into the dummy's chest. Boom! It was as if the dummy had been hit by a heavy cannonball. The weighty figure toppled over instantly, creating a shallow crater upon impact. The surrounding floor cracked like a spiderweb, sending fragments flying. The students stared in awe. The dummy's chest was now dented and deformed, with a large hollow punched into its steel body by the sheer force. The classroom erupted into chaos. Holy crap! That's real sword energy. Does this mean we can shoot energy blasts once we reach the release stage? This is so cool. Wow! We won't need special effects for movies anymore. Excited exclamations filled the room. No one could resist the allure of such spectacular techniques, especially Zhuang Jinyu, who fancied himself a sword immortal. He stood frozen in place, eyes glazed over, clearly lost in a daydream of unleashing 100 sword energies and shaking the heavens with his sword aura. Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, thinking to himself, just wait. I'll be the first to master power release. Lan Bao casually tossed the paper roll into the trash can and raised an eyebrow at the students, a wild grin spreading across her face. Once you master release, it means, even among crank hunters, you'll be considered strong. She paused, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. And next, power weaponization will truly step into the extraordinary realm. What you'll be mastering is supernatural abilities. As soon as she finished speaking, Lan Bao's eyes suddenly took on an eerie blue-green hue, as if some mysterious force was surging within them. The entire class held their breath, waiting for the astonishing secret that was about to be revealed. The azure waves surged, and Lan Bao's eyes glistened like emerald crystals, radiating a subtle glow. Tiny specks of light swirled within her pupils, carrying an invisible pressure, as if hinting at an imminent storm. Her voice was calm yet firm. The fourth stage of power weaponization is called transformation. Lan Bao extended her right hand, a thin veil of power wrapping around it. Her gaze swept across the students' faces as she said softly, "Watch closely." As her words fell, a remarkable transformation began on her hand. Starting from her fingertips, the dark gray energy was gradually replaced by a vibrant blue-green, spreading upward like ink in water until it covered her entire forearm. In less than 2 seconds, the gray had completely vanished, replaced by a thin, emerald-like film, fitting her arm like a fine gemstone glove. Suddenly, a gentle breeze arose in the classroom. On the outside of Lan Bao's arm, an almost invisible wind wall began to spin, its speed increasing rapidly, forming a miniature tornado. As the rotation sped up, the air grew more agitated, and the whirlwind became more tangible. The classroom curtains fluttered violently, and dust on the floor was swept into the air. The entire classroom felt like the moment before a typhoon hit, the air pressure dropping sharply, making it hard for the students to breathe. The sound of swallowing echoed through the room, and everyone stared wide-eyed at the storm swirling around their teacher's arm. With the dust joining in, the tornado turned a dark gray, spinning at a frightening speed. Lin Xiao noticed, to his astonishment, that there were flashes of lightning within the dark vortex, like miniature bolts dancing on the teacher's arm. Lan Bao walked slowly toward a dummy, and with a slight flick of her toe, a piece of wood on the ground shot up, targeting her storm-wrapped right arm. The wood instantly shattered into splinters, like a barrage of bullets striking the dummy. Amidst a series of bang sounds, the dummy's rubber face was blown off, leaving numerous dents on the metal core. With her palm facing upward, the whirlwind on her forearm seemed to come alive, slowly moving to hover above her palm. Lan Bao held the gray-black tornado, her gaze sweeping over the students' faces, and smiled. Transformation means converting the power within you into energy particles to achieve effects similar to supernatural abilities. If you can master transformation, congratulations, you're at least a level hunter, a mainstay of human society. As her words settled, the classroom fell into silence, only the sound of the wind whistling. All the students stared intently at the mysterious, lightning-filled whirlwind in their teacher's palm. Their eyes shone with excitement, and their expressions shifted from stunned to exhilarated, some even blushing with enthusiasm. Isn't this just like a supernatural ability? Does this mean, if we keep progressing, we can master supernatural abilities too? Holy crap! Does that mean we can control other elements too? Like fire. I'm going to become Iron Man. Wow. The students' excited discussions filled the room. Lin Xiao was deeply attracted to this technique resembling supernatural abilities, but a hint of doubt surfaced in his mind. He gently nudged Zhuang Jinyu beside him and whispered, "Can you convert your power into energy particles like using a supernatural ability?" Zhuang Jinyu shook his head, eyes full of surprise. "No, I can only convert external energy. My internal power is just like any other student's." Lin Xiao pondered. No wonder teacher Lan Bao said that even those with supernatural abilities need to learn power weaponization. Transformation colors one's own energy, whereas those with supernatural abilities convert external power. It's a different approach. Seeing the excited students, Lan Bao's lips curved into a confident smile, and she snapped her fingers. With a whoosh, the hovering whirlwind dissipated, the dust forming a neat stream that fell into the nearby trash bin. This is not a supernatural ability, just a stage of power weaponization. Lan Bao's gaze lingered on Lin Xiao and Zhuang Jinyu for a moment before she continued. Moreover, even those with supernatural abilities must master this skill to perfect themselves. Compared to ordinary warriors, your training speed and transformation will be much faster due to your extensive experience. Her eyes swept over the other students, pointing to her own eyes. As for the rest of you, ordinary people need to use true sight more often, carefully observing the power particles in the air. Their variety might exceed your imagination. This could take a long time, maybe 2 years, 5 years, or even 10 years. Once you fully understand and grasp a certain type of energy, you can start converting it into your own power and officially begin your path of transformation, said teacher Lan Bao. As soon as he finished speaking, the students in the classroom nodded in unison, their eyes gleaming with the light of curiosity. This invaluable advice from an rank hunter was undoubtedly a shortcut to becoming stronger. At that moment, Chen, who was often referred to as godlike, raised his slender right hand once again. His voice was clear and resolute. "Teacher, you mentioned that this isn't considered a superpower yet. Are there more stages after transformation?" The classroom fell silent immediately. All eyes were on Chen. Even the prominent mole on his chin seemed to exude an aura of authority. The students looked at him with genuine admiration, as if he had already become a hero in their eyes. Faced with this pointed question, Lan Bao let out a hearty laugh. His weathered face showed a hint of wildness, even a trace of arrogance. "You ask if there are more stages after this?" he replied. "Of course there are. But beyond that lies the realm of rank hunters." Lan Bao slowly extended 5 fingers, folding them down one by one as he spoke. "Saturate, envelop, release, transform. If you have mastered these to perfection, then next, you can begin." His eyes lifted slightly, and his emerald green eyes sparkled with a strange light. A mysterious smile curved his lips. "To corrupt the world." Before he finished speaking, a greenish energy started to spread out from Lan Bao, quickly overflowing through the windows. Outside the classroom was the training field where students usually practiced in the morning, now deserted. As the green energy spread, every particle of power on the field and in the air was tinged with a bluish-green hue, resembling a vast ocean. Suddenly, a fierce wind began to howl, and the sky darkened to an inky black. Flashes of lightning flickered within the pitch-black clouds, accompanied by deafening thunder. The terrifying storm raged in the sky, showcasing the majesty of nature. Next, a massive tornado, covering the entire training field with a diameter of several hundred meters, rose up and pierced the sky. It carried unimaginable, terrifying energy, standing ominously upon the earth. Under Lan Bao's control, the true storm had arrived. The storm, which had raged like a natural disaster for nearly 10 minutes, finally subsided. The sports field at the Desan campus was left in ruins, with the ground torn up and the lawn completely gone. Fortunately, The terrifying tornado had been contained in place, preventing it from spreading and causing damage to nearby buildings and trees. On the top floor of the faculty office building, a hunched old man stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, leaning on a wooden cane. He was dressed in a loose gray robe, his wrinkled face showing the passage of time. His temples were gray, and a small, stubborn tuft of hair lay neatly on his otherwise smooth forehead. Sigh. The old man gazed at the devastated scene outside and sighed softly. Lan Bao is no longer young, already in her 50s or 60s. How can she still be so impulsive? On the tea table behind him, a game of black and white chess was in progress, with both sides locked in a tight battle. Sitting to the left of the tea table was another elderly man with a long white beard, dressed in white clothes. His eyes were clear as a mirror, and his rosy face bore a few wrinkles. This was Ling Xin, the dean of Desan. I didn't get married and have children until I was over 60. Lan Bao is still young and reckless. We should try to understand, Ling San said. Oomph. The old man with the cane, Zhong Wenrong, the president of Luzhou Military University, turned and scolded angrily. Do you know how troublesome it is to apply for funding? I have to write a 1,000-word report just to get the playground repaired. These young people act recklessly, and I have to clean up their mess. I'm going to dock her pay. I'll deduct her entire salary for the next few months. Go ahead. Do you think an A-level hunter cares about that little money? Ling San sipped his tea and glanced at Zhong Wenrong. Besides, writing reports is part of your job as the president, isn't it? I'm going to retire. I've long been tired of this job. I want to spend my remaining years in peace. Zhong Wenrong banged his cane on the floor, his old face full of anger. Old man, you could live another 100 years. Don't talk about retirement so soon. Ling San hurriedly tried to calm him down, fearing that if the old man really left, he would be the one to suffer next. Oomph. That brat Lan Bao. I'm going to scold her for an hour at tomorrow's meeting, and make her write a 10,000-word self-reflection. President Zhong walked back to the tea table and angrily drank his tea. Ling Xin chuckled, refilling the old man's cup as he teased. Aren't you afraid that if you offend her now, Lan Bao might become a ruler one day and come back to give you a hard time? Not at all. President Zhong shook his head with a disdainful smile. As long as I die fast enough, she won't be able to trouble me. And no matter how powerful she becomes, I was the one who taught her. I'll be remembered as the teacher of the ruler, even on my tombstone. Ah ha ha ha. Watching the bald old man cackle, Ling San sighed helplessly. All right, let's continue the game. President Zhong quieted down and focused on the chessboard, but suddenly slapped the table. You sneaky old fox. You swapped pieces again. When have I ever swapped pieces? Are you trying to cheat, you old rascal? Ling San retorted, his beard bristling in anger. With a blank expression, President Zhong pointed with his cane. This piece was clearly white. You must have switched it. I think you're getting senile. Your memory is failing. Count those few hairs on your head before you talk about remembering chess moves. 79. I still have 79 hairs. I count them every morning. Their sharp exchanges echoed through the serene president's office for a long time. Meanwhile, the students of the martial arts class stared at the disaster-stricken ground outside, their faces blank with shock. They believed that students from other classes must feel the same, having the recent events etched deeply into their minds. The true power of an A-level hunter, a being like a human-shaped nuclear bomb, was close to the pinnacle of human capability. All right. Lan Bao clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. Now that we've demonstrated all stages of power weaponization, it's time to get to the main topic. Ling Shui, did your grandfather teach you power weaponization in advance? Ling Shui nodded honestly. Stage? Envelopment. Lan Bao smiled knowingly. Then you're ahead of the others. Your training will need to be customized. Is there anyone else in the class who has reached the envelopment stage? Although she addressed the entire class, Lan Bao's eyes flicked towards Zhuang Jinyu, likely predicting that he was the only other one who might have progressed this far. Jinyu Zhuang shook his head slightly, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Despite his distinguished background, his parents were too busy with work to take positions at the school, so his progress in mastering the power infusion was steady but slow. Seeing this, Lan Bao was about to give up when he noticed something odd in the classroom atmosphere. Several students were all staring intently at the same spot. Looking in that direction, he saw Lin Xiao sitting upright, facing the piercing gazes of Ling Shui, Bai Shan, Gao Yangxiang, and 3 students from Class C. Their expressions seemed to silently question. How long are you going to keep this up? Lin Xiao pursed his lips, slowly raised his right hand, and flashed a shy smile. This action made Jinyu Zhuang's eyes widen in shock. Lan Bao keenly caught this detail, scrutinizing Lin Xiao with surprise. You've learned power envelopment too? He asked. Lin Xiao scratched his head, his voice tinged with embarrassment. Just a little bit. His words were met with a few derisive snickers from around the classroom. Ling Shui even curled her lips in disdain. her eyes filled with contempt. Lan Bao, however, was unfazed. Crossing his arms, his eyes sparkled with delight. Not bad, not bad. What's your name? Lin Xiao. What's your rank in the grade? 382. Hearing this rank, Lan Bao furrowed his brow, looking puzzled at Lin Xiao. Your proficiency in power infusion is so high, which indicates strong mental fortitude. Why is your rank so low? Lin Xiao gave a wry smile, patting his chest with a look of helplessness. I can't help it. I've been physically weak since childhood, lacking strength. My mental fortitude is the only thing that's a bit stronger. His words elicited chuckles not only from his acquaintances, but also from the opponents in Class F. Lu Yuqian's eye twitched, her lips trembling as if she was holding back some unkind words. Despite the disdainful looks from around him, Lin Xiao remained unfazed, meeting the teacher's gaze calmly. Lan Bao pondered for a moment, lightly stroking his chin. Can you demonstrate your progress with the envelopment? I need to tailor a course for you. At full power? Of course. Nodding in agreement, Lin Xiao felt a surge of joy. Having a course designed specifically for him by the teacher was undoubtedly a shortcut to gaining experience. However, the Ashen mode wasn't some profound skill. It relied on a massive energy reserve and brute force techniques for high compression and combustion of power. The real test of skill was the assignment from their class advisor, Xinghua Watt, attaching power to external objects and extending it as far as possible. Lin Xiao placed his palm on the floor, dark gray energy trickling out like a stream from his palm. Centered on his hand, the energy quickly spread across the floor, forming a gray ocean. Suddenly, gray flames erupted. Roar! The martial arts class was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. Gray flames, over 10 meters in diameter, roared with a menacing energy. The classroom was filled with exclamations of shock. Except for a few who were in on it, the other students scrambled in panic, fleeing the dangerous area. Feeling the energy that could no longer extend, Lin Xiao sighed heavily. Shaking his head, he said to Lan Bao with some frustration, Teacher, I think this is as far as I can go. Lan Bao stared silently at the inferno-like ground, slowly uttering two words, as far? The fists of an orang hunter can be incredibly painful, and the floor imbued with energy is equally unforgiving. Lin Xiao, sporting two large bumps on his head, learned this lesson the hard way today. In the martial arts class, students were deeply engrossed in their training. Most were either meditating or shadowboxing, exuding a powerful aura. Teacher Lan Bao moved among them, providing guidance based on each student's progress. Ling Shui was holding a short stick, her face flushed red as she diligently tried to extend the energy in her hands. However, in this diligent atmosphere, Lin Xiao seemed out of place. He sat alone by the back door of the training hall, a cushion under him and a wastebasket filled with crumpled paper beside him. Sitting several meters away from his classmates, he quietly played a game of tossing paper balls. Lin Xiao wrapped gray flames around a paper ball, turning it into a smoldering ember. He raised his hand as if to shoot a basketball and gently tossed it. The paper ball, losing its flame about a meter away from his hand, arced gracefully before landing on the floor. This was a training regimen tailored specifically for him by teacher Lan Bao. By making the energy-imbued medium move away from his body, Lin Xiao could constantly challenge his limits. From an initial distance of just a few centimeters, he had now progressed to about a meter. The system's experience points remained steady, motivating him to keep improving. When the wastebasket was empty, Lin Xiao had to bend down to pick up the scattered paper balls. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Why did he have to throw them? He tried tossing the energy-wrapped paper ball upwards. It hovered about 2 meters high before falling back into his hand. Excited, Lin Xiao began to juggle multiple paper balls with both hands. Soon, 7 or 8 paper balls were tracing beautiful arcs in the air, falling back into his hands in a continuous loop. This unusual sight caught teacher Lan Bao's puzzled gaze, as if he were watching a circus act. Engrossed in his joyful experience farming, Lin Xiao didn't notice that his energy level was approaching 40. He kept raising the height of the paper balls until, bang! A flaming paper ball crashed into the ceiling, causing a loud noise. Smoke and dust filled the air, leaving a nasty scar on the ceiling. Lin Xiao froze, turning to see his classmates silently staring at him. Teacher Lan Bao crossed his arms, smiling like a predator eyeing its prey. Lin Xiao knew he was the rabbit about to be caught. In the afternoon combat class, Lin Xiao wrapped his hands in tightly compressed flame threads, focusing on punching the sandbag. Each strike stopped about 10 centimeters away from the bag, the flame threads attempting to break free but only floating a few centimeters before falling. This was a new method taught by teacher Lan Bao to allow him to train even during combat class. Boom! Boom! The powerful strikes created a terrifying roar, shaking the heavy sandbag slightly. Combat instructor Wang Gang watched in alarm, well aware of the formidable power contained in those dark gray flame threads. If they extended just a few more centimeters, they could explode the sandbag like a bomb. As Lin Xiao continued practicing, the flame threads got closer and closer to breaking free. Wang Gang felt his heart clench, as if watching a ticking time bomb. Finally, he could no longer bear it. Lin Xiao, come with me. Wang Gang, with a bewildered Lin Xiao in tow, led him to his private office and pointed to a steel sandbag. From now on, you practice here. I've recorded your fingerprint, and you won't have to attend roll call for combat class. With that, he quickly left, slamming the door behind him. Lin Xiao scratched his head as he looked at the steel sandbag. Since he could now practice freely, he immediately got to work. Boom. Clang. The office echoed with deafening metallic crashes, turning it into a mini forge. However, the peace didn't last long. Awakened by the noise, teacher Su Ruame stormed into the office, exuding a menacing aura, and caught Lin Xiao, mercilessly pinning him to the ground. A few days later in the martial arts class, Lin Xiao found himself without a place to go. His presence seemed to jeopardize the stability of the class, and if things continued this way, it might fall apart because of him. In desperation, Teacher Lin Bao expelled him from the class, but also pointed out a new path for him. Carrying his own greatsword, Lin Xiao arrived at the archery range of the multi-weapon dojo. The staff there looked at him with puzzled expressions, likely wondering if this student was skipping class. Lin Xiao did not offer any explanations. He quietly took a giant bow and grabbed a few quivers of arrows. He chose the 300-meter range and began his training. A deep gray energy flowed from his body, enveloping the arrows and igniting them with a gray flame. Lin Xiao took a moment to aim and released his first arrow. The arrow soared through the sky with a whistle, but the gray flames dissipated after traveling just a few meters. The arrow then returned to its original form and hit the bullseye with precision. Not satisfied with this, Lin Xiao decided to string 3 arrows at once. Despite using 3 times the energy, the improvement was only marginal. This made Lin Xiao sigh in disappointment, lamenting the system's stinginess. Undeterred, he continued his training, shooting 3 arrows at a time. When he grew tired of archery, Lin Xiao switched to practicing with his greatsword. Wrapped in energy, the greatsword grew larger, extending from its original 1.6 meters to 1.8 meters, resembling a deep gray lightsaber. This 20-centimeter extension was the current limit of Lin Xiao's ability. In the quiet training ground, Lin Xiao suddenly had an idea. He put down his greatsword and picked up the giant bow again. This time, not only the arrows but also the bow and string were enveloped in gray flames. He drew the bowstring with great effort, feeling unprecedented resistance, as if pulling a high-strength alloy. Having no other choice, Lin Xiao activated hunter mode, wrapping his hands in gray flames, which instantly boosted his strength. Under the immense force, the bowstring slowly deformed, sending ripples of shockwaves through the air. Lin Xiao aimed at the target, reduced the parabolic trajectory, and released his fingers. A deafening explosion followed, and the arrow vanished from sight at an incredible speed. Although the gray flames dissipated quickly, the arrow still carried immense kinetic energy towards the target. With a resounding crash, the arrow shattered half of the target and disintegrated itself. Just as Lin Xiao was silently relieved that no one was around, he suddenly noticed Teacher Lin Bao standing behind him. Seeing the embarrassed look on his student's face, Lin Bao gave a meaningful smile. "Ah, teacher, what brings you here?" Lin Xiao asked, trying to stay calm, though he recalled the pain that even his 25 points of constitution couldn't withstand. Lin Bao explained, "The training over there has progressed well, so I came to check on your progress. It seems like you're a bit bored." Lin Xiao nodded subtly. "Come on, let's go somewhere else," Lin Bao suddenly suggested. "Teacher, where are we going?" Lin Xiao asked, puzzled. Lin Bao turned back with a smile. "We're going to play tennis." Lin Xiao was bewildered. Since the military and martial arts university didn't have a tennis court, Lin Bao drove him off campus to a private tennis club supposedly run by a hunter. On the way, Lin Bao suddenly said, "So, you really are ranked 382. I thought you were joking last time." Lin Xiao quickly responded, "Teacher, I never lie." Hearing this, Lin Bao gave him a meaningful glance. "Whether you lie or not, I'll find out soon enough." The car finally stopped in front of a large venue called Bing Tennis Club. Lin Xiao noticed it was only about 10 kilometers away from the university. Next to it was a large mall named Fan Musical Instruments, filled with all kinds of instruments from keyboards and guitars to gushings and flutes. "What are you daydreaming about? Keep up." Lin Bao's voice snapped Lin Xiao back to reality. They entered the luxuriously decorated but eerily quiet tennis club. At the front desk sat a middle-aged man in a tank top and shorts, a stark contrast to the club's lavish decor. As the two approached, they noticed a middle-aged man engrossed in watching short videos. On the screen, a stunning and attractive influencer was dancing seductively. The man's fingers were rapidly tapping the like button, leaving a blur behind. Suddenly, the sound of someone pounding on the table snapped him out of his trance. "Hey, Lin Bao, long time no see. What brings you here?" The middle-aged man looked up in surprise. Lan Bao grinned and glanced around the nearly empty venue, jesting. Ha ha ha. I was worried your business might go under, so I came to give you some support. Running a business like this, aren't you losing money? The man waved dismissively. It's not that bad. I own the place, so I only lose a few $1,000 a month. His gaze then shifted to Lin Xiao, who was standing behind Lan Bao, and his expression turned serious. Lan Bao, as your former teammate, I feel it's my duty to warn you. He stared into Lan Bao's eyes, his tone grave. Chasing after someone much younger is not right. Before he could finish, the club owner, named Bing, was slammed into the wall with a tremendous force, literally embedding him into it. Lin Xiao remained expressionless, as if nothing had happened. Lan Bao picked up a pair of tennis rackets and led Lin Xiao to the basement court. The floor here was made of metal, incredibly hard, completely different from the regular tennis court upstairs. Coach, why are we playing here? The floor feels terrible, Lin Xiao asked, puzzled. Lan Bao's lips curled into a smile, and the tennis racket in his hand suddenly ignited with gray flames. Because the floor here is made of VM alloy. We can go all out. No sooner had he spoken than a soft tennis ball turned into a streak of dark gray light, wrapped in a long trail of flames, and smashed into the ground next to Lin Xiao. With a loud bang, it felt like a meteor had struck, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that sent gusts of wind whipping through the room, messing up Lin Xiao's hair. Lan Bao extended 2 fingers, smiling at Lin Xiao. Last night, I visited Ling Shue's place. I heard she lost to you at the Wild Fight Arena. Weak constitution, no strength. Haha. Today, I want to see just how frail you really are. As he spoke, he tossed another tennis ball, this time aiming directly at Lin Xiao. Mommy! Lin Xiao cried out in alarm, without hesitation activating his ash mode. Dark gray flames entwined his tennis racket as he swung it with all his might to meet the meteor-like ball. Boom! Amidst the massive impact, Lin Xiao had only one thought. Tennis is terrifying. He just wanted to go home. It's Sunday again. Lin Xiao, Zhao Xia, Chun Feifei, and Fang Wen gathered as usual for breakfast. At the table, Zhao Xia looked serious and lowered her voice to share a strange occurrence involving her roommate, Xiao. Xiao has this habit of going for a walk in the back hills after taking a shower, Zhao Xia said, glancing around to ensure she had everyone's attention. Except for the monthly competition, there are hardly any staff in the back hills. Xiao enjoys the peace and often stargazes there to relax. But these past few nights, she's been hearing some strange sounds. Zhao Xia's voice grew softer, deliberately creating a spooky atmosphere. Her efforts were effective. Chun Feifei and Fang Wen frowned, their faces tense. However, Lin Xiao seemed unfazed, his eyes fixated on a grain of rice on Zhao Xia's cheek, debating whether to point it out. Ignoring Lin Xiao's distraction, Zhao Xia continued. The sound was like some sort of instrument, but it was chaotic and tuneless. Just listening to it made her dizzy, short of breath and nauseous, as if it was suffocating her mentally. Chun Feifei covered her mouth and hesitantly guessed. Could it be some kind of sonic attack? Fang Wen narrowed her eyes and whispered. I've heard that in areas with high energy concentrations, certain ghost-like creatures can emerge. They're made of energy and mental force and can harm a person's soul. Lin Xiao mumbled, I don't know. Shaking her head, Zhao Xia looked even more serious. But one thing's for sure, it wasn't a sound a human could make. Xiao was really scared. That eerie music gave her the creeps. She ran as fast as she could to get away from the source. But no matter where she went, the sound followed her, like a shadow, burrowing deep into her mind. Hiss! Chun Feifei and Fang Wen both gasped, as if they were experiencing it themselves. Lin Xiao pursed his lips and tentatively suggested, could it be just an echo in the mountains? Zhao Xia shot him a glare, as if he were some clueless fool. The others quickly chastised him for ruining the mood, urging him to stay quiet. Feeling wronged, Lin Xiao bit into his bun, unsure why he was suddenly the target of their annoyance. Raising a finger, Zhao Xia resumed her story. After failing to escape, Xiao decided to leave the back hills altogether, to get away from that terrifying place. But then the scariest thing happened. What happened? Is she okay? Chun Feifei and Fang Wen asked anxiously. After listening to that dreadful sound for so long, Xiao's brain seemed to undergo some sort of change. She actually started to discern a rhythm in that nauseating music. Zhao Xia pinched her ears, looking terrified. She even found it somewhat pleasant. Her words immediately sparked a heated discussion among the other girls, who delved into theories about cognitive changes and mental manipulation, even linking it to pre-catastrophe legends of evil gods. Amidst the excitement, Lin Xiao cautiously asked, could it be that the person's musical skills improved? Ugh. 3 pairs of eyes rolled simultaneously at Lin Xiao, and he was mercilessly driven out of the dining hall. The scene shifted to Lin Xiao standing awkwardly at the counter of Fin musical instruments. He held a guitar, waiting uneasily. The shop owner, Lu Fawn, a woman in her 30s, lounged in a loose nightgown with wavy hair and cucumber slices on her face, leisurely puffing on a cigarette. Returning another one. Are you messing with me? Lu Fawn glared at Lin Xiao. How can it be another? Sis Fun, I only returned a Swona last time. Lin Xiao hurriedly explained. I didn't return the first 4 instruments I bought. Lu Fan nonchalantly tapped on the computer and asked, why are you buying so many instruments anyway? Aren't military students busy enough? Let's just say, it's a personal hobby. Lin Xiao's face relaxed a bit after confirming the refund. He glanced at the time. 1:40 p.m., with 20 minutes to spare. Sister Fawn, I still have some time left. Can I borrow the drum set for a bit? Lin Xiao asked, flashing a bright smile as he shamelessly made his request to the female owner, Lu Fawn. Lu Fan crossed her legs and shot Lin Xiao a disdainful look. Your drumming is terrible. You'll scare all my customers away, she complained, her tone dripping with obvious disapproval. Lin Xiao silently retorted in his mind that the place hardly had any customers to begin with, but wisely kept that thought to himself. Instead, he quickly defended himself. I've made progress. Didn't I get better last time? And besides, I'm a big customer. Shouldn't I get some special treatment? He winced inwardly at the hefty amount he'd spent on buying those 4 instruments. Lu Fan pursed her lips, eyeing him skeptically. Aren't you just waiting for Lin Bao to show up? And you still want to practice the drums in the meantime? She teased, a hint of mockery in her voice. Does that tomboy have a romantic side? Is she into musical pretty boys? Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then grinned slyly. Heh, if you don't let me play the drums, I'll tell teacher Lin Bao what you just said. You little rascal! Lu Fan exclaimed, clearly startled by Lin Xiao's threat. Triumphant, Lin Xiao picked up the drumsticks and began to play. Boom, crash, boom, crash, boom boom boom. Crash, though a bit rough, the rhythm was decent enough, at least not unbearable. Recently, Lin Xiao had spent a fortune on multiple instruments to earn potential points. To avoid disturbing others, he would sneak out to the back mountain every night with his instruments, practicing under the cover of darkness. However, his efforts seemed to have affected some innocent students. Just like in chess, musical instruments also had an experience penalty system. So far, Lin Xiao had earned 1 potential point each from the electric piano, violin, flute, and guzheng. The guitar and swona had triggered experience penalties, yielding minimal gains. While he had tried other instruments, most were not cost-effective, with the drum set showing the most potential at the moment. Just then, a ding sounded, signaling that time was up and a message from his teacher had arrived. Lin Xiao gave the drum one final hit. Boom, crash. He opened his personal panel, revealing the following stats. Name, Lin Xiao. Potential points, 2. Strength, 17. Agility, 16. Constitution, 27. Spirit, 26. After several days of intense tennis matches with his teacher, Lin Xiao felt that he was close to leveling up again. Tennis, a sport that seems simple on the surface, actually harbors profound and intricate techniques. Standing on the court, Lin Xiao focused intently on his opponent, Coach Lin Bao. She swung her racket with lightning speed, sending the ball rocketing towards him like a shooting star. The ball struck the ground with a deafening explosion. Lin Xiao couldn't afford to be careless. His muscles tensed instantly. He took a deep breath, channeling all his power and employing the newly mastered LV2 force technique, as he swung his racket, now enveloped in gray flames, towards the incoming ball. At the moment of contact, Lin Xiao dispersed his energy into the tennis ball like a tidal wave. Timing was crucial. Any mistake could pulverize the seemingly soft ball under the immense force. Watching the ball fly out, still intact and wrapped in energy, Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel at the depth of tennis techniques, far beyond his imagination. Yet, for some reason, the system hadn't rewarded him with any potential points. Lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality as Coach Lin Bao unleashed another fierce strike. Boom! A massive shockwave erupted at Lin Xiao's feet, with fierce winds tearing at his hair and clothes. Hey kid, why'd you stop? Lin Bao asked, shaking her racket and looking quizzically at her dazed student. Lin Xiao snapped back to focus, taking a deep breath. In an instant, the gray flames around him flared up like a blazing torch but vanished just as quickly, leaving him in his standard white and black uniform, holding a dark gray tennis racket. Lin Bao frowned slightly. You turned off the gray ash mode? Are you looking for a beating? It's ash mode, Lin Xiao corrected with a hint of exasperation. Besides, playing more tennis might not be very effective for training now. You're getting cocky, kid. Lin Bao's words trailed off as she swung her racket down. An arc of energy sliced through the air, severing the net and heading straight for Lin Xiao's chest. Lin Xiao's pupils contracted as the deadly blade of energy approached. But at the last moment, Lan Bao's right hand shot out like lightning, catching the fearsome energy slash. Despite the violent energy blade's attempts to tear everything apart, it couldn't escape her slender yet powerful grasp. Lan Bao blinked curiously and squeezed her hand gently. Bang! The energy slash shattered like glass, dispersing into tiny specks of light. How was that? Lin Xiao twirled his racket, raising an eyebrow confidently at his coach. He knew that such an attack was child's play for an rank hunter. Lan Bao flexed her fingers, contemplating the sensation. After a moment, she looked up at Lin Xiao, her tone tinged with admiration. Impact, speed, sharpness, hardness all pretty good. In terms of sword energy strength, you're stronger than most crank hunters. Kid, you're quite something. To achieve this level of power transformation in your third year, you're practically a genius on a global scale. That's because you're such a great teacher. Lin Xiao scratched his head, his face full of modesty. Humph. Lan Bao smirked teasingly. I can't take credit for a student like you. Maybe in 10 years, you'll surpass me. 10 years? You're joking, right? That's impossible. Lin Xiao quickly denied. Heh, we'll see. Lan Bao shook her head, her wild smile returning. Now hit me with a few more. I need to thoroughly assess your skills today. Lin Xiao complied willingly. In the basement, terrifying energy slashes erupted one after another, interspersed with fierce punches. Lan Bao absorbed everything without flinching, standing firm. On the way back to school, Lin Xiao slumped in the passenger seat, exhaustion written all over his face. He felt completely drained, without a trace of energy left. It was his first time experiencing total energy depletion. It wasn't painful, but it made him inexplicably sleepy. The destructive power of his energy was immense, but so was the consumption. Each slash was a highly condensed energy form, capable of tearing enemies apart from a distance and over a wide area. But each release also drained a significant amount of his energy. Normally, this wouldn't be an issue for Lin Xiao's reserves, but his attack speed was relentless. 1 slash per second, without pause, like a sprinkler scattering energy slashes. Even he had his limits. Meanwhile, the person who had taken all his attacks heeded was now driving the car, unscathed and in high spirits, humming a tune. Lin Xiao opened his panel, seeing only 3 potential points left, which he had purposely saved. Coach, he asked, what's special about the complete energy refining method compared to the student version? Of course, there's a difference. Lan Bao glanced at her student, unsurprised by the question. Energy refining is the cornerstone of strength, the foundation of everything. After countless revisions and refinements, the complete power refinement method is truly a treasure for humanity. It can transform warriors fundamentally. Lan Bao looked straight ahead, his expression calm, as he addressed the students. I was once a student too, so I understand your curiosity. But this technique is not something you should rush into. For now, focus on building a solid foundation and let your bodies develop to their fullest potential. After graduation, someone will help you complete the training. Lin Xiao listened to Lan Bao's words, deep in thought. He recalled Ling Shui, who had used an incomplete refinement method, and her grandfather, a grade A hunter. If learning the complete power refinement method early was truly beneficial, Ling Shui's grandfather would have secretly taught her long ago, just like with the power armament. Back in his dorm, after taking a shower, Lin Xiao lay on his bed. He opened his panel and looked at the remaining 3 potential points, pondering for a moment. Eventually, he decided to add 1 point to his physical constitution, raising it to 28. He planned to add the remaining 2 points to his mental strength, but decided not to use them all at once. Last night, when he increased his mental strength to 26, Lin Xiao once again entered that mystical cloud world. He felt the barrier between himself and the stars thinning, as if each point added made his mind more ethereal. Lin Xiao had a vague feeling that soon, he might be able to touch the stars freely without relying on potential points. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao increased his mental strength from 26 to 27. In an instant, his mind began to empty, and the real world before him started to blur. When he opened his eyes again, the familiar starry sky appeared. However, this time the scene was different. The once colorful lights had vanished, replaced by 2 distinct colors. A deep black representing power, matter, and destruction, and a dreamy moon white symbolizing spirit, concepts, and rules. These 2 colors no longer intertwined, but stood in stark opposition, filled with hostility. Lin Xiao was astonished to find that these 2 powers were trying to devour and assimilate each other. He vaguely understood that both types of power particles believed they were the most suitable to form his abilities, thus engaging in a life-or-death struggle. This war could last a week, a month, or even several months. Unless there was external intervention, such as the ability's owner making a choice, the conflict would not cease. Lin Xiao realized that once the dust settled, his abilities would awaken. Despite understanding this, Lin Xiao was reluctant to make a choice. Both the black and white powers fascinated him, He longed to possess them both. As he gazed at the starry sky before him, his heart was filled with anticipation and hesitation. Time flies, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Xiao finally returned to the martial arts class, feeling a sense of nostalgia as he stepped into the familiar classroom. Zhuang Jinyu turned to look at the long-absent classmate, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. It feels like I haven't seen you in ages. What kind of training did the teacher have you do? Before Lin Xiao could answer, Bai Shan in the back row raised his hand eagerly, his face beaming with a sunny smile. Yeah, Lin Xiao, I'm dying to know what kind of training you've been doing. Even the usually aloof Ling Xue perked up, clearly interested in Lin Xiao's special training. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, his face showing a complex expression. Well, let's see. Throwing paper balls, juggling, archery, and Zhuang Jinyu and Bai Shan asked in unison, recognizing the first two activities from class and barely understanding the archery part. Lin Xiao continued, playing tennis, trimming trees on the back hill, dealing with rocky outcrops, polishing rock walls, and even, he looked up with a bitter smile, I went to a lumberyard to cut wood for free. Zhuang Jinyu and Bai Shan exchanged bewildered glances, clearly finding Lin Xiao's bizarre training regimen hard to believe. Lin Xiao waved his hand, changing the subject. Enough about me. How's your progress? Bai Shan scratched his head and chuckled. I think I'm close. In about a week, I should be able to channel my energy. Lin Xiao nodded understandingly. Despite Bai Shan's seemingly hot-headed and silly demeanor, as the third in their grade, his talent was undeniable. With the techniques Lin Xiao had taught him, it was no surprise he had progressed so quickly. And you? Lin Xiao turned to Zhuang Jinyu. Zhuang Jinyu smirked slightly, extending his hand to reveal a gray energy coiling around it like mist. Lin Xiao blinked in surprise, impressed. Not bad. You've made quite some progress. Given that the class had only started not long ago, mastering energy wrapping so quickly was impressive. I thought you might fall behind Ling Xue this semester and lose your top spot. Zhuang Jinyu chuckled and shook his head. Heh. A slow bird can indeed get a head start, but when the eagle spreads its wings, that lead will mean nothing. Lin Xiao internally rolled his eyes. This guy is so full of himself, and he just called Ling Xue a slow bird. Sneaking a glance at Ling Xue, Lin Xiao saw her face remained expressionless, seemingly unaffected by Zhuang Jinyu's words. Yet, he could feel the room temperature dropping slightly. Suddenly, Ling Xue pulled out her phone and started typing rapidly. Lin Xiao's phone buzzed with incoming messages. Ling Xue's messages came in rapid succession. Did that sword guy just call me slow? Who does he think he is? He can't even beat me without using his powers. Always acting like some sage, pretending to be a sword immortal, but he's just a poser. And that long hair, so effeminate. I bet he wears women's clothes and takes selfies to post online, flirting with nerds. Ugh, he probably likes men. Watch out for him. Lin Xiao recalled their recent sparring match, where his uppercut had sent Ling Xue crashing into the ceiling. After that, she had added him as a friend and bombarded him with messages all night. As Lin Xiao pondered how to respond, another message from Ling Xue popped up. Ugh, I'm so mad. Lin Xiao, punch him in the face. Make him eat dirt. I'll record it and post it on the school's anonymous site to ruin him. Just as Lin Xiao was about to refuse, his phone buzzed again. Amount, 10,000 note. Punch him in the face. Lin Xiao, what do you take me for? Amount, 20,000 note. Punch him. Lin Xiao, wait, you're being too impulsive. Amount, 30,000 note. Humiliate him. Lin Xiao, maybe there's a misunderstanding. We're all classmates. Let me mediate. Amount, 100,000 note. Hit him. After a moment of internal struggle, Lin Xiao succumbed to the temptation of money. He turned to Zhuang Jinyu, clasping his hands together, feigning nervousness. Brother Zhuang, I have a request. Zhuang Jinyu was taken aback, but returned the gesture. Brother Lin, why such a grand gesture? What is it you seek? Speak quickly. Seeing Brother Zhuang's mastery today, reaching the level of energy wrapping, I can't help but feel eager to spar with you. Zhuang Jinyu nodded with a slight smile. I see. A small matter. I accept. This evening a free match? Agreed. In Bai Shan's confused gaze, the two exchanged knowing smiles. Ling Xue also smiled, discreetly switching her camera to burst mode. That evening, at the free match arena, Zhuang Jinyu struck a pose, left hand behind his back and right palm forward, gray energy swirling around his hand. Come, Lin Xiao. Today, I'll show you the true strength of the top student. Lin Xiao remained unfazed, dark gray energy surging around him as flames ignited. Amid the gasps of onlookers, Lin Xiao, clad in his ash-gray battle robe, emerged from the flames, cracking his knuckles with a smirk. Let's see what you've got. Zhuang Jinyu froze. What? That night, high-definition photos of the bruised and battered top student were posted on the school's anonymous site. causing an uproar among the entire student body and faculty. For the next week, Lin Xiao had to endure the resentful stares of his classmates. Class competition. The tower's summit. The battleground is a pyramid-like structure, once a sanctuary, now transformed into an arena for military students. The 10-story tower's key to victory is reaching the top first. Each floor is filled with ascension pathways, and the key to unlocking them consists of two parts: the student's own access watch and the access taken from rival class students. A complete key can only be used once by one person, meaning to reach the summit, one must defeat 9 opponents. Lin Xiao strolled on the 8th floor, yawning out of boredom. This competition was different from the alpha wolf hunt. Being the top rank wasn't the decisive factor. As long as one's strength was on par with Fong Wan or Ah Chun, coupled with a bit of luck, encountering opponents on each floor to timely obtain the ascension access, one could reach the top quickly. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao's luck was lacking. He had been lingering on the 8th floor for a while, suspecting he might have missed rival class students. Lin Xiao. It really is you. A sudden voice from behind snapped Lin Xiao out of his thoughts. He turned to see a man with a square face and prominent features standing at a corner dozens of meters away. The man, with his arms crossed, had a robust build and was about Lin Xiao's height. You look familiar? Lin Xiao thought he recognized the face but couldn't recall the name. I'm Kong Chuanming, the top student of Class 1, ranked 9th in the year, Kong Chuanming said with a resigned sigh. Even if we're all in the martial arts class, you should at least remember the top students of the rival classes. Sorry. I have a terrible memory. Lin Xiao apologized with a slight smile, thinking that remembering the top students wasn't really useful for the competition. Forget it. Since we've met, let's have a match. Kong Chuanming clenched his fists and stared at Lin Xiao. I know you've been quick to learn the power transformation technique, but everyone's catching up now. Gray energy seeped from his hands, fitting his skin like thin gloves. Lin Xiao nodded in approval. Not bad. But you're probably still a bit behind me. Power transformation isn't the only measure of combat strength. Kong Chuanming crouched down, his voice calm. In a real fight, it's about power, speed, and overall capability. Boom. Kong Chuanming turned into a black shadow, instantly closing the distance to Lin Xiao with a punch aimed straight at him. Fall for me. Kong Chuanming's punch hit nothing but air. As his pupils contracted, a large hand grasped his face. You're right, combat is about overall capability. His body was forced downward, his perspective tilting as an unimaginable force pressed his head harshly against the ground. Boom. Lin Xiao released his grip, and the top student of Class 1 was out cold. Ah, youth. Just as he was about to take Kong Chuanming's access, his watch suddenly vibrated. Beep. The top floor has been unlocked. Access verified. Congratulations, Class C, on your victory. This competition is officially over. Lin Xiao was bewildered. Class C had actually won. At the class celebration, Chen Feifei held a glass of orange juice and solemnly addressed her Class C classmates. Let's give a big round of applause to the goddess of victory for Class C Fong Wanwen. Everyone applause. Oh. Thunderous applause erupted. Fong Wen trembled, her ears turning bright red. Lin Xiao believed that if there were a hole in the ground, she would dive into it without hesitation. Seeing this, the classmates became even more enthusiastic, with various wild cheers echoing around, especially from the girls. Fong Wen Jia moi. Fong Wen has long legs and smells so nice. I think about Fong Wen Jia every night before bed. Fong Wen, let me lick those long legs. PR. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sympathize with Fong Wen, who was now in a daze. These girls were even more unrestrained than the boys, who at least didn't dare tease Fong Wen like this. Zhao Xia, chewing on a lamb chop, snapped a photo of the embarrassed Fong Wen and turned to Lin Xiao. By the way, isn't the Indofterm assessment starting next week? So soon? Lin Xiao was stunned, realizing how time had flown. After the Indofterm assessment would be the annual ranking competition, and after that, their 3rd year would be over. After the summer break, they would officially enter their 4th year, heading off to intern with the military or hunter squads, starting their careers battling exotic beasts. It looks like we'll be parting ways soon. Lin Xiao gazed into Zhao Xia and Chen Feifei's eyes, asking with concern, are you planning to intern with the military or join a hunter squad? At the moment, Zhao Xia and Chen Feifei find themselves in a tricky position. They are quite strong within the military but somewhat lacking for the hunter association. They exchanged glances and, in unison, crossed their arms with a smug smile on their faces. Humph. Zhao Xia chuckled. Our class advisor already talked to us about this. Chen Feifei chimed in. That's right. She gave us the perfect solution. Lin Xiao watched them curiously, waiting for further explanation. Lin Xiao. Zhao Xia said excitedly, I'm in the same boat. Through their explanation, Lin Xiao learned that the military university actually offers a 5-year graduation option. Students like them, who are solid but not top tier, can opt for a 2-year internship program. The first year in the military, and if their skills are up to par, the second year in a hunter squad. Hearing this arrangement, Lin Xiao visibly relaxed. His biggest worry was that the two would stubbornly go straight to the Hunter Association for their internship, which would indeed be risky. Xiao Ya and I can meet in the military, Chen Feifei said, her eyes suddenly turning a bit melancholic, but you and Feng Wenwen might not see each other often. Lin Xiao, the hunter squad usually only takes one in turn. Their expressions turned somewhat downcast, clearly thinking about the impending separation. Lin Xiao, with a gentle smile, softly reassured them, hunters get long breaks between missions. We'll have plenty of chances to meet up. Though parting from friends is always tough, Lin Xiao understood that this separation was for their growth and future reunions. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and Lin Xiao found himself back in the familiar cloud world. Here, particles of pure black and moon-white light stood distinctly apart, not interfering with each other. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. After much effort, Lin Xiao had learned to ascend to the starry sky through his willpower. This time, he had one goal mediating a conflict. You are both my wings. Stop fighting. Lin Xiao shouted at the two kinds of light particles. After many days of mental intervention, the two kinds of particles finally stopped devouring each other. Although they hadn't fully reconciled or planned to cooperate, at least they had ceased hostilities for now. Lin Xiao wasn't worried about this outcome. He believed that with the first step, the second and third steps would follow. Moreover, since he had managed to ascend to the starry sky on his own, he had a faint premonition. The day to claim the throne was fast approaching. On Monday morning, the class advisor Wu Qinghua announced the evaluation matters for the juniors, capturing everyone's attention. In addition to the existing 5 items martial arts, footwork, elective weapons, power refinement, and actual combat, a new assessment item called weaponized power was added. Wu Qinghua adjusted his glasses and said sternly, furthermore, the actual combat assessment will no longer be combat between students, but real beast hunting. This statement immediately caused a stir in the classroom. The students began to murmur. Are we really going to fight beasts? Are we going to the wilderness? Isn't it too early for this? Will there be a hunter squad leading us? Holy crap, this is the first time I'll face a beast in my life. Lin Xiao understood his classmates' anxiety. After all, participating in beast hunts was usually a task for seniors, and should be led by the military or hunter squads. Having inexperienced juniors face beasts directly was indeed outrageous. Seeing the reaction, Wu Qinghua quickly clarified. We are not sending you to the wilderness. He typed on the keyboard, displaying the assessment location on the screen behind him. The types and levels of beasts have been carefully selected and adjusted. These are specifically kept by the military for the purpose of assessing students and new recruits. The class advisor scanned the room with a stern expression and continued. Teams of 5 will hunt 1 beast to earn a C grade. Solo hunting of 1 beast earns a B grade. Finally, Wu Qinghua's gaze fell on Lin Xiao, Wu Zhixing, Feng Wen, and Ah Chun. Solo hunting of 5 or more beasts will earn an A grade. Team members will be randomly selected by the military from the entire year group, and you'll be assigned once you arrive at the military base. As the exams approached, the entire junior year was engulfed in a fervent preparation atmosphere. Subject teachers were busier than ever. In the martial arts class, Lin Xiao waited in line for the punch strength test. When it was finally his turn, he prepared to give the strength meter a hard punch. However, before he could strike, teacher Wang Gang noted his score on the form with an expressionless face. Lin Xiao passed. Lin Xiao blinked in confusion. Wang Gang impatiently said, Why are you still here? Don't waste my time. You don't need to queue for the other tests either. I'll directly give you an A grade. Thus, Lin Xiao inexplicably received an A grade in martial arts without doing anything. When he tried to find other teachers for the tests, he encountered similar situations. Teacher Su Ruomei kicked him out of the room. Hey, you little rascal. Can't you see the teacher is busy? Why are you causing trouble? Get out, get out. In the dual sword training hall, Teacher Miao Fei was sweating profusely. Lin Xiao, practice your swordsmanship by yourself and don't bother me. Class advisor Wu Qinghua directly wrote an A in power refinement and motioned for him to leave without a word. As for teacher Lan Bao, she simply posted a form in the weaponized power class group chat for students to fill out themselves. Those who have learned power envelopment, mark A. Those who haven't, mark B. In this way, Lin Xiao mysteriously received 5 A grades without doing anything. He wandered around the campus, feeling utterly bewildered. At this moment, he noticed a man with long hair tied up, with a face as fair as jade, standing on a long sword in the sky, hands behind his back, leisurely overlooking the world. Just then, a spiky-haired boy approached, followed by a black-haired girl with a frosty expression. Ha ha ha, finally found you, my friend. Bai Shan threw an arm around Lin Xiao's neck, smiling brightly. Everyone's busy with exams, and I'm bored to death. Lin Xiao didn't respond, just silently looked up at the sky. Ling Shui, who had walked up beside him, did the same. Baishan asked curiously, "What's up with you guys? What's up there? Hey, isn't that Zhuang Jinyu?" Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Zhuang Jinyu smiled faintly and softly said, "Standing at different heights gives one a different perspective on the world." He spread his arms and looked down at Lin Xiao and the others. "When will you be able to stand beside me? To stand on the throne of the heavens and overlook this mundane world, this myriad of beings." Zhuang Jinyu shook his head slightly, his face showing a touch of melancholy as he sighed. "My friends, Jinyu is truly lonely." Lin Xiao, Baishan, and Ling Shui looked at him with blank expressions. Lin Xiao bent down to pick up a stone on the ground, weighing it in his hand. Suddenly, a meteor, burning with gray flames, shot up towards the sword Immortal in the sky. Zhuang Jinyu remained unfazed, his long sword below him shifting position to narrowly avoid the meteor. Heh, heh, he, ha, ha ha ha. Zhuang Jinyu's light chuckle grew louder as he stroked his chin. "Ah, it's useless, mortals." The sword Immortal seemed to transform into a demon, raising his arms high, fingers spread to the limit, as if to grasp the very essence of the universe. "You cannot bring me down to the mortal realm." Ling Shui squinted and snapped her fingers. Snap. Dozens of ice spikes, about a meter long with sharp ends like javelins, shot up from the ground. Ammunition. Lin Xiao and Baishan understood instantly, each picking up an ice spike and wrapping it with gray flames. Seeing this, Zhuang Jinyu frantically waved his hands. His tone panicked. "Wait. The school forbids using powers to harm fellow students. You're breaking the rules." "Breaking the rules." Lin Xiao frowned slightly, puzzled. "What powers? Aren't these ice blocks naturally grown from the ground?" Baishan smiled brightly and gave Zhuang Jinyu a thumbs up. "Zhuang Jinyu." Boom, boom, boom. "Sorry, I was wrong. Stop shooting. Stop shooting. It hurts. Help." Meanwhile, at the Luzhou military base, a mighty man in an officer's uniform, his chest covered in medals, operated a computer before standing up and saluting a woman beside him. "General Wang Lan, I have preset the system." "Ha ha ha. Sorry for the trouble, Xiao Zhou." "No, no, it's just a small task." The mighty man hesitated, his tone tinged with concern. "Grouping is a minor issue, but why release dangerous beasts? This is really for those students on that path." It's fine, it's fine." Lan Bao waved her hand, her face showing a wild smile as usual. "Those beasts used for new recruit training are too weak. I'm afraid they might fall asleep during the exam." "Why? Why did I only get 2 BS?" Chen Feifei shook her head, her long black hair flying through the air, her pretty face full of frustration. Beside her, Zhao Xia dodged the flying strands and sneered coldly. "Because you are a 2B, accept it." "Ugh, Xiao Yaya, you're so rude." Chen Feifei pouted in protest. "And didn't you get one more B than me?" "Shut up. Take this punch from your sister Ya." Zhao Xia mimicked throwing a punch. The two girls immediately started playfully wrestling, their laughter echoing around them. Not far away, Fong Wen and Lin Xiao, who had both received 5 A's, paid no attention to the commotion. They were focused on their dinner and discussing the upcoming practical hunting exercise. Fong Wen tapped her chopsticks against the edge of her bowl and, after a moment of thought, said, "Tomorrow is the day for repairs and adjustments. The military vehicles will pick us up the morning after that. Then we'll get our combat suits, select our weapons, form our teams, confirm our routes, and get familiar with the environment. The official assessment should start the morning after tomorrow." Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. "Hunting exotic beasts is no joke. We need to be fully prepared. I assume we'll stay with the military for a night before the actual assessment begins." He paused and then asked curiously, "How do they decide the teams? Based on skill, or is it completely random?" Fong Wen squinted her eyes and explained, "I heard it's done by the military's AI. It carefully balances the average strength of each team to give everyone a fair chance of passing. This assessment is crucial, so to prevent any favoritism, the military doesn't allow manual adjustments." She added half-jokingly, "Unless you're a high-ranking officer, no one can alter the AI's algorithm." Lin Xiao nodded in understanding. Clearly, the practical assessment for military students was vital for both the Army and the Hunter Association, and fairness was of utmost importance. Using advanced AI to allocate team members was the best way to ensure an optimal and unbiased outcome. The thought of someone specifically targeting third-year students for amusement made Lin Xiao chuckle. Who would be so bored to do that? As night fell, Lin Xiao strolled alone, lost in thought under the starry sky. He observed the increasingly peaceful black and white light particles within him, pondering deeply. After witnessing Zhuang Jinyu and Ling Shui's abilities that afternoon, the two mischievous entities within him had become noticeably more subdued. Though they still refused to cooperate, their mutual hostility had lessened. When Zhuang Jinyu and Ling Shui used their powers, Lin Xiao could sense the particles' emotions: disgust, disdain, and a surprising sense of unity against external forces. Compared to each other, the black and white particles seemed to dislike other people's abilities even more. A sudden idea struck Lin Xiao. Maybe I should invite those two for a serious fight next time. Going all out? In his mind, his two friends had already been labeled as awakening tools. After a night's rest, the military convoy arrived punctually at Lin Xiao Military University at 7 a.m. the next morning. Meanwhile, at the exotic beast observation base of the Lin Xiao military, a conversation was taking place in the recording officer's standby area. A tall female warrior in a dark vest turned to her colleague and asked, "Is this your first time as an assessment recording officer?" The one being asked was a serious-looking girl in a black and blue soldier's uniform, her shoulder-length black hair tied into a small ponytail at the back of her head. Compared to the other female warriors, she was petite, about 1.53 meters tall, with delicate and cute features. "Yes," the girl answered briefly. The tall female warrior showed a concerned expression. "I remember you've only been an intern for a year, and you're still in your 4th year. Are you sure you can handle being a recording officer?" As an assessment recording officer, one follows the student teams during their practical assessments. They record the assessment process and act as the last line of safety for the students. While minor injuries and bleeding don't require intervention, if the students are truly outmatched by the exotic beasts, the recording officer must ensure their survival, at least preventing any fatalities during the assessment. This role requires the officer to have the capability to easily kill the exotic beasts used in the assessments, usually filled by experienced and powerful soldiers. It was indeed unusual for a 4th-year intern to be assigned this task. "Haha, no problem. Little Shi here is a 5-year program student." A male warrior with a buzz cut, and also in a vest interjected. "In a couple of months, she'll be interning at the Hunter Association. Little Shi is already as strong as a drank hunter, stronger than us." Seeing the surprised look on the female warrior's face, the girl nodded slightly, affirming his statement. The so-called 5-year program is designed for those who are excellent but not quite top-tier military students. Akane Shimizu hails from the Sakura province and grew up in Lin Xiao. She graduated from Lin Xiao Military and Armament University with impressive academic achievements, 6th in her class and 57th in her year. These rankings prove that, apart from the elite of the martial arts class, Akane is among the top performers. Despite her excellent grades, Akane did not choose to intern directly at the Hunter Association. Her teacher, concerned for her safety, advised her to opt for a 5-year graduation program. Although this decision extended her study period, it undoubtedly laid a more solid foundation for her future career. At that moment, 3 crisp beeps shattered the silence. Akane and her 2 colleagues simultaneously pulled out their military phones, indicating an update on the recorder's tasks. The male warrior was the first to check the information and then turned to his 2 female colleagues, saying, "The group information has been released. Check your assigned groups." Akane glanced down at her phone, a barely noticeable hint of surprise flashing across her face. The female warrior beside her noticed the change in her expression and leaned in to peek at her screen. Her eyebrows immediately furrowed as she let out a soft hiss. "A 4-person group? Little Akane got a 4-person group? That's trouble." The female warrior's concern wasn't baseless. Typically, student hunting squads are composed of 5 members, providing adequate combat strength. However, because the number of students isn't always a multiple of 5, unlucky recorders occasionally end up with a 4-person group. Such squads are inevitably weaker in combat, significantly increasing the risk of danger. For the recorder, this means more challenging work, requiring heightened vigilance to prevent any mishaps during the students' beast hunting missions. Despite the worried looks from her seniors, Akane remained remarkably calm. She wore a faint smile and softly said, "It's okay. I can handle it." This confidence was not baseless. After a year of practical training, Akane had mastered the technique of power entanglement. Even among drank hunters, her skills made her a formidable force. She was confident in her ability to ensure the safety of the 4 students against the ferocious beasts in their assessment. Although she was somewhat shy, Akane secretly cherished the trust and admiration from her juniors. Her gaze fell back on her phone screen, carefully reading the names of the 4 students: Zhuang Jinyu, Ling Xiao, Baishan, and Lin Xiao. A slight curve appeared at the corner of her lips, and her dark eyes sparkled with bright anticipation. Time to show these adorable juniors the prowess and grace of their senior. Akane resolved in her heart, ready to showcase her abilities in the upcoming mission. The military convoy, carrying all the 3rd-year students, headed towards the exotic beast observation base. As the convoy came to a halt, the students disembarked one by one, immediately awestruck by the scene before them. The base was far larger than they had imagined. Tanks were densely packed, combat vehicles crisscrossed the grounds, and platforms for electromagnetic and rocket launchers were everywhere. Massive laser weapon systems and missile launchers were also present, showcasing an array of large-scale destructive weapons. The soldiers stationed there stood tall and vigilant, each holding a massive anti-beast firearm. This weapon had such a powerful recoil that only those with years of training and robust physiques could handle it. An average person would struggle just to pull the trigger. The students were astonished. This place was neither the Luzhou military headquarters nor a city border outpost. It was merely an observation base for exotic beasts, yet it boasted such extensive strategic reserves. However, as military personnel guided them deeper into the base and they observed the surrounding environment, their confusion quickly dissipated. The so-called observation base was actually a vast nature reserve. Plains stretched out, forests were lush, hills rolled, and mountains towered, all serving as habitats for exotic beasts. Unlike the wild areas, the beasts here had been selectively bred, and their activity zones were strictly divided by the military. Assessment beasts, common beasts, and high-risk beasts each had their own territories, all well organized. Lin Xiao went to the logistics department to pick up his already prepared combat gear and weapons. The full set of black and blue combat attire fit perfectly, the fabric thick yet elastic. According to the staff, it was made from the specially processed silk of spider-like exotic beasts bred in large numbers. It excelled in impact resistance, cut resistance, corrosion resistance, flame resistance, breathability, and dust resistance. Despite this, the staff sternly reminded him that while the gear offered some protection, it was far from enough to withstand a fatal attack from an exotic beast. Lin Xiao's weapon was a two-handed greatsword, resembling a military-issue sword but with a key difference. Its razor-sharp dual blades, capable of easily slicing through an exotic beast's body. Beep, his phone suddenly rang. A staff member had activated his access to the base's network and satellite maps, and also sent him his team assignment. She gently instructed, "Please check the information and proceed to the designated rest area." Lin Xiao checked the message. Team 38. Surprisingly, the military had not arranged tents or containers, but had provided a dormitory building exclusively for student teams. It made sense, considering the students frequently came here for practical assessments, making fixed accommodations more convenient and available for use by military personnel when not in use by students. Following the base map, Lin Xiao easily found the student dormitory building. He went up to the third floor, arrived at room 8, and with a light swipe of his phone, the door clicked open. Inside, a boy with spiky hair and a sunny smile waved enthusiastically at him. "Hey, Lin Xiao." The dormitory was like a suite. 3 bedrooms, a living room, 2 bathrooms, a kitchen, and a balcony. The rooms were clean and tidy, the air fresh, clearly maintained by dedicated staff. Lin Xiao was quite satisfied, but at the moment, he was more concerned about his roommates. "There's definitely something fishy going on," Lin Xiao declared, sitting on the living room sofa, tapping the table with a look of discovering a major conspiracy. However, his roommate seemed unfazed. Baishan scratched his head with a silly grin. Zhuang Jinyu admired the interior decor with his hands behind his back, and Ling Shui, seated at the main table, was fully engrossed in making tea. Seeing no one paying attention, Lin Zhao's eyes were filled with helplessness and a hint of frustration. After a round, Zhuang Jinyu sat back on the sofa, resting his chin on his hand, half-jokingly said, "Maybe it's just a new algorithm from the AI. Do you have any evidence of this conspiracy?" "Then this AI must have been programmed with its feet," Lin Xiao retorted expressionlessly. "What kind of assessment is this team supposed to undertake? See who can kill the most exotic beasts." Tea. Ling Shui handed him a cup. "Oh, thanks." Lin Xiao quickly touched the table to express his gratitude. The young woman nodded and smiled, evidently proud of her tea-making skills. Tea. Ling Shui handed a cup to Baishan. "Ha ha ha, thanks a lot." Baishan took the cup and, without minding the heat, downed it in one gulp. Bang! A loud noise shattered the dormitory's tranquility. Baishan's face was suddenly struck by a heavy punch from Ling Shui, sending him flying over 10 meters like a kite with a broken string. He crashed into the wall with a dull thud. Before anyone could react, Baishan was back in his original spot, looking puzzled as if nothing had happened. "You were rude," Ling Shui said coldly, elegantly wiping her fist with a tissue. Her voice carried a chilling edge, as if it could freeze the air. Lin Xiao watched the scene, his mouth twitching involuntarily. He seemed to understand Ling Shui's intention when she offered tea. Baishan hadn't touched the table as a gesture of thanks, causing Ling Shui to feel disrespected. Just as Ling Shui was about to offer a third cup of tea, the door suddenly swung open. A petite girl appeared in the doorway, dressed in a black and blue military uniform, her shoulder-length black hair tied into a small ponytail. Despite her stern expression, her cute face made one think of a child trying to imitate an adult. The petite girl walked into the dormitory with her hands behind her back, carefully surveying the 4 students inside. Then she spoke in a calm and clear voice. "Let me introduce myself. I am Shimizu Qian, the recorder for Group 38. My tasks are threefold." She paused for a moment before continuing. "First, to help you familiarize yourselves with the assessment route. Second, to record your hunting performance and battle achievements. Third." Suddenly, Shimizu Qian slammed the table with a loud bang. She stared at the students, her tone heavy and stern. To save your lives if the team faces mortal danger. The students exchanged glances, clearly intimidated by her display. Shimizu Qian felt a sense of pride inwardly. She had rehearsed this moment in her mind repeatedly the night before, almost too excited to sleep. She believed that a senior's authority should be established from the very first impression. However, Shimizu Qian quickly realized she shouldn't come off as too harsh. She wanted to build a relationship based on respect and admiration, where her juniors would feel safe and trusted whenever they thought of her. With this in mind, Shimizu Qian's expression softened immediately, and a kind smile appeared on her face. Her tone also became gentler. All right, do you have any questions for me? Lin Xiao and the others looked down at the petite recorder, exchanging a glance. Ling Shui spoke up first. Oh, thank you. Shimizu Qian accepted the cup of tea, politely expressing her gratitude. Seeing this, Ling Shui's impression of the polite Shimizu Qian improved significantly. A glimmer of approval appeared in the Ice Queen's eyes, as if she had found a kindred spirit. This is the entrance to Route B3. Kaimizu Akane stood at the entrance of the Beast Protection Zone, holding a tablet, and introduced the map to the student team behind her. Her eyes scanned the faces of the four young people, her tone calm and professional. The route starts in a plain area where beasts are rare. But soon, you will enter the Great Wood Forest, where there's a crucial fork in the path. She paused, her voice growing serious. The east route is the assessment area with fewer beasts. However, the west route has an increasing density of beasts, and rescue zones become scarcer. Kaimizu Akane's expression turned grave as she emphasized. Near the Black Peak Mountain region, there might be actual class beasts. Although she couldn't directly influence the students' choices as a recorder, she subtly hinted, the east route is more suitable for completing the assessment. The farther you stay from Black Peak Mountain, the better. The students exchanged glances and then smiled knowingly, nodding in understanding. Kaimizu Akane breathed a quiet sigh of relief, thinking these kids were quite sharp. Just then, a soft sensation came from behind. Kaimizu Akane was caught off guard and found herself enveloped in a warm embrace, the faint scent of winter plum filling her senses. Lin Shui. Kaimizu Akane said helplessly, can you not hug me like this? No, Lin Shui insisted, resting her chin gently on Kaimizu Akane's head, her arms wrapped around her neck. Kaimizu Akane understood the younger girl's nervousness, but the position was undermining her authority. She cleared her throat, trying to change the subject. By the way, I still don't know how strong you all are. Bai Shan laughed heartily. Haha, I'm the weakest. Lin Xiao, Zhuang Jinyu, and Lin Shui exchanged glances and answered ambiguously. The three of us are probably about the same. Kaimizu Akane nodded thoughtfully and asked, Lin Xiao, what's your rank in your year? 382. Lin Xiao answered quietly. Kaimizu Akane's eyes widened, nearly exclaiming in surprise. She suppressed her shock, her gaze sweeping over the others, particularly the spiky-haired boy with a sunny smile. Her mind raced, pondering this unusual grouping. Had the school given up on them? Kaimizu Akane felt a pang of sympathy and resolved to do her best to help these students. Tilting her head, she smiled warmly, her tone full of encouragement. Don't worry, you can definitely pass the assessment. Your senior will help you. Hearing this, Lin Xiao and the other three boys blinked in confusion. Huh. Ling Shui's new toy made a strange noise, leaving everyone puzzled. After familiarizing herself with the route, Qingshui Qian led the students to the cafeteria. In the dining hall, she tried to foster team spirit but found herself uncomfortable due to an overly enthusiastic junior. This junior clung to her side and even attempted to feed her fries, making Qingshui Qian feel like a pet being fed. After the meal, Qingshui Qian led everyone to collect their hunting backpacks. The backpacks contained essentials such as water, food, high-beam flashlights, lighters, and medical supplies. Back in the dormitory, she carefully explained the next day's plan, ensuring no details were overlooked. Once the briefing was done, Qingshui Qian went to freshen up, leaving the discussion time to the students. The recorder would also be spending the night here. The 3 bedrooms provided by the military were originally designed for 6 people, with each room having 2 beds. Qingshui Qian and Ling Shui were assigned to the same room. Lying in bed, even through the soundproof door, Qingshui Qian could still hear the intense discussions from the hall. She smiled nostalgically, recalling how, at this time last year, she had fiercely debated about hunting plans with her teammates, almost coming to blows. The recorder back then, much like her now, had retreated to the room early, not interfering with the candidates' decisions. Qingshui Qian understood her duty, to ensure everyone's safety during the next day's activities and to provide appropriate assistance and hints without breaking any rules. With this in mind, she closed her eyes peacefully. However, the scene in the hall was quite different. Zhuang Jinyu, staring at the screen showing the defeated red team, was red with anger and shouting at his teammate, Bai Shan, why did you die so quickly again? Baishan scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. Ahaha, sorry about that. On the other side, the victorious blue team members, Lin Xiao and Ling Shui, wore expressions of lonely experts. After a night of exploration, they had finally achieved the feat of using their phones as controllers to play a game on the big screen TV. Early in the morning, military vehicles delivered Lin Xiao and his team to the plane's relief station along Route B3. As the car door opened, Lin Xiao jumped out and immediately examined his teammates' weapons. Ling Shui wielded a long-handled broadsword, its blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. Baishan held a massive single-edged axe, its blade sharp enough to seemingly cleave through stone. The most eye-catching weapon belonged to Shimizu Qian, the record keeper. She carried a gigantic steel hammer, almost as tall as she was, creating a striking visual contrast. Yet, the most impressive gear was sported by Zhuang Jianyu. A large diamond-shaped shield in his left hand, a wide-bladed battle sword in his right, and two long swords strapped to his backpack, making him look like a walking armory. Seeing the puzzled looks from the others, Zhuang Jianyu smirked and explained proudly, "Our school doesn't limit the number of weapons we can carry, so theoretically, we can bring as many as we want." Shimizu Qian couldn't help but question, "What are those two swords on your back for? How do you even draw them? They must hinder your movement." Her tone revealed her confusion about such a choice. Lin Xiao looked around. The plains were peaceful. He couldn't help but ask, "Senior, there don't seem to be any beasts around here." Shimizu Qian pointed into the distance and explained, "This area is near the relief station, so beasts don't linger here. The closer we get to the forest, the higher the chances of encountering them. Follow me. I'll take you near the forest." With that, she hefted her giant hammer and sped off like a shadow, her speed astonishing. To accommodate the younger students, she slightly slowed her pace. Fortunately, they were in good shape and weren't left too far behind. After crossing several kilometers of plains, the outline of the forest gradually emerged. Shimizu Qian stopped and turned to the students. "From here on, we're entering the beast territory. As the record keeper, I can't interfere with your actions anymore. I'll just observe from nearby." She nodded, signaling them to proceed on their own. "Got it, thank you, Senior." The four of them waved goodbye and quickly passed Shimizu Qian. Sure enough, as they approached the forest, the silhouette of a beast appeared. Lin Xiao and his team halted, staring at the massive creature ahead, which made no attempt to conceal itself. It was a horned beast clad in dark heavy armor, standing about 1.8 meters tall and over 4 meters long including its tail. Its eyes glowed red, a sharp horn protruded from its forehead, and its elongated jaws were filled with jagged, razor-sharp teeth. Its limbs were thick, and its long, curved claws gleamed like metal. Observing from a distance, Shimizu Qian frowned. It was a blackhorn pangolin, a beast used for their assessment but still challenging to hunt. Its black scales offered formidable defense, and its claws were as sharp as steel blades. Although its turning was sluggish, its charging speed was incredible, and the power of its horn could pierce through prey instantly. Shimizu Qian sighed but didn't intervene. This was, after all, an assessment beast, and its difficulty was within an acceptable range. As long as the students worked together and remained calm, they had a chance to succeed. Her role was to ensure their safety. "A black-horned pangolin. How should we tackle it?" Baishan asked excitedly, rolling his shoulders. "It's my first time seeing a live beast. Can't wait to test it out." Zhuang Jianyu's eyes were sharp, fixed on the beast. "Same here," Ling Shui said, her large eyes filled with curiosity. Lin Xiao nodded. "Looks like we're all greenhorns. How about we each take a few swings? Be careful not to kill it outright." The three agreed to the suggestion. The beast, ignored for several seconds, seemed to grow impatient. It dug its front claws into the ground, its hind legs tensing, aiming its deadly horn at its prey. Boom! The several-ton beast began to charge, like a speeding steel tank. Shimizu Qian's heart leapt into her throat as she quickly turned her gaze to the students standing still. "Dodge. Make sure to avoid a direct hit," she screamed internally. However, Zhuang Jinyu stepped forward, seemingly intent on taking the charge head-on with his alloy shield. "Idiot!" Shimizu Qian muttered under her breath. While the alloy shield might block the horn, the impact force would still need to be absorbed by him. Getting knocked back would be the least of his worries. If his stance wavered even slightly, he could be impaled. Even if not impaled by the unicorn, being trampled by the beast, having bones crushed, and flesh torn apart is inevitable. Qing Shui Qian's heart was anxious, but she knew she couldn't interfere with the assessment. She could only walk quickly, trying to get closer to prevent the worst outcomes. At that moment, the terrifying horn of the beast collided fiercely with Zhuang Jianyu's diamond shield. Clang! Amid the deafening sound of metal clashing, Zhuang Jianyu's body shot out like a cannonball, tracing a long arc in the low sky. When his feet touched the ground, the enormous impact still pushed him backward, carving a nearly 10-meter-long trench in the soil with the soles of his shoes. Thank goodness. He blocked it perfectly. Qing Shuai-Qian let out a heavy sigh of relief, the tension finally easing. She knew that after its charge was interrupted, the black-horned pangolin would be momentarily dazed if the other team members seized this chance to attack. However, when her gaze swept over the other students, she was immediately infuriated. "Why are you all just standing there watching?" she roared internally. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, was quite impressed by the scene before him. The beast's charging power is impressive. To send a grown man flying that far. He noticed the beast flailing its limbs and tail chaotically due to the impact, seemingly a self-preservation instinct. Baishan stepped forward with a giant axe, a thrilled smile on his face. "Let me take a swing at it first." He controlled his strength and swung the axe at the beast's right claw. Clang! Sparks flew as the axe blade struck the scales, producing a piercing metallic sound. Grah! The excruciating pain snapped the beast back to its senses. It bared its teeth, eyes gleaming with ferocity, and let out an ear-piercing roar. Although Baishan's axe hadn't severed its claw, it left a deep dent on the scales, likely damaging the bone underneath. Not bad. Pretty tough. Baishan gave a thumbs up, signaling to his teammates that this was a worthy opponent. Lin Xiao and Ling Xue also joined the fight, each wielding their weapons to strike at the black-horned pangolin. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing reverberated again. Grah! The beast roared in agony once more. "Don't hog all the fun. Let me have a go too." Zhuang Jinyu, having recovered, rushed back and immediately joined the fray. Qing Shuai-Qian watched the students surrounding the beast and attacking it chaotically, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She realized that this group of juniors had surprisingly solid footwork. Although the black-horned pangolin wasn't particularly agile, being able to dodge so many close-range attacks without making a mistake was commendable. However, their strength was somewhat lacking, as they hadn't managed to effectively break through the beast's armor despite numerous strikes. What puzzled her even more was, why aren't they aiming for the weak spots? Didn't they study the theory classes properly? Qing Shuai-Qian shook her head inwardly. She wanted to remind the students that the black-horned pangolin's weak points were its lower jaw, front neck, and eyes, and that the scales on its front were less hard than those on its back. They should attack its forelimbs when it swung its claws. But as a recorder, she had to restrain herself and couldn't interfere with the assessment. Looking at the beast, now covered in dents, bleeding all over, eyes bloodshot, and roaring furiously but unable to hit its targets, Qing Shuai-Qian couldn't help but feel a tinge of pity. Why do I feel a bit sorry for this beast? The black-horned pangolin thrashed about wildly, clawing, biting, ramming with its horn, and swinging its tail. Despite its ferocious attacks, it couldn't land a hit. Each time its attack missed, Lin Xiao and the others would seize the opportunity to deliver a heavy blow to its armored parts. Gradually, the beast's scales became riddled with dents and cracks, and its trembling limbs indicated that its bones were likely severely damaged. "Feels like we've got the hang of it," Lin Xiao said to the group. "Let's finish this. We still have the exam to take." The other three nodded in agreement, their initial excitement from encountering the beast now satisfied. Ling Xue swung her broadsword upward, slicing through the beast's lower jaw. Squelch! The black-horned pangolin's head fell with a thud, and a torrent of blood gushed from the wound, quickly staining the ground. Clap, 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 Qing Shuai-Qian applauded as she walked up, smiling warmly. "Congratulations, you've successfully completed the assessment." She took out a military phone, noted the scores, and looked up with a smile. "I didn't expect you to progress so quickly. Next, we'll head to the nearby rescue station, and I'll contact the vehicle to pick us up." "Senior," Zhuang Jinyu waved his hand, looking puzzled. "Our assessment isn't over yet. You want to aim for AB rating?" Qing Shuai-Qian paused, frowning slightly. "Although you all have steady mindsets and performed without mistakes, AB rating requires solo hunting a beast, which is much more difficult and dangerous than a team hunt." Seeing the four of them insist, Qing Shuai-Qian let out a heavy sigh. As a recorder, she had no authority to stop the students' choices. The eastern side of the forest has a lower beast density. One at a time, I can ensure your safety. If you're determined, head that way. She raised her arm, pointing to the right fork at the forest entrance. "If you're ready, continue forward." "All right. Thanks, Senior." Lin Xiao and the others gave Qing Shuai-Qian a thumbs up, then turned and ran decisively toward the west side of the forest. Qing Shuai-Qian immediately felt a pang in her heart. A surge of anger filled her chest, her lips trembled, her cute face twisted, and her whole body began to shake. Haha, so these brats didn't take anything I said yesterday seriously. Idiots! Qing Shuai-Qian roared, lifting her giant hammer and quickly chasing after them. Her furious strides suggested she was ready to bash some heads. Idiot! Fool! Baldy! Akane Shimizu's curses echoed nearby, causing Lin Xiao to scratch his head in confusion. He repeated the unfamiliar words, "Baka, Aho, Hage? What is Senpai saying?" Zhuang Jinyu pondered for a moment before offering his guess. It sounds like a dialect from the Sakura province. Maybe she's reminding us to be careful. His explanation made everyone realize Akane's kind intentions. By Shan, gazing at the large tree ahead, noted with a hint of excitement, there's a shadow blade mantis under that tree. It's about 1.4 meters tall, probably a subadult. Lin Xiao activated his true eye, carefully assessing the beast's strength. Under the tree's shade, an insect-like creature lay in wait. It stood about 1.2 meters tall, with scythe-like claws that gleamed ominously. The beast's gray-black, nearly transparent body blended seamlessly with the shadows, clearly utilizing some form of optical camouflage. A full-grown shadow blade mantis is a genuine drank beast, Lin Xiao explained. Don't be fooled by its size. Its explosive power is terrifying, a common trait among insect-type beasts. Eager to engage, Zhuang Jinyu declared, "Leave this one to me. I'm interested in its stealth abilities." With that, he advanced, sword in hand. Lin Xiao and the others prepared to leave. "We'll go ahead. Catch up with us soon." "Got it," Zhuang Jinyu replied, focusing on his prey. At that moment, Akane Shimizu, unable to hold back any longer, hurriedly intercepted Lin Xiao and his companions. Her face flushed with anger, she pointed at Zhuang Jinyu, who was now fighting the beast. "Your teammate is still battling the beast. How can you just leave him? What if he loses? Who will save him?" Turning back, Lin Xiao and the others saw Zhuang Jinyu locked in a fierce battle with the subadult shadow blade mantis. The beast's scythes clashed against Zhuang Jinyu's shield, each strike countered by a swift sword attack. They appeared evenly matched. Bai Shan smiled reassuringly, trying to calm Akane. "It's okay, senpai. We trust he can handle it." But Akane grew even more anxious. "It's not about trust. What if he loses? What if another beast shows up?" She spoke rapidly, sweat beading on her forehead. Realizing they had put Akane in a difficult position, Lin Xiao called out, "Zhuang Jinyu, we need to move." As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of cold light cut through the air. Zhuang Jinyu's sword cleaved the shadow blade mantis in two, its head and scythes flying through the air. The beast's eyes, still filled with confusion, hit the ground with a thud, followed by its headless body collapsing heavily. Before Akane could recover, Lin Xiao pointed out the next target. "That's a steelclaw panther. Be careful. It's incredibly agile and fast as..." Before he could finish, a black-haired girl effortlessly dodged the panther's attack and swung her blade. With a swift slice, the 3-meter-long beast was split in two, its blood spraying the ground. Akane tried to speak, but Lin Xiao interrupted again. "Don't strike the terrible's forehead. It's as hard as steel. With your strength." With a resounding clang, a spiky-haired youth's axe smashed into the beast's horn, shattering it and knocking the creature unconscious. Its massive body crashed to the ground. Left speechless, Akane watched as Lin Xiao flicked his greatsword, dark red blood splattering the ground. Before him lay the headless body of a nearly 3-meter turtle, metallic-skinned bear. "The team's awfully quiet. Feels like something's missing," Lin Xiao remarked, glancing back at their unusually silent recorder. "Oh, it's Senpai snagging." Akane, sitting on her heavy hammer with her legs spread and hands resting on her knees, looked downcast and expressionless, exuding the aura of an overworked employee with no overtime pay. Lin Xiao cautiously reminded her, "Senpai, shouldn't you be recording this?" Akane shot him a cold glare before pulling out her phone and tapping a few buttons. Standing up with a stern expression, she walked over to Lin Xiao. "You little rascal. You actually had me completely fooled." Akane Shimizu fumed, standing on tiptoe as she grabbed Lin Xiao's collar and yanked downward with all her might. However, her effort failed to achieve the desired effect. Instead, her feet left the ground, and she ended up dangling from Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao silently bent down, allowing his senior to regain her footing and gently helping her out of the awkward situation. Akane blinked as if nothing had happened and resumed her tirade, still clutching Lin Xiao's collar. Her face was flushed with anger, and her words were so heated that spittle flew onto Lin Xiao's face. "Senior, what do you mean? When did I ever deceive you?" Lin Xiao protested, looking genuinely bewildered and feeling unjustly accused. "Didn't you say you ranked 382nd in the grade?" Akane growled through gritted teeth, shaking Lin Xiao's neck. She recalled the anxious days she had spent worrying about these bottom-rank students getting slaughtered by beasts. Yet, upon closer inspection, each one of them was a top-tier fighter, at least within the top 50 of the grade, with no problem aiming for an A rating. "But I really am ranked 382nd, Lin Xiao tried to explain, only to be cut off by Akane. "You're still trying to trick me. Do you think I'm that easy to fool?" Akane's eyes widened, and she leaned in closer, contorting her face to appear more menacing. Just then, Zhuang Jinyu's voice interrupted the commotion. "Excuse me, you too, but we have company." He clashed his sword and shield together, his eyes fixed warily on the direction of Black Peak Mountain. Something big is coming this way. Heavy footsteps echoed from the distance. Boom, boom, boom. Trees snapped and fell under immense force as a colossal beast approached. It resembled a gigantic brown bear, standing nearly 5 meters tall at the shoulder, with coarse, red-brown fur like steel needles. Its paws bore 5 huge, black, razor-sharp claws that could effortlessly slice through trees as though they were tofu. Lin Xiao focused his gaze and noticed a layer of smoky gray energy swirling around those terrifying claws. The beast could wield power wraps. But class beast, the red thorn bear Akane Shimizu gripped her giant hammer, her expression serious but unafraid. Despite her petite frame, she radiated a powerful aura, her arms and hammer enveloped in gray energy flames. All of you, stay back. This isn't a training beast. I'll handle it. She warned the students while keeping her eyes locked on the advancing beast. Though confident in her abilities, she feared the students would be a liability nearby. Those power-wrapped claws could shred their limbs with just a graze. However, Bai Shan's innocent question shattered the tension. Senior, aren't students allowed to hunt class beasts? Akane nearly had an aneurysm. She was about to respond when more disturbances in the forest left her speechless. Additional class beasts emerged. Shadowy giant wolves standing nearly 2 meters tall, meat-eating elk with massive, sharp gray horns, a 15-meter-long two-horned python, and ghost-faced boars with black bodies and gray tusks. Despair washed over Akane like a tidal wave. Her hands and feet went cold as she struggled to comprehend the scene. Although they were on the west side of the forest, they were still some distance from Black Peak Mountain. Why were so many class beasts gathering here? Taking a deep breath, she trembled as she spoke. You all, run east as fast as you can. I'll hold them off. Before she could finish, Bai Shan's cheerful voice interrupted. Haha, perfect, one for each of us. Akane whipped around, ready to scold, but saw the 4 students already enveloped in power wraps, their eyes and limbs glowing with energy flames, their weapons coated in a gray sheen. They looked at their suddenly agitated senior in confusion. What's wrong, sis? Bai Shan asked. Akane forced a pale smile and, trying to stay calm, replied, 2 also think 1 per person sounds just fine. Haha. A few minutes later, the upperclassmen, having already defeated their opponents, gathered around, munching on high-sugar snacks and watching Akane still locked in combat with her beast. Do you really not need help? One of them asked with concern. No. Stay out of this. If you help, I'll bite you to death. Akane snarled through gritted teeth, continuing her solo battle. The massive red-spined bear, its legs shattered by a powerful hammer, collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from its crushed flesh and bones. Without hesitation, Chi Sui Qian swung her power-infused hammer sideways, aiming fiercely at the giant bear's cheekbone. Crunch! The sound of bones breaking was accompanied by a spray of blood as the bear's eyeball burst from the impact. Seizing the moment, Chi Sui Qian raised her hammer high and brought it down with all her might onto the bear's skull. Bang! Like a watermelon bursting, the class beast's skull shattered instantly, and its massive body fell lifelessly. The battle was over, and a round of applause erupted. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Chi Sui Qian turned around expressionlessly to see several students she was supposed to protect standing in neat rows, clapping enthusiastically. Despite also defeating class beasts, they were clean and unscathed. Chi Sui Qian surveyed the surroundings, her gaze passing over the other 4 beast corpses. A shadow wolf split in half by a greatsword, a flesh-eating stag decapitated, a double-horned python chopped into pieces, and a ghost-faced boar with a shattered skull. Each student had achieved victory more easily and cleanly than she had. What are your rankings in your year? Chi Sui Qian asked, narrowing her eyes with a low voice. 3rd, Bai Shan replied. 2nd, Ling Xiao followed. Number 1, Zhuang Jinyu responded calmly. Chi Sui Qian took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. From the speed at which they dispatched class beasts, it was clear that only top-ranked students could possess such strength by their junior year. I'm really ranked 382nd, Lin Xiao said with a grin. Without a word, Chi Sui Qian jumped up and kicked Lin Xiao's butt hard. After punishing the lying student, she composed herself and said seriously, You're aiming for an A rating next, right? The 4 nodded in confirmation. Chi Sui Qian continued, Then let's move forward. The density of beasts is higher in the western forest, so we should be able to gather the required numbers before leaving. Zhuang Jinyu opened his phone map and reminded, The exploration area seems to include the base of Black Peak Mountain. Haha, senior, are there a lot of beasts there? Bai Shan raised his giant axe, eyes gleaming with excitement. Ling Xiao pointed to the distant peak, her voice firm. Let's go there. Chi Sui Qian hesitated for a moment, then said weakly, There are many class beasts there. I might not be able to handle them. As she spoke, a blush of shame spread across her face, and her voice grew softer. Lin Xiao exchanged glances with his companions, then turned and placed a hand on Qi Qian's shoulder. Mimicking Bai Shan's gesture, he gave her a thumbs up and a sunny smile. No worries. You're the recorder, and we'll protect you. A wave of immense sadness washed over Qi Qian, her eyes moistening, almost bringing her to tears. She might be the first recorder in history to be protected by students. Scene transition. A heavily armored giant horned rhino was charging, like a land tank. Its dark brown horns, resembling hooked fangs, were wrapped in an energy veil, exuding a strong sense of aggression. Lin Xiao swiftly sidestepped, dodging the beast's frontal assault. He swung his power-infused greatsword, striking hard at the beast's neck. Slash. Boom. The blade cut through the heavy armor, sinking halfway in, but failed to decapitate the beast, instead being repelled by immense force. Moo. The giant horned rhino let out a painful roar, with energy mist swirling around its massive wound. It had managed to block the descending blade with its power, saving its life, but the shockwave within the wound had ripped open large chunks of flesh. Through battles with multiple beasts, Lin Xiao had identified some patterns. The exam beasts wouldn't actively use power wrapping, but their bodies would unconsciously be filled with power. Class beasts could attach power to their claws, horns, and other parts, but it was mostly a reflex, making it difficult to control flexibly. Only a few strong or experienced class beasts, like the giant horned rhino before him, could skillfully use power wrapping. If not for this, the earlier strike would have been enough to decapitate it. Moo. The pain enraged the beast. A thin veil of energy covered its crimson eyes, and gray mist surged over the heavy armor on its limbs, neck, and flanks, with its ferocity escalating rapidly. Clearly, the rhino recognized Lin Xiao as a formidable foe and began to mobilize energy fully. This state was similar to the warrior's overdrive mode, with the rhino even cleverly wrapping its vulnerable parts in power. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow as he surveyed his surroundings. As they drew closer to Haifeng Mountain, the number of dangerous class beasts noticeably increased. The giant horned rhino in front of him was a prime example. Its strength surpassed that of most class hunters. Lin Xiao mused to himself that if his senior had to face this beast, she might not necessarily come out on top. However, for the current Lin Xiao, this beast was hardly a challenge. In an instant, he flashed to the beast's side, raised his greatsword, and, disregarding the creature's formidable aura and thick armor, brought his sword down with force. Bang! Splurt! The rhino's head fell with a thud, blood gushing out as its massive body collapsed. Lin Xiao's power had long surpassed the realm of class hunters, making him a true force to be reckoned with. Not to mention the massive boost from his extremely dense energy. Once he activated his Ash mode and unleashed his power, even Lin Xiao himself found it hard to gauge his own strength. The only certainty was that most class hunters wouldn't stand a chance against him. Lin Xiao glanced around to check on his companion's progress. Zhuang Jinyu and Ling Xue's opponents were on their last legs, their battle nearing its end. Bai Shan was still locked in a fierce struggle with a kangaroo-like beast, their fight at a fever pitch. As for senior Shimizu Akane, she was hiding under a giant tree in the center, her face pale and her grip on her hammer so tight her knuckles were white. She muttered to herself, Why are there so many high-risk beasts in the forest? Weren't they supposed to be confined to the mountain? Her anxious and helpless demeanor was a stark contrast to her usual image. Seeing Lin Xiao approach, Shimizu Akane's eyes lit up, but she quickly tried to compose herself, feigning seriousness. Each of you has already taken down 5 beasts. There's no point in staying here any longer. Let's finish the assessment and head back to rest. Lin Xiao chuckled softly, deciding not to tease her further. He knew well that the forest near the base of Haifeng Mountain was teeming with high-risk class beasts, many of which Shimizu Akane couldn't handle. Even Bai Shan was starting to tire after several rounds of intense combat. Though Lin Xiao was still eager for more, he chose to call it a day for the sake of his companion's safety. After all, there would be plenty of such days in the future once they became hunters. Lin Xiao signaled to Zhuang Jinyu and Ling Xue, who had just finished off their beasts, and was about to turn his attention to Bai Shan when he suddenly froze, his gaze snapping towards Haifeng Mountain. On the surface, the forest appeared calm and unchanged, but Lin Xiao remained vigilant, his eyes fixed on the mountain peak. In his mind, his keen senses sounded an alarm. This feeling was far beyond what any high-risk class beast could provoke. Lin Xiao realized that a truly formidable enemy, one capable of posing a real threat to him, was about to emerge. What's wrong, Lin Xiao? Qi Qian noticed Lin Xiao's sudden serious expression and whispered, her brows slightly furrowed. Zhuang Jinyu followed Lin Xiao's gaze towards the mountain peak. Ling Xue blinked and curiously asked, Is something coming down from there? A crank beast? Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and nodded uncertainly. There are definitely crank beasts, and not just one. His 28 points in mental acuity granted him an extremely sharp sense of power perception. He sensed 2 terrifying energy waves, dense and massive, undoubtedly crank beasts. Behind them, there were scattered power fluctuations of varying sizes, too distant to discern clearly. The situation is a bit critical, Lin Xiao said, but there's good news, those beasts are all weaker than me. See crank beast, Qi Shuiqian exclaimed. How could they come down the mountain? We need to run. This isn't a joke. Lin Xiao placed a reassuring hand on her trembling shoulder. Don't worry, the person who released the beast knows what they're doing. The strength is within what we can handle. He knew this was a man-made incident. According to Qi Shui, even high-risk drank beasts were rare here, let alone crank beasts. Considering their grouping, Lin Xiao deduced the mastermind behind this. Bai Shan, covered in wounds, walked over laughing. That muscle kangaroo was really tough. I almost didn't win, huh? Noticing everyone's gaze, he curiously asked, what's going on? What are you all looking at? Suddenly, four energy blades, each over 10 meters wide, roared through the air, slicing through trees in their path. Two unmanned alloy swords ascended, forming an X in front of the group. The sword blades clashed with the energy claws, sparks flying and shockwaves rippling. After a brief stalemate, the claws shattered and dissipated. Power release. That's a crank beast's power release. Qi Shuiqian exclaimed, then noticed the mysterious yellow light floating around Zhuang Jinyu. Is that a special ability? Is Zhuang Jinyu an ability user? Zhuang Jinyu didn't answer, his gaze fixed on the source of the attack. A white lion emerged slowly from the dense forest, small in size but exuding a formidable presence. Its blue beast eyes burned with gray flames, emitting a suffocating pressure. A crank beast, the white jade lion. Qi Shuiqian swallowed hard. The lion glanced at the floating swords, its eyes locking onto Zhuang Jinyu. He smiled, his amber eyes flickering with yellow light. Looks like it's targeting Jinyu. I'll take on this beast. He wielded his sword and shield, advancing towards the opponent. Before Qi Shuiqian could voice her concern, another loud noise came from the forest. A gray energy ball, nearly half a meter in diameter, hurtled towards them, brimming with terrifying power. Ling Shui quickly erected a meter-thick ice wall. The energy ball crashed into the wall, causing a violent explosion and a fierce wind that toppled nearby trees. Ling Shui coldly stared at her Targeta gray giant frog over a meter tall, its body crystalline like a gemstone. The gray crystal frog, a crank beast, she said. Lin Xiao, the rear is yours. With that, she wielded a large guandao, summoning dozens of ice blades in the air. An ice path extended from her feet as she prepared for battle. Whoosh! The girl's figure zipped like a bolt of lightning, tracing a graceful arc on the ground as she sped towards the distant beast. Her movements were fluid and elegant, akin to a ballerina gliding on ice. Lin Xiao stood rooted to the spot, watching the espers leave with an air of nonchalance. His lips curled downwards involuntarily. A storm of mixed emotions churned within him, envy and jealousy. Damn it! He cursed inwardly. Those two really know how to put on a show. They must be having the time of their lives, probably even planning to watch the replay later. Despite his reluctance, Lin Xiao suppressed the urge to chase after them. He knew well that there was still a group of beasts stuck on the mountain, and it would likely be up to him to deal with them. At that moment, Lin Xiao noticed the black and white particles above the dome starting to stir again. They churned restlessly, emanating various negative emotions. Rejection, disgust, disdain, hostility, scorn. It was as if they were silently protesting, demanding Lin Xiao's attention away from those flashy show-offs. But Lin Xiao refused to give in to their demands. He stubbornly focused on the distant battle, silently vowing to witness these particles surrender and the awakening of his own abilities. Standing nearby, Qing Shuiqian stared in disbelief at the direction where Ling Shui had disappeared. Ling Shui is also an esper, she muttered in shock, her mouth slightly agape. Bai Shan scratched his head and chuckled. Senior, didn't your class have any espers? Qing Shuiqian shook her head slightly, a hint of helplessness in her voice. Our top student was rumored to be an esper, but I never saw him use his powers, not even during the ranking matches. The gap between the first and second place was so vast that he could win easily without using any abilities. Bai Shan nodded in understanding. That's true. Espers have much higher mental fortitude than regular students, giving them a significant advantage in power extraction and weaponization. Qing Shuiqian tightened her grip on the hammer handle, her brows furrowing. Shouldn't we go help them? Level beasts are far stronger in both physical strength and power usage compared to level ones. Bai Shan laughed heartily, pointing to his bandages and wounds. Haha, if we go now, we'd just be a burden. Besides, they probably don't want anyone interfering. It's not often they get opponents they can freely use their abilities against. Using powers on people and on beasts is completely different. If a beast dies, it's no big deal. Seeing the worry still lingering in Qing Shuiqian's eyes, Bai Shan patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder and gave a thumbs up. Don't worry, senior. With my best friend here, if anything goes wrong, he'll definitely step in. Haha. Qing Shuiqian looked up at Lin Xiao. She saw a man fixated on the distant battle, his moon-white pupils seemingly burning with a black flame. She couldn't tell if it was her imagination, but his gaze seemed to hold a power that was difficult to describe. General, are you really going to release the third wave of beasts? Zhou Guoli, dressed in his officer's uniform, had a stern expression, his brows knitted tightly as he stared intently at the large screen before him. The screen displayed a real-time surveillance feed, stitched together by AI from satellite and multiple drone footage. On the screen, two young ability users were locked in an intense battle with a class beast, the situation at a stalemate. Zhou Guoli mentally calculated that if a third wave of beasts was added, these students might not hold out. He straightened his chest, adorned with medals, and looked directly at General Lin Bao beside him, his voice carrying a barely detectable tremor. I can't easily accept an order that might lead to the students' deaths. Lin Bao laughed loudly at his words and waved her hand dismissively, unfazed by her subordinate's concern. Her face radiated confidence. Relax, Zhou. I've left them some room to maneuver. Zhou Guoli remained worried, his gaze returning to the surveillance feed. But the first two ability users are already tied up. They don't have the strength to handle another class beast. Oh, you've misunderstood. Lin Bao's lips curved into a sly smile, her eyes gleaming mischievously. She pointed to the third section of the screen, where a handsome young student stood with a large sword. The third wave is for him. I want him to get a clearer sense of his own strength. Meanwhile, the battlefield grew increasingly intense. Zhuang Jinyu wielded a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right, gray energy flames swirling around him. His two long swords danced in the air, emitting a mysterious glow as they relentlessly attacked the lion beast. The agile lion beast darted through the forest, evading most attacks, only using its energy to block the steel blades when absolutely necessary, and counterattacking with energy claws. On the other side, Ling Shui was locked in a stalemate with a gray crystal frog. Dense ice spikes rained down on the beast like a storm, but the thick energy barrier on its body deflected all the attacks. The frog skillfully launched energy projectiles with its tongue and used energy platforms under its limbs to achieve mid-air jumps. Lin Xiao stood by, intently observing the two battles. The display of abilities by his companions was like a vibrant oil painting, filling him with awe. Just then, the space above his head began to stir with black and white particles, forming a crescent-shaped frame, as if preparing for the arrival of a king. Suddenly, a deep beast roar snapped Lin Xiao out of his reverie. He looked around to find himself surrounded by massive beast shadows. Saw-toothed crocodiles, black vipers, blood-red goats, giant-clawed gray wolves. Shimizu Saki looked around in horror, recognizing these as high-risk class beasts. A sharp cry from the sky drew everyone's attention upwards. A massive bird with a wingspan of over 10 meters circled high above, its pitch-black feathers gleaming coldly, and its hooked beak glinting dangerously. Its emerald eyes exuded cruelty and mockery, as if relishing the hunt about to unfold. Black-winged king eagle. That's a class beast. Shimizu Saki's face turned pale, her voice filled with despair. Baishan scratched his head, his smile vanishing, replaced by an unusually grave expression. Oh no, it looks like we're in serious trouble. Even he realized that the situation was dire. Baishan glanced around, seeing the swarm of beasts encircling them, their sharp claws and fangs glinting ominously in the sunlight. He gritted his teeth and said, "My friend, I think I can only fend off one of them now." At this critical moment, Baishan suddenly turned to Lin Xiao, his pupils contracting sharply. "Watch out!" he shouted. But it was too late. A shadow blade mantis, standing over 2 meters tall and far larger than its kin, had silently crept up beside Lin Xiao. Its metallic scythe was raised high, casting a chilling arc in the sunlight. Qing Shuiqian also noticed the scene. Her eyes widened and her mouth opened to scream, but no sound came out. The beast's scythe had transformed into a deadly streak of light, aiming straight for Lin Xiao's vulnerable neck. The man under attack was still staring blankly at the distant psychic, unaware of the imminent danger. Under the desperate gaze of Baishan and Qing Shuiqian, the strike reached Lin Xiao's neck. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, but it wasn't a human head that flew off. Instead, it was the broken scythe. The shadow blade mantis stood frozen, its large compound eyes fixed on its severed limb, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just happened. Lin Xiao slowly turned his gaze back, the protective energy veil around his neck gradually dissipating. He didn't speak, but shifted his focus to the beast beside him. Boom! His right fist shot out like lightning. Before the mantis could react, its head exploded into fragments, scattering through the forest. Whoosh! Gray flames erupted, burst, and quickly dissipated into the air. The man in the ash-gray battle robe stepped forward, his face marked with flame scars, gripping a nearly tumtor-long sword enveloped in energy. Lin Xiao surveyed the surrounding beasts with an icy, indifferent gaze. These pests that dared to interrupt his ascension filled him with utter disgust. He had only one thought: crush them as quickly as possible. Get down, Lin Xiao suddenly commanded. Huh. Qingshui Qian, still dazed by Lin Xiao's ash mode, barely reacted. Bai Shan, however, moved swiftly. He gave Lin Xiao a thumbs up with his left hand while pressing Qingshui Qian's head down with his right, a broad smile on his face, forcing her to the ground. Bang! They dropped instantly. Lin Xiao lifted his gray flame sword and swung it in a massive arc from right to left. Slash! A deep gray slash burst forth, like a crescent moon over 100 meters wide, engulfing all the nearby beasts in an instant. A dark gray crescent flashed by at lightning speed, slicing through massive trees along its path effortlessly, as if a hot knife through butter. Lin Xiao's attack targeted every beast in the vicinity, causing instant devastation. The wails of the beasts echoed through the forest, dismembered bodies and spurting blood, painting the ground in a gruesome red. Trees fell in the aftermath of the slashes, their cut surfaces smooth as mirrors. Lin Xiao surveyed his surroundings, noticing that 5 beasts had already perished, either bisected or decapitated. Of the remaining 3, the iron-armored elephant and shield-wall ape barely withstood the attack but were severely injured. The steel-footed flea managed to evade using its incredible jumping ability. Unfazed, Lin Xiao unleashed 2 vertical sword beams. The 2-class beasts had no strength left to resist and were cleaved in half. His gaze then fixed on the steel-footed flea, which was fleeing above the treetops. The half-meter-tall beast leaped quickly between tree trunks, covering dozens of meters per second. But Lin Xiao was relentless. The ground beneath him cracked as he shot upward like a gray streak of light. Gray flames materialized into a floating platform beneath his feet, triggering a shockwave with a 100-meter radius. After 3 rapid accelerations, Lin Xiao closed the distance, catching up to the airborne beast. The steel-footed flea stared in terror at the sudden appearance of the human, but its confusion was short-lived. Lin Xiao's leg, engulfed in gray flames, swung out like a siege hammer, smashing into the beast's chest. With a resounding boom, the flea exploded into hundreds of fragments, scattering across the forest floor. Standing on the flaming platform, Lin Xiao looked down at the battlefield without a hint of celebration. His eyes were locked on a class predatory bird with a wingspan over 10 meters hovering above his companions. Lin Xiao erupted with power once more, shooting skyward like a reverse meteor trailing gray flames. The black-winged golden eagle let out a piercing screech, its emerald eyes void of any previous mockery. It adjusted its stance, sweeping its massive wings down, launching hundreds of feather-like blades toward its opponent. However, these attacks met not vulnerable flesh but dozens of broad, powerful sword beams. The feather blades shattered upon impact, causing violent explosions in midair. The gray sword energy surged forward, unimpeded, toward the bird. Terrified, the black-winged golden eagle dove to evade. It narrowly avoided most of the sword beams, using its power-imbued talons to block the unavoidable ones. As it struggled with the sword beams, Lin Xiao appeared directly in front of it. The bird let out a harrowing screech, its neck arched, beak glowing with fiery patterns, striking down like a diamond scythe. Yet, its attack was effortlessly caught by Lin Xiao's left hand, burning with gray flames. The energy density in that hand was unbelievably high, not only blocking the attack but completely suppressing the beast's jaw. A sword light flashed, and a sharp gray glow erupted along the bird's long neck. The blade easily pierced through its energy shield, shredding feathers, flesh, and bone, severing it in one clean stroke. The massive body plummeted from hundreds of meters high. Bai Shan and Qingshui Qian quickly dodged, as a massive shockwave exploded near them, stirring up clouds of dust. When the dust settled, they saw Lin Xiao standing beside the beast's corpse, casually gripping its head, his expression as calm as if he had just taken a leisurely stroll. Qingshui Qian stared at the scene before her, her lips slightly parted, unable to utter a single word. What on earth is with this guy? Qingshui Qian couldn't help but marvel inwardly, her gaze locked onto Lin Xiao. She couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. The incredible physical strength comparable to a crank hunter, the seemingly endless reserves of energy, and the awe-inspiring gray sword pressure that shook the heavens. These extraordinary abilities should never have appeared in an ordinary student. Qingshui Qian pondered, even among crank hunters, how many could surpass Lin Xiao's performance. She looked up and found him staring back at her. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered between the girl and the severed head of the mutant beast in his hand. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something, and without hesitation, he tossed the head of the black-winged golden eagle towards Qingshui Qian. Thud! The heavy head hit its mark, knocking the petite girl to the ground. What are you doing? Qingshui Qian was furious, her face smeared with the beast's blood. She grabbed Lin Xiao's collar tightly, pulling herself up with a grimace. Lin Xiao, with an apologetic look, explained that he had mistakenly thought she wanted the bird's head to taste the roasted meat of a crank mutant. Soon after, Lin Xiao dissipated his ash mode and turned his attention to the battlefield of the ability users. The situation there was also heading towards its final showdown. Above the dome, two beams of light, one earthy yellow and the other blue-white, cascaded like a celestial river, enveloping the battlefield. Zhuang Jinyu wielded a massive yellow sword of energy, slashing down with overwhelming force. This strike was like an invisible giant unleashing its fury, instantly shattering the white jade lion into pieces. At the same time, Ling Xue stood proudly atop a towering ice mountain, her right hand raised high. Countless white and blue light particles gathered like a swarm of bees, forming a blue sphere over 10 meters in diameter. With a gentle wave of her jade-like hand, the sphere, composed of pure power and extreme cold, hurtled towards the ground. Boom! The explosion was followed by the faint sound of everything freezing. Crack, crack. The earth, trees, flowers, rocks, and the crank beast all turned into lifelike ice sculptures. Witnessing all of this, Lin Xiao slowly closed his eyes. In the depths of his consciousness, a throne high above the clouds began to manifest. The star key was complete, and his abilities awakened. Lin Xiao received the blessing of the brilliant stars, being bestowed the title of heir to the throne. An ancient prophecy echoed in his mind. When the young prince wields power, the new king shall awaken. Lin Xiao opened his eyes again. His irises had turned a moonlit white, as clear as jade, akin to the full moon in the sky. However, at the center of his moonlit eyes, a foreboding blackness was spreading, like a dreadful black flame, mysterious and unsettling, flickering chaotically. This seemed to hint at a terrifying future when that black flame blazes fully. The moonlit glow will gradually be devoured. The battle on the surveillance screen had ended. Zhou, dressed in his officer's uniform, stood frozen in place, his strong and handsome face filled with astonishment. His eyes were fixed on the screen, as if still processing everything he had just witnessed. So, what do you think, Xiao Zhou? These students are quite something, aren't they? Lan Bao excitedly patted Zhou shoulder, a broad smile spreading across his face. Zhou snapped back to reality, his gaze lingering on the student wielding a large sword. Yes, his overall abilities are outstanding, even among class hunters. And with two ability users as well, this batch of students has exceptional high-end combat power. He continued analyzing. Abilities are rare, and not every batch of students has ability users. In previous years, if there were no ability users, Bai Shan's level would have been enough to take the top spot. This year's third-year students, with Zhuang Jinyu and Ling Xue, and another student who is just as formidable, have an impressive lineup of high-end combat power. Reflecting for a moment, Zhou added, if my memory serves me right, this is the best group of students Luzhou Military Academy has seen in the past decade. Ha ha ha. Lan Bao grabbed his ponytail, a mischievous grin on his face. If the old principal knew this, he'd be grinning from ear to ear. What do you think? Should I pluck a hair from his head and tell him the news just as he's about to lose it? Do you think he'd laugh or cry? Zhou kept a straight face, not daring to voice his thoughts. He thought to himself, the old principal may be several centuries old, but he's still a genuine class hunter. Don't be fooled by his frail appearance. If he gets angry, he could crush me like it's nothing. And besides, he's still a general and my direct superior. Ha ha ha. Never mind. Never mind. Lan Bao waved his hand, dismissing the idea with a laugh. He'll find out during the Indofterm ranking competition. I'll just watch up close then. The scene shifts to a forest. Zhuang Jinyu, with his hand on his chin, looked around at the surrounding trees, puzzled. Were there this many fallen trees here before? And why do these cuts look like they were made by energy blades? Ling Xue narrowed her eyes, expressionless, as she glanced at the man beside her. Lin Xiao, munching on snacks, lied without batting an eye. They were affected by your fight with that lion. Really? Zhuang Jinyu raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk on his lips. I thought someone had secretly mastered energy projection and was hiding it from everyone. Then, as if he had just noticed the corpse on the ground, he exaggeratedly exclaimed, Whoa, isn't this the class beast Blackwing Golden Eagle? Who brought it down from the sky? In response, Lin Xiao gripped the petite girl's waist and lifted her high. It was Senior Akane Shimizu. You'll pay for this. Akane Shimizu locked her legs around Lin Xiao's neck, executing a flawless chokehold. Despite the commotion, no one believed Lin Xiao's excuses. On the way back in the military vehicle, Zhuang Jinyu and Ling Xue kept giving him looks that said they knew he was hiding something. Lin Xiao sighed in disappointment, wouldn't be able to use energy blades to surprise them in the ranking competition, which was truly a shame. By the time they returned to the base, night had fallen. After having dinner in the cafeteria and getting their wounds treated at the medical center, Everyone headed back to their dorms to rest. After all, a day of intense combat had left their bodies quite exhausted. After showering, Lin Xiao took his large sword and went to the balcony alone. The rest of his dorm mates were already fast asleep, leaving him the only one still awake. The evening breeze brought a refreshing coolness, and the chirping of cicadas on the tree branches seemed to welcome the approaching summer. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and lifted his gaze. His eyes had turned a shade of moonlight white, with black flames flickering restlessly. The world appeared different to him. The blues were bluer, the reds were redder, and colorful light particles floated freely in the air, carefree and unrestrained. Without invoking the power within him or using his true sight, Lin Xiao could still see this vibrant energy world. This feeling was different from using true sight. True sight involved infusing his eyes with energy, forcibly enhancing their level to observe the world. But now, it felt more like he had directly gained permission. Even without energy, his eyes should be able to see the true world. Focusing on the floating energy particles in the air, Lin Xiao blinked and sent out his will. Stop. As Lin Xiao's spirit touched them, all the energy particles nearby came to a halt. Like refugees accepting a king's call, they began to obey Lin Xiao's command, taking on a new color. Black spread out, moonlight white rose, and on the balcony, only these two colors remained among the light particles. They were like two armies serving the same lord, distinct yet harmonious, neither encroaching on the other's territory. Lin Xiao extended his right hand, and particles of light began swirling around his palm, intertwining black and white, seemingly calm yet harboring immense destructive power. He glanced up at the balcony, where a large moth fluttered tirelessly under the glaring light. With a thought, a crescent moon of pale white light rose from his palm. It silently ascended, dreamlike and ethereal, striking a moth with pinpoint accuracy. The moth instantly froze, its wings folded, body stiffening as if it had fallen into a deep sleep, and then dropped straight down. Next, a pitch-black crescent moon soared into the air. This time, it wasn't the dreamy white but a sharp crescent burning with black flames, accompanied by a disturbing buzzing noise. As it met the falling moth, there was a soft, puff sound, and the moth's body disintegrated instantly, breaking down into microscopic particles. Lin Xiao understood that the pale white energy represented dreams, acting on abstract realms, capable of destroying the spirit, will, concepts, and rules of life. Though seemingly powerful, it had already consumed nearly 10% of his energy to take down a mere moth. Using it against larger beasts would likely be inefficient. It was better suited for abstract targets, like mental strength or spiritual entities. In contrast, the black flames were pure destructive force, targeting physical entities. Whether it was wood, stone, metal, or flesh, they could be shredded, pierced, and utterly annihilated. Lin Xiao raised his great sword with his left hand and ignited black flames in his right, gently brushing them against the blade. With a hiss, his fingers seemed to press into the sword like it was clay, leaving a groove the width of his index finger. Lin Xiao silently contemplated the characteristics and applications of these two energies. He knew his powers had just awakened, and he had a long journey ahead, requiring constant practice and familiarization. For now, he could only explore step by step, gradually uncovering the mysteries of his newfound abilities. This is a WIM alloy weapon, designed specifically for dealing with exotic beasts. Neither a class beast nor Lin Xiao before, even when using his power, could damage its steel blade. Yet, under the scorching black flames, this supposedly indestructible weapon softened like butter, becoming fragile and weak. Lin Xiao stared at this astonishing scene, lost in thought. How could he defend himself if he were to face such an attack of dark energy? Apart from dodging, it seemed he could only rely on his own power to forcibly counteract it. Both the moonlight white and the black flames were fundamentally energy particles, differing only in their characteristics and domains of expertise. In theory, he could resist with his own power, but this would require an extremely high energy density, consuming astronomical amounts of energy. Lin Xiao was acutely aware of how dangerous his abilities were. He closed his eyes, his spirit beginning to ascend, his thoughts gradually becoming ethereal. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Xiao found himself in the vastness of space, above the clouds. According to teacher Lan Bao, this was his throne, a domain exclusively his in this world. Before him was no longer an empty void but a massive full moon, nearly 100 meters in diameter, composed of black and white. The crescent part was as white as jade, its graceful curve exuding a serene and dreamy tranquility. Outside the crescent, however, was chaotic and restless black flames, radiating an ominous aura. This full moon appeared anything but harmonious. Rather, it looked like two crescent moons forcibly pieced together, presenting a bizarre and discordant beauty. Despite this, Lin Xiao felt satisfied with this result born of his own ambition. Seated on his throne, Lin Xiao opened the long unseen panel. Name, Lin Xiao. Title: Heir to the Throne. Potential points: 0. Strength: 21. Agility: 19. Constitution: 28. Spirit: 33. Abilities: Moon Devourer's Blessing, Gift of the Dazzling Stars. Moon Devourer? Lin Xiao chuckled, amused by the elegant name given by the system. But he knew well that the essence of his ability was singular cutting. The power to sever anything, shatter the heavens and earth, annihilate exotic beasts, and slay gods, symbolizing the most potent cutting force. This stemmed from witnessing the blade light of an class warrior in his childhood, which ignited his desire to become a hunter, stirring the deepest emotions in his heart. Whether the dreamy moonlight white or the ominous black flames, they were merely the basic energy particles constructing his abilities. The reason for having two types was due to Lin Xiao's own uncertainty. Was the ultimate cut one that severs conceptual rules, or one that severs the universe itself? This dilemma left Lin Xiao at a crossroads, as both seemed overwhelmingly powerful to him. Unfortunately, there was no energy particle that could satisfy both needs simultaneously. Moonlight white and black flames were the closest he could get to his desired energy. Lin Xiao had to admit that the system's naming of Moon Devourer was quite apartment. From an appearance standpoint, his throne resembled a moon undergoing an eclipse. However, what devoured the moonlight white was not a shadow, but the black flames. In terms of power, these two types of energy particles merely agreed to coexist peacefully to construct the throne. They were unwilling to cooperate or merge. His ability was like a lunar eclipse, where the black flames increased as the moonlight white decreased. In reality, Lin Xiao could not add moonlight white to black flames. They repelled each other and refused to cooperate. This meant that each of his ability strikes could only possess one characteristic. Even in the starry sky, they remained distinct and separate. This full moon was his throne, or rather, his energy reservoir. It had just been constructed and had room for expansion, able to continue assimilating and absorbing the energy in the starry sky. However, this energy reservoir had a limit, determined by Lin Xiao's mental strength. Lin Xiao could now simultaneously absorb and store two types of energy particles, but which color dominated was a choice he had to make himself. After all, the total amount was fixed. Lin Xiao sighed softly and shook his head. Although things were not perfect, the result was already quite satisfactory. Perhaps, as he grew stronger and became more proficient in using his abilities, this situation would improve. There was one more thing that pleasantly surprised Lin Xiao. Ling Shui once said that awakening abilities could receive the blessing of the stars, and it turned out to be true. Gift of the Dazzling Stars, Spirit 5, Spirit Growth Rate 100. Seeing the change in his spirit attribute, Lin Xiao's face lit up with a bright smile. No wonder teacher Lan Bao said that ability users are favored by the stars. This benefit saved him 5 attribute points directly. As for the spirit growth rate, while it might not seem significant now, its advantage would become apparent when attribute points become harder to obtain in the future. Lin Zhao's thoughts raced as he began analyzing the abilities of Zhuang Jinyu and Ling Shui. He speculated that both of their mental attributes were initially at 10 points, increased by 5 points upon awakening their abilities, and then self-improved by another point through some means. However, Lin Xiao realized that the difference in attributes did not grow linearly. The 5-point increase in his mental attribute, compared to his previous 28 points, actually multiplied his mental strength several times over. The title granted by the system also caught Lin Xiao's attention. The title heir to the throne was more than just a name. It came with significant benefits. When the star throne descends to Earth, his ability strength would increase by 100. This meant that once he summoned the warehouse, not only would the available energy increase substantially, but the power of his abilities would also double. Lin Xiao recalled Zhuang Jinyu's Xinhuang Lightsword and Ling Shui's Ice Light Sphere, guessing that these might be powerful moves that could only be used after the throne's descent. This explained why they hadn't used these potent skills before. However, one thing puzzled Lin Xiao. Despite being able to see others' ability names, he couldn't see their titles and blessings on their panels. These two attributes seemed to have a special level of concealment, prompting Lin Xiao to ponder their mysteries. Having clarified these doubts, Lin Xiao decided to start increasing the warehouse's capacity. He discovered that to allow the throne to absorb and assimilate the power of the stars, he didn't need to perform any special technique. She simply needed to give the order. Once he gave his approval, the eclipse moon would automatically grow until it reached the limit Lin Xiao could bear. After careful consideration, Lin Xiao determined the ratio of black flame to moon white energy 7:3. Currently, the power of black flame was dominant. Although the attributes of moon white energy seemed more advanced, Lin Xiao couldn't fully harness its potential at this stage. He thought that as he grew and broadened his horizons, this ratio could be adjusted in the future. Even so, Lin Xiao was acutely aware that with his current mental strength, even just a 30 reserve of moon white power likely exceeded that of most ability users. Resolute in his decision, Lin Xiao conveyed his will to the eclipse moon. In an instant, the black and white throne in the starry sky emitted a brilliant white light. as if announcing the heir's decision to the entire world. Around the throne, an invisible vortex suddenly formed, voraciously consuming the surrounding power particles. As these particles passed through the vortex and finally reached the mysterious eclipse moon, their colors were completely transformed into black and white, signifying the essence of Lin Xiao's power. After the practical assessment, Luzhou Military University faced its final ranking battles of the semester. The freshman and sophomore competitions were already in full swing, and by the time the junior matches were halfway through, the rankings for the first 2 years had been finalized. The ranking competitions were meticulously organized based on student performance. Those who achieved grades in all subjects, including practical assessments, were clearly not pitted against ordinary students. These top performers competed in what was originally called the 5A ranking battle, now upgraded to the 6A ranking battle with the inclusion of power enhancements. This event was always the grand finale, personally overseen by the year's head instructor, drawing the attention of nearly all students and faculty. Lin Xiao and Feng Wan, two laid-back 6A students, were leisurely munching on snacks while watching the A division matches with great interest. Zhao Xia and Chen Feifei were showcasing their skills in this highly competitive division. On the stage, Zhao Xia was locked in a fierce duel with a burly student from Class E. After nearly 20 minutes of intense combat, both were battered and exhausted. Zhao Xia unleashed her full power, her fists flying like a storm, launching a final ferocious attack. The burly student struggled to defend but ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming force of the girl's punches, collapsing heavily onto the stage. From the judges' table, the footwork instructor Su Ruomei pressed the victory bell, signaling the end of the match. Medical personnel quickly ascended the stage, lifting the unconscious student onto a stretcher while asking Zhao Xia if she needed treatment. She politely declined their offer, stating that someone would take care of her. As Zhao Xia left the arena, her body ached all over, and her limbs trembled slightly. Lin Xiao and Feng Wan were already waiting outside. Zhao Xia weakly climbed onto Lin Xiao's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Lin Xiao instructed Feng Wan to look after the Sunto compete Chen Feifei. Then, with Zhao Xia on his back, transformed into a streaking flame, heading straight for the school's central plaza. The plaza had become a sea of green healing energy, with floating leaf-like light spots creating a soothing atmosphere. As soon as Lin Xiao placed Zhao Xia on a soft cushion, a medical staff member came over to check her injuries. Confirming that she was not seriously hurt, they left a bag of nutritional food and departed. Zhao Xia devoured the food ravenously, while the surrounding green light spots gathered around her like diligent little sprites, rapidly healing her wounds. After replenishing her energy, Zhao Xia began refining her power. Seeing this, Lin Xiao turned his gaze towards the center of the plaza, patiently awaiting the next developments. There was a set of table and chairs, and on the main seat sat an elderly man dressed in white, with long white hair and a beard. His eyes were clear as mirrors, and he leisurely sipped tea from a cup in his hands. Occasionally, he would lift his gaze and calmly observe the students around him, his eyes filled with a gentle smile. This elderly man was named Ling Xiao, the head instructor for the third-year students and a former rank hunter. The green healing sanctuary before them was his creation. Each year, during the school's ranking competition, Ling Xiao would come to this square to brew tea and create a sea of green leaves. Thanks to his ability, students could participate in multiple matches a day, significantly speeding up the competition process. For injuries like Zhao Xia's, just a bit of nutrition and an hour of energy refinement would bring her back to full health. This miraculous healing ability piqued Lin Xiao's curiosity. He extended a finger to gently touch the green light spots before him. These energy points were warm and serene, climbing onto his finger, lingering for a moment, and then drifting away when they found no wounds to heal. Lin Xiao paused, wondering if he had interrupted their work. Suddenly, the green light points ahead began to gather and align, forming two large characters. Tea? Lin Xiao looked up to see Ling Xiao in the center of the square, holding up a teacup and smiling at him. Lin Xiao was puzzled. Why would the head instructor want to talk to him? They had no prior interaction. Despite his confusion, Lin Xiao walked over, thinking it wouldn't hurt to get a free cup of tea. As soon as he sat down, Ling Xiao handed him a cup of tea, chuckling. Lin Xiao, right? Yes, sir. Is there something you need from me? Lin Xiao replied respectfully. Ha ha ha. No, nothing at all. Ling Xiao laughed, waving his hand. I just heard that my granddaughter, Xiao Shui, made a new friend. So I wanted to take the chance to meet you. Lin Xiao suddenly understood, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. He hadn't expected Ling Shui to consider him a friend worth introducing to her family. He silently decided to go easy on her during the 6A ranking competition. What did Ling Shui say about me? Lin Xiao asked, sipping his tea with anticipation. Ling Xiao stroked his long beard, smiling enigmatically. Xiao Shui said. You stuffed her into the ceiling in front of thousands of people. Lin Xiao spat out his tea. Damn it, they're clearly here to cause trouble. Lin Xiao cursed inwardly, though his expression remained calm. He pulled a tissue from the table and gently wiped the corner of his mouth, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his eyes. Lin Xiao, you're really broad-minded. Lin Xiao forced a smile. Telling your family about this kind of thing? Elder Lin Sen stroked his beard with a wry smile. First the young ones, now the old ones. This world is really going downhill. He shook his head. No, no, she didn't tell us at first. It's just that. She was ranting all night that day, and none of you could sleep. Lin Sen's words made Lin Xiao tense up. Lin Sen continued. Xiaoshua's mom pinned her down and hit her with a slipper for 10 minutes before she reluctantly spilled the beans. Yikes. Lin Xiao gasped, the scene playing out vividly in his mind. No wonder Lin Xue's rants seemed to escalate that night. She had endured her mother's torture. Lin Xiao recalled that night. After hours of text attacks and meme bombardments, Lin Xue's anger seemed to have subsided. But her mother's education reignited the flames, and she came back to vent at Lin Xiao for the entire night. Thinking about the hours-long video call assault, Lin Xiao's face twisted in discomfort. That night, Lin Xue's aggression severely scarred his gentle and pure heart. Suddenly, Lin Xiao frowned, sensing something was off. He looked at the elder and asked, puzzled, wait, if her mom found out, how did she still manage to video call me and curse me out later? Lin Sen's expression froze. He silently picked up his teacup, took a sip, and sighed heavily. Xiaoshua's mother and grandmother thought you went too far and couldn't let it slide. The elder explained slowly. They found a bunch of insults online and had Xiaoshua use them against you. When my granddaughter was video calling you, they were right next to her, holding a tablet and feeding her lines. What the hell? Are they crazy? Lin Xiao felt his eye twitch in disbelief. He couldn't fathom what kind of personalities the women in Lin Xue's family had. No wonder Lin Xue's insults were so eloquent and relentless that night. He had even started to think she might be a literary genius. It turned out she had help. Haha. The women in my family have quite unique personalities. I hope you can be understanding, Lin Xian said with a bitter smile, clearly aware of his family's quirks. He refilled Lin Zhao's tea and softly asked, today, I sought you out not only to meet Xiaoshua's friend, but also to ask you something. Lin Xiao, have you awakened any special abilities? Lin Xiao raised his eyes slightly, surprised. How did you know? He asked, his tone only showing surprise, not panic. Awakening special abilities wasn't something to be ashamed of or hidden. Lin Zhao's secrecy was just part of his personality. He liked keeping some cards close to his chest for a sense of security and coolness. Ha ha ha. Lin Sen laughed. I noticed because my granddaughter also has abilities, so I'm familiar with you folks. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a swarm of green light particles danced around them. These are my manifested powers. Normally, they only respond to my will. But Lin Xiao, just now, you slightly influenced them. Seeing Lin Zhao's puzzled expression, Lin Xian continued. Although the throne of ability users is merely symbolic, it does represent legitimacy and specific authority. He tapped his eye lightly. For example, even though you're not using true sight, you can still see them, can't you? Your insight is remarkable, Lin Xiao couldn't help but admire. Indeed, wisdom comes with age. Since the elder had already figured it out, Lin Xiao saw no point in denying it. Instead, he had a question of his own. Sir, you mentioned the throne of ability users is symbolic. What is the real throne? Well, Lin San stroked his white beard, pondering for a moment. It's difficult to explain until you become an rank hunter. You need to weaponize your power, assimilate particles, and erode the world without relying on the throne's authority to truly understand it. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. This seemed to be the fifth stage of power weaponization, the level of his teacher, Lan Bao, and the headmaster. It was still a long way off for him. Seeing the silent student, Lin San sipped his tea and tapped the table with his fingers. Although I can't fully explain the concept, I can answer your question indirectly. He stared into Lin Zhao's eyes and whispered, Rank hunters, the 7th to 34th seats in the Blue Star Council. They are collectively known as the Thrones. Lin Zhao's eyes widened in shock. So there were different levels within Shrank? Shoo. Keep it quiet, Lin San reminded softly, indicating that this was a secret not to be casually discussed. Lin San pressed his finger to his lips, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Lowering his voice as if sharing a secret, he said, it's best to keep this kind of thing to ourselves. Spreading it around wouldn't be great. He paused, a glint of mischief in his eyes. You know, gossip about such high-profile figures is best left alone. He'll understand when he reaches the right level. Seeing Lin Zhao's cautious reaction, the old man nodded in satisfaction and continued kindly, Lin Xiao, since you have indeed awakened your abilities, I have some advice for you. Lin Xiao immediately straightened up, fully attentive. Please go ahead. Lin Sen explained leisurely, each ability, as you grow and master it, will become more versatile and its applications more imaginative. Ability users might hint at their powers, but they'll never fully reveal their secrets. Narrowing his eyes, his tone grew serious. Since ancient times, where there are people, there is conflict, even within the military and the hunter association. Among warriors, there are villains, bloodthirsty individuals, the jealous, the mad, those who seek pleasure, those with ulterior motives, and those who take joy in others' suffering. He paused, his gaze sharp, and of course, those with differing allegiances. Lin suddenly tapped the table lightly, the sound startling Lin Xiao. The old man continued, even now, the Five-Nation Federation can't fully share everything. While we are allies in the grand goal of eradicating beasts and liberating Blue Star, the struggle for interests and influence never stops. The Five Nations have never shared their list of ability users, let alone their abilities. Do you know why? Lin Xiao shook his head honestly. Lin raised a finger. Because once an ability user reaches rank, there's a high chance they can become a true kingpin. Huaya has only 6 such kingpins. Each one adds significant leverage to our national influence. His voice was grave. Ability users, especially exceptional ones, are not welcome in foreign territories. Pouring himself a cup of tea, he warned, if your hunter rank rises high enough in the future and you start undertaking multi-nation secret missions, always be cautious. Unless absolutely necessary, never reveal the full extent of your abilities. In the military and the Hunter Association, revealing a teammate's abilities to foreigners is a serious offense, not to be taken lightly. Lin Xiao nodded solemnly, understanding that this advice was crucial for his safety and determined to remember it. Seeing the student's furrowed brow, Lin chuckled and poured him more tea. Hee. There's no need to be overly tense. Within Huaya, our own ability users are highly valued. I suggest you register your status as an ability user with the school or the Hunter Association. This way, you'll receive certain benefits during your internship. Benefits? Lin Xiao asked curiously. Do you mean special attention from veteran hunters? Lin raised an eyebrow and lowered his voice. The Hunter Association will assign you to a reliable team. They may not be the most powerful, but they will be trustworthy and dependable, people you can rely on. Lin Xiao realized this was indeed a good arrangement. A year-long internship would be much easier with honest and friendly teammates. At least he wouldn't have to worry about being betrayed. Seeing that the student understood his point, Lin smiled warmly and said softly, all right, that's all I have to say for today. Lin Xiao stood up and bowed slightly to the old man. Thank you very much for your guidance. He silently resolved to register as soon as the ranking competition was over. Well then, director, I'll be on my way. Wait a moment. Lin suddenly pulled out his phone, glanced around, and then covered his mouth, asking mysteriously, Lin Xiao, did you take any embarrassing photos of Xiaoxue when you stuffed her into the ceiling? Lin Xiao was taken aback. Huh? I'll trade you for other photos. Lin said excitedly. Those pictures are perfect for taunting her during arguments. Really useful. Lin Xiao squinted, speechless. He began to suspect that the problems in Director Lin household might not be solely on the female side. But he did have those embarrassing photos, and they were a whole series of 20 shots. The older and younger man exchanged contact information, both with knowing smiles on their faces. After several days of ranking battles, the standings for the other 4 divisions, except for the 6A students, have been released. In the cafeteria, Zhao Xia clutched her phone tightly, her lips pouting and her brows furrowed into a deep frown. Beside her, Qian Feifei leaned in with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Xiao Yaya, how come you're only ranked 86th? I thought you were 68th. Qin Feifei exclaimed in mock surprise. Suddenly, she covered her mouth dramatically, as if she just remembered something. Oh my, silly me, I'm the one who's 68th. Oopsie. Facing this cheeky, winking, tongue-sticking, and head-tapping troublemaker, Zhao Xia didn't hesitate to raise her fist. I'm about to show you the iron fist of the 86th rank. Haha, useless, useless. Jealousy is making you unrecognizable. Qin Feifei laughed as she dodged. Watching the 2 clowns tussle again, Lin Xiao turned to Feng Wen, puzzled. I've always been curious, how does our school calculate these rankings? Is it really accurate? The ranking competitions mechanism seems odd. It's not an elimination tournament because that would only determine the top few, with a lot of luck involved. But if it's a round robin, there's a lot of room for errors. Is this really precise? Feng Wen pondered for a moment before explaining. Our ranking competition is actually a mix of different formats, with match schedules calculated and adjusted by AI. Initially, every student has a starting score. Starting score? Yes, the starting score is based on the previous semester's rankings, Feng Wen said, tucking her hair behind her ear with a smile. Because of that starting score, in the first few rounds, the AI pairs stronger students with weaker ones to stratify the skill levels. Only then does it switch to a round-robin format. So, on the first day of the competition, you won't face equally matched opponents. The disparity is quite clear. Lin Xiao suddenly understood, but then wore a strange expression. Doesn't that mean my starting score from last semester is ridiculously low? There are fewer than 40 students with a 6A rating, all from the martial arts class. According to the AI's algorithm, wouldn't I face the top students on the first day? Fangwen seemed to realize this too, and looked at Lin Xiao with a teasing smile. The AI probably didn't anticipate someone improving so much in one semester. It would have to recalculate many matches because of you, and a few unlucky ones might have to play extra rounds in the round-robin stage. She pursed her lips and added with a wry smile, I hope I'm not one of them. That would be quite awkward. Lin Xiao scratched his cheek and quickly changed the topic. So, does this ranking system really work without issues? If you're unhappy with your ranking, you can apply for a rank challenge later, Fangwen explained, raising a finger. For instance, if you think a student ranked above you isn't as strong, you can apply to challenge them. If you win, the school will manually adjust your rank. However, the school's AI algorithm has been refined over decades and is quite accurate. Successful challenges are rare. In other words, those students you beat down will likely climb back up after a few extra matches. That's good to hear, Lin Xiao said, feeling a bit relieved. He had a kind heart and couldn't stand seeing his classmates treated unfairly. Meanwhile, in the VIP reception hall of the military university, a special meeting was underway. The spacious hall was furnished with several sets of sofas and tables, filled with the aroma of tea and an array of drinks and snacks. The entire third-year faculty, including the principal and the dean, were gathered, chatting in small groups on the sofas. At the main table in the center sat only 3 people, the bald and elderly principal Zhong Wanrong of Luzhou Military University, the white-haired, cleary dean of the third year, Lin Xiao, and the high-ponytailed, fiercely charismatic martial arts class mentor, Lan Bao. These 3 A-rank hunters were boredly munching on peanuts and sunflower seeds, their faces showing impatience. Sigh. Every year at this time, this old man has to come out and entertain guests. Principal Zhong grumbled, spitting out a sunflower seed shell, his wrinkled face scrunched up in a pitiful expression. I don't like this time of year either. Ling San sipped his tea and shook his head with a sigh. But there's no choice. The Hunter Association pays a lot of attention to the 6A rankings of the third year and insists on inspecting. The third-year students with 6A scores are the real talents, the kind who can join the Hunter Association right after graduation. Unlike the warriors who pass the Hunter exams later, these students have top-notch potential. In 10 years, they might become crank, or even rank hunters. They're the future backbones, the darlings of the Hunter Association. In fact, military officials came to inspect a few days ago, but they were received by the class teachers, Lan Bao added, with a hint of disdain in her tone. The 3 rank hunters present all held the rank of general. If they were to host the visiting military official, it would likely cause the official more anxiety than honor. However, when it came to the Hunter Association, they had no choice. In some ways, the high-ranking official sent by the association was their direct superior. Even rank hunters had to engage in social niceties. Lan Bao sneered and cast an envious glance at the lively teachers around her. Unable to contain her frustration, she complained. Why do I have to sit with you 2 old geezers? I'm young and vibrant. What could we possibly have in common? Her tone was filled with discontent and jealousy. The old principal was enraged by her words. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Silence! You're in rank hunter. How can you act so irresponsibly? Lan Bao glared at the principal, suspicion filling her eyes. She gritted her teeth and said, You old coot. You just want to drag us into your misery, don't you? The old principal snorted disdainfully, a sinister smile playing on his lips. So what if I do? If I have to suffer here, you think you can have fun elsewhere? Not a chance. The principal's despicable attitude sparked intense dissatisfaction among the other 2 hunters. It seemed a fight was about to break out when the receptionist's voice came from outside. This way, please. The teacher's chatter abruptly stopped, and the 3 rank hunters immediately stood up, their expressions turning extremely serious. The hall doors slowly opened, revealing several guests standing outside. The first to enter was a burly man with short red hair. Dressed in a simple tank top and shorts, his rough appearance and carefree demeanor drew everyone's attention. He scratched his head awkwardly as he walked in. Is everyone here to welcome me? Ha ha ha. Well, that's embarrassing. Before he could finish speaking, a peanut suddenly shot through the air like a sniper bullet, hitting him squarely on the forehead and sending him flying. The old principal roared, Get out! I didn't invite you. The teachers averted their gazes, and the hall returned to its previous lively atmosphere. The uninvited guests outside, unfazed by the principal's anger, shamelessly slinked in with ingratiating smiles. At the head table, 3 new guests had joined the gathering. 2 men and 1 woman, each with their own distinct style and an undeniable boldness. The red-haired man sat there nonchalantly, dressed in a tank top and shorts, his short hair dyed a vivid red. He exuded an air of carefree rebellion. Next to him was a striking woman, a vision in a light purple dress. Her slightly curled hair fell gracefully over her shoulders, with strands tinted purple. She wore a mischievous smile, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mystery. The last was a handsome man in a hooded coat, enveloped in an aura of cool detachment. His gaze was indifferent, his face stern, as if he were entirely out of place in the room. Despite the obvious disdain and contempt from the old principal and others, the three remained unfazed. They casually helped themselves to the snacks on the table, pouring cups of tea as if they were right at home. The old principal's face wrinkled further as he muttered, "Every year, you shamelessly come here. Just how idle are your guilds? My students haven't even graduated yet." These individuals were not official members of the Hunter Association, but belonged to guilds formed by independent hunter teams. Although there was only one branch of the Hunter Association in Lin Xiao, hunter teams were abundant. Some of these teams had grown into sizable guilds over decades. The three before him were from the strongest guilds in Lin Xiao. Each guild boasted 2 to 3 rank hunters and dozens of teams of varying levels, making them quite formidable. The red-haired man laughed heartily, showing no awareness of the disdain. "Ha ha ha. Old principal, we're just here to check on the new blood in the Hunter Association. We're all family." The red mark on his forehead from the principal's earlier angry strike didn't seem to bother him at all. The principal crossed his arms, eyes full of scorn. "You're just trying to scout students early and lure them into your guilds." This accusation wasn't just aimed at the red-haired man, but included the other two as well. These influential figures were here to recruit the best students for their guilds, starting their persuasion tactics as early as the student's senior year, significantly affecting the internship atmosphere. The principal continued his complaint. "We specifically brought Lan Bao from out of town to teach so that the local guilds wouldn't know the students' details in advance. Otherwise, they'd be taken away before graduating." The handsome man in the hooded coat took a sip of tea and spoke calmly. "But you can't deny that our internships offer the best conditions, environment, and safety. We do select only the elite, but for outstanding newcomers, the wolf pack never holds back." The principal made a face but didn't argue further. He disapproved of their methods but couldn't deny their success and mature training programs for new recruits. Listening to the men's banter, the woman in the purple dress turned to Ling Xian with a playful smile. "Ling, give me your granddaughter's contact info. I want to have a chat with her." Ling Xian tugged at his beard, looking conflicted. "Xiaoxue hasn't graduated yet. Isn't it a bit early?" The woman waved her hand dismissively. "It's never too early. She'll join us eventually. Nowhere in Lin Xiao is better suited for female hunters than our guild." She continued to explain that Thorn Rose, from the leader to the cadre team to the ordinary squads, was predominantly female. They did recruit men, but only if they were exceptionally talented, avoiding competition with the other guilds. This recruitment strategy had proven highly successful over decades, attracting most of the top female students. Within their guild, they had developed a comprehensive range of services, from fashion, skincare, beauty, and hairstyling to saunas, bath products, snacks, beverages, and even various types of literature. All were high-end products tailored for female hunters in Lin Xiao. They themselves are the test subjects, ensuring everyone who comes doesn't want to leave, the woman boasted. This is Thorn Rose's secret to standing out among the top 3 guilds and attracting female newcomers. The woman, known as Ziyao, scanned the teacher group and spotted some familiar faces. She playfully saluted. "Hey there." Wu Qinghua, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, nodded slightly, a small smile on her lips. Next to her, Li Jingru, dressed like a cute girl, made a peace sign, her face full of amusement. After greeting her retired friends, Ziyao turned back to Ling Xian. "So, what do you think? Introduce your granddaughter to me." Ling Xian sighed heavily. "All right then, each guild has its own unique characteristics. The Rage Legion and Monk Squad are primarily composed of passionate men, while the Scarlet Wolf Pack has a balanced gender ratio and is known for its adventurous spirit." After much deliberation, Ling Xian felt most reassured by the Thorn Rose. He and Ziyao picked up their phones and began recruiting new members. Before long, Ziyao successfully recruited a super rookie Ling Xian's granddaughter. This genius with extraordinary powers, who ranked second in her grade, already possessed the capabilities of a crank hunter. Yin Shou and Yu Gui were envious to the point of jealousy when they heard the news. But the good news didn't stop there. Rumor had it that another rookie of the same caliber was available for recruitment. Ling Xian and Ziyao exchanged glances, sparks seemingly flying between them, and the atmosphere grew tense. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed from the doorway. "Ha ha ha. Everyone's here, I see. Looks like I'm the last to arrive this time." A distinguished middle-aged man entered the room. His neatly groomed gray hair, light-colored shirt, dark trousers, black leather shoes, and tie presented a refined appearance. Everyone present, including the 6 rank hunters and the teachers, stood up to greet him. The headmaster greeted him warmly, a stark contrast to his previous cold demeanor. "President Jiang, please, have a seat over here." This was Jiang Wanlong, The esteemed guest, the headmaster, had been eagerly awaiting the vice president of the Luzhou Hunters Association and a former rank hunter. As the de facto ruler, Jiang Wanlong oversaw all hunter affairs in Luzhou. With a smile, Jiang Wanlong stepped aside. Hee. Principal Zhong, I have another distinguished guest with me. A middle-aged woman then entered the room. Her shoulder-length black hair was neatly styled, and her face bore a few wrinkles. After surveying the room, she gave the teachers a gentle smile. Principal Zhong, I won't be taking a seat. I'd like to have a good chat with the teachers. Her smile caused nearly 70% of the teachers in the room to freeze, their bodies involuntarily trembling. In a huddle of trembling teachers, a middle-aged woman gently took a seat, her face adorned with a warm smile. She looked around, her gaze sweeping over each tense face, and softly asked, Everyone, have you found a partner recently? This question hit the teachers like a sledgehammer. Most immediately looked down, suddenly finding a keen interest in their shoes. An awkward silence filled the air, with only a few married teachers sitting up straight, their faces brimming with pride. President Shen. One teacher eagerly pulled out their phone. This is a picture of my 2-year-old daughter. Sister Sean, look, this is my family photo. Another quickly followed. Come, take a look at my wedding picture. Handsome, right? My wife is a hunter, just like me. They crowded around, their phone screens flashing with happy moments. The middle-aged woman, President Shun, had a smile that grew even brighter, as if she were seeing a glimmer of hope. Excellent, truly excellent, she sincerely praised. Seeing your happy families makes me feel like I could live another 100 years. However, after this joyful moment, President Shan's gaze shifted to the group of silent teachers. Her smile gradually faded, and she let out a deep sigh. And you all, you make things really difficult for me. As soon as President Shan finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room became heavy. She began to explain the challenges faced by the Hunters Association. Low marriage and birth rates among hunters, with many unwilling to marry or have children even after retirement. These former heroes had grown accustomed to a single life, showing little interest in starting families. You must understand, President Shun said earnestly, the children of hunters generally have a high adaptability to powers, with a much greater chance of becoming warriors compared to those from ordinary families. These newborns are the precious new blood of human society, true treasures. She detailed the various efforts made by the Hunters Association to boost marriage and birth rates. Organizing matchmaking events, developing dedicated dating apps, producing sweet romance dramas, and promoting parenting videos, leaving no stone unturned. You are all in your 40s and 50s, not getting any younger. Shun Rose sat up straight, hands folded neatly on her lap, her eyes piercing as she looked at the teachers before her. You are still youthful and attractive. Isn't it a waste not to find someone to love? She lightly touched the fine lines at the corner of her eyes, her tone tinged with melancholy. In a few decades, your skin will start to sag, and wrinkles will appear, like me. By then, it will be too late for everything. Shinro vividly described the awkward situations one might face in old age. Being disliked, called uncle or auntie, or even speculated to be going through menopause. Everyone, Shunro, really don't want to see you end up like this. Listening to her heartfelt persuasion, the teacher's expressions varied. Some secretly thought, you've lived close to 200 years, is it really wrong to call you Annie? But such thoughts never left their minds. No one dared to voice them. Faced with the Marriage and Birth Assurance Association's pressure, the safest strategy was to remain silent. The teachers kept their heads down, neither responding nor reacting, appearing to humbly accept the lecture. But Shunro knew that these words likely went in one ear and out the other, and once she left, everything would go back to how it was. President Shun sighed softly, her eyes scanning the crowd. The teachers she looked at stiffened, cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Meanwhile, the few married winners in life were leisurely cracking sunflower seeds, enjoying the show. Finally, Shunro's gaze settled on a particularly panicked-looking female teacher. Meow? The teacher exclaimed, eyes wide with fear. It seemed Shunro had been prepared for this. She immediately said, Clevel hunter, exceptional in footwork, 45 years old, unmarried. Her tone carried a hint of satisfaction, as if she had finally caught a big fish. Why is this happening? Shinro rubbed her reddened eyes, her voice filled with confusion. Her gaze swept over the teachers present, finally settling on a man with disheveled long hair and a scruffy beard. Even though your combat skills are off the charts, without mastering mutation, your lifespan remains at the level of a crank hunter. Shinro sighed, her tone tinged with regret. At 66, you're not young anymore. If you don't use your sword soon, it'll be as limp as noodles. Faced with such blunt sarcasm, Miao Fei simply smiled nonchalantly, too lazy to argue. His composure caught the attention of President Shun. Shinro pondered for a moment and then abruptly said, I used to hear rumors about the tense male-male atmosphere in the Rage Corps, but I thought they were just that, rumors. Turns out, Of course, they're just rumors. Miao Fei could no longer stay silent. His face turned red, veins bulging as he loudly defended. The rage core is full of real men, straight as steel. We're not like the thorned roses. As soon as he finished speaking, Miao Fei regretted it. He felt the sharp gazes of two female teachers boring into him, sending a chill down his spine. However, his outburst did divert the matchmaker's attention away from him. Seeing the stiff expressions on the two female teachers' faces, Shunrou's lips curled into a slight smile. She clapped her hands, her voice full of admiration. You two are outstanding women. Even in the Hunter Association, you're considered exceptionally talented. It's a real pity for such excellent and beautiful women to remain single for life. With that, Shunrou took out her phone, a warm smile spreading across her face. I know plenty of young talents outstanding in looks, talent, character, and age. Let's exchange contact information, and I'll send you their profiles right now for you to choose from. No, no need. Li Jingru hurriedly shook her head. Her face slightly flustered as she blurted out, I prefer younger ones. If they're over 25, I'm not interested. 25. Shunrou raised an eyebrow. Yes, exactly. Li Jingru continued to make things up. I especially like college students, but don't worry, I know that's wrong and I would never act on it. It's fine. Shunrou's response left Li Jingru stunned. Shunrou looked directly into Li Jingru's eyes, her tone encouraging. It's not illegal. No, even if it were, no one would pursue it. If you have the charm to make a student fall for you, that's love. The love between two adults. You can totally bring him back to your dorm, and before he graduates, make the most of your time. Seize every moment, and if you end up pregnant, just get married. Li Jingru's face turned ashen on the spot. Shunrou continued, of course, male teachers are absolutely not allowed to do this. Please stay away from female students. After all, even if Li Jingru successfully robs the cradle, she'll be the one getting pregnant, while the student can continue his studies and career. But if a male teacher dares to make a move on a female student, the principal will likely crush his balls. After saying this, Shunrou gave Li Jingru a thumbs up and then turned her attention to Wu Qinghua. Qinghua, what about you? I'm not considering marriage or relationships at the moment. Wu Qinghua replied calmly. Sigh. Shunrou sighed. In another 40 or 50 years, even rank hunters will start to age, and then the wrinkles will come. Then I'll become an rank hunter. Wu Qinghua adjusted his glasses, his tone resolute. Shunrou pondered for a moment, then a satisfied smile appeared on her face. If matchmaking could produce an rank hunter, it would indeed be an unexpected bonus. She then shifted her focus back to the other teachers, continuing her matchmaking mission. Beside her, Li Jingru nudged Wu Qinghua's shoulder and whispered, Are you really aiming to become an rank hunter? After enough rest, I feel I can advance further. Wu Qinghua crossed his arms and said indifferently, Once this batch of students graduates, I'll return to the core. Oh, a sly glint flashed in Li Jingru's eyes. Then I must become an rank hunter too. Otherwise, if we meet in the future and you're still young while I'm wrinkled, just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Next year, let's go back to the core together. Wu Qinghua glanced at his friend, a slight smile tugging at his lips, but he didn't refuse. Meanwhile, Vice President Jiang Wanlong and the old principal had finished their small talk. The old principal refilled Jiang Wanlong's tea and kindly said, Tomorrow is the 6A ranking competition. You should stay at the school these days. The room is ready for you. He then gave a meaningful look at the three uninvited guests. But we haven't prepared accommodations for you. In response, the three core officers smirked. They had come prepared, driving RVs. President Jiang sipped his tea and gracefully smiled. This year's 6A evaluation has over 30 students, and even 2 espers among them. The upcoming competition is certainly something to look forward to. Hearing this, Ling San and Lan Bao exchanged a knowing glance, mysterious smiles appearing on their faces. President. Ling San gently stroked his white beard, his tone carrying a hint of mystery. Perhaps this year, your expectations can be set even higher. In the afternoon, behind the school on the mountain, the air was filled with dark energy particles. They swirled violently, radiating an intense sense of unease and danger. Lin Xiao stood under a large tree, gripping a branch, and took a deep breath. Concentrating, he watched as light particles gradually gathered, forming a black flame filled with an ominous aura. With a gentle wave of his hand, the black flame obediently adhered to his palm, appearing docile. However, this obedience was limited to Lin Xiao alone. He carefully brought the black flame close to the branch, attempting to transfer it. The flame slowly crawled up the branch 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters until it suddenly went berserk, engulfing the entire branch in an instant. Boom! The branch disintegrated into invisible dust under the ravaging black flame, scattering into the air. Lin Xiao sighed helplessly, though his face showed little disappointment. With a thought, the black flame in his hand continued to morph, twisting and shaping into a crescent as thin as a cicada's wing, burning with black fire. Whoosh! The black crescent shot through the dense foliage, turning into a streak of light that soared into the sky. Leaves rustled and fell, and several branches snapped with a crack. Lin Xiao picked up another branch, his expression filled with worry. He was training to control his supernatural abilities, especially the black flame. Lin Xiao's powers activated in 3 stages. The first stage involved assimilating energy particles, which were unstable but non-lethal and relatively safe. The second stage was the black flame, which exhibited terrifying destructive power, capable of annihilating objects with a mere touch. The third stage was the full manifestation of his power, where the black flame transformed into a crescent slash, the most lethal form, though Lin Xiao's control over it was limited. Lin Xiao preferred the second stage of the black flame due to its versatility. He had even fantasized about coating his entire body and weapons with the black flame, becoming a terrifying monster. However, reality was far more complex. The black flame's energy was too volatile and destructive. Anything it touched, apart from Lin Xiao himself, would be obliterated, including his clothes. Pondering while fiddling with the branch in his hand, Lin Xiao wondered how he could control the black flame. Should he enhance his energy weaponization level, increase his mental strength, or improve his proficiency with his powers? All these methods required long-term accumulation and couldn't be achieved overnight. For now, he just hoped to make the black flame stop destroying any weapons or clothing it touched. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Xiao. Since the black flame didn't harm him, could his own energy be within a safe range? After all, teacher Su Ruomei had once said that energy was an extension of the body. With a mindset of giving it a try, Lin Xiao released a dark gray energy veil, wrapping it around the entire branch, making it look like a burning gray torch. He carefully manipulated the black energy particles in the air, gathering them into an ominous black flame, then slowly brought it close to the branch. The black flame seemed to recognize the familiar energy. Although it showed signs of flaring up, it hesitated. It paused and spread repeatedly on the branch's surface, eventually settling steadily on the dark gray veil, merging perfectly with Lin Xiao's energy. Remarkably, the branch remained intact. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up with excitement. It worked. Although this method essentially used his energy as a medium rather than truly attaching to the object, it achieved the desired effect. However, this method also came with additional costs. Lin Xiao sensed that the energy wrapped around the branch was depleting at about 3 times the usual rate, seemingly the price for sustaining the black flame. Lin Xiao grinned, feeling the abundant power reserves within him. Compared to other hunters, his consumption was clearly more controlled. Despite the perilous nature of this power, he knew he would only use it in critical moments. Let's try Ash mode. Lin Xiao thought to himself and without hesitation, activated the Ash battle suit. In an instant, black particles surged around him, coalescing into a restless, pitch-black flame. Bring it on, he muttered, and the flames instantly engulfed him. His gloves, battle robe, trousers, flame marks, and boots all turned pitch black, with flickering black fire threads dancing on the surface, exuding an ominous and demonic aura. Lin Xiao clenched his fist, nodding in satisfaction. Just as he was about to name this mode, an unexpected event interrupted his thoughts. A startled cry followed by a dull thud echoed. The black flame-clad boots had pierced through the ground beneath him, causing him to sink into the earth, completely immobilized. This awkward situation taught Lin Xiao an important lesson. Never let the black flames cling to the soles of his boots when activating this mode. The next morning, under a bright sun, the 6A ranking tournament officially commenced. As the most significant event in the final ranking battles for juniors, the venue was set in the central arena of Luzhou Military University. The expansive arena was surrounded by layered stands, offering students an excellent view of the competition. The arena featured 1 main stage and 3 secondary stages. The main stage spanned 140 by 140 meters, 4 times the area of the Furious Combat Arena Sequence 4. The 3 secondary stages at the southern end, each 70 by 70 meters, were designated for the round-robin matches of those eliminated from the main stage. At this moment, the arena was buzzing with excitement, the stands packed to capacity. Lin Xiao, sitting in the participants area, roughly estimated that the crowd exceeded 1,000 people. Clearly, it wasn't just juniors. Students from other years, and possibly even some returning seniors, were among the spectators. Suddenly, a wave of green light surged, instantly transforming the entire arena into a sea of emerald. The noise gradually subsided, and all eyes focused on the prominent platform on the northern side of the arena. There, a few rows of tables, chairs, and sofas were arranged, seating various school dignitaries. With his white hair and beard, Ling Sen slowly approached the podium. After surveying the crowd, he began. Today, Luzhou Military University is hosting the 6A ranking tournament for the junior year. Though he had no microphone, his clear voice, amplified by the subtle vibration of green light particles carried throughout the arena. The students with 6A ratings represent the highest standard among current students. This competition is of immense value, and I hope all students watch and learn, using this as a goal to motivate themselves. This time, we are lifting weapon restrictions, allowing each student to showcase their full potential. Lin Xiao extended his right hand and brought it down forcefully. Now, I declare the tournament officially open. As his powerful voice faded, the Emerald Sea roared to life. Streams of power converged on the stage, forming countless semi-transparent branches, some sprouting from the floor, others floating in the air. Surrounding light points coalesced into a green barrier, like a giant half-dome covering the arena, separating the stands from the stage. Soon, the barrier became colorless and transparent. The 6A ranking tournament for juniors had officially begun. The venue was buzzing with excitement. The audience seats were filled with thunderous applause, and the cheers and whistles from the students echoed continuously. On the main stage, the competition progressed with a steady yet thrilling rhythm to seemingly contradictory words that, at this moment, blended perfectly together. All right, let's start the next round of competition. A clear, high-pitched female voice rang throughout the hall, like a nightingale's song. The voice came from the north side terrace, where a separate host seat was arranged on the left. A female host with long black hair and a charming makeup look raised the microphone, smiling brightly as she announced the commencement of the next match. This host, named Zhu Jing, was actually a first-year teacher who had just joined Luzhou Military University this year. As a newcomer, she was chosen by the school administration to host the main stage due to her cheerful and outgoing personality and her eloquence. Of course, it also helped that more experienced teachers were reluctant to take on the job. Following Zhu Jing's announcement, the high-definition screen hanging from the north terrace immediately displayed the information of the two student competitors. Name, Kong Chuaming class, I previous ranking, number 9. Name, Lu Zhuang class, H previous ranking, number 33. On the right side of the screen, the information for the next 3 matches on the main stage was listed. Feng Mauer H versus Chanming C. Fong 1C versus Bai Chun F. Gao Liangxiong E versus Lin Qing A. These matches were meticulously arranged by AI. On the south side of the venue, another screen displayed information about students entering the round-robin stage. In fact, the AI had already calculated which students would be eliminated into the round-robin stage on the first day. The matchups it arranged showed significant differences in strength and rankings, making the outcomes seem predetermined. Nevertheless, the matches remained exciting. Because today, the stars on the main stage were not the dominant players, but the underdogs who were about to be eliminated. As the host announced, the 2 male competitors stepped onto the stage. One was Kong Chuanming, bearing a giant axe, with a square face, handsome features, and an imposing presence. He was the top student of Class 1 and ranked 9th the previous year. The other was Lu Zhuang, carrying a long-handled broadsword, with a sturdy build and a kind, honest face. As soon as the two stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted in calls and cheers, especially from the sections where Class 1 and Class H gathered. Kong, looking good. Top student. Turn around for a photo. Kong Chuanming, don't hold back too much, or it'll be embarrassing if you lose. The atmosphere was even more enthusiastic in Lu Zhuang's class. Lu Zhuang, do your best. Give it your all. Show your full power. Make it look good. Show off all your strengths. If you win, it'll be a huge upset. Win? If you win, I'll eat my hat. Zhu Jing announced the official start of the match, but the 2 opponents on stage did not move immediately. Kong Chuanming looked his opponent in the eye and calmly asked, how do you want to do this? Weapons first or hand-to-hand? Hand-to-hand first. I'm not good at channeling my power through weapons, Lu Zhuang said, scratching his head with a sheepish smile. Kong Chuanming nodded in agreement and set down his weapon. All right, let's go. Here we go. Lu Zhuang responded, and a gray aura flowed from his sturdy body like a thin, translucent veil. An indescribable force filled his body, and even just looking at him made people's spines tingle and their skin crawl. Boom. With his full power unleashed, Lu Zhuang shot forward like a cannonball, reaching his opponent in the blink of an eye. His fist, carrying immense force, swung toward Kong Chuanming. Kong Chuanming remained unfazed, his hand wrapped in gray aura, meeting the punch Hedon. Boom. A massive shockwave exploded on the stage, forming a gaseous ring dozens of meters wide. Lu Zhuang didn't pause, launching a series of fierce attacks hooks, whip kicks, palm strikes, knee hits. He seemed to transform into a combat machine, his movements fluid and his skills executed to the fullest. Kong Chuanming mainly focused on defense, either dodging or blocking, only counterattacking occasionally when his opponent showed a clear opening. His intention to hold back was evident to any observer. Yet, neither the contestants nor the audience found this surprising. Because today, the true stars were these underdog competitors who were about to be eliminated. They would move from the main stage to the round-robin stage. For some of the weaker contestants who might not stand out in the round-robin matches, today might be their first and last chance to shine on the main stage. For this reason, class mentors had already informed the top students to hold back. On the first day, the organizer's strategy was clear. Push the contestants to give their all and showcase everything they had learned. After all, only the main stage could attract such a large audience, and it was the only place to catch the attention of the Hunter Association officials on the North Terrace. Lu Zhuang sat on the terrace, his eyes fixed on the students' performances below. As the competition entered the weapon usage phase, he opened the file in his hand, flipped to the relevant page, and took out a pen from his shirt pocket to start recording. Power balanced, footwork balanced, weapon balanced, weaponization mid-high, strength weak. While Lu Zhuang was engrossed in his notes, Zhang Wenlong and the old principal were conversing nearby. Ha ha ha. So, Chairman, what do you think? The old principal fondled his cane, smiling. The students this year are quite good, aren't they? Indeed, they are. Zhang Wenlong chuckled softly. Before their internships, over 30 students have already mastered power wrapping. The quality of the weaponization class teachers this time is very high. Hearing this, Lan Bao, sitting opposite, smirked and gave the principal a proud look. The old principal snorted lightly and shamelessly said to Chairman Jiang, "Oh, you might not know, but the teacher of the weaponization class is my student. Her achievements are a testament to my meticulous guidance." Haha. Under the speechless gazes of everyone, the old principal let out a peculiar laugh. Lin Sen glared at the old man, then turned to Zhang Wenlong and said in a low voice, "Chairman Jiang, I'll leave the student arrangements to you." "Don't worry." Zhang Wenlong nodded warmly, smiling softly. "These students are the future of the Hunter Association. I'll handle them appropriately based on their levels." The true purpose of this performance was to give Zhang Wenlong a thorough understanding of each student rated 6A. It was a roundabout way to leave an impression on him, so he could take extra care of these interns in the future. After all, young people who could reach the level Hunter standards before their internships were undoubtedly promising talents. Properly nurtured, they would become the backbone of humanity's strength. However, it wasn't just Zhang Wenlong who was paying attention to these students. 3 military officers were also present, tapping away on their phones and muttering without any pretense. "Lulu, Zhuang Dam, typo. Ghost, have you finished your evaluation? Send me a copy." "Do it yourself. We're competitors, remember?" Lu Zhuang, evaluation. Level, talent grade, 3rd class, resource allocation. Clevel, this boy isn't a good fit for our thorny rose. Evaluation. Unqualified, done. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the contestants area on the main stage was entirely different. About 20 students gathered in small groups, chatting and laughing without a hint of nervousness. After all, today's outcome was already predetermined, so there was nothing to be anxious about. In a corner of the contestants area, Lin Xiao sat alone. His legs were spread apart, head bowed, cradling an unopened greatsword. His bangs fell over his eyes, obscuring his expression. Not far from Lin Xiao, a few girls were whispering. "Really? I saw a naked man the other day, his but all white and shiny." "Eh? On campus? We have such perverts in our school?" Lin Xiao seemed oblivious to everything around him. He stroked the steel blade in his arms, his eyes vacant, pupils unfocused. Lin Xiao glanced to his right, where 4 girls were sitting in a circle, engaged in a lively conversation. Among them were Fang Wen and Lu Yuqian, alongside a petite girl from Lu Yuqian's class with a cute bob haircut. The 3 of them were intently listening to the 4th girl, who was animatedly recounting her encounter with a pervert. The storyteller had a slender frame and lightly tanned skin, with short hair that swayed gently as she spoke. She had an attractive face but carried herself with a tomboyish demeanor. Known as Windcat in Class H, she was the 10th-ranked student in her grade. After spending a considerable amount of time with the martial arts class, she had become close friends with Fang Wen, Lu Yuqian, and the others. That day, everyone was busy with the ranking exams, so I got bored and wandered around the back of the school. Windcat began excitedly. Fang Wen and Lu Yuqian nodded in sync, recalling how the recent competitions had left the 6A students with nothing to do. Windcat continued. "I had my earphones in, listening to music, thinking about exploring the hills when suddenly, she raised 2 fingers and swiped them from left to right. A male figure dashed past me in a blur." "A blur?" Lu Yuqian frowned. "Was he that fast?" "Super fast, like lightning." Windcat nodded seriously, spreading her hands wide. "If it weren't for my sharp vision, I might have missed him entirely. All I saw were 2 white butt cheeks and then he was gone in a flash." "That's disgusting." The bob-haired girl, Lin Xiao, grimaced in disgust. Windcat shook her head. Actually, his physique was pretty impressive, rather nice to look at. The other 3 girls stared at her in shock. Lu Yuqian flicked her high ponytail, her tone hesitant. "So fast that even you almost missed him?" Who could that be? A teacher? No idea. Wind Cat squinted, deep in thought. But I felt an immense energy wave. He must have been cloaked in power. Cloaked in power? Fongwen raised an eyebrow. Lu Yuqian nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Such speed must consume a lot of energy. Lin Xiao rubbed her face and sighed. So this pervert, does he think using his power as clothes means he's not streaking? Using power as clothes? Fongwen blinked, repeating softly. Lu Yuqian pondered for a moment. If that's the case, his energy reserves must be incredible, at least at a clever hunter's level. Wind Cat enthusiastically agreed. Could it really be a teacher? Should we report this to the school? Fongwen pressed her lips together and slowly turned to look at Lin Xiao with an indescribable expression. Her eyes conveyed confusion, suspicion, shock, concern, and disdain. As if saying, this kid has really gone astray. And Xiao, I'm very disappointed in you. Lin Xiao was stunned to realize he could discern so many emotions from a single look. He opened his mouth, but his dry throat failed to produce any words. At that moment, he wished he could escape this world, bury himself in black flames, and sink into the earth, never to emerge again. As a newly awakened power user, he had forgotten one crucial detail. Ordinary people need to activate their true sight to see energy. In other words, he had indeed been streaking through the school, entirely naked. Caught between self-doubt and relief, Lin Xiao was thankful that everyone had been preoccupied with exams. Thankfully, he wasn't a real pervert. He had just wanted to quickly get back to his dorm to dress. Otherwise, Wind Cat would have seen not just his back, but a clueless man casually exposing himself. That would have been a complete disaster. No, it's fine. Lin Xiao, it's fine. He slapped his cheeks to pep himself up. Only Fongwen knows, and she's understanding and kind-hearted. I'll explain tonight. She'll surely get it. However, he soon noticed 3 pairs of eyes staring directly at him. Zhuang Jinyu and Bai Shan had somehow taken seats beside him. When did you two get here? Lin Xiao asked, puzzled. Bai Shan scratched his head and gave Lin Xiao a thumbs up, his smile bright and encouraging. We saw you seemed off and came over to check. No worries. A real man faces the world hedon. Zhuang Jinyu nodded, his tone admiring. You're braver than I am. Jinyu holds you in high regard. Lin Xiao turned expressionlessly to look behind him at the aloof beauty, Ling Shui. She glanced at him with disdain, as if he were something filthy. She stood up and moved to the farthest seat, as if trying to distance herself from him. Then, she took out her phone. A threatening message flashed on the screen. Lin Xiao, you wouldn't want this secret to get out, would you? Accompanied by an image of a blood-stained knife. This mysterious villain seemed to have a hold over Lin Xiao. At the competition venue, the host, Zhu Jing, pierced through the noise with her voice. Congratulations to Kong Chuanming for winning. The students erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Zhu Jing continued, and best of luck to Lu Zhuang in the round-robin tournament, hoping he can reclaim his spot on the main stage. Lu Zhuang trembled as he got up from the floor, a vivid bruise on his chest visible through his torn clothes, clearly from a heavy blow. Suddenly, a semi-transparent green branch fell from the air and merged into his body. In just 10 seconds, the bruise vanished and his trembling ceased. After the 2 contestants exchanged gestures of respect, they left the stage, and Zhu Jing immediately announced the next match. Feng Mauer and Chen took the stage, and the screen refreshed with the new matchup. Zhao Shanjun F versus Lin Xiao C. Lin Xiao scanned the area and quickly identified his opponent, a burly man with a bear-like build, staring at him expressionlessly. Lin Xiao recognized him as the second seed of Class F, a match for Fong Wen in strength. In the last class competition, Lin Xiao had defeated him with a single over-thresholder throw. Lin Xiao gave an awkward smile and tentatively asked, your ranking is much higher than mine. Should we stick to the rules? I'll go all out in attacking, and you defend? Zhao Shanjuan's face turned ashen, his lips twitching as if he was suppressing his anger. The martial arts class students around them looked at the unlucky guy with sympathetic eyes. Resigned, Lin Xiao and the bitter-faced Zhao Shanjun walked onto the stage. The audience was in an uproar, except for the unusually quiet sections of Class F and Class C. Class F students frowned and sighed, while Class C students looked at the burly man on stage with sympathy. When the big screen displayed their past rankings, the entire venue suddenly fell silent. Strange glances spread among the students, even affecting the host Zhu Jing and several prominent figures on the North Terrace. A palpable tension filled the air. The rankings flashing on the big screen caused quite a stir among the audience. Whispers and murmurs filled the air. Some suspected a bug in the AI system, while others thought it might be a typo of 32nd or 38th place. However, more people started discussing whether Lin Xiao had actually pulled off an impressive comeback, with some even speculating about the possibility of him achieving advanced combat capabilities. On the North Terrace, Jiang Wenlong lightly tapped his clipboard, observing the students below with keen interest. He turned to Principal Zhong, a hint of surprise in his voice. Principal Zhong, I didn't expect to see a student making such rapid progress this semester. The old principal frowned, his gaze shifting to Ling San and Lan Bao. Ling San sipped his tea nonchalantly, seemingly oblivious to the principal's scrutiny. Lan Bao, on the other hand, flashed a provocative smile at the principal as if to say, I know the inside story, but I'm not telling. Principal Zhong scoffed dismissively and forced a smile at Chairman Jiang. It's always good to see students improve. He'll be showcasing his skills shortly. Let's watch closely together. At another table, the Legion officers also took an interest in this rising star, speculating that his combat abilities might have reached an advanced level. The three officers perked up, even quickening their pace at snacking on sunflower seeds. In the back row, Li Jingru pouted as she watched her student encounter Lin Xiao once again. Why does it seem like this kid and my student are destined to clash? She muttered. Wu Qinghua, eyes fixed on the stage, responded calmly, it's fate, I suppose. Li Jingru crossed her arms and chuckled mischievously. All right, let me get closer to the young ones. I'll send a couple of selfies to show off my youthful charm. Wu Qinghua adjusted his glasses and gave her a meaningful look. No need. It's not necessary. On the left side of the terrace, the host Zhu Jing, despite a slightly puzzled expression, professionally announced, now, let's turn our attention to the ring. The match is about to begin. All eyes focused on the main arena, eagerly anticipating how the seemingly underdog Lin Xiao would demonstrate his prowess. Unexpectedly, it was the highly ranked Zhao Shanjun who assumed the offensive stance first. Zhao Shanjun crouched and gathered his strength, an invisible aura emanating from within. Gray energy seeped out, enveloping his limbs. He fixed his gaze on his opponent and said in a deep voice, I'm ready. Go ahead, Lin Xiao replied calmly. Bang. In an instant, Zhao Shanjun closed the distance, his iron fist roaring through the air. Lin Xiao's eyes remained calm as he gently raised his left hand. Boom. A powerful shockwave swept across the arena, kicking up clouds of dust. The energy-infused punch was firmly caught by Lin Xiao's palm, a dark gray aura swirling at the point of contact. Zhao Shanjun, unfazed, launched into a relentless assault. His fists and kicks rained down like a storm, each strike carrying immense power. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed across the arena as their energies collided, creating shockwaves that burst like grenades. Zhao Shanjuan's prowess was far beyond that of the other competitors who had been eliminated in earlier rounds. His attacks were unreserved, fully committed to the fight. Despite the onslaught, Lin Xiao remained composed. His feet barely moved, countering Zhao Shanjuan's ferocity with subtle hand movements. Whether blocking, deflecting, or dodging, Lin Xiao's expression remained as calm as ever. Occasionally, he even counterattacked, forcing Zhao Shanjun to display his agility and footwork. Lin Xiao's demeanor mirrored that of high-ranking fighters facing weaker opponents, exuding an air of ease. However, Zhao Shanjun was no ordinary challenger. His relentless barrage, vast energy reserves, masterful combat techniques, and overwhelming presence all underscored his formidable strength. As the attacking force, Zhao Shanjuan's prowess was noticeably superior to previous contenders. Each punch he threw came with a whistling wind, and every kick seemed capable of shattering the air. Even freshmen and sophomores, who knew little about the power of martial skills, could clearly feel the oppressive force coming from him. However, what left everyone in awe was the male senior on the defensive side, Lin Xiao, who effortlessly neutralized each of these powerful attacks. His movements were as fluid as a graceful dance, with every block perfectly timed and every dodge executed with ease. The audience erupted into a frenzy. The murmurs quickly turned into animated discussions, with some even standing up in excitement. No way. There's definitely something wrong with the rankings. My goodness, I thought he was just a rapidly improving rookie, but he's a dragon that just woke up? Damn, that senior's calm and composed demeanor is so cool. It makes me want to salute him. No wonder he chose to be on the defensive side. Clearly, the contestants know their own strengths better than we do. That Zhao Shanjun is unbelievably strong. If it were me up there, I'd probably be knocked out with just one punch. This level of skill must be in the top 5 of the entire year. How did the school's AI rank him alongside Zhao Shanjun? Did they use the principal's hair for calculations? On the North Terrace, Ms. Zhu Jing, a female teacher, was already wide-eyed with her mouth slightly open in shock. She turned to look at her senior colleagues with a bewildered expression that seemed to silently ask, how on earth did you rank your juniors? Apart from a few teachers familiar with Lin Xiao, the others were equally puzzled. They had no idea the kid was this formidable. The 3 Legion officers nearby had already shifted from their relaxed demeanor to a serious posture, fully focused on their work. After recording Zhao Shanjuan's information, their eyes were locked on Lin Xiao, especially on the points of contact between him and his opponent. Whenever their bodies were about to collide, a thin layer of dark gray film would appear on Lin Xiao's body, perfectly blocking the attack before it vanished instantly. This precise control over martial energy was truly astounding. Lin Xiao stroked his short red hair, raising an interested eyebrow and smiling. Yu Gue quietly observed the fight for a while, his handsome face calm and his gaze deep. He then took out his phone and succinctly noted, Lin Xiao, preliminary assessment. Top-tier talent, comparable to the top 10 of the year. Ziyao had already moved next to Wu Qinghua, snapping photos of Lin Xiao's student profile. She asked excitedly, Qinghua, what's this kid like? Fairly upright. Wu Qinghua answered briefly. MHM, Ziyao nodded. Skillful, good character, and even though he's a guy, he's quite good-looking. She twirled her phone and smiled slyly. We should definitely try to recruit him. I'll post in the officer group later and say he's one of your students. Wu Qinghua adjusted his glasses and said nothing. On the main terrace, President Jiang was intently observing the ongoing melee. He moved his pen aside and silently flipped through the files in his arms, turning from Lin Xiao's page to Zhao Shanjuan's. While taking notes, he smiled wryly at the old principal beside him. Principal Zhong, next time there's a surprise like this, give me a heads up. Flipping through these files is quite a hassle. The old principal rubbed his shiny head and turned to glare fiercely at the head of the junior class. What's the deal with this student? Explain it to me. Ling San stroked his white beard nonchalantly and said, all I know is he's the new top student of Class C. I don't have much more information. The old principal then glared at Lan Bao. Lan Bao chuckled and mimicked a swinging motion. He's my tennis buddy. We occasionally play tennis with my mom. The old principal, of course, didn't believe a word of it. He was so furious that he rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the two enigmatic teachers. Just then, a loud bang echoed from the arena. Lin Xiao, with a side swing of his greatsword, executed a beautiful sideways strike as if he were playing tennis. Boom! The side of the greatsword struck Zhao Shanjun heavily, creating a visible shockwave. The burly man, along with his large hammer, traced a graceful arc before crashing heavily outside the ring. Lan Bao asked smugly, how's that? His tennis skills aren't bad, right? The old principal was left speechless, staring in silence at the calm and composed young man in the arena. Congratulations to Lin Xiao on his victory. As soon as the host, Zhu Jing, finished speaking, the entire venue fell into a brief silence. Then, as if a bomb had gone off, the crowd erupted into deafening cheers and applause. This time, even the usually reserved students from Class 3F and Class 3C joined in the loud celebration. Students from Class 3F shouted excitedly, well played, old Zhao. Take some time to regroup in the round robin and come back stronger in a few days. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, Lin Xiao is a beast, always clashing with our Class 3F. On the Class 3C side, the atmosphere was filled with playful banter towards Lin Xiao. Top player. Still looking sharp today. Lin Xiao, I recorded your heroic performance. Pay me 500 and I'll send it to you. Lin Xiao, I sent the video to your mom. You better thank sister ya. Top player, strike a pose. I'll take a handsome photo of you. Top player, I noted down your match details. I'll narrate it at our next class gathering. Lin Xiao silently turned his gaze to the large round-robin screen on the south side of the venue, which displayed the event schedule. Usually, once the main stage host declared the winner, the list would scroll smoothly, listing the subsequent matches for the losing side. However, this time, the screen seemed to stutter for a moment. Zhao Shanjun versus Chun Mi. Lin Xiao understood that the AI system was recalculating the participants for the round robin. His unexpected victory had disrupted the original plan, forcing the system to reconfigure the entire schedule. Feeling a brief pang of guilt for causing extra work for the system, Lin Xiao silently apologized. He then walked over to Zhao Shanjun outside the ring. Brother Zhao, are you all right? Not too bad. Zhao Shanjun had already stood up. Apart from his depleted energy, he had no visible injuries thanks to Lin Xiao's skillful use of the flat side of his greatsword, which distributed the impact and pushed Zhao Shanjun out of the ring without causing harm. Additionally, the headmaster's healing branch quickly restored Zhao Shanjuan's condition. However, Zhao Shanjuan's face showed a hint of grievance. He had expected to advance easily to the next round, only to face the formidable Lin Xiao. Now, having lost, he not only missed the chance to rest in the player's seat, but also had to compete in the round robin to reclaim his ranking. Seeing the aggrieved look on Zhao Shanjuan's face, Lin Xiao felt a wave of discomfort, as if goosebumps had risen all over his body. He hurriedly offered a few words of comfort before quickly returning to the player's seat. As evening approached, the host announced, "Thank you to all the participants and the audience for your cheers and applause. Today's events are now concluded. The first day of the 6A ranking matches had officially ended. Starting tomorrow, the real battles among the top contenders would begin. The participants would no longer be required to hold back, as the remaining dozen or so competitors had similar strength levels. Apart from the top three, who were exceptionally strong, there was little room for holding back among the others. After having dinner with his friends, Lin Xiao trained until late at night. He then quietly slipped out of the dormitory and headed to the back mountain alone. Today, his throne had fully charged, and he couldn't wait to check his storage. As his thoughts ascended and his mind became tranquil, he opened his eyes to a breathtaking sight of an eclipsed moon. Black flames roared, outlining a perfect arc of moonlight, resembling a delicate crescent shining with a dreamlike glow in the abyssal darkness. Holy crap! It's grown so much? Lin Xiao's eyes widened in shock as he looked at his throne. Compared to its initial size of about 100 meters, the eclipsed moon had now expanded several dozen times. Lin Xiao roughly estimated its diameter to be at least 3,000 meters. This meant he had an enormous reserve of power. Amidst his excitement, Lin Xiao pondered a crucial question. Could he retract the storage after bringing it down? This was a significant issue. Although the throne's energy was constantly replenishing, its capacity was enormous, and it had taken him several days to fill it up. I must test it out. With a thought, Lin Xiao's consciousness exited the throne and returned to the back mountain. Looking up at the starry sky, he released his will, summoning the throne into reality. Above the clouds, another crescent moon quietly appeared. It was entirely white, outlining a beautiful arc, more exquisite and dreamlike than the real moon. Within the arc of the crescent, the purest darkness spread. This darkness was deeper than the surrounding starry sky, seemingly capable of swallowing all light. The blackness gently rippled like flames, exuding an indescribable sense of foreboding and danger. Gazing at the eclipsed moon in the sky, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. He had always wondered how the energy of the superpowers descended, and why it always came from directly above. Was it similar to a satellite? Now, Lin Xiao finally understood. The throne's position was mysterious and elusive, always situated among the stars. The first time he ascended to the starry sky, he could clearly see the moon near the blue star. Each subsequent descent to the clouds saw the throne's position changing until his superpowers awakened, and it finally became fixed. Lin Xiao felt that the throne was far away, not near the blue star, or even within the solar system. What surprised him even more was that it seemed to exist in a different world from his own. The reason superpowers could instantly bring down a warehouse was that a hole was opened in the sky. This direct passage, akin to the throne's inherent ability, allowed the superpowers to traverse space and descend directly from above. Lin Xiao quietly sensed it and quickly grasped how to use it. This passage could adjust its power, from dropping an entire moon to drawing a single beam of energy for small-scale use. This discovery thrilled him, greatly facilitating the upcoming recovery experiment. With a release of his will, the eclipsed moon rippled. A half-meter diameter, pitch-black beam shot down instantly, piercing through the clouds and air, and precisely reaching the ground. Within a 5-meter radius around Lin Xiao, pitch-black energy particles filled the air. Their density was so high that they compressed the surrounding space, forming a pure black domain that even obscured Lin Xiao's figure. Time to recover, Lin Xiao murmured, lightly waving his right hand. Nearly half of the energy particles vanished instantly, dissolving into the air and returning to the throne. Snap! Lin Xiao snapped his fingers, and the pitch-black energy rapidly converged, igniting several terrifying black flames in midair. This form works too, he muttered, followed by another snap. Snap! One of the black flames began to reshape, tracing a graceful arc and eventually forming a thin, fiery crescent moon. Superpowers can take shape too, Lin Xiao shouted excitedly. With a thought, the crescent moon floating in midair transformed into a streak of light, slashing towards a tree branch at lightning speed. Whoosh! The black moon slash cut through the branch effortlessly, without the slightest pause. Thud! A small piece of the branch fell to the ground. Just as the crescent was about to tear through its next target, Lin Xiao promptly dispersed the superpower, allowing the energy to dissolve into the air. Before the branch hit the ground, another slash flew out. This time, without anyone controlling it, the crescent moon ascended at a 45-degree angle, piercing through the unoccupied clouds. Lin Xiao carefully sensed the recovered energy, pondering for a moment before concluding before the energy was consumed. No matter its form, it could be recovered into the warehouse. However, the energy consumed during the slash that destroyed the branch was certain and could not be reclaimed. Additionally, once the superpower escaped Lin Xiao's perception range, these powers truly vanished. This range was vast and seemed proportional to his mental strength, generally not affecting energy recovery under normal circumstances. Crossing his arms, Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. He finally understood why Zhuang Jinyu and Ling Shui never hesitated to summon the throne. It was because of this convenient function. Looking up, Lin Xiao was about to close the throne's passage, but as he gazed at the eclipsed moon, he suddenly paused. A bold idea flashed in his mind. Theoretically, he could pull down the entire moon, but did it have to descend in the form of energy particles? Could it descend directly as a superpower? For example, transform the entire eclipsed moon into a slash. This thought made Lin Xiao blink, startled by his own imagination. Such a massive energy, directly transformed into a black moon slash. How devastating would it be? The idea was both dangerous and thrilling, causing Lin Xiao to tremble with a mix of fear and excitement. I really want to try it, he murmured. Though it may not be practical, I really want to see it, even if just once. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao encouraged himself, yes, just to see it. After all, it can be recovered. Just let it hang in the sky without striking down. Resolute, Lin Xiao looked at the eclipsed moon with anticipation, releasing his forbidden will. The eclipsed moon began to descend, but not as a whole. The bright crescent still hung in the distance, while only the pitch-black part was peeling away. The massive, terrifying black energy filled the entire cloud layer, like a lightless abyss, covering the sky over the entire back mountain. Suddenly, the darkness ignited, flames tracing graceful arcs, extending for thousands of meters, gradually taking shape. The surroundings grew increasingly silent, the sounds of cicadas and birds fading away. As the slash, burning with black flames and filling the sky, appeared, the back mountain fell into a deathly silence. Boundless despair enveloped the land, silencing all the animals on the mountain, plunging them into an apocalyptic stillness. In the instant he saw the black moon slash, Lin Xiao understood everything. He absolutely could not let it descend. Otherwise, besides himself, the entire back mountain would be obliterated. Snap! Lin Xiao swiftly withdrew his ability, and the black moon vanished into the night sky. Transforming into a shadow, he sped away from the mountain. However, just as he reached the foot, he was caught red-handed. Meanwhile, in a tastefully decorated VIP guest room, a gray-haired man was peacefully asleep. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing a pair of golden, gleaming vertical pupils. Rising from his bed, he pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window and walked into the night sky on invisible steps. Standing 100 meters above ground, Vice President Jiang Wanlong gazed at the tranquil campus, his brow slightly furrowed. Whose energy was that just now? Is an rank hunter testing their abilities? He pondered. Not only Jiang Wanlong, but an elderly man also appeared above the principal's quarters. Dressed in pink and white cotton pajamas and wearing a pink nightcap, he waved his cane and shouted, "Who did that just now? Stand forth and own up." Disturbing people's sleep in the middle of the night? Fuming with anger, the old principal spotted the approaching cadre members and immediately pointed at them. "Was it you lot? I knew you military types were up to no good, trying to send this old man to his grave early, huh?" Xiao pouted and complained. "What are you talking about? I just got woken up too, and I'm annoyed as well." Ghost silently shook his head, while Flame Beast scratched his head and explained, "Principal, don't accuse us. We're always well behaved." The old principal muttered suspiciously, "Could it be that rascal Lan Bao?" Before he could finish his sentence, a gust of wind blew, and Lan Bao appeared before them. Looking displeased, "You old fool, stop making wild guesses. That energy came from the back mountain. We'll have to check the surveillance anyway, so why not just take a look?" Reluctantly, the principal admitted that the suggestion made sense. Just as he was about to arrange the investigation, a loud voice interrupted, "No need, it was me." An elderly man with white hair and a crane-like beard descended from the sky, arriving in front of them in an instant. The principal, fuming with rage, spat out, "Ling Xin, aren't you supposed to live off campus? What were you doing going crazy in the back mountain?" Ling Xin proudly explained that he had lost a drawing contest with his wife and was invited out of the house, so he went to the back mountain to relax. The principal was livid. "So you're saying you got kicked out by your wife, had nowhere to sleep, and decided to go crazy in the back mountain?" The two old men started to argue fiercely, and the cadre members took the opportunity to retreat. Before leaving, Lan Bao glanced at Ling Xin, puzzled. Can that old man really produce such a fierce and sharp energy? After thinking for a moment, she shrugged it off with a smile. "Never mind." At the same time, Lin Xiao was having a peculiar conversation with Ling Xin. "Director, if the school finds out that I caused that attack, will I get a demerit?" Lin Xiao asked nervously. Ling Xin waved his hand. "Oh, no. At most they'll just ask you to register your ability. Besides, you can't hide it. Once you use your ability, they'll immediately link it to tonight's events. Then why are you so secretive, insisting that I keep it quiet?" Lin Xiao was even more confused. A sly glint flashed in Ling Xin's eyes. "I want them to find out during the competition. When they are completely shocked, I can capture their reactions." Little Ling Shui laughing her head off. JPG. Lin Xiao was speechless and could only put away his phone silently. Just then, he received a friend request with the note, "This is Teacher Li Jingru." Confused, he accepted the request. 5 minutes later, a message popped up. So slow. Do you not use your phone, kid? Never mind. Tada. From today, you're friends with Sister Li Jingru. Let's start some late-night chats, shall we? Looking at the baffling message, Lin Xiao didn't know how to respond and could only mutter, huh? The central arena was buzzing with excitement as the main stage battle reached its climax. Fang Wen, wielding a battle blade and a diamond-shaped shield, had powerful energy coursing through her limbs. Her opponent, Feng Mauer, brandished a greatsword, moving with the speed of a whirlwind. Both were evenly matched in skill, agility, and the ability to weaponize their energy, but Fang Wen lagged slightly in strength and speed. Thanks to the defensive advantage of her shield, she managed to hold her ground, though she couldn't secure a decisive edge, leading to a stalemate. In the contestant seating area, Bai Shan leaned closer to Lin Xiao, noticing his tired expression. Lin Xiao, why do you look so exhausted? He asked, puzzled. Lin Xiao rubbed his eyes and forced a smile. I only got 2 hours of sleep last night. Zhuang Jinyu raised an eyebrow at this, speaking sternly, that's not acceptable. You have 3 matches today. Not taking this seriously is a matter of attitude. Lin Xiao sighed and explained, I didn't want to either. Last night, the homeroom teacher of Class F added me as a friend and kept me chatting all night. Recalling the thousands of meaningless messages, he couldn't help but marvel at the teacher's relentless chatter. Lin Xiao suspected ulterior motives, perhaps an attempt to sap his energy and affect his performance today. What puzzled him even more was that the teacher had sent him several personal photos during their conversation. Lin Xiao saved the photos, planning to show them to teacher Wu Qinghua later. Looking at Zhuang Jinyu, Bai Shan, and Ling Shui, Lin Xiao asked indignantly, why do you 3 only have 1 match today? Bai Shan proudly gave a thumbs up. Because our hidden rankings are high. Zhuang Jinyu elaborated. The system has already predicted that we'll make it to the finals. Having us compete more would just be a waste of time. The 3 of them had already won their matches against Lu Yuqian, Wu Zhixing, and Gao Yangxiang with overwhelming victories. Lin Xiao checked his phone, seeing that the system had scheduled him for 3 matches. Although a few sleepless nights wouldn't significantly affect a military student's combat ability, Lin Xiao was still a bit annoyed. He asked Zhuang Jinyu about the current match rules and learned that this was a round-robin tournament on the main stage. Unless he accumulated too many losses, a single defeat wouldn't eliminate him. Determined, Lin Xiao decided that there was no need to reveal his full strength to his opponents. He would go for quick victories. As Fang Wen regrettably lost her match, the big screen refreshed with new match information. Lin Xiao glanced at his next opponent Kong Chuanming. The top student from Class 1, Kong Chuanming, was staring back at Lin Xiao, his brows furrowed, filled with both apprehension and fighting spirit, seemingly eager to avenge a past defeat. Amid the calls from the host, Zhu Jing, Lin Xiao and Kong Chuanming stepped onto the stage. The audience erupted into a frenzy of discussion. Class 1 students cheered for Kong Chuanming, while Class C students appeared unusually calm, as if indifferent to the outcome. On the North Terrace, Jiang Wenlong tapped the file in his hand, a hint of interest crossing his face. Is it that student with the peculiar ranking? Humph. Finally, we get to see what he's made of today. The old principal's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he focused on Lin San and Lan Bao across the arena. The top students from each class exuded an air of confidence, ensuring that no one would be easily overpowered. Jiang Wenlong chuckled softly and nodded, flipping open Lin Xiao's file and marking his place with a bookmark. He then turned to Kong Chuanming's page, picked up his pen, and half-jokingly remarked, I need to assess both sides. Today's workload has doubled. Lin San and Lan Bao overheard the conversation, exchanged a quick glance, and both smiled subtly. At the neighboring table, 3 Legion officers were also quite impressed. Compared to yesterday's exhibition matches, today's student performances had clearly reached a higher level. Their phones were already filled with information on many promising talents, including second and first-tier candidates. The 2 current contestants were considered top-tier talents by the officers. According to the 3 Legions rating standards, students with top 10 or top-ranked combat abilities were classified as first-tier talents. This year's top 3 were exceptions, classified as extraordinary talents requiring additional evaluation, especially the 2 ability users, whose recruitment priority was second only to actual officers. Haha, today's been a visual feast. The gains far exceed previous years. Yin Shou laughed heartily, taking a swig of beer. Agreed. Yu Gue nodded slightly. The quality of this year's students is significantly better than the past few years. Ziao was even more excited, starting to list names. Lin Shui, Lu Yuqian, Feng Mauer, Fang Wen also counts. 1 extraordinary, 3 first-tier talents, all secured. Although the students hadn't graduated yet, her tone suggested she already considered these female students part of her group. Yin Shou and Yu Gui's faces darkened at her words. Compared to Jingji Qiangwei, their legions indeed lacked appeal, especially Bao Nu Bing Tuan, which almost no female students wanted to join. Yin Shou gloomily chugged his beer and waved his hand. Let's not talk about this. Watch the match, watch the match. All right, the match officially begins. The female host's voice rang out. On the arena, Kong Chuanming removed his giant axe, his expression serious as he faced Lin Xiao. Last time, I underestimated you and didn't use my best state, so I deserve that defeat. Lin Xiao blinked in confusion. But this time, I'll treat you as a true opponent, holding nothing back. Kong Chuaming lowered his stance, an invisible aura enveloping him. Plus, I'm much stronger than last time. A gray veil seeped from his body, wrapping around his limbs and chest, spreading to cover the giant axe, giving the weapon a shrouded appearance. Underestimating me now won't be in your favor. You've indeed become stronger. Impressive. Lin Xiao nodded honestly, his gaze on the giant axe covered in the gray veil. Kong Chuaming's progress in weaponizing his power was evident. After complimenting his opponent, Lin Xiao raised his hand politely and asked, "May I start?" "May?" Before he could finish, Kong Chuaming's forehead was firmly grasped by a slender right hand. His center of gravity shifted, his body tilted back, and his vision spun a feeling he knew all too well. His pupils trembled violently as he wrapped his forehead and the back of his head in a layer of gray veil at lightning speed. Yet, it was all in vain. Seeing his opponent had completed his defense, Lin Xiao increased his strength without hesitation. The unimaginable force crushed Kong Chuaming's head downward. Boom! The floor shattered instantly, sending a shockwave hundreds of meters high across the arena. The gust swept through the audience, ruffling students' hair, toppling their snacks, and freezing their expressions. Lin Xiao quietly released his grip and stood up straight. Just like last time, the top student of Class 1 lay silently on the broken floor, fast asleep. The arena fell into an eerie silence. No cheers, no applause, just dead quiet. On the balcony, teacher Zhu Jing tilted her head, microphone at her lips, unable to utter a word. Next to her, Jiang Wanlong stared silently at the file, pin suspended midair. A look of confusion slowly spread across his refined face. How should he write this evaluation? Just now, did anyone actually display their strength? After waiting in silence for a while, Lin Xiao turned his head to look at the female host on the terrace. His gaze silently urged her, "Sis, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and announce the end." As if sensing his intention, the teacher, Zhu Jing, cleared her throat and picked up the microphone to announce loudly, "Congratulations to contestant Lin Xiao for winning." The host's voice broke the silence of the venue, and the audience erupted in exclamations. Holy crap! Instant win! Did he just drop like that? What just happened? Why did someone fall asleep in the ring? Isn't the skill gap a bit too much? Kong Chuaming is the top student, after all. I'm so jealous. I wish it were me being pinned down by Lin Xiao. Kong. Oh Kong. How did the top student lose so quickly? Couldn't last even a second? Watching the student carrying his opponent off the stage, Jiang Wenlong pondered for a moment before turning to the old principal and asking, "Isn't this student's strength a bit too overwhelming?" The old principal rubbed his weary forehead and glared at a certain dean and the martial arts class teacher across from him. Ling San stroked his long beard and chuckled. Well, he did defeat the 5th-ranked student to become the head of Class C. His strength is sufficient. He still has 2 more matches today. Just keep watching and you'll see. Lan Bao waved his hand and continued munching on sunflower seeds. Meanwhile, the 3 military officers at the next table were staring at their phones, contemplating whether to raise Lin Xiao's rating. An hour later, Lin Xiao received information about his next opponent, Lin Xiao C versus Gao Wen H. At this moment, Gao Wen, with his blonde hair and blue eyes, was staring at his phone in disbelief. He raised his head, and his classmates looked at him with sympathetic eyes. Across from him, the monster, ranked 382, slowly turned his head and gave him a friendly smile. The smile seemed warm but sent chills down Gao Wen's spine. Clang! With a metallic clash, Gao Wen, represented by number 7, soared into the air, tracing a long arc before crashing outside the ring. Lin Xiao sheathed his sword, which had turned into a paddle, and looked directly at the female host. Teacher Zhu Jing's eye twitched as she announced with a peculiar tone, "Congratulations to contestant Lin Xiao for winning." She had just shouted, "Start," 2 seconds ago. This student's strength is definitely off the charts. Not only the first-year teacher but all the students in the audience also sensed something unusual. Another instant win? Who's next? Can they last a bit longer? I'm losing hope in this world of instant wins. What's wrong with instant wins? Gao Wen. Gao Wen. Damn it. In terms of looks, the top student isn't inferior to him. Zhuang Jinyu whispered to his best friend, "He's really irritated today. Is sleep deprivation affecting him that much? Is he in a hurry to go home and nap?" Lin Xiao ignored the murmuring duo beside him. He squinted his eyes slightly, staring silently at Ling Xue in the front right. She was holding her phone, unabashedly taking pictures of him. "Do I look different today?" Lin Xiao opened the front camera and scrutinized his face. Apart from the slightly furrowed brows and stern expression due to the long wait, everything seemed normal. Turning off his phone and crossing his arms, Lin Xiao silently waited for the next match to be arranged. These 3 matches were scheduled by AI based on the contestants' victories. Winning would mean facing a higher-ranked opponent next, while losing would result in a lower-ranked one. Excluding the top 3 who didn't need to compete, Lin Xiao's opponent could only be chosen from Lu Yuqian, Wu Zhixing, and Gao Liangxiong. Lin Xiao's gaze swept over these familiar faces. Gao Liangxiong noticed Lin Xiao's gaze, raised his eyebrows, patted his bulging chest muscles, and gave a hearty yet comical smile. Beside him, Wu Zhixing still wore his usual stern face, mirroring Lin Xiao's expression. Lu Yuqian, sitting next to Feng Wan, also seemed to realize she might be Lin Xiao's next opponent. She frowned tightly, sneaking glances at him. When their eyes met, Lu Yuqian shuddered. She clenched her right fist in the air and clutched her abdomen with her left hand, as if it still hurt. Whatever, any of the 3 will do. Lin Xiao withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes slightly, and waited for the match update. Ding! The match update arrived. Lin Xiao checked his phone. Lin Xiao C versus Wu Zhixing C. Raising his eyelids, he saw Wu Zhixing already standing in front of him. He had his hands in his pockets and a confident smile on his lips, clearly pleased with how the match was progressing. The host's voice boomed across the arena. Next group of students, please come to the stage. 2 figures stepped onto the platform. One carried a massive double-handed sword, while the other wielded a sword and shield. They were Lin Xiao and Wu Zhixing. The large screen immediately displayed their information. Lin Xiao, Class C, previous rank number 382. Wu Zhixing, Class C, previous rank number 5. The audience erupted into a frenzy. It's an internal duel within Class C. Wu Zhixing is in the top 5 of the entire grade. Isn't he the top of Class C? I've heard that Lin Xiao is now the top student. Wow. Is this a battle for revenge between the old and new top students? This is intense. Class C students exchanged complex looks. It was, after all, a duel between their 2 top students, and they didn't know whom to support. However, in their hearts, the outcome seemed inevitable. The female host crisply announced the start of the match. Lin Xiao flexed his wrists, ready to finish the fight quickly, when an unexpected request came. Hey, can I ask you something? Wu Zhixing's voice was unexpectedly calm, even carrying a hint of submission. Lin Xiao tilted his head, surprised that his once arrogant opponent would say such a thing. Wu Zhixing's face was expressionless, showing neither humiliation nor aggression. He raised his battle sword, pointing at Lin Xiao's leg and said, "Use the move from last time to defeat me." Lin Xiao immediately understood that he was referring to the Ash Mode kick. He shook his head and refused, "No, you'll die." It wasn't a taunt, but a statement of fact. Lin Xiao's physical strength had undergone a dramatic transformation. If he went all out, not just Wu Zhixing, even Bai Shan could be killed instantly. Without using his special abilities, he was confident he could take on the top 3. Is that so? Wu Zhixing's calmness was unexpected, almost serene. He was silent for a moment before bending into a defensive stance, raising his shield and shouting, "Then, use twice the strength from last time. Overwhelm me." Before he finished speaking, an invisible aura burst from within Wu Zhixing. Gray flames surged like a tide, wrapping around his limbs, covering his entire body, and even climbing onto his shield. More astonishingly, this energy continued to compress, its density increasing. Wu Zhixing was clearly sacrificing duration for a moment of peak power in overclocking mode commonly used by veteran hunters in the Berserker Dojo, and a simplified version of Lin Xiao's Ash Mode. Seeing Wu Zhixing's state, Lin Xiao lowered his gaze slightly and said softly, "All right." Wu Zhixing's condition couldn't last much longer. Lin Xiao knew the value of time. He quickly infused a thin layer of power into the soles of his shoes, fixing his gaze on his opponent's eyes with laser-like focus. "I'm going in," he declared firmly. Bang! The ground shattered instantly, a fierce wind erupted, and Lin Xiao's figure vanished like a ghost. In the next moment, he appeared right in front of his opponent. Lin Xiao's right leg transformed into a black thunderbolt, slicing through the air with unstoppable force. Hard! Wu Zhixing's eyes widened, his muscles tensed and bulged, veins popping out. He quickly raised his shield to intercept the attack. Boom! Clang! The fiber shoe sole collided with the steel shield, emitting a deafening metallic clash. In an instant, it was as if a massive explosion occurred, releasing a terrifying pressure. The shockwave surged out, crashing toward the ceiling. Wu Zhixing was thrown back like a cannonball, still holding his shield. Sparks flew from his shoes as they scraped along the arena floor, carving a 100-meter-long scar. His body left the stage, legs flailing in the air, heading straight for the audience. Whoa! The crowd gasped. Students in the front row scrambled to their feet and retreated. Just before Wu Zhixing crashed into the audience, a transparent barrier stopped his momentum. Boom! The man's back slammed into the barrier, sending ripples of green energy across its surface. Ugh! The immense impact forced blood and gastric fluids from Wu Zhixing's mouth. his eyes rolling back slightly. His sword and shield fell to the ground, his hands trembling and bleeding, all his power gone. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, staining his shirt. Wu Zhixing's legs buckled, his body leaning against the energy barrier, breathing heavily in defeat. 2 minutes later, he painfully opened his eyes and looked at Lin Xiao on the stage. His trembling right hand slowly lifted, revealing a blood-stained grin. I lost. Congratulations to Lin Xiao on the victory. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Lin Xiao silently walked over to Wu Zhixing. The once fierce beast was now utterly spent, yet his face showed a hint of satisfaction. He had taken a kick that could crush a battle tank and tear apart a Class D beast, with twice the force from the last top selection. Good job, Lin Xiao said calmly, then turned and walked back to the contestants area. Principal Zhong and Jiang Wenlong exchanged helpless glances. Jiang Wenlong tapped the files in his hand and smiled wryly. This student shouldn't be in a regular match. The old principal wiped his wrinkled face and sighed. I'll have someone place him directly in the finals. He shouldn't be messing around in these matches. The gap is too wide. He should be competing with the top 3. He then turned to Ling San and Lan Bao with dissatisfaction. Why didn't you tell me we had such an exceptional student? Ling Sen shook his head and explained. His previous rankings were too low. He had to participate. Lan Bao agreed. If he doesn't compete in a few matches, how will the other students accept it? Each had their own thoughts. Lan Bao was thinking about the display of power, while Ling San was focused on the supernatural abilities. In the audience, representatives from various military corps were having heated discussions. Yin Shou guzzled beer and laughed. This kid is perfect for our furious corps. Yu Guai silently raised Lin Zhao's recruitment priority. Ziyao nestled in Wu Qinghua's arms, pouting. Qinghua, what style does that kid like? I'll dress up to meet him. Wu Qinghua maintained her composure, checking student information on her device, and received a private photo collection. She selected a few from her own collection in response and suggested Ziyao consult Li Jingru. Li Jingru looked puzzled but quickly regained her confidence. I'll send him dozens of selfies tonight. I'll figure that kid out completely. Back at the dorm, Lin Xiao looked at the photos Wu Qinghua sent, utterly confused. He felt there was something odd about the teacher-student relationship but decided to take a shower and get some sleep, leaving it for another time. For the next 2 days, Lin Xiao, like the top 3, had a bye. He didn't watch the matches but instead faced his computer alone, embarking on a challenging journey of memorization and calculation. On the computer screen, numbers and calculation symbols scrolled madly at a rate of twice per second. 1483, 545, 3582. Lin Xiao stared intently at the screen, his nerves taut. After a full minute, the scrolling finally stopped. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to organize the hundreds of numbers that had flashed by in his mind. As time passed, Lin Xiao's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. His fingers trembled slightly in the air, as if performing invisible calculations. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and his fingers flew across the keyboard. 255,468,247.6865. A line of green text immediately appeared on the screen. Congratulations! Correct answer. Yes. Lin Xiao couldn't help but raise his hands in triumph, tears of joy streaming down his face. This grueling and tedious training was finally over, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Lin Xiao rubbed his sore temples and recalled discovering this software, Crazy Mental Math Beads, a week ago. It was originally designed for kids in mental math training classes and had 10 difficulty levels. The first 3 levels were manageable, but the later stages were a programmer's sadistic joke, filled with complex symbols and random numbers. Despite this, Lin Xiao chose to challenge the 4th level. This inhuman level of training, though torturous, significantly improved his memory and calculation abilities. Compared to ordinary people, his mental prowess was now far superior. Lin Xiao opened his status panel and carefully reviewed his stats. Name, Lin Xiao. Title, Heir to the Throne. Potential points, 1. Strength, 21. Agility, 20. Constitution, 28. Spirit, 33. Abilities, Moonlit Blessing, Gift of the Shining Stars LV2. Among his skills, his footwork had improved the fastest, thanks to his training in the mechanical tunnel. His go progress was also steady, even though he only practiced in his spare time. His progress in martial arts was relatively slow, possibly due to the lack of strong opponents. Lin Xiao decided he would visit the Frenzy Fighting Dojo more often to spar with crank hunters to speed up his improvement. His progress with dual-wielding swords was the slowest, even though he often trained with them while practicing his energy weaponization. After reaching LV2, the experience gained from sword training had greatly diminished. He recalled that during military combat against beasts, his dual-wielding sword skills improved the fastest. It seemed he would have to wait until his senior year internship, when he could hunt beasts in the wilderness, to truly advance this skill. Lin Xiao's current training focus was energy projection. In theory, the next stage should be transformation, converting his internal energy into energy particles. However, this was still a distant goal for him. Teacher Lan Bao said he needed to become familiar with energy light particles. Lin Xiao summoned his black flame and moon-white little cutie, carefully observing and manipulating them hundreds of times. Yet he still had no clue how to transform his internal energy. It wasn't due to a lack of familiarity, but rather that his proficiency in energy projection wasn't high enough. Simple sword energy and fist pressure were just the most basic uses. Lin Xiao extended his right hand, and dark gray flame threads flowed from his palm, swirling and gathering in the air, eventually forming a semi-transparent rectangular crystal, with the edges burning with flame threads. This energy crystal was much more complex than simple sword energy or fist pressure. Lin Xiao had used it during military hunts against crank beasts to form platforms under his feet, enabling aerial combat. Now, he was attempting to create more crystals. 1, 2, 3. Eventually, 6 energy crystals floated in his palm, 4 rectangular and 2 square. Lin Xiao held his breath, controlling these crystals. They began to move and combine, eventually forming a tightly sealed cube. It was dark gray, semi-transparent, with a small flame burning at its center. Lin Xiao exhaled in relief, satisfied with his creation. This cube reminded him of the barrier set up by director Ling San in the central arena, though it was still quite crude by comparison. This was a technique taught by teacher Lan Bao and the current focus of Lin Xiao's training. Only when his proficiency in energy projection was high enough could he attempt transformation training. Lin Xiao planned his future training in his mind. After the 6A ranking competition, he decided to stay at school for a few more days to max out his current skills. During the holidays, he also planned to seek new skills to gain potential points. Now, Lin Xiao opened a random number and letter generator in his browser. He set the quantity to 1000 and clicked confirm. Instantly, the screen was filled with randomly generated numbers and letters, completely devoid of any pattern. Lin Xiao carefully scanned each symbol, then closed his eyes and began to recall them in his mind. This meaningless, patternless information was harder to remember than textbook material, but the experience points given by the system were also more generous. Despite the tedious and torturous nature of this training method, Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and persevered. By the next evening, he finally finished this self-imposed torture and felt reborn. He excitedly ran out of his dorm, dashing through the campus as if rediscovering the beauty of the world. Along the way, he ran into Zhao Xia, Qin Feifei, and Fang Wan, who were heading to the cafeteria. Lin Xiao, the competition's already over today. Where are you running off to? Zhao Xia asked curiously. Lin Xiao shouted excitedly. I can do anything. I want to run everywhere. I want to hug every tree. I want to kick teacher Wang Gang's butt. I'm free now. Seeing Lin Xiao in such an unusually high-spirited state, the 3 girls exchanged glances and finally decided to take action. That evening, they collectively escorted Lin Xiao to the medical room for a full mental health checkup. Today's central arena is more electrifying than ever. After several days of continuous matches, the preliminary rankings for the 6A division have been established. Now, the real main event is about to unfold the showdown among the top 4 students of the grade. With the exceptional addition of Lin Xiao, the number of finalists has expanded to 4. These 4 represent the pinnacle of Luzhou Military Academy's current student body, and their battles are undoubtedly the most anticipated. Not only are the students in the audience eagerly awaiting the matches, but even the faculty and staff on stage are brimming with excitement. Principal Zhong, rubbing his cane, had his wrinkles bunch up into a joyous smile. This is my favorite time of the year, he exclaimed with enthusiasm. Chairman Jiang sipped his tea and nodded in agreement. I couldn't agree more. The final day always brings a sense of anticipation. For them, the more outstanding the students the school nurtures, the more pride and joy they feel. Meanwhile, the Legion officers were also fully engaged and focused. Yin Shou rubbed his palms together, beaming. Ha ha ha. 2 ability users and 2 exceptional talents. It's hard to choose who's more impressive. Yu Gue nodded in agreement. In previous years, without ability users, the top fighters were on par with Baishan and Lin Xiao. This year, the school indeed has an abundance of talent. Ziyao twirled a lock of her hair with a sly smile. He Xiao Shui has already agreed to join Thornrose for her senior year internship. You two better step up your game. At this, Yin Shou and Yu Gui's expressions darkened, and they felt a pang of frustration. Damn, comparing yourself to others really is infuriating, they sighed inwardly. The host, Zhu Jing, gripped the microphone, her tone more exuberant than usual. Finally, we've arrived at the much-anticipated final day. I'm sure you've all been waiting eagerly, so let's not waste any time and dive right into today's matchups. As her words echoed, the audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers. The large screen on the north side displayed today's matchups. Zhuang Jinyu versus Baishan. Ling Shui versus Lin Xiao. Intermission. Ling Xiao vs. Bai Shan. Zhuang Jianyu vs. Lin Xiao. Intermission. Bai Shan vs. Lin Xiao. Zhuang Jianyu vs. Ling Xiao. A total of 6 matches will be completed today. The school has clearly arranged for the final bout between the top 2 contenders to be the climax, treating their match as the true grand finale. This arrangement makes sense, as neither the students in the audience nor the leaders on stage believe that the ability users would lose to other students. Zhu Jing continued to announce loudly, "All right, let's welcome the first group of students. Zhuang Jianyu, Bai Shan. Give them a big round of applause." As her voice trailed off, thunderous applause and cheers filled the arena. The students from the lightning class were particularly enthusiastic, their cheers mingling with those from other classes. Zhuang Jianyu is unbeatable. He's the top of Class A, and the top of the grade. Burn with passion, Bai Shan. Bai Shan, show them the true spirit of a man. On the stage, Bai Shan scratched his head, a sunny smile spreading across his face. Ha ha ha, I can't beat any of you guys. Zhuang Jianyu adjusted his clothes and smiled calmly. But you wouldn't want to surrender, would you? Bai Shan gave a thumbs up, responding cheerfully, "Of course not. It's been a long time since I last fought you guys." Both fighters stood barehanded on the stage, without any weapons. This was at Bai Shan's request, as he preferred hand-to-hand combat. Lin Xiao and the others readily agreed. The referee's voice rang out. The contestants are in position. The match officially begins. With this announcement, the arena fell silent. The men at either end of the stage shed their smiles, their expressions turning serious. A suffocating aura filled the stage, as gray flames wrapped around their limbs and bodies. In the next moment, bam! The 2 figures vanished from their spots. When the audience caught sight of them again, they were already in the center of the stage. They bent their bodies and launched their iron fists, imbued with power, straight at each other, neither willing to back down. Boom! It was as if a massive bomb had detonated, the most intense shockwave yet exploding in the arena. A ferocious gale swept through, shaking the audience. But this was just the beginning. For Zhuang Jianyu and Bai Shan, this was merely a basic straight punch. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the continuous explosions, the air pressure trembled and the atmosphere wailed. The entire arena was engulfed in a storm. The terrifying booms and the winds tearing at their faces were relentless, showing no signs of stopping. Only at this moment did the students in the audience truly realize why these individuals were placed directly in the finals, and why they weren't matched against regular students. Their strength far exceeded what ordinary students could ever hope to achieve. Compared to other students, this is a whole different level. On the stage, 2 figures clashed like lightning, each collision producing deafening booms. The students in the audience were stunned, with some exclaiming, "Boom! Boom! Boom! My goodness! Are these 2 monsters?" A fierce wind swept the arena, causing panic. One student screamed, "I'm totally lost in this whirlwind. My pants are soaked with fear." Another voice anxiously asked, "Where's the shield? Where's the principal's protective shield?" Voices of doubt echoed. Are they really students? Are they really students? A mix of fear and excitement spread through the audience, with someone even letting out a hysterical laugh. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, the old principal squinted his eyes, watching the match with a smile. He softly praised, Not bad, not bad." Using their power to create a protective barrier around their head, Jiang Wanlong, with a satisfied smile, noted his evaluation in the files he held. He looked up and remarked, "Indeed, Bai Shan's strength is exceptional. Also, it seems this year's students get along quite well. Zhuang Jianyu is surprisingly cooperative." Ling Xiao stroked his long beard and said with a hearty laugh, "Ha ha ha. You might not know, President Jiang, but all 4 finalists, including my granddaughter Xiaoxue, are good friends. It brings me great comfort." Jiang Wenlong raised an eyebrow, showing interest, and chuckled softly, "Oh? So Ling Xiao might hold back too? That's good. I can then better observe Lin Xiao's abilities." Ling Xin opened his mouth but, for a moment, didn't know how to respond. At that moment, in the contestants' area, Ling Xiao stood in front of Lin Xiao, frowning deeply and staring into his eyes. Lin Xiao, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong?" This woman has been silent for 5 minutes. Ling Xiao crossed her arms and coldly asked, "If I don't use my powers, can I beat you?" Lin Xiao answered without hesitation. "No," he added. "Such boring fantasies should be shattered by Mr. Lin Xiao." Ling Xiao's expression grew more anxious. Lin Xiao tilted his head curiously. "So what exactly are you worried about?" Ling Xiao pointed upward, speaking with frustration. "There's only one storage. If I use it on you, I won't have enough energy to fight Zhuang Jinyu." Lin Xiao suddenly understood, stood up, and patted her shoulder, saying with a subtle expression, "Classmate, you overlooked one thing. Zhuang Jinyu can't beat me without using his powers either. So, when you 2 fight, you'll be in the same state." Ling Xiao's mind cleared instantly. Meanwhile, the match on stage was nearing its end. After nearly 15 minutes of fierce fighting, Bai Shan fell exhausted. Haha, I lost. The chaotic atmosphere finally calmed down. Students, with disheveled hair and pale faces, slumped in their seats, savoring the regained peace. Someone murmured, "Oh my, that match was too intense. I feel like I've entered a state of zen." Another voice hesitated. Will the next match be this intense? My rational mind says no, but my body craves it. The students in the audience were torn. The ferocious battle left them shaken, yet their adrenaline surged, making them feel it was incredibly exciting. 10 minutes later, the female host picked up the microphone again, announcing the next match. Let's welcome the next contestants, Ling Xiao and Lin Xiao. Amidst enthusiastic cheers, the two contestants stepped onto the stage. At this moment, Class B students showcased their well-trained coordination. A sharp female voice rang out, question, who is the strongest woman in the third year? Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao. The synchronized chanting echoed. Question, who wields the power of frost, unmatched by any? Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao. Question, who is the epitome of beauty, the high and unreachable flower, standing at the pinnacle of grace and allure? Who is she? Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao. Students from other classes gaped at the performance, with someone quietly remarking, so professional. This coordination, these lines, this cheering. If I didn't know better, I'd think I stumbled into an idol concert. Class C students snapped out of their shock, raising their voices defiantly. Lin Xiao won't lose. No matter how beautiful she is, our top student won't hold back. The stronger the opponent, the harder Lin Xiao hits. Remember Lu Yuqian from Class F? Knocked out with one punch by our top student. Our top student excels at fighting women. Standing on the stage, Lin Xiao listened to the verbal battle between the two classes, his mouth twitching slightly. Ling Xue's rising popularity in Class B sparked deep thoughts in Lin Xiao. He sighed inwardly, realizing the gap between admiration and understanding. Ling Xue's carefully maintained image of an icy maiden had clearly won the hearts of many boys and girls. This made Lin Xiao think about the meticulous efforts of Ling Xue's mother. Another doubt lingered in Lin Xiao's mind. Although he was moved by the enthusiastic support from Class C students, he found their comments somewhat exaggerated. Best at hitting women? This statement displeased him. Silently, he retorted. He simply upheld the principle of gender equality, treating every opponent with the same respect regardless of gender, physique, or appearance. That was the true virtue. With this concern, Lin Xiao took the large sword from his back and skillfully twirled it. As he waited for the female host to announce the start of the match, he pondered his next strategy. Should he warm up for a few minutes, like he did against Zhuang Jinyu and Bai Shan? With this question in mind, Lin Xiao turned his gaze to his opponent. At that moment, Ling Xue stood holding a long-handled broadsword with one hand. Her eyes half closed, her expression serene, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding commotion. As if sensing Lin Xiao's gaze, she slowly opened her eyes. They were like clear blue sapphires, shimmering with a unique light. Lin Xiao instantly understood his opponent had no intention of warming up. At opposite ends of the arena, the male and female students stood facing each other, weapons in hand. Jiang Wanlong had a refined smile on his face, anticipating the exciting duel about to begin. The old principal nodded and chuckled, commenting that Lin Xiao's strength was on par with Bai Shan's. As long as Ling Xin's granddaughter didn't go overboard, the match was sure to be spectacular. The three Legion officers standing nearby agreed wholeheartedly. They believed that only a well-matched contest could truly showcase the students' abilities. The previous matches had already revealed Bai Shan's level, and as long as Lin Xiao didn't lose easily, today's mission would be halfway complete. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the arena. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the female host, Zhu Jing, raised her right hand and swung it down forcefully. The match begins. As her voice fell, the entire venue was instantly enveloped in blue and white light. A beam of azure light descended from the clouds, as if bringing the throne of a supernatural being. Blue and white particles floated in the air and accumulated on the ground, soon covering the entire arena. The central stage was transformed into an ice-blue world, resembling a snow country. The sudden change left everyone present stunned. Jiang Wanlong, the old principal, and others like Flame Beast, Ghost, and Purple Demon, all widened their eyes, holding their breath, eagerly awaiting the start of the astonishing duel. The entire arena was engulfed in pure blue, with snowflake-like light spots as far as the eye could see. A sudden chill swept through the crowd, causing everyone to shiver and get goosebumps. What's happening? Someone exclaimed. Did the air conditioning break? Though the freshmen and sophomores couldn't see the floating snowflakes, they could clearly feel the temperature drop, as if they were inside a freezer. Meanwhile, the juniors who had mastered the true sight technique witnessed the descent of a powerful light beam, first in stunned silence, then with frenzied cheers. Holy crap! It's a superpower. It's really a superpower. What is that light beam? Divine intervention? So this is what using a superpower looks like? We couldn't see it before. Is Ling Xiao going all out from the start? I thought only the top two would use their powers in the final battle. We're doomed. How is Lin Xiao supposed to fight this? The second ranked isn't holding back at all. Hearing these exclamations, the freshmen and sophomores were itching with curiosity, straining their eyes to catch a glimpse of the phenomenon, but to no avail, growing increasingly frustrated. At that moment, a faculty director intervened. In front of the audience, a green membrane rippled, altering some structure. When it became transparent again, the energy-covered real world was finally revealed to everyone. Gasps and exclamations filled the air as the young students stared in awe. Oh my God, what am I seeing? A world I've never seen before. Is this all power? Can those seniors see it all the time? Was it like this last time too? Teacher, why have you been holding back on us? On the northern terrace, Ling Xiao, after upgrading the barrier, returned to his seat and took a sip of hot tea, sighing helplessly. Why do you all keep staring at me? Ever since Ling Xiao descended, people at nearby tables had been giving him curious and odd looks. Principal Zhong rubbed his old face, hesitating. Ling Xiao, we're just a bit puzzled. Has Lin Xiao ever offended your granddaughter? Didn't I just say? Xiao Shue's friends with them. They get along well. Then why does your Xiao Shue look like she's about to annihilate him? The principal pointed to the icy blue world below. At this rate, even a crank beast wouldn't survive. The 3 Legion officers nodded repeatedly, their faces anxious. Even the usually composed Chairman Jiang frowned and said, Director Ling, please keep an eye on things. We don't want any mishaps. Ling Xiao stroked his white beard, his expression peculiar. Everyone. Is it possible? Xiao Shue is using her power because she can't win otherwise. Everyone was stunned by his words and quickly turned their attention to the stage, staring at the boy holding a great sword. He's really going all out. Lin Xiao surveyed the snowflake light spots covering the stage, looking slightly surprised at the girl opposite him. Ling Xiao, with her flowing black hair and frosty expression, shook her head and said, I don't want to lose. As a friend, she was well aware of Lin Xiao's power reserves and intensity, which were more exaggerated than those of a crank beast. With just her superpower, she stood no chance. Only by descending her throne to double her power's intensity and utilizing the stored energy from her warehouse did she have confidence in defeating him. Ling Xiao raised her fair right hand and snapped her fingers. Snap. Instantly, the white-blue snowflake light spots around her began to move and gather, eventually forming hundreds of ice spears. These spears floated orderly in the air, sharp and emitting a terrifying chill. Lin Xiao looked up at the icy formation, his eyes suddenly narrowing. Bam! He vanished instantly, reappearing 20 meters away on an empty spot. The ground where he had stood froze over, with 3 sharp ice pillars stabbing down like executioner's spears. If Lin Xiao had been half a second slower, his legs would have been frozen, and the ice spears forming above him would have hit him directly. Ling Xiao had snapped her fingers to draw his attention, while the real killing move had been concealed around him all along. Lin Zhao's lips curled into a slight smirk as he looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of mockery. This woman's cunning was truly impressive. Seeing her little trick fail, Ling Xiao's brows furrowed, and she suddenly swung her right hand down. In an instant, hundreds of ice spears poured down like a torrential rain, their dense, icy glints locking onto every possible escape route for Lin Xiao. Lin Zhao's eyes ignited with gray flames, and an overwhelming power surged through his body. He activated bullet time in hunter mode, causing the world's pace to slow down. Transforming into a shadow, Lin Xiao flitted across the arena. His movements were as agile as a butterfly, narrowly avoiding the whizzing ice spikes. The ice spears fell, exploded, and shattered with deafening roars, yet none could touch even a hair on Lin Xiao. Ling Xiao was not surprised by this. She silently increased the number of ice spears she hurled simultaneously, attempting to block all of Lin Xiao's escape routes. A cold glint flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes as deep gray flames spread from his limbs, soon enveloping his entire greatsword. He swung the flaming sword at the incoming ice spears. With crisp, crack sounds, the ice spears shattered instantly, creating a gap in the encirclement. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao transformed into a streak of light, escaping the blockade. He didn't dare pause as he sprinted at high speed. Every step he took caused the floor to freeze, trying to encase him in ice. Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened as he turned his focus to Ling Xiao. He shot towards her, preparing for close combat. However, just as he entered within 50 meters of her, the ground around Ling Xiao suddenly erupted with numerous, thick ice spikes, aiming straight for Lin Xiao's chest. Lin Xiao quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the icy outburst. By now, Ling Xiao's position was encased in layers of ice, resembling a giant frozen lotus. The thick ice spikes were like blooming petals, firmly protecting the girl at the center. Ling Xiao stared at the retreating Lin Xiao, her red lips parting slightly as she uttered a single, deadly syllable. Explode. In an instant, the icy lotus lit up with a dazzling blue-white light. Energy surged violently, the ice transforming into light particles, condensing and sublimating before exploding in a radiant burst. The frost nova erupted with an ear-splitting roar. Centered on Ling Xiao, a ring of pure cold shot outwards. The blue-white light engulfed the arena, swallowed Lin Xiao, and continued to surge outwards, eventually consuming the entire stadium. A shimmering green barrier emerged, blocking the onslaught of the cold wave. As the dazzling light faded, the audience opened their eyes and refocused on the arena. The sight before them was breathtaking. The entire venue was now covered in harsh frost, transforming it into a vast, white snowy world. A thick layer of solid ice had formed on the arena floor, smooth as a mirror, making it seem like one could easily slip. In this icy world, Ling Shui's figure stood out starkly. She remained in place, her black hair contrasting sharply with the surrounding white. Yet, she was the only one visible in the arena. Where had Lin Xiao gone? The audience's gaze quickly shifted to the opposite side of Ling Shui. There stood a massive chunk of ice, roughly cylindrical, over 3 meters in diameter and nearly 5 meters tall. Through the thick ice, a shadowy figure could be faintly seen. Is Lin Xiao trapped in the ice? The students in the audience gasped, their faces filled with disbelief. Is Senior Lin Xiao still alive? Holy crap! He won't turn into a frozen statue, will he? Even if he's not frozen to death, he'll suffocate. Why hasn't the headmaster intervened yet? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Ling Shui's movements drew their attention. She slowly raised her right hand, and dozens of menacing ice spears materialized around the ice chunk. These ice spears were sharper and more chilling than before, sealing off the ice chunk completely. However, Ling Shui didn't stop there. Near the arena's ceiling, blue-white energy began to coalesce, forming a massive ice block. This ice block was a perfect cube, with each edge nearly 10 meters long. Once fully materialized, it would become a weapon of pure mass, weighing over 900 tons. The audience realized that if this gigantic ice block were to fall from such a height, the destruction would be catastrophic. They swallowed hard, faces filled with terror as they watched the scene unfold. Hasn't she already won by freezing him? Why go to such extremes? If that thing falls, Lin Xiao will be crushed beyond recognition. No one could save him. Why aren't the authorities stopping her? This is way beyond what a student can handle. Meanwhile, the leaders, teachers, and military officers on the North Terrace were all fixated on the sealed ice chunk. Using advanced perception and powerful sensory abilities, they could clearly sense the astonishing energy burning within the ice. The intensity of this power far exceeded what an ordinary student could achieve. Even among crank hunters, such strength was exceedingly rare. The energy particles were continuously being devoured and dissipated by a gray flame, causing the several meter-thick ice layer to gradually thin. Everyone realized that the monster trapped in the ice was about to break free. Suddenly, cracks began to appear on the surface of the cylindrical ice chunk. The fine web of fractures spread rapidly, accompanied by the clear sound of breaking ice. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence, with all the students holding their breath and staring wide-eyed at the transforming ice pillar. Crack, crack, crack. The cracks spread faster and faster, covering the entire ice chunk in an instant. Then, boom, the ice pillar exploded, shattering into countless irregular fragments and ice dust, scattering across the arena. At the center of the explosion, a dark gray flame took its place. This flame resembled a dark sun, burning fiercely and emitting a terrifying energy wave. Whoosh! The flame ball suddenly contracted and then vanished, revealing a figure within. It was a man dressed in a dark gray battle robe. His handsome face was marked with demonic flame patterns, and his robes, gloves, and boots were all ablaze with gray flames. A tumter-long great sword rested on his shoulder, its blade glowing with energy, the edge engulfed in gray fire. The students were all left gaping, staring in awe at Lin Xiao in his ashen form. What is that? Is it an ability? It doesn't seem like it. It looks like pure power. That's so cool. Holy crap. That's insanely cool. Is this some kind of serious mode? Can other senior students transform like this too? Can we record this? It'd make great material for later. Amid the shocked crowd, the students of Class C in their third year proudly raised their chins, basking in a sense of prophetic superiority. They had already witnessed their leader in this form before. The headmaster's face twisted as he gripped his cane, snapping it in two with excessive force. Beside him, Chairman Jiang and 3 military officers stared wide-eyed, full of disbelief, at Lin Xiao on the stage. In the rear, dozens of teachers whispered among themselves. A student. A student with such power reserves? The headmaster's voice was filled with incredulity. All eyes turned to the corner where the female teacher with gold-rimmed glasses sat, her posture impeccable and her expression stern. She hadn't spoken, but the look from everyone was clear. Where on earth did this student come from? Li Jingru, sitting next to Wu Qinghua, pouted in surprise. She had thought Lin Xiao was going easy on Class F in their recent matches, but now she realized he wasn't just holding back, was holding back a lot. Under the intense scrutiny, Wu Qinghua adjusted her glasses and calmly observed the battlefield below. The match continued, and her expression remained unchanged. Lin Xiao's escape from the ice trap didn't surprise Ling Xue. Her eyes flashed blue, and the array of ice spears that surrounded Lin Xiao shot forward with deadly precision. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of ice spears slicing through the air was relentless. Lin Xiao swung his greatsword, his entire body radiating a fierce energy. He either dodged or shattered the incoming ice spears. The few that managed to break through his defense and hit him were weakened by the high-density energy of his ash flame armor, causing no significant harm. To Ling Xue, these ice spears were merely a tactic to buy time. At this moment, the giant ice formation above had fully solidified. She raised her right hand and clenched her fingers into a fist. Whoosh! The ice spears around Lin Xiao, whether shattered or intact, began to glow and transformed into a pure, icy stream. They surged towards his legs, freezing them into an even more formidable ice block that anchored him to the ground. Ash flame and blue-white energy particles clashed and neutralized each other violently. Lin Xiao could tell he would break free in less than 3 seconds. However, the light suddenly dimmed. Above him, a 900-ton ice mountain plummeted from the sky. With the force of gravity behind it, it descended with a power capable of obliterating everything in its path. The students in the arena stood up, their fists clenched, faces filled with horror. Their eyes were fixed on the competitor beneath the falling ice mountain, full of extreme worry. In the face of impending doom, Lin Xiao merely lifted his gaze slightly and tightened his grip on the flaming sword. Slash! Dozens of sword beams shot skyward. The crescent moon, a deep gray, rose continuously, slicing through the air of the arena. Lin Xiao swung his weapon, unleashing slashes of pure energy. These powerful, sharp, and densely packed sword auras roared forward, meeting the massive ice structures created by Ling Xue Hidden. Swish! Boom! Boom! The first strike cut into the ice mountain like a razor, leaving a terrifying scar 5 meters deep. The second strike was even fiercer, splitting the ice in two. The third, fourth, and fifth slashes followed in rapid succession, slicing through the air like a storm, tearing the ice into pieces. Before everyone's eyes, the enormous ice mountain was divided into 2, 4, 6 pieces, the fragments growing smaller and more shattered. Just as these ice shards were about to hit the ground, a violent gray flame erupted from Lin Xiao, touching the floating ice. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions echoed through the arena, and in an instant, all the ice shattered into tiny fragments. These sparkling pieces floated in the air, like winter snowflakes gently descending, bringing a touch of poetic beauty reminiscent of a northern winter to the central arena. The audience stood up from their seats, staring in disbelief at the scene, their minds replaying what they had just witnessed, lost in a daze. They exchanged puzzled glances and whispered among themselves. What just happened? Wasn't that too exaggerated? Am I watching a special effects movie? Was that really sword energy? A junior can release such slashes? Why have none of the seniors ever done this? I want to release sword energy too. Starburst stream. Compared to the confused students, the leaders and teachers on the balcony were no better off. They gaped, faces blank, staring at the rising deep gray slashes, their expressions filled with disbelief. The old principal grabbed the long beard of the dean, Ling San, his face red with astonishment as he shook him, asking, Ling San, what is going on? How can he release such powerful energy? Ling San, having lost his usual composure, stared at the students on the field in disbelief. Stop shaking me. I don't know either. I thought he could only use special abilities, but it turns out this kid can release energy too. And the intensity and proficiency of that sword energy far exceed most crank hunters. For a junior to achieve this is more astounding than his special abilities. Is this brat even human? Both of them turned sharply to look at Lan Bao, who was laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, are you surprised? I've been waiting for this moment for so long. Finally able to release the secret she had kept for so long. Seeing their jaw-dropping expressions filled her with immense satisfaction. Beside her, President Jiang dropped his usual refined demeanor, staring intently at Lin Xiao with a serious expression, as if imprinting his image into his mind, a future leader. This kid isn't just exceptionally talented. He's on par with special ability users. Yin Shou excitedly banged on the table, his eyes filled with aggression. This kid is interesting. Next to him, Yu and Zi stopped talking, focusing intently on the battle below. On the field, the terrifying sword auras continued to rain down. The deep gray slashes, as long as crescent moons and tens of meters in length, burst forth one after another, targeting the black-haired Lin Xiao. The situation had completely reversed, forcing Lin Xiao to glide on the ice, using her graceful movements to dodge the fearsome slashes. She dared not pause for a moment, or she would be swallowed by the power of the slashes, surpassing even crank beasts. However, Lin Xiao's sword energy was not so easily evaded. When he unleashed a nearly 180-degree massive slash, Ling Xue's eyes widened, realizing she was in an inescapable predicament. Bang, bang, bang. 3 half-meter-thick ice walls instantly rose in front of the girl, but the deep gray crescent easily sliced through them. Ling Xue raised her greatsword, gray flames wrapping around her body and blade, and struck fiercely at the incoming slash. Sizzle, bang. The sword energy finally shattered. After being weakened by the 3 ice walls, its power had diminished to a level Ling Xue could withstand. Even so, the strike threw her off balance, her body slightly airborne, unable to perform any follow-up evasions. In a moment of crisis, Ling Xue's blue eyes gleamed. Thud. An ice platform rose from beneath her feet, swiftly lifting her tens of meters into the air. Standing atop it, she looked down at her opponent, a hint of struggle on her face. Lin Xiao stopped swinging his sword, gazing up at the girl in the sky, curiously asking, "You seem hesitant. Why don't you use that move? Is your energy insufficient?" He was referring to the massive icy sphere Ling Xue had previously used to kill a crank beast. From any angle, the power of that move far exceeded the attacks she had shown so far. Lin Xiao waited patiently, calculations running through his mind. From the beginning of the battle until now, he had been deliberately holding back. With the power of his Ash mode and his formidable abilities, he could have ended the fight long ago if he had gone all out. However, to his surprise, even though Ling Xue was on the brink of defeat, she still hadn't used her trump card. That move, it's too powerful. You might actually die. The floating girl hesitated, shaking her head in response to Lin Xiao's questioning look. So, I concede. Don't. Lin Xiao shouted urgently. He had planned to use her ultimate move for an experiment. Go ahead and use it. I promise I won't get hurt. At this moment, Lin Xiao's physique had reached an extraordinary level. With 30 points in constitution, his energy density, reserves, bone strength, organ resilience, recovery rate, and tolerance to extreme temperatures were all beyond ordinary comprehension. He even suspected that not even the attacks of a Class B beast could kill him. Ling Xue bit her lip, still struggling to make a decision. Seeing this, Lin Xiao snapped his fingers, and a ball of ash flame ignited, contracted, and transformed into a deep gray barrier, 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, in front of him. You recognize this, don't you? Lin Xiao pointed at the barrier and said to Ling Xue, I want to test its defensive strength with your attack. Ling Xue paused, clearly recognizing the barrier. At this moment, the entire arena was enveloped by a protective shield set up by her grandfather, shielding the innocent students from hundreds of shockwaves. With this in place, there was indeed no risk of fatal injury. The girl relaxed but then pouted and glared at Lin Xiao angrily. How dare you use me as a test subject? Prepare to die, you scoundrel. With an uncharacteristic shout, the ice manipulator raised her right hand. Instantly, all the blue and white light points in the arena began converging towards her hand. Even the ice on the stage started to glow and partially melt, as if reclaiming its remaining power. The light points rapidly condensed into a blue-white sphere, continuously expanding until it exceeded 10 meters in diameter. It emitted a terrifying energy wave and a chilling coldness that seemed capable of freezing everything. Impressive. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, finally understanding why Ling Xue was reluctant to use this ultimate move. Only by experiencing it firsthand could one grasp the terror of that energy sphere. If he took it heeded, even with the robust defense of his Ash mode, he would be pierced and frozen by the extreme cold particles, sustaining real physical injuries. Of course, death was out of the question. After all, Lin Xiao's health bar was the longest. Boom, boom, boom. Deep gray flames erupted continuously, and 15 varying-sized energy crystals floated around Lin Xiao, rapidly combining. 3 layers of semi-transparent cubic shields, burning with deep gray flames at the edges, encased Lin Xiao from all sides. Satisfied with his preparations, Lin Xiao crossed his arms and nodded. To reinforce the shields, he had expended a significant amount of energy-tenth of his entire reserve, but this was enough to give him complete confidence in his safety. Above, seeing Lin Xiao was ready, Ling Xue's eyes sharpened, and she swung her right hand down forcefully. The massive sphere, now over 15 meters in diameter, plummeted like a blue supernova, radiating a hair-raising aura as it crashed down amidst the terrified gazes of the students. Boom. Blinding cold light engulfed everything. Plop, plop, plop. After the violent impact, the sound of everything freezing filled the air. The students struggled to open their eyes and saw that the stage, the floor, and even the protective barrier in front of the audience were covered in layers of thick ice. Green ripples spread and expanded, and after a few seconds, the ice began to fall away, revealing a clear view. Everyone quickly turned their gaze to the stage. Just the residual waves had frozen the protective barrier. What would be the fate of the contestant standing at the center of that icy supernova? In the middle of the stage stood a cube encased in ice. Its exterior was wrapped in pure white frost, impenetrable, making it impossible to see inside. The audience held their breath, staring at the ice-locked structure. With their limited vision, they couldn't tell if it was a sanctuary from the extreme cold or a magnificent ice coffin. On the north terrace, Ling Xiao gazed at the stage for a while and sighed deeply. Xiao Shui lost. None of the leaders, teachers, or military officers present questioned his statement. With their acute senses, they could clearly feel that within that terrifying ice, the boy's energy fluctuations were still strong and completely unharmed. Plop, plop, bang. The ice casket suddenly shattered, exploding into countless ice shards. At the center of the stage, a deep gray sun reignited, standing firmly on the ground. I lost. Congratulations to Lin Xiao for winning. The announcer Zhu Jing's enthusiastic declaration fell, and the entire arena fell silent for a moment, followed by, "Whoa!" A thunderous cheer erupted. The deafening roars echoed to the sky. Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao. Halftime. On the north terrace, the old principal leaned on the table, his hands supporting his chin, and his sharp eyes scrutinized the two teachers before him. In a stern voice he asked, "So, what's the deal with Lin Xiao? You can explain now, can't you?" Beside him, President Jiang and 3 Legion officers nodded, their eyes fixed seriously on the dean and the martial arts class teacher. Ling Xiao took a sip of tea and began slowly. Xiao Shui had a few matches with him at the Frenzy Dojo, and the results weren't very impressive. As for why he can release his power, I truly don't know. He then turned his gaze to the wild-looking woman beside him and said softly, "Maybe we should ask Teacher Wang Lan?" Lan Bao, clutching her stomach, had been laughing uncontrollably since earlier, her face full of merriment. The old principal slammed the table and scolded harshly, "Lan Bao, what's so funny? Speak up now." Lan Bao composed herself and grinned at everyone. "Ha, I don't really know how to explain it. In short, he learned to release his power shortly after I arrived." Everyone looked at her, full of doubt. Lan Bao quickly clarified, "I swear I'm not lying. That kid is a freak. His power reserves and mental strength are ridiculously high. When the martial arts class first started, he was already playing with power manipulation like a pro." Jiang Yunlong pondered for a moment and asked, "But this progress is too fast. Is he from a hunter family?" Ling Xiao shook his head, "No, I've seen Lin Xiao's student records. He grew up in a single-parent household, and his mother is just an ordinary person." The old principal rubbed his chin, puzzled. He turned and asked the other teachers, "Has anyone been giving Lin Xiao special training?" Almost all the teachers, except Su Ruame, shook their heads in denial. Soon, the increasingly shocked gazes of her colleagues focused on the stunned female teacher. Ling Xiao stroked his long beard and said gravely, "Teacher Su Ruame?" Feeling the pressure from the important figures staring at her, Su Ruame felt like crying. She raised her right hand weakly and said, "We just taught him a little bit extra, just a little." After a moment of silence, the old principal tapped the table and tentatively asked, "How about you teach the martial arts class next year? Help the school produce more students who can release their power." Everyone nodded in agreement, thinking her talent shouldn't go to waste. Su Ruame turned pale and waved her hands frantically. "I can't do it, meow." Meanwhile, Lin Xiao noticed Zhuang Jianyu's absence. After defeating Ling Shui and returning to the contestant seats, he hadn't seen him since. Even after a half-hour break, Zhuang Jianyu was still nowhere to be found. Lin Xiao turned to Bai Shan, puzzled. "What's going on? Did he die in the bathroom, or get transported to another world through the toilet?" Bai Shan shook his head, looking a bit confused. "I don't know where he went. When he saw you defeat Ling Shui, he shouted, 'A formidable enemy! A formidable enemy!' and then ran off in a hurry. Maybe he's preparing a secret weapon." He gave a thumbs up, flashing a big grin. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and found this plausible. After all, Zhuang Jianyu's ability was sword control, so it made sense for him to prepare more swords. Looking around, Lin Xiao noticed the increasingly strange looks from his classmates. Their expressions had shifted from, "How is he so strong?" to, "Is he even human?" Lin Xiao sighed deeply. As fellow students in the martial arts class, their progress was similar. He was just a bit faster, so why the fuss? Shaking his head, Lin Xiao turned his attention to the arena, watching Ling Shui deal with the frozen venue. Due to her powers, the inside of the venue was covered in ice, and she was now helping the staff clear it with a sullen face. Although Lin Xiao had reabsorbed the unused energy particles from the ice, the formed ice still needed to be dealt with. Usually, she only used her powers in the final matches, and with no other events afterward, the staff could take their time. But now, with multiple matches after the 1-hour break, the main arena had to be cleared quickly. The staff brought in large inflatable pools and several pumps, asking Lin Xiao to melt the ice into the pools before pumping the water to designated areas. This was likely to prevent severe flooding in the venue. With the help of a superhuman, the cleanup progressed rapidly. In less than 40 minutes, the main arena was cleared. Lin Xiao returned to the contestants area, radiating a low pressure. She closed her eyes and said nothing, clearly in a terrible mood. After experiencing a fierce battle, not only did she lose, but she was also forced to clean up. Anyone would feel awful. Baishan cautiously glanced at the girl beside him, nervously scratching his cheek. He asked in a low voice, my friend, am I going to get beaten up pretty badly later? Lin Xiao patted him on the shoulder, a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Good luck. Before he could finish, the host announced the next match, Ling Xiao versus Baishan. Lin Xiao thought to himself, if it were any other time, Ling Xiao might go easy on him like Zhuang Jinyu. But now, Baishan was in for it. Sure enough, as soon as the match started, the arena was filled with the sounds of fierce collisions. Boom, boom, boom. Gasps and exclamations erupted from the audience. Baishan, Baishan. Damn it. The top student's youth can't end in defeat like this. Stop it. Please stop fighting. Seeing things were going badly, someone whispered. Maybe we should just surrender? Amid the sympathetic gazes from the audience, the female host finally announced, congratulations to Ling Xiao for winning. Ling Xiao dragged the bruised and battered Baishan off the stage, her steps light and her mood seemingly much better. Lin Xiao tended to his badly beaten friend, worriedly thinking, where on earth has Zhuang Jinyu gone? The match is about to start, and will he have to go on alone? Unfortunately, that unsettling situation did happen. Lin Xiao stood alone on the stage, enduring the curious stares of the entire crowd, his face expressionless, thinking, this is ridiculous. The students in the audience whispered among themselves. After nearly 5 minutes, the host, Zhu Jing, raised the microphone and hesitantly said, Zhuang Jinyu, are you forfeiting? At that moment, a clear voice rang out from the entrance of the venue. Clang, bang, Jinyu is here. All eyes instantly turned to the source. A man with his long hair tied up entered gracefully, stepping on a steel sword, his expression calm and unafraid. Zhuang Jinyu landed steadily on the stage, tapped the sword and shield in his hands, and gave Lin Xiao a confident smile. Sorry for the wait. It took me a while to choose the right weapons. Lin Xiao glanced at the array of weapons surrounding Zhuang Jinyu, remained silent for a moment, and then couldn't help but twitch his eye. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, this jerk. In the central arena, the students in the audience exchanged subtle glances, while the leaders on the terrace smiled with interest. At one end of the stage, Lin Xiao stood holding a two-handed greatsword, appearing somewhat frail. On the opposite side, Zhuang Jinyu was fully armed, standing on a long sword, with a battle blade in his right hand, a large steel shield almost as tall as he was in his left, and 8 floating steel swords of various types around him. These included 4 one-handed longswords, 3 two-handed greatswords, and even a giant sword over 2 meters long and nearly 60 centimeters wide. Lin Xiao sneered. Why didn't you just bring the entire armory? Zhuang Jinyu shook his head regretfully. I tried. But with too many weapons, my sword control power diminishes, so it's actually counterproductive. Such a pity. Shocked by his opponent's shamelessness, Lin Xiao exclaimed, You really tried that? Zhuang Jinyu brushed his hair back and smiled smoothly. There are no limits on the number of weapons in this competition. The host, Zhu Jing, raised the microphone and shouted, All right, both contestants are ready. Now, I declare the match begins. In an instant, a golden light beam descended from the dome, filling the stage with energy particles that overflowed into the arena. Zhuang Jinyu soared to a height of 30 meters, with another greatsword transforming into a seat behind him. He gracefully sat down, looking down at Lin Xiao and softly said, Welcome to my throne. Unwilling to be outdone, Lin Xiao swung his sword, sending a dark gray crescent slash towards his opponent. Zhuang Jinyu directed 2 long swords to intercept, but they were deflected. As the crescent neared, the giant sword emerged, slicing down with unstoppable force. The sword energy clashed with the giant sword for half a second before shattering and dissipating. Just as Lin Xiao was about to strike again, for energy-infused steel swords shot towards him like meteors. He instantly activated his ash mode, creating a dense web of flaming sword strikes. The steel swords were repelled but quickly regrouped for another attack. While defending, Lin Xiao observed that the one-handed swords were fast but weak, whereas the greatswords were the opposite. He decisively struck the two greatswords with heavy blows, then bent his knees and surged forward like a shooting star engulfed in gray flames, charging at Zhuang Jianyu. Four long swords sped towards him, but Lin Xiao didn't dodge. Instead, the gray flames transformed into four crystal barriers. The steel swords clashed against the barriers, sending sparks flying but causing no harm. Lin Xiao closed in on Zhuang Jianyu, slashing out a gray sword energy. The giant sword intercepted again, holding the sword energy at bay for a second. Lin Xiao seized the moment, teleporting beside Zhuang Jianyu and striking down with his sword. Zhuang Jianyu braced himself, raising his shield to meet the blow. Clang! Boom! The force of the impact sent Zhuang Jianyu plummeting, only managing to halt his fall just before hitting the ground. At this moment, Lin Xiao was above, and Zhuang Jianyu was below, a complete reversal of the situation. Lin Xiao gathered his power at his feet, ready to press the advantage. Just then, 5 steel swords transformed into blackened yellow streaks of light, slashing towards him once again. Lin Xiao muttered, sensing trouble. Whoosh! The ash flame greatsword drew an arc in the air, sending out a dozen slashes like shooting stars. The 5 steel blades were deflected, and the remaining sword energy surged towards Zhuang Jianyu, leaving him no room to breathe. The long-haired sword master's eyes gleamed. Energy particles swarmed around him, coalescing into a massive, terrifying blackened yellow light sword, tens of meters long. Swift. As if an invisible giant was wielding it, the blackened yellow blade slashed towards Lin Xiao's sword energy, the two forces clashing heat. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive explosions echoed. Under the fearsome blackened yellow blade, Lin Xiao's sword energy was pushed back. The 3 dark gray crescent slashes shattered into energy crystals and dissipated. The remaining slashes were either dodged by Zhuang Jianyu or blocked by his giant steel blade. Suddenly, Zhuang Jianyu lowered his body, positioning a large steel shield in front of him to meet one of the slashes heat. Boom! The impact sent him flying over 10 meters, but with the shield absorbing the blow, he emerged unscathed. Lin Xiao hovered in the air, staring at the massive blackened yellow blade. Its color faded after cutting through the sword energy but quickly regained its brilliance as energy particles replenished it. At this moment, Zhuang Jianyu stood with his shield protecting him, the blackened yellow blade on his right, a giant sword on his left, and 2 single-handed swords hovering around him. Meanwhile, 5 steel swords whizzed around Lin Xiao, trapping him. Among them, 3 were powerful 2-handed swords. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, feeling the pressure. The blackened yellow sword was formidable, but what troubled him more was Zhuang Jianyu's defenses. This guy was like a moving fortress. Not only did he have multiple ways to deflect attacks, but he could also control the steel swords with his powers, continuously harassing Lin Xiao. Although Lin Xiao had his energy barrier and ash mode defenses, making him hard to break, the sheer force of those steel swords restricted his movements, preventing him from closing the distance. And to make matters worse, Zhuang Jianyu wasn't a stationary target. He could move. How do you find my powers a bit unfair? Zhuang Jianyu chuckled from below. In a traditional fight without weapons, I wouldn't stand a chance. But now, clang! Zhuang Jianyu tapped his steel shield with his large blade, producing a crisp metallic sound. VYM alloy, the super-strong steel used by humans to hunt exotic beasts, a marvel of technology. Even the lowest grade of VYM alloy can withstand attacks from crank beasts. Your attacks are powerful, but they can't damage any of my steel swords, let alone my shield. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the truth in his opponent's words. With just his energy weapons, he couldn't damage the school's equipment. Zhuang Jinyu remained on guard, continuing, "Of course, I know you can get close to me, but to be honest, Jinyu excels at guerrilla warfare. When it comes to defense and evasion, I've got some tricks up my sleeve." Indeed, with the frequency and intensity of Lin Xiao's attacks, someone like Ling Shui might be drenched in sweat, possibly even defeated. But this steel fortress remained unscathed, and even had the leisure to chat. Lin Xiao's gaze shifted to the steel swords around him. They glowed with a blackened yellow aura, with barely visible lines connecting them to the energy user below. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Lin Xiao swung his sword, aiming at one of the lines. The ash flames swept over it, causing the line to tremble, but it didn't break. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Haha, I knew you'd notice them. Zhuang Jinyu pointed to his head, squinting. But that's not energy, that's my mental power. Ordinary energy slashes can't cut through it. The long-haired sword master released his left hand, but the steel shield didn't drop. It floated in the air. Lin Xiao noticed a faint thread extending from Zhuang Jinyu, connecting to the shield. If I wanted, I could control other objects too, but it's quite draining, and not as powerful as sword control. Of course, Zhuang Jinyu glanced at Lin Xiao's right hand. I can also control your weapon. A barely visible thread passed through the ash flame, connecting to the greatsword in Lin Xiao's hand. Bow. The greatsword in Lin Xiao's hand started to tremble violently, a mysterious force trying to yank it away, disrupting his grip. Although the force was weakened by the ash flame, it still affected Lin Xiao, forcing him to divert energy to suppress it. At that moment, the massive blackened yellow blade descended swiftly, like a thunderbolt, carrying a terrifying energy wave. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed, preparing to dodge, but suddenly, 7 mental threads connected to his greatsword. Buzz! The sword became incredibly heavy, as if he was holding a fully loaded truck instead of a steel sword. Meanwhile, the blackened yellow blade was closing in. Boom! Ash flames erupted from Lin Xiao, forming 3 energy barriers above him to block the first wave of the attack. Boom! 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 The hastily formed barriers shattered into crystals and scattered. Although Lin Xiao had moved out of the direct attack range, his sword's blade was still pulled towards the oncoming slash. Clang! Boom! The blackened yellow blade grazed the sword, generating a massive impact that nearly pried his fingers open. Whoosh! The greatsword slipped from his grasp, floating in the air, its blade pointed at Lin Xiao. Clang, clang, clang. On the arena, 7 steel swords fell to the ground one after another. Then, 6 of them immediately floated up, transforming into streaks of light that surrounded Lin Xiao. In that instant, the energy user had cancelled control over the other steel swords, focusing all his power on Lin Xiao's greatsword. Now, the outcome is decided. Zhuang Jinyu slowly ascended, meeting Lin Xiao's gaze. He spread his arms, smiling. It's underhanded, but without your weapon, you can't defeat Jinyu. Amidst the sword formation, Lin Xiao looked down at his empty hand, curiosity flickering in his eyes. You mentioned earlier, that's mental power? He slowly lifted his gaze, his moon-white eyes burning with ominous black flames. Staring into those moonlit eyes, Zhuang Jinyu froze. His eyes widened slightly, and an incredulous thought flashed through his mind. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened, as if shrouded by thick clouds. The entire arena was plunged into darkness, as though night had fallen. In this eerie blackness, a beam of silvery moonlight suddenly pierced through the gloom, shining down directly. This beam of light was like a single hope in the darkness, soft and pure, almost unreal in its beauty. The man trapped within the intricate sword formation was bathed in this light. The moment the moonlight descended, Zhuang Jinyu felt his mental threads melt and snap like spider silk meeting fire. The metallic clanging of 7 steel blades falling to the ground echoed through the arena as the swords that had trapped the enemy lost their control. But Zhuang Jinyu paid no attention to this. He stood dazed, looking up at the ceiling. What he saw was no longer the roof of the central arena, but a giant crescent moon spanning hundreds of meters, dominating the entire sky. The moon was entirely silver, drawing a graceful arc, magnificent and dreamlike. However, within the arc of the crescent lay a terrifying darkness. It was thicker than ink, deeper than the night sky, pulsating like a living entity, exuding an indescribable sense of dread. Suddenly, this darkness fell like a collapsing sky. Under the horrified gaze of thousands of students and teachers, the boundless blackness swallowed everything, plunging the world into utter darkness. A few seconds later, the darkness began to dissipate and light returned. The students in the audience, coming out of their stupor, looked around in bewilderment. The interior of the arena was unrecognizable. The enormous crescent moon hung high in the sky, casting a hauntingly beautiful glow. On the ground, the platform had vanished, replaced by a pool of inky blackness. This darkness, like a living creature, undulated slightly, obscuring everything on the surface. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but endless black, like a bottomless abyss. What is this? The students in the audience felt their throats tighten, cold sweat streaming down their faces. Just looking at the darkness on the ground made their skin crawl. Instinct warned them that it was filled with danger and foreboding. An unknown abyss, a decaying hell. Stepping into it would mean annihilation. Is this some kind of power? Did Senior Lin Xiao do this? Is he also a psychic? What is that darkness? I'm scared to death. This is too outrageous. The world has changed. Is this still the central arena? Is it a domain? Or have we been transported to another world? Who cares? My pants are soaked. On the northern terrace, all the rank hunters except for one elderly man stood up. Their eyes were wide, staring intently at the darkness on the ground, filled with disbelief. Unlike the shocked students and teachers, these rank hunters were deeply familiar with this dark energy. It was this familiarity that made it even harder for them to accept. That last attack, was it really that kid's doing? The old headmaster clutched his head, his face twisted, not even noticing the few strands of white hair falling from his fingers. His face flushed with urgency, he shouted in a sharp, distorted voice. How is this possible? That energy fluctuation reached the rank level, and that kid is just a student. Hard to believe, but Jiang Yunlong stared at the arena, his golden slit pupils gleaming. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, sharp, piercing, restless, chaotic, ominous. Although the psychic power hasn't fully formed yet, this feeling is unmistakable. This is insane. Flame Beast slammed the table, baring his teeth, his breathing heavy. A junior can pull off something like that? How big is his psychic domain? Beside Flame Beast, Phantom Ghost gazed at the crescent moon in the sky, his expression somewhat dazed. He frowned and muttered to himself, mental? Dream? Soul? Why are there two types of psychic particles? This kid belongs to us. Thorny Rose. Violet Enchantress clenched her fists, her face flushed with excitement, her lavender lips curving into a wide smile, making her look both enchanting and dazzling. Hearing her words, Flame Beast immediately shouted angrily, bullshit. Why would a guy go to your place? He can be a sister too. Violet Enchantress retorted. Amid the argument between the two Legion officers, Storm Leopard snapped back to reality. She gritted her teeth, slowly turning her gaze filled with fury towards a certain white-bearded old man. Old Man Ling, what did you say that night? Lan Bao's questioning voice was like a thunderclap, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The argument came to an abrupt halt, and all eyes, sharp as daggers, turned towards the old trickster. Ling San nonchalantly put away his phone, took a small sip of tea, and seemed entirely unbothered by the tense atmosphere. Under the severe scrutiny of the crowd, he calmly stroked his snow-white beard and then slowly raised his hands to his ears. Suddenly, he flashed a mischievous smile and made a peace sign with his fingers. I lied. Hee. This playful gesture was like a splash of cold water in a boiling oil pot. Even President Jiang, known for his composure, couldn't help but clench his fists, his knuckles making a faint cracking sound. The scene shifted abruptly to the arena. Lin Xiao walked with a composed stride through the pitch-black torrent of energy. The once ominous and volatile energy particles now appeared unusually docile, like subjects before their sovereign, retracting their fangs and bowing their heads. He bent down to pick up a long sword, casually weighing its heft and balance. Looking up at the silent Esper in midair, he allowed a slight smile to play on his lips. You still seem a bit skeptical? Zhuang Jinyu let out a bitter laugh, his voice tinged with undisguised astonishment. More than a bit. When did you awaken your abilities? During my military internship. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, his tone as relaxed as if discussing the weather. I'm still a rookie in the field of abilities, so I could use some guidance from you. Zhuang Jinyu's gaze darted between the black sea of energy covering the arena and the bright moon overhead, a wry smile forming on his lips. I can't possibly guide a monster like you, and never mind why you have two abilities. I need to know, just how much energy do you have stored up? Lin Xiao glanced around the arena, now a black abyss, and replied in a nonchalant tone. Oh, not much. Just a bit more than you guys. A bit. Zhuang Jinyu's eye twitched, and he sighed helplessly. The energy particles you've drawn in now are already 3 times my capacity. Oh, really? So what will you do? Lin Xiao didn't deny it, simply asking calmly, do you want to surrender? As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of ominous black flames erupted within the arena. Towering several meters high, they flickered restlessly above the dark torrent, emitting a menacing and violent aura. Just looking at them sent a chill down one's spine, as if an invisible hand was squeezing the heart tightly. Facing this terrifying scene, Zhuang Jinyu closed his eyes and remained silent for a moment. When he opened them again, his amber pupils glowed with a dazzling golden light. Several strands of mental power shot out like arrows, piercing through the black torrent and connecting with scattered steel swords on the arena. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword formation reassembled, each steel blade now imbued with unprecedented power. Jinyu still wants to challenge. All the steel swords, including the giant sword, transformed into streaks of light, slashing straight toward the opponent on the ground. Lin Xiao's lips curved into a smile, but this time he didn't use his moonlight ability. He raised the long sword in his hand, and dark gray energy surged around it, forming a protective aura. Then, boom! The black flames instantly engulfed the entire sword. The blade turned pitch black, with tiny dark flames dancing on its surface, resembling a weapon drawn from the depths of the abyss. The glowing sword formation was now within reach. Lin Xiao swung the black flame sword, meeting the oncoming golden sword Hedon. Slap. This time, it wasn't a simple deflection. The WYM alloy steel blade, capable of withstanding attacks from class beasts, was effortlessly sliced in half the moment it touched the black sword. The cut was smooth as a mirror, reflecting Lin Xiao's handsome face. Zhuang Jinyu's pupils contracted, and he hurriedly tried to retract his blade. But it was too late. The flame sword in Lin Xiao's hand moved like black lightning, weaving an impenetrable net in the air. Swish! All the steel swords, including the giant sword, hung suspended in midair as if time had frozen. Then, clang! The steel swords shattered, turning into countless metal fragments. They fell like metallic snowflakes, eventually swallowed by the dark torrent, disappearing without a trace. The students in the audience gasped in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Facing the terrifying black blade, Zhuang Jinyu was even more astonished. The long-haired sword master's face stiffened, cold sweat beading on his forehead, but his strong mental fortitude quickly helped him regain composure. He shook his head and raised his right hand high. A golden blade, tens of meters long, appeared out of thin air, drawing all the amber light points in the arena towards it like rivers converging into the sea. The energy on the blade surged restlessly, making it increasingly solid. The overwhelming pressure shook the air, and the golden blade began to take on a metallic sheen, standing majestically under the sky like a divine weapon. Gripping this divine blade, Zhuang Jinyu's face was resolute, his amber eyes shining like stars. This is Jinyu's ultimate power. Watch out, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked up, his gaze passing over Zhuang Jinyu and settling on a group of rank hunters gathered on the northern terrace. That place seemed quite safe. He whispered, "All right, bring it on." Zhuang Jinyu's right hand suddenly slashed down as he roared. Slash. An invisible deity wielding a light sword descended. The divine weapon, tens of meters long, carried an overwhelming aura of destruction as it crashed down. Lin Xiao, facing this deadly strike, remained astonishingly calm. He neither dodged nor flinched, merely raising his black flame long sword and swinging it upward, releasing a wave of sword energy. Boom! The black flames compressed and gathered, forming a supernatural force. The sword energy shot up like a dark crescent moon, bearing the strongest oath signed on the throne of the stars, tearing through the air and striking the divine sword. Boom! There was no stalemate, no evenly matched contest. In Zhuang Jinyu's disbelieving eyes, the black crescent instantly cleaved through the divine weapon as if it were slicing through thin paper. The sword energy continued forward, heading straight for the barrier protecting thousands of spectators. Boom! The moment the black crescent touched the barrier, emerald ripples surged wildly, their frequency spiking like a dangerous heartbeat until crash! Under everyone's shocked gaze, the emerald barrier shattered. The black crescent tore through it, hurtling toward the hunters behind it. A wild-looking woman with a high ponytail and a scarred face sprang up. Lan Bao extended her shimmering left hand, directly confronting the black crescent. Boom! Lan Bao's eyes widened slightly as the gray veil on her palm thickened rapidly. She clenched her fingers tightly. Snap! The black crescent shattered like glass, its burning fragments falling like embers. Lan Bao raised her left hand, a shallow cut oozing blood on her palm. She marveled silently. This kid. The shattered divine blade's residual energy exploded in the air. The fierce wind blew off Zhuang Jinyu's headband, disheveling his usually well-groomed hair. At that moment, he couldn't care less about his appearance, staring blankly at the broken barrier, unable to recover his composure. Woof! A blunt long sword was pressed against his neck. Zhuang Jinyu turned to see Lin Xiao standing tall, his left hand behind his back, right hand gripping the sword in a thrusting stance. Lin Xiao tilted his head and smiled. When you thrust with a single hand, you should keep your left hand behind your back. It looks cooler, doesn't it? Ha, ha, ha ha ha. Zhuang Jinyu was initially stunned, then he burst into laughter. He took a deep breath, looking Lin Xiao in the eyes, and said sincerely, "That really does look cool." This match, Jinyu has lost. Congratulations to Lin Xiao for the victory. The female host's enthusiastic announcement was followed by a brief silence. The students exchanged glances, as if realizing something. Then, "Oh, Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao, champion, champion, champion." Thunderous cheers filled the arena. Although the competition was not entirely over, everyone knew that the champion had already been decided. Zhang Yunlong gazed at the young man on the stage, a smile spreading across his face. This must be the best student Luzhou Military University has had in decades, right? Indeed. The old principal rubbed his face, his smile unwavering. This kid might become a monarch in the future. Then this old man will be the principal of a monarch. It should be engraved on my tombstone. Ha ha ha. Ling San and Lan Bao exchanged a smile, unfazed by the principal's words. On the other side, Yin Shou and Yu Gue exchanged glances, the previous warm atmosphere replaced by intense rivalry. At this moment, they were competitors, each leading their respective corps. They were determined to recruit this newly crowned champion. This was no ordinary genius, but a prodigy of the era, an Shrank seedling. Give him 50 years, and once his laws are established, becoming a true monarch, everything will change. The corps could transcend the ordinary, becoming colossal entities. These officers, like President Zhang Yunlong, might even be granted powers by the monarch, becoming super-rank beings who exercise the monarch's authority. The importance of recruiting this student surpassed even that of her rank officers. As for Ziyao, she clutched Li Jingru's shoulders tightly, her eyes bloodshot. Jingru, how's your chat with that kid going? Did you find out anything? Huh, of course. I've already got him wrapped around my finger. Great. When's the date? Take me along. Take me with you. What? Are you asking me to do that? Sorry, I lied. That kid hasn't replied to me in a day. T. Ziyao instantly released the class instructor and turned to another female teacher. Qinghua, help. You have to help me. Wu Qinghua adjusted her glasses, a strange smile appearing on her face. The rest of the competition proceeded smoothly. Lin Xiao's match against Bai Shan was rather routine. Just like his bout with Zhuang Jinyu, he limited his strength, engaging in a 20-minute melee with the brawny young man before concluding the fight. In contrast, the duel between Zhuang Jinyu and Ling Xiao was much more thrilling. These two energy manipulators fiercely competed to assimilate the power particles within the arena, vying for usable energy. Energy assimilated by one manipulator couldn't be taken by the other for a short period, so they each claimed half and commenced a frugal battle. Every bit of energy was meticulously calculated, a stark difference from Zhuang Jinyu's lavish expenditure during his fight with Lin Xiao. Ultimately, the former champion Zhuang Jinyu showcased superior skills, narrowly defeating the aloof Ling Shui to secure third place. Ling Shui's even colder demeanor indicated her disappointment. As night fell, the sky was dotted with stars, and a cool breeze wafted through. In the central plaza of Luzhou Military University, a grand farewell party was underway. The old principal, the dean, and the entire junior class gathered to celebrate the final moments of their time together. The plaza was filled with the tantalizing aroma of food and an array of drinks and alcohol. The clinking of glasses, laughter, and cheerful conversations created a lively atmosphere. The students' faces reflected both excitement for the future and reluctance to leave the present. Starting next semester, everyone would head to their respective internships. This school, which had been their home for 3 years, might not see them return. Even close friends who had shared so much would part ways, uncertain of when they might meet again. The initial eagerness to leave school and step into society now felt tinged with anxiety. Every step forward meant saying goodbye to the past and facing unknown challenges and opportunities. No one knew what lay ahead. New friends might be made, but current companions could drift apart. However, life must move forward. No one can stay still. They could only suppress their unease and cherish every remaining moment on campus. Mr. Lin Xiao. Zhao Xia playfully held a large drumstick as a microphone, bringing it close to Lin Xiao's mouth. How do you feel about your journey from an underachiever to the top of your class? Swallowing his mouthful of chicken, Lin Xiao responded earnestly, First, I want to thank my childhood friend Zhao Xia. Her care and encouragement over the years kept me from giving up on my studies and helped me persevere through difficulties. Without Miss Zhao Xia's kindness, there would be no Mr. Lin Xiao today. Haha, you really know how to talk. Zhao Xia laughed, continuing to feed him the drumstick and patting him on the shoulder with a knowing look. Across from them, Qin Feifei and Fang Wen clapped, as if it were a mini press conference. After the joke, the friends began discussing their holiday plans. Xiao Yaya, are you in a hurry to leave school? How about staying for a bit longer? Fang Wen suggested, tucking her bangs behind her ear with a soft smile. I'm free. Where do you all plan to go? We could start by exploring the city, visiting malls, the aquarium, entertainment centers. Oh, and I know a great spa and massage place run by a women's guild. It's very popular. While the girls enthusiastically discussed their plans, Lin Xiao quietly ate his barbecue, trying to remain unnoticed. However, he was soon called out. Lin Xiao, is there anywhere you want to go? Under the gaze of his 3 friends, Lin Xiao shrank back and timidly replied, I need to stay at school for training. The 3 responded in unison with confusion. Immediately, Lin Xiao was bombarded with verbal attacks, accusing him of being heartless for wanting to train alone instead of spending time with them. Faced with this guilt trip, he reluctantly agreed to join them for a couple of days in the city. As for the spa and a half-month trip, he decided to sit those out, wishing them a good time instead. In the end, Zhao Xia created a group chat for the 4 of them, planning to share photos of their trip so Lin Xiao could virtually join in. Lin Xiao found the idea strange, not expecting to virtually travel. Since the girls were deep in conversation about their trip, Lin Xiao quietly slipped away to find friends from other classes. Haha, my dear friend. So you're heading home right after training? I was hoping to invite you to the battle arena. Bai Shan scratched his head, a hint of disappointment in his smile. He turned to the other 2, a mischievous glint in his eye. The 3 of us all live in Luqing district. Looks like your place is the furthest away? Zhuang Jinyu nodded in agreement, pointing at Ling Shui and Bai Shan, then suggested to Lin Xiao, why don't you move closer? It'd be easier for us to hang out. Lin Xiao pursed his lips and explained with a sigh. It's not that easy to move. His home was in Shuixian district, on the outskirts of Luzhou city. Although it was less than 100 kilometers from Luqing district, it was still considered far compared to the others who lived in the city. My mom works in Shuixian, and all our family friends are there. Plus, renting in Luqing is ridiculously expensive. Moving would skyrocket our expenses. He silently calculated that the rent in Luqing was over 10 times higher than in Shuixian, and the cost of living was significantly higher too. Despite being a top student and receiving a monthly stipend of 150,000 yuan from his university since his senior year internship, the living costs in Luqing were still daunting. Moreover, moving would mean his mother losing her job, being away from friends, and his sister having to transfer schools, an ordeal he wasn't ready to face. Zhuang Jinyu seemed to sense Lin Xiao's hesitation and tapped the table, continuing, "Once you become a hunter, your family can move here for free. The city provides the safest, high-end neighborhoods, with retired hunters as security." Lin Xiao responded with a wry smile. "I know. Military and hunter families get great benefits, but interns don't get those perks. I still have a year before I become a full-fledged hunter." He had already planned to move once both he and Zhao became hunters, hoping to relocate both families together for mutual support. Suddenly, the usually quiet Ling Shui spoke up. "Lin Xiao, you can wait for the guild to contact you and help arrange everything?" "The guild? What's that?" Lin Xiao looked puzzled. Zhuang Jinyu pondered for a moment and nodded. "Indeed. If you join them, they'll take care of housing and your family's work and life arrangements. I've already agreed to join the Wrath Corps. A red-haired guy invited me." Bai Shan raised his right hand, beaming. Lin Xiao grew more confused. "So, what exactly is the guild?" Finally, Zhuang Jinyu explained the concept of the guilds and gave an overview of the three major corps in Luzhou. It turned out that all three of them had received invitations from these guilds at different times. Ling Shui was set to join the Thorn Rose. Bai Shan chose the Wrath Corps, and Zhuang Jinyu was still deciding. This explanation enlightened Lin Xiao but also left him with a new dilemma. Despite being the top student, he hadn't received any invitations yet. This puzzling fact filled him with doubt and uncertainty. Over the next 2 days, Lin Xiao accompanied Zhao and her friends around the city. They explored the shopping mall's clothing and food sections, their laughter echoing on the roller coasters at the amusement park, and paused to admire the colorful fish at the aquarium. The scent of shampoo filled the air at the hair salon, while the planetarium's star projections left them in awe. The aroma of popcorn wafted through the cinema, and the haunted house was filled with their constant screams. Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel at the girl's boundless energy. Even with his stamina of 30 points, he was starting to feel worn out. What puzzled him even more was why these seemingly brave girls were so terrified in the haunted house. When they flailed their small fists in fear, Lin Xiao genuinely worried for the safety of the staff. However, the most baffling thing to Lin Xiao was their obsession with taking photos. Not only did they constantly snap pictures, but they also demanded that he like their posts immediately after they uploaded them. To Lin Xiao, this behavior was utterly incomprehensible. One morning, as Lin Xiao was enjoying his breakfast and quickly finishing the bliking task, his plans to return to the training room were interrupted by a call from Teacher Lan Bao. "Get over here and register your abilities." Teacher Lan Bao's voice came through the phone, leaving no room for negotiation. Moments later, Lin Xiao found himself at the school's central registration office. Teacher Lan Bao raised an eyebrow and smirked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "You really know how to keep things hidden, don't you?" Lin Xiao immediately retorted, "Teacher, what are you talking about? My abilities only awakened recently." His voice was filled with grievance and dissatisfaction. Lan Bao clearly didn't believe him. She grabbed him by the neck and dragged him into the ability assessment room. "Record this kid's abilities, just go through the process," she instructed the staff. Inside the assessment room, several staff members in blue and white uniforms were already in place. In the center of the room were several dummy targets, apparently for testing abilities. A woman holding a file approached Lin Xiao and asked, "Mr. Lin, have you named your ability?" Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment and looked at Teacher Lan Bao. She bluntly said, "The name doesn't matter. Just be mindful of what you reveal about your ability." This remark made the staff smile wryly, but they seemed accustomed to it. Understanding the hint, Lin Xiao responded, "My ability is called Eclipse Moon." "All right, can you describe its characteristics and attack methods?" The staff member continued. "It's an energy release with significant destructive power," Lin Xiao succinctly described. After recording this, the staff member pointed to the dummy. "Could you demonstrate it?" Lin Xiao noticed 3 cameras around, clearly meant to record abilities. He nodded. "Sure." The staff stepped back, giving Lin Xiao enough space. He focused on the dummy, his moon-white eyes igniting with black flames. The energy particles in the air seemed to respond, turning black and gathering in front of him. With a flick of his arm, a palm-sized black flame appeared, emitting an unsettling aura. Lin Xiao sent the flame hurtling towards the dummy's chest. With a loud explosion, the black flame vanished into thin air, leaving a gaping hole in the dummy's chest, revealing the cold metal frame beneath the rubber surface. "All right, please record it." I'm taking this student with me now. Without waiting for the staff to respond, Lan Bao pulled Lin Xiao away. At the school's back mountain, Lan Bao got straight to the point. The registration is done. Now, your Real test begins. She clenched her fists and said to the bewildered Lin Xiao, your physical strength is roughly equivalent to an average crank hunter, but because of your excessive energy reserves, when you activate that Ash mode, teacher, it's Ashen mode. Lin Xiao quickly corrected, defending his reputation. Lan Bao scoffed and continued, TSK. But because of your excessive energy reserves, when you activate that Ashen mode, your combat power can approach a high-level crank hunter. Lin Xiao nodded. This matched his self-assessment. Lan Bao pointed to the sky, her tone serious. But now, we need to find out your combat level when using your ability and what level you can reach when you go all out. She looked Lin Xiao in the eye, speaking earnestly, soon, you'll be entering the wilderness battlefield for real. Whether you usually hide your ability or not, you need to know your strength. This way, in missions, you'll make confident decisions and won't gamble with your life. Understood. Lin Xiao humbly accepted the teacher's guidance. Lan Bao grinned, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Then let's begin. Attack me with your ability. Give it your all. Lin Xiao cautiously reminded her. Please be careful. With that, he activated his ability without hesitation. The dark energy filled the surrounding air, black flames rising and converging into a crescent several meters wide, floating in the air, with black flames dancing around its edges. Lin Xiao focused on his teacher's hand, already wrapped in gray gauze, and with a thought, sent the fierce slash hurtling towards her. Whoosh! The dark crescent moon transformed into a stream of light, carrying an unstoppable force, and struck its target with ferocity. Boom! A right hand, cloaked in gray flames, acted as an impenetrable barrier, effortlessly catching the violent attack. Lan Bao placed her left hand under her chin, scrutinizing the black crescent in her hand with a furrowed brow, lost in thought. Suddenly, her hand clenched. Snap! The energy shattered in her palm, turning into black shards burning with dark flames, which then dispersed into the air. Bring down the throne, and hit me again. Lin Xiao's voice echoed in the air. In an instant, the surrounding light dimmed. A 20-meter-wide eclipsed moon appeared out of nowhere, slowly descending and enveloping Lin Xiao. A bright crescent moon hung in the sky, while a torrent of black energy covered the ground beneath. Snap! Lin Xiao snapped his fingers, and a more solid and profound black moon attack materialized instantly. Whoosh! Boom! This even more powerful energy strike was once again easily caught by the female teacher. However, this time, the flame on Lan Bao's hand was noticeably thicker, and the power it emitted had significantly increased. Snap! I think I understand now. Lan Bao crushed the energy in her hand, clapping her palms together, and looked at Lin Xiao with a serious expression. In terms of sheer attack power, she paused, then reiterated. Remember, I'm only talking about attack power here, not your overall combat ability. Got it? Lin Xiao nodded earnestly. Lan Bao continued her analysis. Without the enhancement from the throne, your ability has the destructive power of an upper mid-tier level hunter, and that's compared to those with highly aggressive mutated abilities. She quickly listed examples with her fingers: explosive flame, thunder fury, sharpness, shatter, giant strength. These are all aggressive mutated elements. I won't go into detail today. Ask me if you have questions later. Lin Xiao nodded obediently, clearly in a state of focused learning. With the throne's enhancement, your ability's strength doubles, nearing the destructive power of a high-ranking level hunter. Lan Bao clenched her hand thoughtfully before saying, that's quite a remarkable power. Although your energy particles are extreme, this level of destructiveness is closely tied to your mental strength. She gave Lin Xiao a subtle glance. Kid, is your mental strength off the charts? It's all right, it's all right. Lin Xiao scratched his head, showing a humble smile. Mental attributes can enhance ability strength, and his mental attribute of 33 points was indeed impressive. All right then. Lan Bao patted Lin Xiao's shoulder, speaking with a solemn tone. Even if you know your attack power, don't consider yourself a level hunter. Remember, every level hunter has been through countless battles. Their physical strength, combat skills, and experience far surpass you students. She went on to explain, while in terms of mutation, ability users are stronger than level hunters, there are things you can't do. For example, Lan Bao raised her hand and clenched her fist, using the power of mutation to perform power infusion. Boom! It seemed as if the wind roared within Lan Bao's arm. Lin Xiao could feel a wild energy surging through her body, a sensation completely different from ordinary power infusion. It was lighter, more turbulent, more ferocious. Lin Xiao thought to himself, did the teacher convert her internal power into storm particles? All right, kid. Lan Bao's lips curled into an excited smile. Let's get to the main event. Use your full strength, the power you used that night, and attack me. Lin Xiao's eyes widened slightly. After a moment of silence, he began to gather his strength. High up in the sky, when the eclipsed moon and the storm of thunder collided, the entire Lu city heard a deafening explosion. The clouds were instantly blown away, leaving the sky above the military university clear and bright. Destructive power. Midday level. Lan Bao wiped the blood from her hand and turned to Lin Xiao. Kid, about that white ability of yours, I have some suggestions. In a high-end restaurant in Luqing district, Lin Xiao found himself being enthusiastically dragged into a conversation by a burly red-haired man. This man, who introduced himself as a cadre of the Wrath Legion, went by the name Yin Shou and was excitedly showing Lin Xiao photos on his tablet. Lin Xiao, take a look. This is the central bathhouse of the Wrath Legion. Isn't it super luxurious? Yin Shou's booming voice drew the attention of the surrounding diners. Lin Xiao nodded politely. Yes, it does look quite extravagant. He carefully examined the images on the screen. A massive bath pool, dozens of bathing facilities, and luxurious relaxation areas, all opulently decorated. Even without having been there, Lin Xiao could sense the grandeur of the place. However, Lin Xiao couldn't help but wonder why he was being shown this. As if reading Lin Xiao's mind, Yin Shou eagerly explained, our guild headquarters, everyone bathes, chats, and drinks here every night. He raised an eyebrow, flashing a wide grin. Hundreds of people, all in the nude, bonding quickly. In the nude? Lin Xiao's eyes widened as he cautiously confirmed. You mean, completely naked? Yin Shou laughed heartily. Ha! Who wears clothes in a bathhouse? He gave Lin Xiao a hearty pat on the shoulder and continued, besides, our Wrath Legion prides itself on physical combat. Sometimes, when the mood is high, we even have wrestling matches right there. W wrestling? Lin Xiao was too stunned to speak. Yeah, it's a blast. Yin Shou said excitedly. Sometimes even the commander joins in. There are no ranks in the bathhouse, just a bunch of real men. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiao's mind raced as he involuntarily imagined the scene. A group of naked, muscular men grappling in a luxurious bath, the atmosphere tense. Men piled on top of men. He forced a polite but awkward smile, shrinking his shoulders as he softly asked, with everyone naked, won't there be contact? Of course. Yin Shou put an arm around Lin Xiao's neck, encouraging him. Don't worry. If someone touches you, you can touch them back. Grab them by the crotch and show them you're not to be messed with. Ha ha ha. As Yin Shou's hearty laughter filled the air, Lin Xiao's face grew increasingly pale. And you know, Lin Xiao, Yin Shou's tone shifted. Even though we're mostly men, we do have a softer side. What do they call it? A tiger with a heart, smelling roses. Here, let me show you the tender side of the Wrath Legion. Yin Shou raised his tablet again, switching to another album, eagerly showcasing his treasured photos. This is from last year's Legion gathering. Our guild members, keeping up with the times, hosted a maid cafe. Lin Xiao was dumbfounded as he stared at the photos on the screen. A group of scruffy, muscular men squeezing their large frames into tiny maid outfits, smiling cutely at the camera. Beneath the pristine aprons, their thick, hairy legs were boldly exposed, with black stockings made of real silk fluttering in the breeze. Huh. Lin Xiao was at a loss for words. Haha, I even took a video. Check it out. Yin Shou excitedly played a video file titled, Maid Outfit Muscle Men, Cute Omelette Magic, P4. The video featured a towering man over 2 meters tall, sporting a pink twintail wig and a full beard, dressed in a maid outfit. His chest muscles were the size of half a watermelon, and he was wielding a pink heart-shaped children's magic wand, casting a delicious spell over a plate of fried rice with a gruff voice. Barbecue cute slippery. Hey, omelette rice become delicious with the power of maid magic. Muah flying kiss delicious beam. Fire. Ding heart-shaped done masters. The omelette rice is ready. The video was filled with cheers from a crowd of muscular men. How about it? Isn't it interesting? Yin Shou laughed, patting Lin Xiao on the shoulder. Lin Xiao clutched his nearly choking heart, forcing a smile. It's quite something. Haha, I knew you'd like it. Yin Shou was overjoyed, looking proud as if he had made the right call. Now, let me tell you about our benefits. First, top-grade spirit liquid, 1 portion. Regular spirit liquid, 10 portions. Level 2 Weem alloy material rewards, 70 training. Due to the earlier bizarre imagery, Lin Xiao's mind was in a whirl, making it hard for him to focus on the benefits being described by the Legion officer. So, what do you think, Lin Xiao? Want to join our Legion? Yin Shou asked expectantly. Thank you, I'll think about it. Lin Xiao replied with difficulty. Lin Xiao, we'll send the invitation to the Hunters Guild. If you decide to join, make sure to pick the Wrath Legion's trainee squad. Standing by the roadside, Lin Xiao politely waved as Yin Shou's convertible drove away. Then, he reached up to rub his cheeks. His smile had stiffened that morning. This man claiming to be a Wrath Legion officer had shown up and dragged Lin Xiao, who was practicing his footwork, to this restaurant. And then the long introduction began. What could Lin Xiao do but smile and nod? Faced with this unfamiliar big shot, Lin Xiao carefully controlled his expressions, wary of showing any sign of disrespect. After all, this was not his own teacher, Lan Bao, but a well-intentioned stranger. Lin Xiao recalled Lan Bao's advice. Although his strongest attack had reached grade A, it didn't mean he possessed the strength of an A-grade hunter. In that sparring match with his teacher, he had exhausted all the energy of his throne just to barely match Lan Bao's serious strike. And the result? Lin Xiao was utterly spent, while Lan Bao only sustained a minor scratch and was ready to fight again at any moment. Don't equate the power of your abilities with your overall strength level. His teacher's words echoed in his ears. Lin Xiao nodded to himself, reminding himself to stay humble and avoid arrogance. A glance at his phone showed it was already 3 p.m. Lin Xiao declined Yan Shou's offer for a ride and decided to walk back to school. After being cooped up in the footwork practice room all day, he needed some fresh air. Just then, his phone chimed with a message notification. Lin Xiao swiped open the screen to find a message from his class advisor, Wu Qinghua. Do you have a moment? There's a regiment officer looking for you. Teacher, is this someone you know? Yes, but don't worry about that. Also, don't agree to anything right away. Listen to the offers from all 3 regiments, compare them carefully, and then make your decision. Do you need a ride? No, I'm nearby. Lin Xiao looked up and his gaze fell on an elegantly decorated cafe across the street. Through the bright windows, he saw 3 well-dressed women sitting by the window, chatting and laughing leisurely. Suddenly, a woman with long, flowing hair turned to look outside, meeting Lin Xiao's eyes. She nodded slightly, a faint smile curling her lips. Lin Xiao was stunned for a few seconds before realizing this was none other than his class advisor, Wu Qinghua. Seeing her waist-length black hair and serene, beautiful face, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a bit dazed, as if he was truly seeing his usually stern advisor for the first time. The chime of the bell rang softly as the door opened, and wind chimes tinkled crisply. Lin Xiao pushed the door open and immediately heard a gentle, sweet voice calling, "Xiao Lin Xiao, over here." He turned his head and saw Li Jingru, the homeroom teacher of Class F, standing up with a cheerful smile, waving at him. Her outfit today was no different from usual, a pale pink long dress with delicate makeup and a trendy shoulder bag hanging on the back of her chair. Seated to Li Jingru's left was a beautiful woman with slightly curled hair and purple highlights. She wore high-waisted jeans and a stylish blouse with ribbons, her bright eyes accentuated by purple eyeshadow. At this moment, she was resting her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao thought, this must be the Legion officer. Lin Xiao stepped forward, and before he could sit down, Wu Qinghua patted the chair beside her, signaling him to sit. Today's homeroom teacher looked entirely different from her school appearance. No glasses, hair naturally down, wearing a cream-colored dress with intricate ruffles, simple yet elegant. Lin Xiao couldn't help but take a few more glances, feeling that she seemed a bit younger today. Wu Qinghua ordered a coffee for Lin Xiao and then, as if completing her task, started browsing her phone, no longer interfering in the conversation. She introduced, "This is Ziyao, the vice-captain of Thorny Rose. She has something to discuss with you today." Ziyao greeted warmly, "Hi. Lin Xiao, I've seen your performance in the ranking matches, very impressive." Lin Xiao nodded politely in thanks. Ziyao got straight to the point. "The main reason I'm here today is to invite you to join our legion. By the way, have you heard of Thorny Rose?" "I have some understanding," Lin Xiao replied. Thanks to Zhuang Jinyu's tutoring, he wasn't entirely clueless. Ziyao enthusiastically introduced, "Our legion has been thriving for many years." She pointed to the 2 teachers next to her and winked at Lin Xiao. These 2 teachers were once members of Thorny Rose. Lin Xiao glanced at the teachers symbolically. Wu Qinghua gave a slight nod with a blank expression, while Li Jingru puffed out her chest, seemingly quite proud. Ziyao continued, "For hunters in Luzhou, Thorny Rose is one of the best choices. And since you're Qinghua's student, it feels like fate." She lifted her tablet, a sly smile on her face. "Let me show you the benefits of joining us." Ziyao began detailing the benefits. 10 standard spirit liquids during the internship, 1 top-tier spirit liquid upon formal admission. Level 2 Weem alloy weapons. 70 proceeds from selling beast materials, best internship teams and officer guidance, family accommodation, and more. Lin Xiao listened attentively while comparing these benefits with those of the Furious Legion in his mind, finding little difference. The introduction lasted half an hour, and Ziyao added Lin Xiao as a friend, sending him detailed terms and conditions. "All right, you can review the details later. Now, let's talk about the unique features of Thorny Rose." Ziyao stirred her coffee, smiling at him. "Lin Xiao, you should know, right? Over 90 of our legion members are women." Ziyao gently caressed Li Jingru's cheek. Her eyes filled with a hint of ambiguity. Her voice was as sweet as honey. "Just like your 2 teachers, you're really beautiful too." As soon as she finished speaking, she playfully covered her face and swayed shyly. "Oh my, I know I'm adorable, but you keep saying it makes me a bit shy. Before Lin Xiao could respond, Ziya leaned in closer. Her eyes locked onto his, her voice barely a whisper. Join the thorny roses, and you'll be one of the rare guys. Don't you find that appealing? Appealing, Lin Xiao replied mechanically, his tone devoid of emotion. A glint of satisfaction flashed in Ziyao's eyes as she continued to entice him. Exactly. Plus, we have members who like guys. You're quite handsome. You might just find a sweet, loving relationship. Lin Xiao felt a shiver of unease, sensing something was off in her words. He was about to question her when he saw two female teachers lifting Ziyao away. Even so, Ziyao didn't forget to turn back and remind him, make sure to think about it. Choose thorny roses for your internship. I've added you as a friend, so feel free to ask me anything. Can't sleep at night? You can always chat with me. Watching the three women leave, Lin Xiao cautiously scanned his surroundings, wary of any other guild officers lurking nearby. After waiting for 10 minutes and confirming no one else was around, he returned to school with a tinge of regret. Recalling Mr. Lanbao's suggestion, Lin Xiao became increasingly interested in the vice leader of the Blood Wolves. If the benefits were comparable, he might choose that guild. Unfortunately, it was the only guild that hadn't approached him today. As night fell, Lin Xiao once again found himself alone in the footwork practice room. This had become his daily routine. Occasionally, Zhuang Jianyu, Ling Shui, and Bai Shan would drop by to chat. As for Zhao Xia, Chen Feifei, and Feng Wan, they were touring various districts of Luzhou, having just arrived at Chen Feifei's hometown in the Guanchao district today. Lin Xiao opened the small group chat and saw the photos Chen Feifei had sent. Feng Wan, wearing a bathrobe, sipping tea. Zhao Xia asked in the group, Lin Xiao, do you want your sister yet to buy some for you? A few pounds maybe? 10 pounds. Give me 10 pounds. Lin Xiao quickly replied. All right, big spender Lin Xiao. Shall I ship it to the school? As a friend, I'll charge you 5,000 per pound. Just transfer the money to me. Zhao Xia sent an evil grin emoji rubbing its hands. Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. What a scammer. And how is this different from online shopping? After a brief chat, Lin Xiao prepared to go to bed. Suddenly, an unfamiliar number called him. A familiar voice came through the line. Kid, I think I mentioned I would teach you something real, right? It was Mr. Miao Fei. The next morning, Xiao Lin was visited by his swordsmanship teacher, Miao Fei. Miao Fei, as usual, looked disheveled with his messy long hair and scruffy beard, but this time he was carrying a long case. Xiao Lin keenly noticed the metallic clinking sounds coming from the case, guessing it contained two large swords. Miao Fei led Xiao Lin to the subway station next to the school. He skillfully presented his hunter's license, and the two of them entered the A1 line subway through the security-exempt channel. Once seated, Xiao Lin couldn't help but turn to ask, Teacher, where are we going today? Miao Fei's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he replied, Heh, we're going to the Wild Zone. The Wild Zone? Xiao Lin's eyes widened in surprise. The Wild Zone was a dangerous area beyond the human city boundaries, occupied by monstrous beasts. Unlike the military-established beast bases, the Wild Zone offered no safety guarantees. Beasts roamed everywhere, and one could easily lose their life with the slightest mistake. Sensing Xiao Lin's concern, Miao Fei patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, Don't worry, we're heading to a low-risk wild zone. Nothing too dangerous. You know the classifications of the wild zones, right? Xiao Lin recalled what he had learned in his cultural studies class and replied, Generally, the area within 100 kilometers of the military defense line is classified as a low-risk wild zone, primarily home to level beasts, with a few level ones. The mid-risk wild zone has level beasts, and the high-risk wild zone contains a level beasts. The further from the human defense line, the more dangerous the wild zone becomes. Miao Fei nodded in agreement but added, That's mostly accurate, but not entirely reliable. Beasts are living creatures, and high-level beasts can appear in low-risk wild zones. They're just smart enough to stay away from human cities. Moreover, he looked Xiao Lin in the eye, his tone becoming serious. The classification based on the human border is somewhat misleading. In reality, the closer to the core of the wild zone, the more dangerous it is. The human defense line just happens to be the farthest from the core. The core of the wild zone? Xiao Lin blinked, a concept never mentioned in his textbooks. Miao Fei wore a proud smile as he continued to explain, regardless of whether it's a low, mid, or high-risk wild zone. The Hunter Association could, in theory, wipe them out at any time if they were determined. Do you know why we don't? Without waiting for Xiao Lin to answer, he raised two fingers. There are two reasons. 1. These wild zones are used for training, allowing novice hunters to grow through real combat. The second, and most important reason, Miao Fei's expression turned grim, his voice lowering. The core of the wild zone contains forbidden beasts. Forbidden beasts? Yes, Miao Fei nodded. Forbidden beasts, also known as forbidden creatures, are unique life forms, each one unlike any other. These wild zones are essentially strategic buffer zones between humans and S-level beasts. Xiao Lin pondered for a moment before asking, so, if we eliminate the S-level beast, the wild zone would be reclaimed? In theory, yes, but, Miao Fei sighed, the Hunter Association won't take that risk, and neither will human society. Unless we're absolutely certain, or the forbidden beast attacks us first, we prioritize coexistence. One failure could mean the loss of a monarch for Blue Star. Miao Fei patted Xiao Lin's shoulder again. Speaking earnestly, Lin Xiao remains safe because an S-level hunter is stationed here. His presence deters the forbidden beasts. If he falls, Lin Xiao might disappear from civilization. Xiao Lin fell into deep thought, then asked, Teacher, are the other S-level hunters also stationed in their respective cities? Miao Fei stroked his beard and replied, any city with a wild zone at its borders has a monarch stationed there. If I remember correctly, among the 15 monarchs in Huaya, only 2 have no fixed posts and provide support to high-risk cities as needed. The 6 thrones oversee multiple cities and are said to guard creatures even more terrifying than the forbidden beasts. Creatures more terrifying than the forbidden beasts? Xiao Lin asked curiously. Miao Fei smiled wryly and shook his head. Don't look at me. I've only heard rumors. Your teacher is just a level hunter and doesn't understand those higher-level matters. Xiao Lin thought to himself that knowing this much as a level hunter was already impressive. Since their destination was at the border, the regular subway couldn't take them directly there. They continued their journey on a special train, heading into the unknown wild zone. At the final stop of Line A1, Miao Fei led Lin Xiao onto a military subway. Half an hour later, they arrived at the heavily fortified Luzhou border military district. The security here was even tighter than at the exotic beast base. Tanks and armored vehicles were everywhere, and high-energy weapon platforms were stationed every few hundred meters. Armed aircraft patrolled the skies incessantly, forming an impenetrable defense line. At the entrance of the military district, a few soldiers in battle gear stopped them. Restricted area, please verify your identity. One of the soldiers said sternly. Miao Fei took out his hunter phone from his pocket and swiped it lightly on the sensor. Beep with a crisp sound. The soldiers confirmed the information and immediately stood at attention and saluted. Colonel Miao Fei, what do you need us to prepare? A combat vehicle and 2 combat packs. Thanks for your hard work. Miao Fei replied succinctly. Yes, sir. The soldiers quickly sprang into action. Moments later, Miao Fei was driving the combat vehicle with Lin Xiao through the military district, heading toward the wasteland. Lin Xiao observed the scenery outside through the window. As they moved further from the military district, the silhouettes of exotic beasts began to appear in the wilderness. The overgrown land occasionally revealed moss-covered ruins, silently telling the story of a once thriving civilization now overtaken by nature and roaming beasts. 20 minutes later, Miao Fei stopped the vehicle. In front of them was a forest, flanked by partially destroyed high-rise buildings. These structures had weathered and corroded, with crooked foundations, and faint sounds of unknown creatures emanated from within. Miao Fei opened the case in the vehicle and took out 2 large swords. He handed one to Lin Xiao, smiling wryly. I used to say I would teach you the real stuff, but I didn't expect you to be so extraordinary. Not only did you learn it early, but you also mastered it quite well. Lin Xiao smiled silently, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Miao Fei sighed, looking somewhat resigned. Sigh. After thinking it over, it seems like I don't have much left to teach you except my most guarded secrets. Level Hunter's guarded secrets? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, his eyes fixed intently on his mentor. Miao Fei scratched his messy hair and confessed, Kid, the truth is, my ability to weaponize power hasn't reached the level of mutation. Technically, I shouldn't qualify as a level hunter. The Hunter Association promoted me based on my combat prowess. According to their assessment, my power projection is exceptionally strong, capable of taking down level exotic beasts. But honestly, he extended 2 fingers, pointing at the nearby high-rise. I believe this technique isn't really about power projection. As he finished speaking, gray flames flowed from his fingertips, condensing and contracting without interruption. Lin Xiao watched Miao Fei's fingers intently, seeing a dark gray light gradually growing. There are innate differences among hunters, Miao Fei said, gazing ahead with a hint of melancholy in his voice. On his fingertip, a deep gray sphere of light was slowly expanding, growing from the size of a fingertip to the size of a tennis ball. The sphere radiated an intimidating pressure, as if immense energy was being compressed within, ready to erupt at any moment. After countless failed attempts to master transformation, I realized my own limits. I can't advance any further in weaponizing my power, Miao Fei continued, his eyes never leaving the ever-expanding sphere. Lin Xiao watched the sphere in Miao Fei's hand, feeling the overwhelming energy within. Unlike their usual methods of compression, Miao Fei's technique was more thorough and extreme. The internal structure of the sphere was precarious, like a dam on the verge of collapse, seemingly needing just a tiny breach to trigger a catastrophic explosion. Miao Fei controlled this ticking time bomb with a calm expression, continuously channeling power into it. He went on, after accepting that I'm not particularly gifted, I started thinking about how to become stronger. When facing formidable enemies, we compress our energy, increasing its density and intensity at a high cost. This compression has limits, varying from person to person, depending on one's energy density and mental strength. But once we reach a certain point, we can't enhance our power any further. Lin Xiao nodded, reflecting on his own ash mode, which also approached his strength limit through compression. While increasing consumption could indeed boost power, the improvement was minimal. Miao Fei chuckled self-deprecatingly, even if I push my energy density to the maximum, I can't break out of the crank hunter category. With that level of power, I can't penetrate a brank beast's defenses. He turned to Lin Xiao with a wild grin. So, I kept pondering this issue, constantly observing my energy particles, noting their behavior in different states. Then, I discovered something: there are barriers between energy particles. Barriers? Lin Xiao asked, puzzled. Yes, these barriers appear only when our internal energy is exposed to the air. Miao Fei raised his other hand, a gray flame wrapping around his palm. When we compress our energy, we're actually stacking and squeezing these particles' barriers, increasing overall density. But this only makes the energy more compact without enhancing each particle's strength. Miao Fei pointed to his chest, continuing, inside the body, the strength of our energy has no limit. From weak to strong, my energy density and intensity have increased many times over, yet my body never feels crowded with energy. Now, even without compression, my external energy is stronger than a drank hunter's fully compressed energy. He smirked, asking, doesn't this mean that increasing internal energy strength and density involves a qualitative change in each particle, not just simple stacking and squeezing? Lin Xiao recalled his own experience. Starting with a physique of just over 10 points, his internal energy density had approached a liquid state. Now, with a physique of 30 points, his energy hadn't turned solid or crystalline, only slightly more viscous. Yet, its strength had multiplied many times, as if each particle contained far more energy than before. Miao Fei shook his head, sighing. Within our bodies, energy particles don't have barriers. They stack but don't squeeze. Once density reaches a certain threshold, they merge and transform into stronger particles, so our bodies never feel crowded with energy. If internal energy can increase in strength, could we simulate a similar effect outside the body? Miao Fei looked at Lin Xiao with a hint of pride. After years of research and experimentation, I found a way. Internal energy, when exposed to the air, forms barriers within 0.05 seconds. During this brief period, with the addition of mental power, it's equivalent to the internal environment. Lin Xiao paused, realizing the possibility. Miao Fei confirmed his guess. So, if I refresh the external energy every 0.05 seconds, theoretically, I can achieve infinite compression and transformation. Miao Fei sighed, smiling wryly. Of course, this is just theoretical. It requires intense concentration and high mental strength. In close combat, it's impossible, but with preparation, it can achieve a formidable energy release. Lin Zhao's gaze returned to Miao Fei's fingertip. The gray sphere had expanded to the size of a basketball, emitting terrifying waves of energy, making it chilling just to look at. Lin Xiao fixed his gaze on Miao Fei and asked gravely, what will happen if I stop reinforcing the outer power or withdraw my mental strength entirely? A slight smile played at the corner of Miao Fei's mouth, and a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. The energy particles inside will instantly form a barrier. He paused, then added with a grin, correct? They will revert from their condensed state, and countless barriers will emerge, unleashing tremendous power. Miao Fei turned his eyes toward the shattered skyscraper in the distance and continued, we can't let it explode like a bomb. Instead, we need to create a gap in the mental force up front. Once there's a gap, it will surge forward like a high-pressure water jet. As soon as he finished speaking, the expansion of the energy sphere abruptly halted. The particles, almost invisible to the naked eye, began to split, morph, and expand rapidly, rushing toward the gap. Suddenly, with a boom, a deep gray beam of light, as thick as a barrel, shot out at an incredible speed. Before Lin Xiao could even react, the beam had already reached the abandoned skyscraper ahead. With a deafening crash, the beam pierced through the entire building effortlessly. Concrete and bricks disintegrated into dust, steel beams melted into glowing red liquid, and even a few hidden beasts were instantly pulverized. The beam's destructive power didn't stop there. It continued to surge through the air, creating massive air currents and destroying everything in its path. It wasn't until 20 kilometers away that the energy finally dissipated, and the deep gray beam gradually vanished into the sky. Witnessing this astonishing power, Lin Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Miao Fei didn't stop his lesson there. He picked up a large sword nearby and explained, Vim alloy can store and conduct energy, significantly reducing our mental burden. Gray flames continued to flow from Miao Fei's hand, converging onto the steel sword. Similar to before, the energy on the sword began to condense and shrink, the deep gray glow growing more intense. This time, without needing to explain in detail to Lin Xiao, Miao Fei's energy compression speed was noticeably faster. In less than 2 seconds, a terrifying energy orb had formed on the sword, exuding a suffocating pressure. Miao Fei turned to face another skyscraper, shouted, and swung the sword. With a boom, a torrent of light surged out, instantly engulfing the entire building. But it didn't stop there. It continued forward, slicing through the ground like a light cannon, destroying everything in its path. Even beasts several kilometers away were obliterated in this terrifying stream of light. After completing the demonstration, Miao Fei planted the sword into the ground and said to Lin Xiao, this technique is difficult to master. I've taught many people, but only a few have truly learned it. It takes at least 1 or 2 years of diligent practice to use it proficiently in real combat. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. Do you want to give it a try? Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, then raised his right index finger, allowing gray flames to flow out slowly. Following Miao Fei's guidance, he tried to wrap the energy with his mental strength, attempting to compress it and quickly update the surface energy. With a whoosh, his first attempt failed as expected. Refreshing the energy in 0.05 seconds was indeed a huge challenge for Lin Xiao, who had never tried it before. But he didn't get discouraged. More flames flowed from his finger, this time only the size of a grain of rice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After several failed attempts, Lin Xiao finally succeeded in refreshing the energy within 0.05 seconds on his 7th try. A buzzing sound accompanied his success, and Lin Xiao's eyes widened again, shining even brighter than before. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.